This bespectacled young man studying diligently before you. Do you think he's a top student? Actually, he's a fighting genius with maxed out combat talent who has mastered all 18 martial arts to perfection. A fighting prodigy who at just a teenager's age completely learned Bruce Lee's Jeet Kune Do, can easily perform countless difficult moves on the neighborhood exercise equipment and handles thugs with 3 years of Muay Thai training with ease, taking them down with a single punch. But the protagonist's only goal is to study hard. Although his parents once hired him a tutor, without any talent in academics, the protagonist still couldn't improve his grades after years of tutoring, consistently ranking second to last in his class. But for the sake of his dream, he still hasn't given up. After graduation, he enrolled in a vocational high school known as Thug Elite School, where every student is an expert at fighting. Rather than calling it a school, it's more like a gathering place for gangsters where hierarchy is determined by strength. But this doesn't affect the protagonist's determination to study hard. He even wants to start a study group here. At this moment, a group of delinquents approaches, led by the class boss Lee Xuanyu, smoking brazenly on campus. No teacher dares to confront them, but the new female teacher obviously doesn't know better. She blocks the delinquent's path. Student, smoking is harmful to your health. For your own well-being, please put out that cigarette. As expected, the lead delinquent gets angry and immediately slaps her. Even the principal can't control us. Who do you think you are? And the girl, she's completely stunned. A student hitting a teacher is simply unheard of. The delinquents become even more arrogant. What? Never seen a student hit a teacher before? The female teacher starts crying in fear, begging them to stop. But this only makes the gang more aggressive. They're about to continue harassing her. But at this moment, the protagonist, who witnessed everything from the shadows, can't sit still anymore, because this female teacher was his tutor for 2 years. At that time, no matter how slow he was, she never complained, always encouraging him that he could do it. Finally, the protagonist steps out under everyone's gaze, takes off his jacket and puts it on the female teacher, saying if they start fighting now and his clothes get dirty, his mother won't let him off. The delinquents see this bookworm daring to interfere and immediately start flexing their muscles. The black-clothed thug charges first, kicking towards the protagonist. But unexpectedly, the protagonist catches the opening and takes him down with one move, while the other thugs think their companion was just careless, laughing and mocking him, apparently not realizing the seriousness of the situation. Just then, a second thug charges in, throwing a straight punch at the protagonist's face, while the protagonist falls into a flashback. Since childhood, he's had an almost obsessive interest in martial arts. His favorite thing to watch was martial arts videos. He had already finished studying Bruce Lee's Jeet Kune Do. To test his martial arts skills, he even entered the ring. But because his mother always opposed this interest, he could only study it secretly. Back to the present, the protagonist uses one Jeet Kune Do move to take down the charging thug, then strikes Bruce Lee's pose, signaling to the leader of the thugs. Soon the leader also charges at the protagonist. The protagonist does a 180-degree backflip and finishes with a kick, then lands steadily, the entire sequence flowing smoothly. Beats the thug until he's foaming at the mouth. The girl watches with her mouth agape. The reason this guy isn't good at studying has been found. His talent is all in this area. Before the girl can recover, the protagonist reaches out his hand to her. Teacher, I take back what I said earlier about asking you to leave. Please don't give up, but can you continue to tutor me? Just like that. The protagonist's exploits quickly reach the ears of various bosses. They don't believe the protagonist has such strength. Even if he does, they'll make him leave the school. This bookworm has terrifying fighting talent. Whether it's Bruce Lee's Jeet Kune Do or various weapon techniques, he's mastered them all. If he joined the underworld, he'd definitely be a boss, but he only wants to study properly. Today, as usual, he's doing high-intensity training in the neighborhood, then times it perfectly to sneak back and pretend to be asleep. Sure enough, his mom comes to wake him up soon after. The protagonist pushes his glasses. Today, he must study hard too. And for someone without academic talent who wants to go to college, he must take the first step, which is to find companions who can get into college. The protagonist privately sized up his classmates. First, this guy yawning, already prepared to sleep through class, definitely won't work. This one grinning at a novel doesn't even need mentioning. Soon the protagonist notices a student, Kim Si-hyun, already actively reading a book before class starts. Just by the look in his eyes, he's the one the protagonist is looking for. So the protagonist greets this this classmate every day, but is always directly ignored by Kim Si-hyun because the protagonist doesn't look like a good student at all. But despite this, the protagonist persists tirelessly. Currently, Kim Si-hyun is washing his hands. He doesn't really not want to teach the protagonist, but teaching others in this kind of school seems too conspicuous. It's easy to become a target for delinquents. At this moment, someone suddenly taps on his shoulder. Kim Si-hyun thinks it's the protagonist being persistent again and is about to send him away. But the person who appears isn't the protagonist, but Chu-zae Wang, who has a place among the many delinquents. He just wants to use Kim Si-hyun's clothes to wipe his hands. Now Kim Si-hyun's heart is tight with fear. He knows if he provokes this guy, he's definitely finished. On the other side of the scene, the female teacher is being reprimanded by the principal in the office because someone broke a window on her first day. In an office full of colleagues, the girl is scolded by the principal until she's humiliated. But leaving the principal's office, the girl is already completely disappointed with the school's education. She had already mentioned the incident of thugs smoking on campus, but neither teachers nor principal said they could do anything. What should she do now? At this moment, a loud smack interrupts the girl's contemplation. It's Kim Si-hyun being bullied in the equipment room. Before this, Kim Si-hyun had already been bullied for who knows how long, but the delinquents still use the most vicious methods to continuously assault Kim Si-hyun. Even though the girl watches this scene, watching a student in her class being bullied, after the previous incident, she's afraid to speak up. She knows that in this school, when such things happen, she's completely powerless. And just as the girl kneels on the ground, regretting her powerlessness, a pair of large hands suddenly pulls her up. It's the protagonist who just arrived. Teacher, the ground is too dirty. Yes, he was trying to ask Kim Si-hyun for study help, but couldn't find him, so he searched all the way here. The protagonist clenches his fists. Don't worry, Si-hyun is one of the few students aiming for college. If he transfers away, my study group will be hard to organize. The bullied Kim Si-hyun is now lying on the ground, constantly apologizing. This endless beating has already made him sob incoherently. Just as the protagonist is about to step forward, he's held back by the female teacher behind him. She doesn't allow the protagonist to fight like yesterday, saying violence can't solve everything. But the protagonist doesn't remove the teacher's hand. He just turns around with a playful grin. Then as long as I don't fight, it's fine, right? Saying this, he picks up a fire extinguisher from the equipment room and gently presses it. Instantly, the equipment room is filled with smoke. Just like that, the protagonist takes advantage of the chaos to escape with Kim Si-hyun. Indeed, this move once again shocks the female teacher. It's true he didn't fight, but is this really okay? This is absolutely the kindest teacher I've ever seen, because yesterday when the protagonist rescued Kim Si-hyun from being bullied by thugs, he used a fire extinguisher, making a mess of the equipment room. The girl actually took advantage of having no classes for the first 2 periods in the morning to help the protagonist clean up the mess by herself, because whenever she encounters danger, it's always thanks to the protagonist appearing in time. She can only help him in this way, but she needs to clean up quickly. Otherwise, if that fierce discipline teacher finds out, it won't be good. However, just her luck, the discipline teacher does arrive. When the discipline teacher discovers the powder on the equipment, he immediately decides to deal with the student who caused the mess. The girl, to prevent the protagonist from being punished, musters her courage to take responsibility for it. Just then a young man happens to pass by, indicating he knows who did it. The young man removes his hood. I'm sorry, teacher, actually, I did it. This instantly shocks the girl, her mind filled with countless questions. Who is this young man? Why is he voluntarily helping her? And after the discipline teacher sees this young man, he miraculously calms down. His attitude even becomes respectful. This makes the girl even more curious about who this young man is. On the other side of the scene, the protagonist is studying in the classroom. Kim Si-hyun advises the protagonist to give up. He's never seen someone so stupid. Even simple questions leave him clueless. But at the same time, Kim Si-hyun is also curious. The protagonist's skills are so extraordinary, and any profession related to physical ability would suit him. Why does he choose to study? The dejected protagonist weakly says, because he heard that perseverance comes from a strong physique. Thinking this would improve his academic performance is why he started learning. Even the protagonist himself is lamenting why he's so stupid. But although Kim Si-hyun verbally advises the protagonist to give up, in his heart he finds this person interesting. He even takes out notes he made during school. These contain all the knowledge from third-year middle school math, everything from the textbook and beyond. This is his all-purpose Bible. And Kim Si-hyun confidently states that with these, the protagonist can at least change from a super idiot to an ordinary idiot. Hearing he could become an ordinary idiot, the protagonist's eyes sparkle with stars. But at this moment, a chair suddenly hits the protagonist's head. It's Chu-zae Wang from yesterday coming for revenge. He must teach this bookworm a lesson today to prove he's not to be trifled with. Now the protagonist's head is injured, blood flowing continuously from his head, and Chu-zae Wang also discovers the notebook fallen on the ground. Seeing the protagonist's panicked expression, Chu Zai-Huang guesses this must be something the protagonist cherishes. Chu Zai-Huang takes out a lighter, intending to burn the notebook. The flame on the lighter warns him he's playing with fire, but he still lights it and casually throws it away. The protagonist tries to save it, but it's already too late. Scene changes. The principal is now flattering the school inspector. They ignore the fighting in school, putting all their effort into flattery. Walking along, the school inspector suddenly notices the female teacher cleaning and walks closer to examine her for a long time, feeling she looks somewhat familiar. The principal, afraid the inspector will notice cigarette butts in the trash, hurriedly tries to take the inspector elsewhere. Suddenly, a student runs over. It's Kim Si-hyun, who escaped from the classroom. He anxiously states there's an emergency. The classroom is on fire. Hearing this, the principal doesn't immediately take action, but chooses to please the inspector first. He first glares at Kim Si-hyun. "What nonsense are you talking about, kid?" Then turns to the inspector, saying the student is joking, since the fire alarm hasn't gone off. If it's discovered that the fire safety facilities are inadequate, the consequences would be serious. He wants to take the inspector elsewhere first, letting the discipline teacher handle it quickly. But this disgusting behavior only makes people more disheartened. Is this place really a school? Soon the female teacher and Kim Si-hyun run towards the classroom. But when they arrive, it's already too late, because the moment the notebook burned to ashes, the protagonist revealed a demonic expression. At this moment, Kim Si-hyun already has a premonition that a terrible disaster is about to occur. Remember this man. Next year, his grave will have grass a meter high. He dared to burn the study notes Kim Si-hyun gave to the protagonist. Now, the dark side in the protagonist's heart has completely erupted, remembering when Kim Si-hyun gave him the notebook. That proud look, telling him with this he could change from a super idiot to an ordinary idiot. Finally, someone was willing to help him, and such an important thing was burned before his eyes. But the protagonist still gave the thug one last chance. Apologize to Si-hyun, but the thug remains extremely arrogant, stating the next thing to be burned will be the protagonist. Hearing this, the protagonist has completely made up his mind he must teach this scum a lesson. Soon the thug actively charges up to deliver himself to death. The protagonist extends his leg for a light trip, moves in close with a punch, then follows with several combination punches. But this thug is also admirably courageous, actually daring to stand up and provoke again. Grabbing the burning backpack, he throws it at the protagonist, but the protagonist's next move is even more surprising. He precisely catches the backpack with his foot, gently lifts his leg, drawing a fiery arc. At this moment, the thug's heart begins to panic. This madman, how is this possible? And what awaits him is a face restructuring kick. Soon, Kim Si-hyun and the female teacher arrive at the classroom door, just in time to see Chu Zai-Huang flying out of the classroom, already beaten beyond recognition. Soon, the protagonist, who lost his reason, also rushes out, telling this scum not to faint yet. First apologize to Si-hyun. Kim Si-hyun and the female teacher are already stunned by this scene. The protagonist is about to tell the teacher not to worry, he's fine. But before he can finish, he turns his head and sees the school inspector standing nearby, beating a classmate plus arson. "What's your name?" The vice principal, who just arrived, kneels to the ground, incoherent with fear. Now his school is done for. Soon the protagonist is called to the principal's office to await punishment. Students who got the news all come to watch, not only setting fire to the classroom, but also beating up Yanbai Gang's Chu Zai-Huang. Now the protagonist has truly made a name for himself in this school. At this moment, the protagonist is regretting his impulsiveness. Will I be expelled? How will I explain to mom then? Suddenly the door moves, startling the protagonist. It's Kim Si-hyun coming to check on it. The protagonist tells him to leave quickly. Staying here will get him punished too. But Kim Si-hyun's next words make the protagonist feel incredibly warm. When our group leader is wrongly punished, of course I, as a group member, have to show up. Kim Si-hyun can't help but blame the protagonist. It's just a notebook. Was it worth being so impulsive? But the protagonist's next words, because it has your carefully made notes. The notes in that book were so neat. You must have put in a lot of effort at that time. Just thinking about all your effort being burned to ashes makes me very angry. These words once again leave Kim Si-hyun speechless with emotion. At this moment, he has completely accepted the protagonist. Kim Si-hyun scratches his face, looking forward to working with you from now on. Just then, the vice principal and others suddenly open the door and enter. As soon as they enter, they berate the protagonist without distinguishing right from wrong. And to please the school inspector, they casually issue an expulsion order to the protagonist. At this moment, the protagonist is already despondent. He had finally gotten this opportunity to study and made a friend to study with, and it ends like this. This scene has already made the female teacher furious. Is the protagonist really at fault for all this? No, it's the school that easily gives up on students. The female teacher is about to have her highest moment in the entire drama. Have you ever seen such a disgusting school? Fighting and brawling with no one to manage it, bullying classmates, campus violence, all are everyday occurrences. And when something happens, it's the weaker party that bears the responsibility. At this moment, the protagonist who has been given an expulsion order is in despair, and the vice principal, after issuing the punishment, just leaves with the school inspector, very easily deciding a student's fate. Finally, the female teacher bravely stands up. Although her body is already trembling with fear, she still hysterically shouts, "What's really wrong is this school. Yes, this school has long forgotten its original purpose. For the sake of pleasing an inspector, they easily cut off a child's future. What educators need to look at isn't the eyes of leaders, but the eyes of students. At least I won't easily give up on students like you." The girl risks being fired, every word spoken resolutely. Yes, what's wrong is this school. The girl still remembers when she advised the protagonist not to fight. Her hands trembled continuously from the guilt in her heart. She knew in such a school were the strong prey on the weak. What other method is there besides fighting violence with violence? Looking at the girl's determined eyes, at this moment, the school inspector finally remembers. No wonder this female teacher looked so familiar. The school inspector chuckles, indeed extraordinary. The valedictorian of the teacher's exam, teacher Lee Han Kyung. Hearing this, whether it's the vice principal beside the inspector or the protagonist, all are surprised. Valedictorian of the teacher's exam, but the principal still can't believe it. How would the valedictorian of the teacher's exam come to teach at such a school? But the inspector states he remembers clearly in last year's first teacher's exam. It was this teacher who passed the exam with the first rank, but declined registration citing personal reasons. Teacher Lee Han Kyung, is this the school you said you wanted to change? And the vice principal is now terrified by what's unfolding before him. But the defeated vice principal certainly doesn't disappoint, still criticizing the girl with a reprimanding tone. But the girl doesn't pay attention to what the vice principal said. At this moment, she thinks of the protagonist who asked for her help studying, organizing a study group for the sake of learning. That's right, she wants to create a study group in the school, together with the student Yin Zai Min, while the vice principal is still trying to obstruct. The school inspector thinks, completely disregarding the vice principal's opinion, decides to proceed with it, and the guiding teacher must be teacher Lee Han Kyung. Vice principal, if you still want to continue obstructing, should I first report the issue with the fire alarm? Or, just like that, the protagonist not only avoids expulsion, but successfully establishes a study group, and the school inspector who walks out now has a solemn expression. Originally, he was preparing to shut down this school, but with teacher Lee Han Kyung here, it's not so easy. At this moment, a voice sounds from behind. It's the hooded young man from earlier, now wiping blood from his hands. Yes, he is the school inspector's son, Park Jeon-yi, and on the other side of the scene, in the infirmary, a thug is shocked by what he sees. In the corner is the thug who was just brutally beaten by the protagonist, now tortured beyond recognition by someone unknown. In the car, Park Jeon-yi calmly speaks, "Isn't it the school's duty to make erring students take responsibility?" The school inspector replies, "That's right! And he won't let this school have a good ending. How hard is it to study properly in a delinquent school?" The protagonist is forced to fight with thugs every day, causing students in the school to misunderstand him more and more. The protagonist is gradually rumored to be a school bully wanting to rule the school. At this moment, the protagonist is planning the study group with the teacher. They want to make students in the school love studying. Soon, the announcement is posted on the school's bulletin board. But when observing students learn it's the protagonist's doing, the rumors become more and more exaggerated. This freshman who's been in school for just 1 month beat up Yanbai Gang's Chi Yu Zai Huang. How could someone so brutal possibly study? They only think the protagonist is using this as a pretext to form a gang or find people to practice on, and some people are sabotaging it. How could something like this exist in such an interesting school? The unaware protagonist is still browsing a bookstore with the female teacher to help the protagonist study. The teacher found mountains of teaching materials, but turning around, she finds the protagonist has disappeared. He found a book, One-on-One Focus Interview, Bruce Lee edition, thinking it would help with studying. The female teacher had no choice but to buy this book too. The girl says she'll definitely make the protagonist a top student, and lovingly pats the protagonist's head. "Zai Min, I'm counting on you from now on. Let's work hard together." After buying the books, it's already night without them realizing. The female teacher happily returns home. But just as she's about to open her door, she's stunned by what she sees. The door to her house has already been opened. It's several thugs who somehow learned her address and broke into her home. On the other side, the protagonist is leisurely walking home. As he walks, he anxiously searches through the shopping bag. The Bruce Lee interview book he just bought is missing? Did he leave it in the teacher's bag? If he doesn't get it back, he might have to wait until Monday to see the book. All right, he'll go to the teacher's house to get it. At this moment in the teacher's house, the girl is being harassed by thugs. They want to leave the girl with an indelible trauma, so she can never be a teacher again. You know what, teacher? Calling the police is useless, because the police only appear after something has happened. In such a closed room, no matter how the girl cries for help, no one will discover it. But just then, the door unexpectedly opens. A dark figure appears at the door. It's Park Ji-yeon wearing the Rocheng High School uniform. The girl also immediately recognizes him. Isn't this the hooded young man who helped her last time? The thugs don't know how Park Ji-yeon found this place, but that doesn't matter now, because soon this interfering boy will be dealt with. However, the thug who charges up is punched flying by Park Ji-yeon. The thug finally realizes this guy didn't pass by here by chance. He clearly came prepared, but it doesn't matter. He knows this boy's weakness. The thug punches towards Park Ji-yeon's waist. Sure enough, Park Ji-yeon is immediately in terrible pain. He knew it. As long as he attacks Park Ji-yeon's right abdomen, he'll definitely be in unbearable pain. Saying this, he throws another punch. Now Park Ji-yeon is in so much pain he can barely stand, because in his middle school years, something major happened, but few people should know about it. Unexpected that this thug understands so well. Could it be this thug knows about that incident? But at this point, he can't worry about that. He can only think of a way to take the teacher away. Park Ji-yeon uses brass knuckles to break the ceiling glass, taking advantage of the chaos to bring the girl outside, and the thug isn't very worried. So that's how it is. No wonder Boss Hanyu had us split into two groups. Meanwhile, the protagonist finds he can't get through to the teacher's phone. The protagonist immediately looks disappointed. The teacher wouldn't go to sleep this early, right? Could it be she doesn't want to answer my call? Going to the teacher's house now wouldn't be very polite, right? But I really want to read the Bruce Lee interview. And just as the protagonist is struggling, he happens to encounter a running thug, talking about finding Lee Han-kyung. Hearing this, the protagonist looks nervous. Could it be the teacher is in trouble? This man arrogantly carrying the girl in his arms. A single word from him makes countless thugs obey his commands. Yes, he is the boss of the thugs at Rocheng High School, P.I. Hanyu. He wants to destroy what the protagonist cherishes. Make the protagonist become a scum like them. Once a person tastes the flavor of power, they become a venomous snake that takes pleasure in others' pain. Just like that Chuzai Wang from before. At this moment, the girl is already surrounded by a group of thugs. But fortunately, she has Park Ji-yeon protecting her. Just then, another thug recognizes Park Ji-yeon. He can't help but feel angry just thinking about Park Ji-yeon. Originally, he had just robbed money from a lower grade student and was beaten up by Park Ji-yeon, who even made him kneel to those trash. But at that time, Park Ji-yeon ranked second in Shiwa Middle School. He didn't dare to defy him, but now is an opportunity. Just as the thug kicks towards Park Ji-yeon, Park Ji-yeon has already prepared a crowbar hidden behind his back, steps forward and violently hits the thug's leg. Indeed, small fry with too much screen time are still small fry. Although Park Ji-yeon is good at fighting, he can't withstand the thug's superior numbers and weapons. The girl thinks to herself, are these people really high school students? But just as the girl is about to find an opportunity to call the police, she turns to see the thug who broke into her home. And on the other side, Park Ji-yeon is already struggling to protect himself under the thug's group assault. Now no one can save her. As the thug's hand raises again, the girl desperately closes her eyes, waiting for violence to arrive. But the next second, the thug's movement suddenly stops. The thug is a bit confused. It turns out the protagonist is grabbing his hood from behind. Can't you understand human language? Didn't I tell you to stop? And the thug lying on the ground is already starting to feel confused. Why would this monster appear here? But he never imagined it was actually just because of a Bruce Lee interview book. As soon as the protagonist arrives, the situation undergoes a reversal. The beaten and frightened thugs don't dare to move rashly. The protagonist unhurriedly asks the teacher what happened. During the protagonist's conversation, one of the thugs signals to a companion. Another thug nods slightly, while the teacher and protagonist are still concerned about Park Ji-yeon's safety. Betting it all, two thugs simultaneously charge at the protagonist. Don't you know strength in numbers? But the next second, they're kicked flying by the protagonist. 1 foot each. Although many people means more strength, there are exceptions, and the scene of the protagonist easily handling two thugs is all seen by Park Ji-yeon. Who is this guy? And while Park Ji-yeon is distracted, a thug hits his abdomen with an iron chain. As Park Ji-yeon grimaces in pain, another thug also raises a bat ready for a sneak attack. But the imagined attack doesn't come, because the thug is kicked flying by the protagonist. Then the protagonist picks up that thug's bat, specifically uses the bat to catch another thug's chain, pulls hard and yanks the chain chain from the thug's hand. Park Ji-on-yi is a bit confused. What is this guy doing taking away these things? Is he going to destroy the thug's weapons? No, this guy couldn't be. And now a thug has secretly taken a bottle. Although you've got some skills, kid. Even the strongest fighter can't handle a sneak attack, right? But now the protagonist's weapon is ready. With one precise strike, he shatters the thug's bottle. That's right, the protagonist's weapon is the nunchaku that Bruce Lee loved most. At this moment, the mother at home sees the schedule written by the protagonist and smiles contentedly. I wonder if this child has completed what's written here. Wait, what's this last line? Practiced nunchaku. Jeonye, I heard you transferred from America, so your English must be very good, right? The protagonist, who is gradually being surrounded by thugs, calmly speaks. Are you interested in learning about the study group? Although Park Ji-on-yi is very confused, he still reminds the protagonist that now isn't the time to talk about such things, right? But the protagonist just hands the shopping bag to Park Ji-on-yi, asking him to hold it. Park Ji-on-yi unconsciously accepts it, but later he realizes, this guy isn't planning to take on these people single-handedly, is he? This man has extraordinary fighting talent. In this school of thugs, he's invincible. But fools rush in where angels fear to tread. There are still thugs who want to test the protagonist's strength. The protagonist has no choice but to take out what he was planning to practice today, nunchaku. Having real sparring partners is obviously more efficient than practicing alone. Soon a thug charges at the protagonist. The protagonist strikes Bruce Lee's signature pose, then tries all of Bruce Lee's techniques on the thug. Soon another idiot charges at the protagonist. The protagonist swiftly spreads the nunchaku and takes away the thug's weapon, turns around with a sweeping leg, one more thug down. The last thug is also choked by the protagonist, forcefully pulled down. The thug has an intimate meeting with the ground. Just like that, amid the thug's pitiful cries, the protagonist swings the nunchaku with a whoosh whoosh whoosh, finishes and puts it away, leaving only a ground full of thugs crying in pain. This wasn't even a fight between equals, and the protagonist is still complaining about the nunchaku in his hand, made too casually and not suitable for practice. At this moment, Park Ji-on-yi has already been shocked countless times. Although he heard the protagonist took down Chu Zai-wang in one move, but this is too overpowered. The girl quickly runs over to express concern for the protagonist, asking if he's injured. But throughout, the thugs didn't even seem to touch his clothes. And just at this moment, a bang sounds. It's the thug from earlier being knocked down with a bottle. Now Park Ji-on-yi is stepping on the thug. You said you knew about that incident. How could I let you go? Yes, that incident was the East District random killing case that happened a few years ago. Since you're a small fry in Yanbai gang, you should know about it. This crowbar is what you use to pry open the door when breaking in. The reason home security facilities are inadequate is because there's a promise as a premise. That is, don't break into homes since you dare to break the rules. Have you prepared yourself to have your mouth pried open? Saying this, Park Ji-on-yi raises the crowbar high, looking at the thug's terrified expression. What's wrong? When you were prying the door, didn't you have even this much mental preparation? Just as the crowbar is about to fall, the protagonist extends his hand in time to stop it. That's enough. There's no need to go this far. Although I don't know why you're so angry, but this is a bit too much, isn't it? But Park Ji-on-yi just takes off his hood and calmly speaks. What would you understand? My mother is dead. I'm telling you to get lost. Don't interfere with me. And when the protagonist hears this, he freezes in place. His mother is dead, and it's related to Li Xuanyu. The protagonist looks terrified with pupils instantly contracting. Could it be she was killed? Mother was killed by someone. That feeling is unimaginable. The protagonist falls silent. Park Ji-on-yi is still persuading the protagonist not to interfere, but seeing the protagonist's hand gripping the crowbar, suddenly let go, then violently punches the thug in the face. Angrily grabs Li Xuanyu by the collar, presses him against the wall. Was it you? Were you the killer? The protagonist has already lost his reason, telling the thug to answer him quickly. At this moment, the protagonist already has killing intent. Even Park Ji-on-yi didn't expect the protagonist's reaction to be so big. Park Ji-on-yi is also frightened back to his senses by the protagonist's actions. I don't know if you're really stupid or pretending to be. You don't really think this garbage is the killer, do you? He looks like nothing more than a hooligan. Doesn't even have the guts to kill. He only wanted to find out who was behind it all. Most of the thugs in this school are Pai Hanyu's pawns. He was probably caught in a weak spot and became Pai Hanyu's puppet. The protagonist calms down and thinks carefully for a moment. Finally remembers the name Pai Hanyu. At that time, the thug mentioned that if they didn't complete the task, they'd be killed by Boss Hanyu. But why would this Pai Hanyu send him to do such a thing? And Park Ji-on-yi is concerned about the protagonist's intelligence. This is clearly aimed at the protagonist, yet he still has the mind to ask why. It looks like we'll have a hard time becoming close in the future. But the protagonist doesn't think so. The protagonist stares at Park Ji-yeon's back. Although he's outwardly quiet, he's actually an extremely cruel person, like a wolf in sheep's clothing. But in my eyes, he looks like someone wearing ill-fitting clothes. After the incident, the girl looks at the thugs before her with intensity. I wonder when these children started to change. They're like puppets manipulated by others. The girl decides she must dig out the culprit behind all this. Who would have thought that a physically strong male protagonist would blush bright red just because he was going to meet a girl? It turns out that just now, the principal was causing trouble again, telling the protagonist and others to form a study group of 5 people within 2 weeks. If they couldn't meet the standard by the deadline, the school wouldn't support the study group activities. Hearing this news, the protagonist and Kim Se-hyun were so scared they shouted out loud. Finding 3 more people in this kind of school would be incredibly difficult. But at that moment, the protagonist suddenly remembered that someone had already contacted him. However, that person's identity was extremely special because she was a girl. Although this was a co-ed school, the boys and girls classes were strictly separated, so some male students had never even spoken to a girl during school hours. Of course, this included the protagonist and Kim Se-hyun, both perpetually single. Now the protagonist and Kim Se-hyun were hesitating outside the girls' classroom. They had no idea what the girl looked like, so they needed to call out her name in the girls' classroom. Although this was easier said than done, unless they were extremely sociable. Fortunately, at that moment, a student called out the girl's name, Ji-yu. The protagonist and Kim Se-hyun secretly rejoiced. Good, someone had called her for them. When Kim Se-hyun got a clear look at her appearance, he turned away in shock. It's her. Hearing that name, I should have realized sooner. He tugged at the protagonist, wanting to leave. It turned out this girl was the twin sister of troublemaker Lee Xuan-yu, and one of the most notorious female students in the school. How could someone like her possibly apply for a study group? But just as the two were about to leave, something unexpected happened. The girl who had just called Ziyu's name suddenly slapped Ji-yu hard just because Ji-yu hadn't done her homework for her. Clearly, Lee Ji-yu was being bullied at school. Then the girl snatched another girl's paper saying, "Did you already do it for me and forget to put it on my desk?" But what was written on the paper was midterm exam study plan. The girl casually threw the paper on the ground. "You don't really think you can study in this school, do you? You idiots, you're really trying hard." She raised her hand to slap the girl Choi Hee-won, but Ji-yu grabbed her wrist. Lee Ji-yu's face darkened as she said, "Didn't you say you could hit me? Don't bully the kind students. If you want to hit someone, just hit me." The girl wanted to use force, but found she couldn't move her arm at all. The girl was clearly furious, but could only continue bullying Ji-yu to vent her frustration. This made Choi Hee-won unable to watch. After being bullied, Lee Ji-yu lowered her head in silence as if she was used to it. Despite this, the girl continued to say vicious things to Lee Ji-yu. "If you're not satisfied, then hurry up and pay back what your brother owes." When the girl saw the study plan on the ground, she very casually spat her gum toward the paper, just as the gum was about to fall. To the surprise of the two girls, a finger caught the falling gum. It was the protagonist making his grand entrance. He could tolerate someone messing with girls, but when it came to anything related to studying, he couldn't stand it. So, under everyone's gaze, the protagonist intently examined the study plan. Midterm exam battle plan. How impressive! The protagonist was as happy as a child. "Did you make this?" Lee Ji-yu's face was filled with confusion. Compared to Lee Ji-yu, Kim Se-hyun was even more confused. Could this guy be some kind of social wizard? At that moment, a male student suddenly rushed into the classroom. "Hey, isn't this the first year who took down Chu Zai-hwang? Hey, first year, what are you doing with my girlfriend?" One look and the protagonist knew this guy meant trouble, thinking about what happened last time. The protagonist decided it would be better to slip away. Since Lee Ji-yu's boyfriend had arrived, the girl should be fine now, right? But soon, an even more terrifying instance of school bullying was about to occur. Just as the thug was about to inflict violence again, an unidentified object suddenly hit the back of his head. The thug reached back to feel it. "Damn, it's chewing gum." The thug angrily turned around. "Who the hell has a death wish?" Behind him, the protagonist took off his glasses and calmly said, "Isn't she your girlfriend?" "What are you doing?" The thug laughed in anger, removing the gum from his head while walking toward the protagonist. However, when he saw the protagonist's harmless expression, he became even angrier. He grabbed the protagonist's collar. "Damn, you want to fight?" But the result was that the fierce discipline teacher appeared, ordering the thug to go to the student council meeting, which ended this scene. Before leaving, the thug glared at the protagonist and said, said, "You just wait, first year." The protagonist immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The discipline teacher actually came. Thankfully, he didn't fight back just now. After the incident, the other students were still making sarcastic remarks that Ji-yu had ruined their fun. Lee Ji-yu, long accustomed to such treatment, left the classroom without looking back. After the incident, Kim Se-hyun was scolding the protagonist outside. "You actually challenged the student council because of a girl. If we offend the student council, we're finished." But the protagonist just said, "I couldn't just watch our group member get beaten up." Kim Se-hyun was about to say something when his expression froze. A figure was walking toward them. It was one of the girls who had been bullied in the classroom. The girl was a bit nervous. "Actually, I applied for the study group using Ji-yu's name." The girl lowered her head. "Please, I'm begging you. Please save Ji-yu." The protagonist and Kim Se-hyun were confused. "What do you mean by save Ji-yu?" Actually, the girl had been ostracized by classmates in middle school, causing her to live in the shadow of self-doubt. When she came to this school with these insecurities, sure enough, in less than a week, she became a target of bullying again, and was often robbed of money by thugs. Being naturally weak, she could only endure silently. It was Lee Ji-yu's appearance that gave her hope. After Lee Ji-yu heard she was being robbed, she directly body-slammed the thug to the ground. Kim Se-hyun interrupted in shock. "Body slam? That's so hardcore!" The girl continued remembering. After that, she and Lee Ji-yu became good friends. They encouraged each other and studied together. But because Ji-yu's brother Lee Xuan-yu borrowed a large sum of money from Kim Gyu-jin, Kim Gyu-jin deliberately recorded a video of Lee Xuan-yu beating up a classmate, and Kim Gyu-jin was using the USB drive to threaten Ji-yu, making her obey him. The tragedy began from that moment. All along, it had been Lee Ji-yu helping her, but this time she wanted to help Lee Ji-yu once, and she would be transferring schools soon. The girl sincerely pleaded, "Please help Lee Ji-yu, and please study with Lee Ji-yu for me." But the protagonist's eyes turned to Kim Se-hyun. "Do you think it's okay? Didn't you say we'd be finished if we offended the student council?" Kim Se-hyun knew this guy wanted revenge and scratched his face. "That's what I said, but don't we have you, you monster, by our side?" School life was never meant to be calm anyway. Hearing Kim Se-hyun's words, the protagonist smiled smugly. "All right then. So first we need to get that USB drive." Soon, on the other side, the female teacher had already taken action. She called Pai Han-yu to the office. "I heard you've been hanging out with Lee Xuan-yu lately. Why hasn't he been coming to school?" Pai Han-yu's expression was serious. She didn't even mention what happened on Saturday and is pretending nothing happened. Pai Han-yu knew this teacher was definitely trying to get information from him, so he spoke very cautiously. But he ultimately couldn't outsmart this teacher who had topped the teaching examination. She indirectly confirmed that Lee Xuan-yu had borrowed high-interest loans and that he knew Lee Ji-yu. Meanwhile, in the student council room, a fat boy was holding the USB drive that was used to threaten Lee Ji-yu. Thinking about whether to make a copy, he also wanted to use it to blackmail Lee Ji-yu. But what he didn't know was, a sneaky person was watching him through the door crack to get the USB drive containing Lee Xuan-yu's evidence. The protagonist was now hiding alone in the student council's cabinet, waiting to see what would happen. Just as the fat boy was about to copy the USB drive, the door to the student council suddenly opened. It was Kim Gyu-jin from the student council, who had just finished a meeting. The fat boy's actions were so obvious that Kim Gyu-jin immediately saw that he wanted to copy the USB drive. He immediately started mocking the fat boy. If anyone could copy this USB drive, Lee Ji-yu would have rebelled long ago. Kim Gyu-jin pointed at the fat boy. "Do you know why I always call you pighead?" Then he grabbed the fat boy, and with a body slam, he took the fat boy down. "Because you're so damn brainless. I always call you pighead. You don't really think you're cute, do you? Damn pighead." Another small thug immediately flattered him. "As expected of someone who practices judo, you're so skilled." Just as Kim Gyu-jin was about to pull out the USB drive, he suddenly let go. "No, since that's the case, let's do it today." He was going to upload Lee Xuan-yu's video online. Hearing this, the protagonist's expression immediately darkened. "Although I promised not to upload it if she obeyed, I never said I couldn't go back on my word." And think about it. Wouldn't it be extremely desperate if her only remaining relative was sent to juvenile detention amid a chorus of ridicule? The thug beside him immediately guessed Kim Gyu-jin's intention. He wanted to wait until Lee Xuan-yu experienced despair and self-destruction, then take advantage of the situation, as expected of the boss. Meanwhile, the protagonist in the cabinet silently took off his glasses, remembering the girl's pleading expression. The protagonist's gaze gradually turned cold. On the other side, the two small nobodies were watching the student council room from a distance. Going in alone is too dangerous. There's no choice. Then let's do as we planned before and pretend to fight. Lure the student council out and then Jae-min can sneak in. He won. Just shout, "You damn idiot," okay? Got it? The girl looked terrified. with her gentle personality asking her to swear was extremely difficult. At that moment, Lee Ji-yu also happened to see this scene. Lee Ji-yu was a bit confused. What are they doing? Meanwhile, the teacher's interview with Han Wu had ended. Just about to leave, Han Yu turned back to give the teacher some advice. Education is just a service, not a mission. If you really fantasize about being an upright teacher, then you're a fool. But the female teacher just smiled lightly. Han Yu, teachers need to tell you a principle too. Even for people who seem desperate, even if there seems to be no hope of salvation, we can't give up. Meanwhile, the protagonist in the student council knocked down a small thug with one punch. His heart was also repeating the same words as the teacher. In this world, no one deserves to be abandoned. Kim Gyu-jin looked at the protagonist in front of him. Wow, so you were hiding there all along. It seems the student council really isn't suitable for me. Now there's even this kind of fool who doesn't know his place showing off in front of me. You like Lee Ji-yu, right? Otherwise, why would you rush out as soon as Lee Ji-yu is mentioned? Hearing this, the protagonist blushed. Soon, the protagonist's eyes instinctively glanced toward the location of the USB drive. Kim Gyu-jin immediately discovered the protagonist's intention. The small thug who had been knocked down by the protagonist was now standing up. Damn, you attacked me from behind! But soon the protagonist's actions told him that he was trash, even in a face-to-face confrontation. The protagonist quickly answered Kim Gyu-jin's question. No matter how ignorant I am, I know you're just trash. Kim Gyu-jin laughed in anger. He grabbed the protagonist's clothes, successfully making the protagonist lose his balance. With a throw, he pinned the protagonist to the ground. After taking down the protagonist, Kim Gyu-jin began to show off. Damn, you're really light. But the next second he couldn't show off anymore because the protagonist had intentionally let himself be thrown there. The goal was to get the USB drive. In Kim Gyu-jin's furious gaze, the protagonist showed the USB drive in his hand. Got it. A panicked Kim Gyu-jin quickly came forward to stop him. But the protagonist had already put the USB drive in his pocket. Then, with a strange posture, he kicked Kim Gyu-jin right in the chin, landing gracefully. But Kim Gyu-jin was not like those small fries. He still had the strength to stand up. Soon he charged at the protagonist again. After dodging the attack, the protagonist grabbed a nearby student council uniform and threw it in Kim Gyu-jin's face. Since one hit isn't enough, here's another. No matter how many years of judo he had practiced, it was no match for the protagonist's serious punch. Just like that, Kim Gyu-jin was also knocked down by the protagonist. However, just as the protagonist was about to leave, Kim Gyu-jin arrogantly stated that the file had already been downloaded to the computer. With just one click, Lee Xuan-yu and that bitch would both be finished. Just as the protagonist was panicking, the discipline teacher appeared behind the protagonist. The discipline teacher looked at the protagonist. Aren't you the one who caused trouble earlier? Meanwhile, Kim Gyu-jin smiled at the protagonist. You're finished! No, not at all! At that moment, Lee Ji-yu and the others in the corridor saw an unforgettable scene. Behind them, Kim Gyu-jin and the discipline teacher looked panicked while the protagonist was running down the corridor carrying a computer case. The protagonist was hugging the computer case, along with the monitor and keyboard, running desperately, with the discipline teacher and Kim Gyu-jin in hot pursuit. Lee Ji-yu was still confused. She had never seen anything so ridiculous. Kim Se-hyun sorted out his thoughts. USB drive, file, and Jae-min running with the computer. He immediately understood the reason. The protagonist was now carrying the computer case, running toward the practice room. He told Lee Ji-yu, "As long as I smash this, you won't have to endure humiliation anymore." However, at that moment, the protagonist accidentally stepped on the mouse cord, tripping over it. Kim Se-hyun quickly picked up the computer case and continued the relay. But at his speed, reaching the practice room would be too difficult. So Kim Se-hyun ran to the rooftop. As long as he threw this off the building, he could fulfill the promise. Just as Kim Se-hyun was about to throw the computer, he found Kim Gyu-jin opening the rooftop door. "It seems you've all gone crazy, huh? You dare throw it. I'll make you share the same fate as this computer." Kim Se-hyun looked terrified. Hanging his head, he carried the computer case toward Kim Gyu-jin. The next second, Kim Se-hyun suddenly made up his mind. He threw the computer case backward. Kim Gyu-jin watched helplessly as the computer case flew into the air. Just as Kim Gyu-jin was about to attack Kim Se-hyun, Lee Ji-yu appeared behind him. "Hello, idiot," followed by a body slam. Kim Gyu-jin fell to the ground along with the computer. But one slam wasn't enough for Lee Ji-yu. Thinking about how she had been blackmailed and bullied painfully, she slammed Kim Gyu-jin more than a dozen times. The rooftop was filled with Kim Gyu-jin's screams. Kim Se-hyun watched, his body cold with fear. It was too intense. He couldn't bear to watch anymore. Lee Ji-yu grabbed Kim Gyu-jin's hair, not getting up. Despite Kim Gyu-jin's continuous pleas for mercy, he was still subjected to Lee Ji-yu's cruel torture. At this moment, the student council members had also arrived at the rooftop, just in time to see Kim Gyu-jin kneeling before Lee Ji-yu in submission. Meanwhile, the protagonist was being taken by the discipline teacher for punishment. It ended up like this after all. I wonder if Se-hyun disposed of the computer. When he reached for his pocket, the USB drive was gone, so the protagonist began to struggle violently. At this moment, the USB drive had just been picked up by the girl who had bullied Lee Ji-yu. Isn't this the USB drive that brother Ju-jin cherishes so much? She was going to take the USB drive to Kim Ju-jin to curry favor. Choi Hee-won watched the girl leave. We were just one step away. If she takes it, everyone's efforts will be in vain. She had to do something. Remembering the swear words she had been afraid to say, she took a deep breath. Then the girl shouted, "Stop! You idiot!" The girl in front immediately stopped. When she turned around angrily to look at Choi Hee-won, she saw Choi Hee-won already charging toward her. Remembering her helplessness when she was bullied, "Ji-yu, watch this!" Then came a hard punch. Both fell to the ground. The girl was shocked. "I actually hit someone." Soon a hand was placed on her shoulder. It was Lee Ji-yu and Kim Se-hyun who had just arrived. "Did I see that right? Isn't this what a high school student at Lucheng should be like?" At that moment, a person in black suddenly brushed past. It was Lee Xuan-yu. He was running toward Kim Gyu-jin with a knife. As Lee Xuan-yu got closer and closer to Kim Ju-jin, the female teacher immediately stood in front of Lee Xuan-yu. At this point, the knife couldn't be stopped. The female teacher was stabbed without dodging. The female teacher covered her wounded abdomen, but still stood up bravely. "Hyun-woo, don't you also have things you really want to do? Like studying? Wasn't your dream to become a teacher?" Hearing what the girl said, Lee Xuan-yu turned his head in shock. How does she know? Actually, after Lee Xuan-yu bullied her, the female teacher had been investigating Lee Xuan-yu's situation because as a teacher, she could see through students' eyes. Lee Xuan-yu was not truly a bad child, but no matter how many times she asked, everyone kept quiet about Lee Xuan-yu's situation and advised her not to inquire further. "You'll die." And when I say die, I don't mean figuratively, I mean literally. And when she mentioned the Yeonbaek gang, the vice principal's reaction was even more intense. Even this school might be connected to that gang. She could feel that Pai Han-yu's presence was influencing this school, and Lee Xuan-yu was one of the victims. The real breakthrough came last Saturday. After the protagonist had dealt with all the thugs, she had talked to Lee Xuan-yu alone. When she mentioned Pai Han-yu, Lee Xuan-yu ran away without looking back. In the end, it was another small thug, Lee Hoon, who told her. The girl threatened to call the police, making Lee Hoon tell her everything he knew. Lee Hoon had just said the first sentence when the girl interrupted him. What? First in the school? Because Lee Xuan-yu was an orphan. He had once worked very hard at his studies, even ranking first in the school to change his future. But later, the orphanage where Lee Xuan-yu lived collapsed due to bribery issues. Lee Xuan-yu and his twin sister Lee Ji-yu were left with no support. To quickly find a job and support themselves, he had to give up college and went to Lucheng Vocational High School. But when he saw his sister crying silently because she couldn't go to college, he became determined to give up his studies and work outside, deciding to sacrifice his own dreams for his sister's education. But there wasn't much a high school student could do, just delivering food and working at internet cafes. Trying to save money steadily was very difficult, and he would encounter dishonest bosses who wouldn't pay. But one day he met Pai Han-yu. Han-yu took Lee Xuan-yu's only 30,000 yuan and gambled online. Unexpectedly, it turned into 60,000 yuan. He couldn't earn this much money working day and night, so he chose to trust Pai Han-yu, and later he hung out with Pai Han-yu's group, gradually becoming corrupted. To please Pai Han-yu, he fought and caused trouble at school, but the result was that he owed Kim Ju-jin a large sum of money and was caught by Kim Gyu-jin with evidence against him. Even this stupid thing he was doing now was instigated by Pai Han-yu. Pai Han-yu gave him a knife, telling him to take revenge on Kim Gyu-jin. Are you going to let people play you like a monkey forever? Anyway, you have nothing left to lose. Yes, he was desperate, unable to return to the past. But in this darkness, suddenly a colorful hand reached out to him. The female teacher's eyes were unusually determined. Look at me, Lee Xuan-yu. Remember last time I advised you to quit smoking? Actually, there are many successful cases of quitting smoking. People say it's difficult to change one's nature, but there are people who have reformed. Although Lee Xuan-yu saw hope in the female teacher's eyes, he still struggled and ran away. Don't lie to me, I'm going to juvenile detention anyway. But he hadn't run a few steps when he was met with a heavy punch from the protagonist. The vice principal and discipline teacher were shocked. The protagonist took out his glasses from his pocket, calmly saying, "Being knocked down isn't a shameful thing. What's most important is at the moment of falling, asking yourself why you fell. If you know how to reflect on yourself like this," the protagonist adjusted his glasses and continued, "then there's hope for this person. This is what Bruce Lee said, and I've always used this quote to motivate myself." Lee Xuan-yu's eyes shook. He remembered the dream he had once written. His sister saw it and mocked him. With your nasty temper, you want to be a teacher. To be a teacher, you must treat all students equally. Li Xuanyu looked at his sister, whose grades were lower than his, and sarcastically said, "Of course, studying too." This made Li Ji furious. Here the flashback ends. The female teacher stroked Li Xuanyu's head and softly said, "Don't give up." The female teacher's breath was getting weaker. "I will make this a place where you can study, so don't give up." The next second, the female teacher finally couldn't hold on anymore and fainted. At this moment, Li Xuanyu's body began to tremble uncontrollably. He couldn't help but cry out, "Can I really still study?" After that incident, Li Xuanyu sincerely apologized to the female teacher, and because of the female teacher's plea, he only stayed in juvenile detention for 1 day before being released. And Pai Han Yu was also reported by the female teacher and was arrested by the police. The next day, Pai Han Yu suddenly opened the door of the study group. Kim Se-hyun had a ghost-like expression. "Hello, Jae-min. Can I join the study group too?" Kim Se-hyun was panicking inside. Jae-min loses his mind when he hears about the study group. He wouldn't really agree, would he? But this guy is too dangerous. The protagonist suddenly stood up. "Your name is Pai Han Yu, right?" Pai Han Yu even reminded the protagonist not to write his name wrong. But the next second, the protagonist rejected him. The reason was that in Pai Han Yu's eyes, he couldn't see any desire to go to college, let alone to study. Pai Han Yu immediately dropped his smile. "You can tell just by looking at my eyes. How do you know I won't work hard if you don't try me? If you don't give me a reasonable reason, I can't accept it." But the protagonist didn't even look at him. "Because you're a bastard." Hearing this, Pai Han Yu's expression clearly became unhappy, but he didn't argue, casually walking toward the door. "I just wanted to help you guys, but you don't appreciate it." The protagonist was a bit confused. "What do you mean by help us?" In the next second, the study group's window was suddenly smashed. The 3 people in the classroom were all surprised, but the most surprised was Kim Se-hyun. But this wasn't done by Pai Han Yu. It was a group of first-year thugs. Pai Han Yu explained to the protagonist, "Do you know what those guys you defeated have in common? They're all second-year students. In Lucheng High School, there's an unwritten rule that you can't challenge someone from a different grade, and you broke that rule. That's why those first-year students are so angry, because the protagonist always challenged second-year students. They felt the protagonist didn't take the first years seriously." Yes, the protagonist had already become famous in this school, known as the monster Yin Zai Min. Because he had challenged many famous thugs from higher grades, he had become a topic of conversation among first-year students. The most dissatisfied with this was the first-year boss, Jiang Tai-woo. Because of the protagonist's existence, the respect for him from first-year students had significantly decreased. He wanted to duel with the protagonist to determine who was better. Despite him shouting downstairs, the protagonist ignored him completely, just thinking this kid was wasting his study time. Seeing that the protagonist wouldn't come down, Jiang Tai-woo thought the protagonist was afraid, so they were going to teach a thug a lesson and make an example in front of the protagonist. It was a first-year student named Woo Jun, ranked 16th among first years. He even talked about dominating Lucheng Middle School. How laughable. And the most laughable thing was this. Jiang Tai-woo held up a piece of paper. It was the study group's club application form. This guy could be a good thug, but he insists on being a bookworm. Doesn't he know it's embarrassing? The thug said as he tore the application form in half. What he didn't expect was that the protagonist suddenly jumped down from the rooftop. Jiang Tai-woo was shocked. After all that provocation, he didn't get angry, but he got angry because of a piece of paper. The protagonist swiftly pinned Jiang Tai-woo to the ground. "Give me that application form." The first-year students who had been shouting just now were now too shocked to speak. The protagonist pressed down on Jiang Tai-woo with one hand and quickly grabbed the study group application form with the other. "Sorry, but anyone who wants to study is under my protection. This is a school of thugs where the strong prey on the weak. The strong can form gangs, making thugs with lower rankings obey their orders. The weak can only be bullied, becoming toys for others' amusement." At this moment, because his group member was being bullied, the protagonist inadvertently entered into a first-year student's dispute. There are 3 ranked thugs here now, which means this is an official duel at Lucheng Vocational High. But the protagonist knew nothing about this and was still looking at Li Jun's study group application form. Li Jun had written on the application form, "Dominate Lucheng High." The protagonist expressed great admiration for this, wanting to dominate Lucheng High with studying. That's manly enough. Jiang Tai-woo, who was being ignored ignored by the protagonist, couldn't contain his anger. He knocked off the protagonist's glasses. "What do you mean by turning your back to me during a fight?" "Oh, right, I've said whoever holds this useless paper gets beaten. Why is it in your hand?" The thug challenged the protagonist's limits again and again. In the protagonist's world, insulting studying is taboo. The thug immediately received a serious punch from the protagonist. The thug, who had been so arrogant, just now staggered. In everyone's gaze, with a bang, he knelt down. The protagonist's eyes turned cold. "I don't have time to fight with you now," but the scene of the protagonist taking down the first-year boss with one punch had been deeply imprinted in the watching thug's eyes. This was a historic moment at Lucheng Vocational High. A guy without a ranking had settled the number one with one punch, meaning the number one ranking had now changed hands. The protagonist looked at Lee Jun, who hadn't recovered yet. "Let's go upstairs." The next second, Lee Jun was kicked out by the protagonist. "You said dominate Lucheng High, but you meant dominate it with your fists. Sorry, our study group is for students to focus on studying, not to help you dominate Lucheng High." Lee Jun was anxiously knocking on the glass outside. "Isn't learning to fight also learning? I'll definitely study seriously." However, no one was paying attention to him. Lee Jun scratched his head. "What if I also study?" Just as he was about to give up, the protagonist suddenly opened the door. "Really? You really want to study?" The next second, mountains of textbooks were piled in front of him. Then the protagonist left with the words "going to visit the teacher," although there were mountains of test papers in front of him. When Lee Jun thought about the protagonist's incredible strength, he was determined to make the protagonist his master. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by. Lee Jun quickly went to pick up the papers on the ground. At that moment, a middle-aged man appeared at the door. "Are you Yin Zai-min? I suppose you've heard I'm from the Yeonbaek family, here to recruit people." Lee Jun was startled. Yeonbaek gang? It was said that the Yeonbaek gang would select high-ranking students for key training, like a country's standing army. That rumor was actually true. That person who has no interest in fighting because I've become the number one, I can't let my future master fall into danger. Thinking this, Lee Jun's eyes turned cold. "Yes, I am Yin Zai-min." Soon the protagonist returned to the school and found Lee Jun was not in the study group. Did he run away? When the protagonist saw Lee Jun's test papers, he was so excited his whole body trembled. "No, this guy absolutely cannot leave." At this moment, a voice came from behind the protagonist. The protagonist turned around. It was Park Ji-yeon, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. He knew where Lee Jun was now. Meanwhile, Lee Jun was taking the reserve army test in place of the protagonist. This oppressive atmosphere made Lee Jun uncomfortable. Soon, the middle-aged man mentioned the content of the test. The man picked up a car key. 3 thugs were standing in front of the car. The method to pass the test was very simple. Just get past the thugs' blockade and take the car key to pass. And not only would getting the car key mean passing the test, the car would also belong to him. Lee Jun's eyes immediately lit up. Really? But what he didn't know was how dangerous it was to pass the test. These 3 thugs all had criminal records. Zhang Fei Huan, ranked 17th, previous crime, robbery. Guo Guan Yu, main previous crime, assault causing injury. Finally, Shu Yufei, attempted murder. Lee Jun smiled. So that's what he was tempted by. Soon, Wu Jun charged forward. "Even if there are 3 of them, don't be afraid, I will definitely win." But the result was that he was beaten black and blue by the thugs. Soon the middle-aged man walked up to Lee Jun. Indeed, one shouldn't let emotions get in the way. "I thought you looked quite imposing, and that's why I let you come. You don't think I would go looking for someone without checking their appearance first, do you? You're really underestimating the Yeonbaek gang." Saying this, the man raised an iron bar. "It's now 8:45 p.m. reserve army test." Soon the man raised the bar. "I declare failed." But before the bar could come down, one of the small thugs was struck by a punch, flying back several meters. The study group had officially arrived. The protagonist picked up the test papers and declared, "Lee Jun, study group grade, pass." How formidable is the study group's collective strength? Lee Jun, a study group member with passing grades. Facing the menacing gang, this is the first thing the protagonist says. Since his grades qualified, Lee Jun is a member, so there's reason to save him. The protagonist quickly signals Lee Jun to come over. But in the next second, Lee Jun is struck down by a middle-aged man with an iron rod. The middle-aged man steps on Lee Jun, saying this isn't a place one can come and go as they please. Park Ji-yeon signals the protagonist to make a move. They had prepared for a confrontation with the gang, but just as the two prepare to charge, two thugs appear behind them. With one punch, they knock the two's heads together, causing them to fall awkwardly. The situation becomes quite embarrassing. Li Ji-yu inwardly sighs, calling them two idiots. Meanwhile, he confronts another thug who repeatedly calls him a short woman, making Li Ji-yu grind his teeth in anger. Soon the thug throws the first punch. Li Ji-yu dodges with a backward lean, then grabs the thug's arm and executes a shoulder throw. Short woman? Who are you calling a short woman? Instantly knocking the thug unconscious. At the same time, Park Ji-on-yi narrowly avoids another thug's attack. Before Park Ji-on-yi can catch his breath, the thug swings a wooden club wildly, which Park Ji-on-yi dodges repeatedly, but his expression remains serious. This guy seems to be swinging randomly, but each strike carries lethal force. One hit would be fatal. However, since he's swinging wildly, it means he doesn't know who I am yet. Soon Park Ji-on-yi dodges another strike, then throws a powerful punch with brass knuckles. In that case, I've already won. The middle-aged man curses under his breath. Two idiots. So next up is that person, the true freshman leader of Rochang Vocational High, Yin Zaimin. The protagonist faces the most formidable of these three thugs, knife expert Shu Yufei, an extremely cruel character. Soon the thug swings his knife at the protagonist, but in the next second, the knife is caught by the protagonist using a rolled-up test paper. This is the power of knowledge. Then the protagonist flicks the paper, causing the thug's knife to fly out of his hand. Next, the protagonist forms his hand into a palm against the thug's chest, then suddenly clenches into a fist. A single strike sends the thug flying over 10 meters. It's Bruce Lee's 1-inch punch, and the protagonist's next target is the middle-aged man. The man inwardly panics. Is this the power of Rochang Vocational High's freshman leader? But in the next second, the middle-aged man's voice calls out, Yin Zaimin! The middle-aged man catches the protagonist's fist with one hand. So what about knowledge? The protagonist's eyes widen in shock. This guy is strong. Then the middle-aged man raises the iron rod with his other hand. A vicious strike knocks the protagonist to the ground. Li Ji-yu and Park Ji-on-yi try to help, but they too are easily defeated by the middle-aged man. This guy isn't an ordinary high school thug, but a real member of the Yeonbaek gang. Looking at the fallen Li Ji-yu and Park Ji-on-yi, the man lights a cigarette. Since school just started, the freshman leader is quite pathetic. Just as he relaxes, the protagonist appears again. Seeing the protagonist approaching, the man can't counter because he's holding a cigarette. He can only defend with his leg. A roundhouse kick sends the protagonist flying. Sorry, I prefer using my right foot, but when he looks at the protagonist again, he finds the protagonist sighing in relief. The man instantly realizes the protagonist's intention. So he just wanted to lure me into lifting my foot. The protagonist looks up calmly. He must be in pain after being hit with the iron rod. Please don't step on him anymore. The middle-aged man laughs loudly. Such touching friendship. The bond in your little gang is quite deep. The protagonist throws off his jacket. No, it's not a gang, it's a study group. The protagonist lightly taps the ground with his feet, takes a stance, wondering if he can use that move, then instantly rushes forward. Uncle, since you're in a gang, you should be able to withstand this move, right? Meanwhile, the study group members Li Ji-yu and Park Ji-on-yi are unconscious on the ground. Only Lee Jun has just woken up, struggling to get up, unaware of what's happening around him. Soon a loud bang echoes, and the scene before Lee Jun instantly awakens him. The previously arrogant man now has a bruised face. With the protagonist's final punch, the gang member is sent flying, crashing into him. The man barely sits up. The protagonist follows up, his fists reaching the speed of the third universe, leaving only after images. Yes, this is one of the techniques his uncle forbade him to use, mercilessly using punches and kicks to beat the opponent senseless. A one-sided beating. Then the protagonist forms his palm again, delivering a powerful punch, ending the combo. This punch embeds the man in the car's windshield. Lee Jun is so shocked by this scene that he stops thinking, this is impossible. Were all the previous opponents just small fries? Such a powerful person actually considers me a rival. He feels his heart racing. It's the feeling of excitement. Lee Jun, coming to his senses, shouts at the protagonist, I'm actually this amazing person's rival. But he doesn't know that the protagonist meant competition in studies. The protagonist puts his glasses back on. Now these thugs are dealt with. Lee Ji-yu and Park Ji-on-yi have also regained consciousness. The study group is safe, so let's leave these thugs to the police. But before they can relax, the previously silent car suddenly speeds off. The protagonist and others look panicked. At the same time, Lee Jun spots the person he's been looking for. Could he be the fourth trial candidate the middle-aged man mentioned? Without time to think, Lee Jun reacts faster than the protagonist, quickly pushing the protagonist aside. Thank you for making me your rival. But the protagonist doesn't let him play hero successfully, grabbing Lee Jun's wrist. Meanwhile, the car speeds past. Lee Ji-yu, who just woke up, is still scolding the man, saying there's a limit to scaring people. But Park Ji-on-yi knows this person deliberately tried to run them over. The man offers an olive branch to the protagonist. first, inviting him to join the Yeonbaek gang, saying with the protagonist's strength, he could bypass the regular army and become a Yeonbaek gang member directly. The protagonist just adjusts his glasses. No, we're going to get into university. This statement makes Park Ji-yeon and Lee Ji-yu feel so embarrassed they want to find a place to hide. The man thinks for a moment. Having heard about the school organizing study groups, it seems it's not a joke. Suddenly, the man's expression darkens. I'll remember you. You little kids from Rocheng Vocational High Study Group. Then the man rolls up the window preparing to leave, but suddenly pauses. Hey, you're really ridiculous. Attending your mother's former school. Are you trying to mourn her? Hearing this, Park Ji-yeon, who was just chatting happily, pupils suddenly contract. The man continues. Your mother was killed and you still have the mood to study? Or did she leave a will telling you to focus on studying? Ha ha ha. As the man finishes speaking, Park Ji-yeon stands frozen in shock. That guy seems to know who stabbed my mother. Immediately, Park Ji-yeon chases after him on his bike. I must find him, must catch him. At this moment, Park Ji-yeon's mind keeps replaying what the thug said before leaving, seeing his mother's old clue right before his eyes. Park Ji-yeon floors the accelerator, definitely can't let that guy escape. And just as Park Ji-yeon passes through an alley with the thug's car within reach, a figure suddenly emerges from the corner. The motorcycle instantly loses control and crashes to the side. This burly man is Park Sang-in, son of a Yeonbaek gang director. He's also Chu Zai-hwang's companion. He recognizes this person. He still remembers when Chu Zai-hwang mentioned him. That fearful expression. Park Ji-yeon slowly emerges from the shadows. Move aside if you don't want to die. The thug examines him carefully. Is this the expression Chu Zai-hwang mentioned? Indeed, Chu Zai-hwang was overreacting, seeing Park Ji-yeon charging with raised fists. The burly man doesn't dodge. He even raises his hands, allowing Park Ji-yeon's attack to land. Park Ji-yeon's full-force attack seems to sink like a stone in the sea. The next second, the burly man grabs Park Ji-yeon's head, then delivers a knee strike directly to Park Ji-yeon's abdomen. Park Ji-yeon is defeated in just one exchange. Park Ji-yeon is shocked. Although his body hasn't fully recovered, he was wearing brass knuckles. Soon, the burly man slowly walks toward Park Ji-yeon. Get up, aren't you in a hurry to die? While the burly man is distracted, Park Ji-yeon glances at a nearby garbage bag. The burly man continues to provoke Park Ji-yeon. You're not still looking for who killed your mother, are you? Wasn't it in the news? Your mother died from random killing, motivated by a drunken impulse. Before the burly man could finish, Park Ji-yeon instantly erupts in anger. Shut up! My mother didn't die like that. She was targeted by those Yeonbaek gang bastards. Saying this, Park Ji-yeon picks up the nearby garbage bag, throws it at the burly man, but it's easily blocked. However, Park Ji-yeon immediately pulls out something else and slashes. The burly man's face instantly sprays blood. It was a can lid. Park Ji-yeon takes advantage of the burly man's distraction to deliver a flying kick, landing gracefully. Then gets back on the motorcycle, preparing to chase the escaping thug, but finds the motorcycle won't start. Could it be at that time? Before Park Ji-yeon can think further, the recovered burly man grabs Park Ji-yeon's hood, throws Park Ji-yeon out. The burly man's expression is cold. I've always been curious how you know so much about our operations. There's an undercover, right? Then the burly man forcefully presses on Park Ji-yeon's face, followed by the sound of beating. Soon, a hand gently picks up the keys from the ground. I've been undercover risking my life for a month. Finally, it's my turn to shine. Meanwhile, the protagonist and others haven't left. The protagonist is asking the police uncle for help, because his ominous feeling tells him that Park Ji-yeon might be in trouble, because when it comes to anything related to his mother, he might do something unpredictable. At the same time, the fat guy who tried to copy Lee Ji-yu's USB drive last time appears on a motorcycle. Just seeing this guy makes the protagonist instinctively clench his fists. The fat guy says now's not the time to discuss this. Park Ji-yeon's life is in danger. On the other side of the scene, after careful consideration, the police uncle feels he shouldn't commit police resources based on the protagonist's absurd premonition. Although the protagonist knows Park Ji-yeon shows a terrifying side when it involves his mother, he can't tell the police this. Just then the police suddenly asks, is that disoriented gang member also beaten by you guys? Hearing this, Lee Jun immediately runs out to show off. No, it was our study group leader, my rival, who defeated him single-handedly, and specifically emphasizes the word rival. However, upon confirmation, the police officer is stunned. One person couldn't possibly. After all, the opponent is a gang member, and even an official member of the Yeonbaek gang. This guy is too outrageous. But the next second, the police officer's expression darkened. Do you know you've committed a crime? Yin Zaiman and Lee Zai-yu, for violating violence prevention laws, I should arrest you immediately. The study group members are still defending the protagonist and Lee Ji-yu, but the protagonist knows. This is what teacher Han Kyung mentioned, not beautifying violence under any circumstances. But the next next moment, the police officer changes his tone. That's what I'm supposed to say, but because of the Yeonbaek gang's appearance, there has been too much injustice. They say the police are the people's shield, but if this shield has cracks, then it can't function normally. As a police officer, I can't praise you, but I can't blame you either. The police officer suddenly grasps the protagonist's hand. I should apologize to you. I shouldn't let gangs freely enter and exit the school. Then the police uncle leaves a business card and departs. The police uncle suddenly looks confident. Even if you're powerful, you'll still need the backing of a national public servant like me. Study hard, everyone. Soon, in the car, the police uncle picks up the phone to report the situation to someone else, telling everything that happened tonight in detail. The person on the other end of the phone is teacher Lee Han-kyung, who is recovering in the hospital. Meanwhile, Park Ji-on-yi is tied to a chair by several thugs. Nearby thugs are discussing, did we beat him too hard? This guy won't reveal who the undercover is no matter what. Still talking about finding who stabbed his mother, it's pitiful. Park Ji-on-yi keeps thinking to himself. He has already notified Jung Daoksun. If Zyman comes, although it's a bit embarrassing, there might still be a chance. But the thugs don't want to give Park Ji-on-yi a chance. The one with dreadlocks suddenly bends down. You won't talk. Then I'll send you to meet your mother now. At this moment, the doorknob suddenly makes a clicking sound. After a period of silence, a figure kicks the door open forcefully. Everyone looks confused. Park Ji-on-yi's first thought is that Yin Zyman has arrived. Soon the person's voice rings out. No, Yin Zyman is studying at home. I just gave him my number and this guy contacted me. The police uncle clenches his fists. Let's make this quick. It's overtime now. Never anger a civil servant during off-duty hours, because you don't know how badly they want to finish work. At this moment, the police uncle defeats the thugs one by one, under Park Ji-on-yi's shocked gaze. In an instant, all the thugs in the room are on the ground, frightening the two thug leaders into quickly getting in their car to escape. They know this guy isn't someone their underlings can handle, because this police officer is a 4-star figure on P.I. Hanyu's blacklist. But then the burly man suddenly seems to remember something. The last 4-star person was Park Ji-on-yi's mother, Woo Jinghwa. Meanwhile, Park Ji-on-yi has been untied by the police uncle. Seeing Park Ji-on-yi's hateful gaze, the police uncle feels a bit guilty, because he was one of the police officers who arrived too late back then. That year, he was pursuing Yeonbaek gang members when he witnessed such a tragedy. He still remembers the child's gaze and words, "Why are you so late? I'm asking you damned bastards, why are you so late?" That scene has haunted him to this day, and just as the police uncle's thoughts return, he finds Park Ji-on-yi already staggering away. Looking at the boy's dejected figure, the police uncle holds back for a long time before saying, "Are you hurt?" Receiving only Park Ji-on-yi's resentful gaze, the police uncle sighs helplessly. It's understandable to resent the police after experiencing such a tragedy, but you shouldn't abuse yourself like this. Soon, the studying protagonist's phone rings. The protagonist checks his phone. It's a notification from the police uncle that Park Ji-on-yi has gone home. The protagonist finally relaxes. Just then, the protagonist looks surprised. Without knowing when, the study group has created a group chat. The members are chatting enthusiastically, full of laughter and joy. The police uncle who sent the message is sitting in the office, looking at the texts exchanged with the protagonist. That Yin Zyman guy is quite interesting, and those kids all radiate positive energy. It would be nice to get closer to them. Recalling Lee Jun's excited expression when mentioning his rival, the police uncle smiles. A rival, huh? Good luck! Rocheng Vocational High Study Group. Maybe you really can change this school. On the other side, P.I. Hanyu looks at the blacklist in his hand. Want to make this a place where one can focus on studying? I absolutely won't let that happen. And on his list, the 4-star name is clearly teacher Lee Han-kyung. Seems like it's time to begin, just like a year ago. But now the protagonist still has troubles, because ever since beating up Kim Gyujin that day, Kim Gyujin has been using student council privileges to deliberately cause trouble for the protagonist. This time, under the pretext that the protagonist isn't wearing winter uniform, he makes the protagonist go home to change. Just as the protagonist is at a loss, teacher Lee Han-kyung appears from behind. The school rules say winter uniforms are required in May. It's only April 1st. Don't the student council members know the school rules? This infuriates Kim Gyu-jin, but he can do nothing against this teacher, because she once saved his life. Kim Gyu-jin snorts coldly. Fine, damn it. And Lee Han-kyung has just arrived at school when she infuriates the vice principal. What? Expel Pi Han-yu? The vice principal breaks into a cold sweat. Teacher Woo Jinghwa was also like this back then. Has that person possessed her? The protagonist has just arrived in the classroom, but finds his classmates looking at him him strangely. The protagonist quietly asks Jin Shi-hyun. He's not being ostracized, is he? Jin Shi-hyun gives him a look like he's stupid. No, quite the opposite. You've become the freshman leader. Everyone is watching your expression out of fear. But the protagonist doesn't know that, in others' eyes, he has already become a school bully who is bullying his classmates. Just then, a loud crash breaks the classroom silence. Lee Shun is lying on the ground in pain. A thug is continuously beating Lee Shun, saying your boss Lee Xuanyu says to take care of Lee Ji-woo borrowed money from me. Lee Ji-woo isn't a good person either. The protagonist is about to rush over to help but is quickly stopped by Jin Shi-hyun. This person can't be touched, because if you lay hands on him, the principal and disciplinary teacher will come. The protagonist looks confused. Jin Shi-hyun explains, he is the most hated thug among all thugs, a thug who is good at studying. First place in the freshman placement test, with 4 skill test qualifications. Jin Ho-min, known as the hope of Rocheng Vocational High. Meanwhile, teacher Lee Han-kyung is seeking help from the academic department head. She must get rid of Pi Han-yu, this scum, from the school. The academic department head's expression darkens. I can agree to your condition, but on the condition that someone from your study group gets first place in the midterm exam, can you do it? Teacher Lee Han-kyung confidently says, of course. On the other side, the protagonist is playing chess with the studious thug. The thug arrogantly says, in terms of fighting, I don't rank high. I'm just a good student who loves studying. The protagonist's expression is cold. Did you just insult Lee Ji-woo? Take it back. Jin Ho-min remains arrogant. What if I don't? Isn't Lee Ji-woo just associating with Kim Gyu-jin for money? If that's not shameless, what is? One look and you can tell he's an orphan without parents. Hearing this, the protagonist can no longer hold back, throwing a hard punch toward the thug, but stopping just before the thug's face. The class immediately becomes agitated. Didn't hit? Just saw him swing, right? This stance is really not bluffing. Jin Ho-min glances and continues to mock. Wow. As expected of the ranking leader, feeling pain without being hit. Soon the vice principal also appears at the door. Jin Ho-min turns to mock. What's the point of being the fighting leader? Jin Shi-hyun now realizes he knew the vice principal would come and deliberately provoked the protagonist. The protagonist's expression is gloomy. How many days until the midterm exam? Soon in the study group, they just held a quiz test. The protagonist scored last place again. Now thinking about what the thug said before leaving, the protagonist is shaking with anger. Suddenly, the protagonist stands up forcefully. Teacher, this midterm exam I want to rank first in the school. Teacher Lee Han-kyung is a bit surprised. Rank first. Has this child been struck by something? She hasn't even had time to mention the academic department's matter, and this child is already full of fighting spirit. But teacher Lee Han-kyung suddenly puts on a serious face. Studying isn't just about emotional drive. The female teacher suddenly sets up a whiteboard. Let's first look at the February placement test results. Lee Ji-woo and Choi Hee-won immediately show terrified expressions. Teacher, don't embarrass us. Lee Han-kyung continues to announce, Lee Ji-woo total score 42 points, average 14, school ranking 180th. Lee Jun total score 94, average 31, grade ranking 132nd. Choi Hee-won total score 56, average 19, grade ranking 162nd. Finally, the female teacher turns to the protagonist. Yin Zyman, total score 24, not average but total, average 8 points, third last in school. The protagonist instantly looks dejected. Jin Shi-hyun quickly consoles him, but thinks to himself, 8 points? Even random guessing would score higher. The teacher's voice comes. Finally, Jin Shi-hyun total score 250 points, third in school. Instantly, the whole room falls silent, each showing shocked expressions. Third in school. This guy is actually so good. Teacher Lee Han-kyung points at the whiteboard. Except for Jin Shi-hyun, the rest are all at the bottom. Wanting to improve grades in a short time is impossible, and academic performance can't rely on miracles to happen. Then teacher Lee Han-kyung smiles lightly, but Rocheng Vocational High is different from regular high schools. The female teacher slaps the table. Just follow what I say, and it can definitely be done. Soon it's time to leave school, and Jin Shi-hyun quickly makes an excuse to leave, but from his expression, there is undisguisable dejection, because his phone has a text from his father. It's almost dark. Why aren't you at the construction site yet? Still want to learn skills or not? Get over here now. It turns out that just the day before, Jin Shi-hyun brought home his third place test score to share the good news, but was again coldly dismissed by his father. Using the excuse of not being able to afford college tuition, his father told Jin Shi-hyun to quickly learn a trade. Jin Shi-hyun feels complicated. Why was he born into such a family? But at this moment, the protagonist notices Jin Shi-hyun's unusual behavior and immediately makes an excuse to leave. He must do something. Now Jin Shi-hyun is walking dejectedly on the way home. home, coincidentally meeting Choi Hee-won, with a blushing face. How about we go home together? Little do they know that several thugs in the alley have already noticed them. The thug's expression is venomous. Bring them to me. At the thug's command, Jin Shi-hyun and Choi Hee-won are captured, using Jin Shi-hyun for entertainment, wanting to see how many nose flicks it takes to make him bleed. And the person who caught Choi Hee-won is the best friend of the girl who was hit by Choi Hee-won last time. The girl continuously uses crude and vulgar language to insult Choi Hee-won. With a loud slap, a heavy blow lands on Choi Hee-won's face, making her body tremble. Only Jin Shi-hyun knows that back then, if it wasn't because she was about to transfer schools, Choi Hee-won wouldn't have had the courage to hit someone. Actually, after the fight with the gang last time, because Jin Shi-hyun and Choi Hee-won were heading in the same direction, Jin Shi-hyun walked her home. During their conversation, Jin Shi-hyun accidentally revealed his true thoughts. He always felt that being beside the protagonist was like being the sidekick in a comic who only shouts amazing from the side. If Yin Zaiman is the protagonist of the comic, he might just be a minor supporting character. But hearing this, Choi Hee-won showed a puzzled expression. Is that so? I think you're underestimating yourself. Just speaking of throwing the computer tower down in front of Kim Joo-jin last time, that's not something everyone could do. And when seeking help from the police at the station, it was Jin Shi-hyun's clear explanation of the situation to the police that got them police assistance. In short, don't look down on yourself. Recalling Choi Hee-won's smile at that time, Jin Shi-hyun gnashes his teeth in anger. If she hadn't greeted me just now, she wouldn't have been involved. He must do something thinking like this. Jin Shi-hyun bites the thug's arm, raises his hand and charges toward the thug, but Jin Shi-hyun, who has never learned any combat techniques, is still kicked down by the thug. Fallen on the ground, Jin Shi-hyun is filled with grief and anger at his own weakness. What would Yin Zaiman do? Thinking this, Jin Shi-hyun gets up again, recklessly charging toward the thug, but the thug quietly tells him that he has investigated Yin Zaiman and knows his weakness. Hearing this, Jin Shi-hyun is shocked, can only reluctantly watch as the thug takes Choi Hee-won away, saying they're going to do something else with Choi Hee-won. At this moment, a voice rings out, "Rock, scissors, paper." It's the protagonist standing next to the thug. The protagonist looks at the scissors in his hand. I seem to have won. The thug looks terrified. What are you saying? You just played paper, right? So I won. Honor the bet. Saying this, the protagonist delivers a hard forehead flick. The powerful recoil directly bounces the thug against the wall. The thug covers his injured head. Are you crazy? When did I say I wanted to play a game with you? The protagonist strides toward the thug. No, it's me who wants to play a game with you. The forehead flicking game. Jin Shi-hyun looks surprised. Game? Is this guy standing up for me? But now the thug is already humiliated, raising his fist and charging toward the protagonist. The protagonist says rock, scissors, paper, then steadily catches the thug's attack with his palm. The protagonist raises his other hand. Well, I win again. On the other side of the scene, Lee Ji-woo and Lee Jun are playing a shooting game at the arcade. Lee Ji-woo shouts aim quickly. Kill him and we win. At the same time, says along with the protagonist, blow his head open. Another hard forehead flick lands. The thug again crashes into the familiar wall. The protagonist calmly says, 2-0. Let's continue. Rock, scissors, paper. This time I choose rock. The scheming thug quickly signals to his companion behind. The thug behind immediately understands and takes out his phone, judging by their smooth coordination. This isn't their first time. Choi Hee-won quickly warns, seeing the scene of the protagonist beating the thug about to be recorded. The protagonist immediately realizes, striding toward the thug, "Sorry, I have camera phobia." Saying this, he kicks the thug's phone away, and just as the protagonist lands, another thug also takes out his phone, but the phone is similarly kicked away. The phone lands on the ground and shatters. The thug is about to turn and curse the protagonist, but is held by the protagonist's palm. I said I have camera phobia. The strong pressure makes the thug swallow the latter half of his sentence. It seems the rumor of the freshman leader being knocked down in one punch was false. Meanwhile, the lead thug has escaped in the chaos. He's the studious thug. He can use his brain to deal with the protagonist. The protagonist looks at the remaining two again. Do you want to play in his place? There are 7 rounds left, thus scaring the thugs away again. The protagonist immediately smiles. See, in the end, we win, right? But at this moment, Jin Shi-hyun behaves unusually. It's you who won. After saying this, he leaves without looking back. Returning home, Jin Shi-hyun, as expected, receives a scolding from his father. A heavy slap across Jin Shi-hyun's face. Didn't I tell you to go to the construction site? How did I end up with such a bastard son? I'd rather have you learn a trade, but you keep yammering about college. No matter how wrong Jin Shi-hyun feels, his father continues to berate him. How will the family debt be repaid if you don't earn money? The huge debt your mother left us before she died. Seeing his father's hand raise again for another slap, Jin Shi-hyun, who can no longer endure, grabs his father's wrist. Money, money, money. I didn't say I wouldn't earn it. I'll repay it after I graduate from college. Jin Shi-hyun throws his father's hand aside. With a college degree, I can earn more money and stop using mom as an excuse. Even if she owed money, she was still our family member, your wife. Ignoring his father's obstruction, Jin Shi-hyun slams the door as he leaves. Such a family environment makes Jin Shi-hyun shed tears of resentment. Just as Jin Shi-hyun is about to vent his emotions, he turns and sees the protagonist at the door. The protagonist originally came to comfort him, but unexpectedly witnessed Jin Shi-hyun running away from home. The protagonist looks worriedly at the time. In 40 more minutes it will be curfew. Seeing the protagonist, Jin Shi-hyun's mood doesn't improve at all. I know you came because you're worried about me, but you should go back. I've already heard about your family situation from Jin Homin, especially your father. You'll never understand me. The protagonist looks surprised, but still extends an invitation to Jin Shi-hyun. Why don't you come to my place first? Looking at Jin Shi-hyun's shocked expression, the protagonist continues, I don't know what you've heard about me, but just now seeing you leave home, I found we're quite similar. I can understand. Jin Shi-hyun is a bit confused. The protagonist smiles. You'll know when you get there. Let's go. Little do they know, a group of thugs are hiding nearby. They're tracking the protagonist, trying to find out his home address. It turns out that Jin Homin was taught a lesson by the male lead. He was even mocked by his sister, saying how proud Jin Homin was about being the school's #1, that he had printed the #1 on his forehead. Actually, this was from being flicked by the male lead. Jin Homin got angrier the more he thought about it. He picked up the phone and called a thug. This person is Ma Ming-hwan, the son of the Yeonbaek gang manager, who specializes in beating people up. He established a company that beats people without needing a reason. Jin Homin wanted to use this person to teach the male lead a lesson. At this moment, Pai Han-yu opened the door and came in. Hearing Yin Zai-min's name, he was a bit surprised. He slowly approached Ma Ming-hwan, saying this guy is not easy to deal with. Meanwhile, the other thugs also received notification, preparing to follow the male lead to cause trouble at his home. At this moment, Kim Si-hyun suddenly let go of the male lead's hand. She learned about the gap between herself and the male lead from Jin Homin. Thinking of her defeated father, Kim Si-hyun lowered her head. We've been living in different worlds from the beginning. I used to be grateful thinking you could understand me. You're quite amusing, pretending to be reluctant to spend even $50. Go home quickly and I'll take care of it. The male lead looked wrongfully accused, feeling upset. The male lead still wanted to keep him, but watched helplessly as Kim Si-hyun put on her headphones and gradually walked away. At this moment, the male lead's mother's message rang. He had to rush home. If he didn't go back, his mother would definitely bring up the matter of dropping out. Should he really leave Kim Si-hyun and go back by himself? At this moment, Kim Si-hyun, walking on the road, was thinking that there were still 9 hours before school opened, considering where to spend the night, but she had no money. If she went home, she would definitely be humiliated by her father again. Thinking about this, Kim Si-hyun clenched her fists. No, she absolutely couldn't go home. Just then, Kim Si-hyun happened to hear the thugs' conversation. Hearing that the thugs wanted to investigate the male lead's address. No good. She needed to quickly call Yin Zai-min to tell him someone was following him, but he didn't know a thug had already appeared behind her. The thug showed a sinister smile. Looks like there's a way to find that guy. You're Yin Zai-min's friend, right? Where does he live? Intense fear drove Kim Si-hyun to run for her life. The group of thugs immediately chased after her. But how could Kim Si-hyun, who was physically weak, outrun these thugs? Sure enough, she was discovered by the thugs again. Kim Si-hyun's heart was gripped tight. Was she going to be beaten again? Remembering past humiliation, why was he being beaten all day? Kim Si-hyun took off her headphones. He wanted to fight back. Meanwhile, the male lead hadn't left. Because he was too worried about Kim Si-hyun, the taxi had only gone halfway before he turned back. The male lead's heart was racing. It seemed he had caused trouble again. But when he recalled Kim Si-hyun's expression, it was just like his own in the past. He must be in pain. He could only go back and explain to his mother. The male lead who returned indeed found Kim Si-hyun in danger. Just as he was about to rush over, he suddenly stopped. Remembering Kim Si-hyun's disappointed look, saying she had never won against anyone before, the male lead had a sudden idea. I'll let you win. At the same time, Kim Si-hyun's phone rang. The thug's attack came at her. Kim Si-hyun dodged with a bend, then answered the phone. It was the male lead calling. Learning that the male lead was watching her, Kim Si-hyun began to look around for the male lead's position. The male lead was on the roof starting to teach. Right hand in a fist, right foot in front. Stand firm. Don't worry. Although I won't save you this time. But as long as you do as I say, you'll definitely win. Kim Si-hyun took up a stance. Damn it, let's begin. Then the male lead told her to imagine a wall on her left and use all her strength to strike. Kim Si-hyun did as the male lead said without thinking. Sure enough, miraculously, she blocked the thug's attack. The thug was a bit surprised. Was this still the same frail kid from before? Thinking Kim Si-hyun was just lucky, the thug charged again. This time, Kim Si-hyun dodged with a turn, extended her leg slightly, and tripped the thug to the ground. Kim Si-hyun was dumbfounded. Am I this powerful? Then the male lead praised Kim Si-hyun. Well done, next say this. Kim Si-hyun showed a forced smile and stammered, Is that all you've got? As expected, this successfully provoked the thug, who shouted and lunged at Kim Si-hyun. Sure enough, Kim Si-hyun easily dodged the attack again. After that, Kim Si-hyun became increasingly skillful, darting and weaving on the battlefield, easily dodging every attack. The male lead was a bit surprised. Could this kid actually be a martial arts prodigy? Kim Si-hyun pretended to be cornered, narrowly dodging the thug's punch. Soon, the male lead's voice came, Kim Si-hyun now. Because Kim Si-hyun had no training, dealing with thugs was still a bit difficult. So what he told Kim Si-hyun was to headbutt hard. As Kim Si-hyun's headbutt landed, the thug fell to the ground. That's right. What Kim Si-hyun needed now was something to help her overcome her sense of failure. Not perfect test papers, but recognition from others. Kim Si-hyun looked at the fallen thug in shock. Did I really knock him down? After the incident, the male lead asked, How does victory feel? Kim Si-hyun replied with a smile, What do you mean? It feels pretty good. Actually, he was overjoyed inside. Soon, Kim Si-hyun asked about the male lead's situation. You said we were alike. Why is that? Little did he know that the male lead's mother suddenly appeared. The male lead's mother had a gloomy face. The male lead still wanted to explain, but predictably he received a slap from his mother. Yin Zai-min, do you think I divorced your father because I wanted to see you like this? Kim Si-hyun stood there dumbfounded. Seemed like she had heard something serious. The male lead's mother spoke sternly. Don't mention any study group. Transfer schools immediately. Soon the male lead's mother asked what he had done today. The male lead honestly said, I flicked the forehead of our school's top student. Kim Si-hyun broke out in a cold sweat. She could only try to help the male lead by mentioning her rank as third in the grade, because she knew in parents' minds, academic performance was most important. But the male lead's mother showed a completely unconcerned expression. Third in grade? What does that have to do with me? It was only then that Kim Si-hyun finally understood. Yin Zai-min's mother was quite extraordinary. Kim Si-hyun, who had arrived at the male lead's home, was happily looking through his schedule, but was disrupted by the male lead's inexplicable words. I'm sorry, Shi-shan. The study group will be up to you from now on. Originally, Kim Si-hyun didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just his mother venting. But the male lead was extremely serious. My mom is a woman of her word. She'll really make me transfer. Since childhood, whether it was moving house or big things like divorcing his father, she would execute immediately after saying it and preparing. He still remembered when his mother held him, saying things that didn't match her personality, telling him it was okay if he didn't study well. Soon the male lead's mother opened the door, taking out a freshly printed paper. It was a list of schools for the male lead to choose from for transfer. By evening, Kim Si-hyun and the male lead were both lost in thought. It was then that Kim Si-hyun understood what the male lead meant when he said we are alike. She could imagine how helpless the male lead was when his parents were arguing about divorce. Soon the male lead spoke expressionlessly. Kim Si-hyun, it doesn't feel good not being recognized, does it? Early the next morning, the male lead was taken to the principal's office by his mother. The study group could only stare helplessly from outside. Lee Ji-yu knew that as soon as the principal agreed, the male lead would be transferred immediately. No one in the study group wanted the male lead to transfer. It was the male lead who changed them. It was Yin Zai-min who brought them out of the shadows. But Kim Si-hyun wasn't so worried. He had already done the psychological work with the vice principal, telling the vice principal not to miss out on a talent like the male lead. Sure enough, before long, the principal's office door was suddenly pulled open. The male lead's mother, not having received approval, angrily walked out of the principal's office. Kim Si-hyun gave the male lead a thumbs up. Great, he had done a good job. But they hadn't even had time to celebrate when the male lead's mother proposed moving house. The study group was dumbfounded. Moving house was too extreme. But looking at the male lead's mother's expression, it didn't seem to be pretense. The male lead still wanted to persuade her. He had finally made up his mind to come to this school. Only by coming to this school did he have a chance to get into university, and he had finally formed a study group. But the male lead's mother just kept staring at the classroom. Since she came in, she had seen fighting 3 times, and no teacher had come to stop it. And just as the male lead was about to say something more, a chair flew past the male lead's mother. The male lead quickly went forward to ask if his mother was hurt, but saw his mother's face getting increasingly gloomy. Zai-min, this is no longer a school. Next week, no, tomorrow we're moving. The male lead knew this time there was definitely no hope. Soon teacher Lee Han-kyung also came to the corridor, but learned about the male lead's transfer. Soon the entire study group surrounded them, each talking about the male lead's transfer. Meanwhile, the male lead had already reached the car. The male lead still wanted to make a final resistance. He had made so many efforts for what he now had, but the male lead's mother's face remained serious. She had softened her heart to let the male lead come to this school. Now thinking about it, she still regretted it. Saying this, tears unconsciously flowed. This time she would not change her mind no matter what. The male lead couldn't bear to see his mother crying, so he obediently got into the car. Soon the study group arrived, but there was no sign of the male lead and his mother. It seemed they had already left. Everyone sighed that the male lead's mother's execution was too strong. Kim Si-hyun still wanted to ask the teacher for help, but teacher Lee Han-kyung also said there was no way. Because she had been a home tutor at the male lead's house for several years, she knew the male lead's mother very well. She won't change her mind. That mother is not an ordinary person. But seeing the study group full of fighting spirit, teacher Lee Han-kyung also recalled the years she was a tutor for Zai-min. She finally came up with an idea. That was to drive and intercept the male lead's mother. They immediately got into the car, but little did they know that Jin Ho-min happened to overhear all this and was calling other thugs. At this moment, everyone in the car had tense expressions. Teacher Lee Han-kyung kept encouraging herself. The rear view mirror was adjusted, everything was ready. Soon the male lead's phone rang on the other side. It was the study group chat. We're chasing you from behind. The male lead suddenly looked back. A red car was gradually approaching him. With teacher Lee Han-kyung's skilled driving and the shortest tracking route found by Kim Si-hun, they would soon catch up with the male lead. But things weren't that simple. The next second, a group of thugs rushed in on motorcycles. The female teacher hit the brakes hard. The car stopped steadily in the middle of the road. In front was former first-year boss Jang Tai-woo. Teacher, sorry, you won't be taking half a step past here today. The study group each had serious expressions. It seemed they could only continue after dealing with these thugs. So Lee Jun directly went forward to mocking Jang Tai-woo for using such tricks to become number one, not daring to fight the male lead fair and square. Sure enough, Jang Tai-woo's face darkened, shouting directly, that guy has already exceeded human limits. I've been beaten by him, so I know he has cheats. How can I fight? But Lee Jun said calmly, Jang Tai-woo, I used to admire your masculinity, but now I despise you for using any means necessary. Since you're so afraid of Yin Zai-min, you'll have to fear me too, because I'll surpass him sooner or later. Facing Lee Jun's mockery, Jang Tai-woo couldn't take it anymore. With one punch, he sent Lee Jun flying, but Lee Jun didn't seem to be affected at all by being hit. You say you've been beaten, so you know, right? Then Lee Jun proudly pointed to himself. You think I haven't been beaten? Actually, he had already practiced combat under the male lead's guidance, and the male lead had taught him the moves that his uncle had forbidden. Lee Jun charged towards Jang Tai-woo like a cheetah, toe-stepping, delivering a knee strike, but it was blocked by Jang Tai-woo's arm. Lee Jun was a bit confused. This wasn't going as he expected, but what came was another heavy punch from Jang Tai-woo, flying out several meters again. The study group was anxious and couldn't bear to watch. If this continued, the male lead would get further and further away. At this moment, Lee Jun still hadn't given up, kicking towards Jang Tai-woo again, but this time it was blocked again. And so, Lee Jun was continuously knocked down and continuously got up. He finally realized that the guy in front was too strong. It was basically impossible to beat him. Soon Jang Tai-woo gave an order, started commanding his minions. However, the leader was caught by Lee Ji-yu. A hard slam on the back. Lee Jun followed up, one kick to take down another. Some thugs knocked on the car windows trying to break them, but they were similarly dealt with by Lee Ji-yu and Lee Jun working together. Soon the ground was full of thugs. Jang Tai-woo was furious. If it wasn't for Yin Zai-ning, he would have passed the regular army test long ago. He might even have become a member of the Yeonbaek gang, but now they weren't recruiting anymore. The more Jang Tai-woo thought about it, the angrier he got. It was all because of that guy. Jang Tai-woo threw off his jacket and charged towards the car alone, but was overtaken by the teacher, who wanted to ram through the motorcycles. Jang Tai-woo still had a glimmer of hope that the timid teacher wouldn't dare ram through, but Lee Jun came over from behind with his hands in his pockets. No, you're wrong. You don't understand, teacher Hanjing, at all. The teacher didn't crash into the guardrail because she was scared, but because she was worried about hitting you guys. If it was someone else, you would have been run over already. So, Jung Tai-woo could only watch helplessly as the car rammed through the motorcycles and drove away. Jung Tai-woo had to suppress his anger and look at Lee Jun. Do you really think you can stop me alone? Can you bear the consequences? Lee Jun grinned. Why so fierce? It's time to use what Zai Min taught me. Meanwhile, the male lead was sweating profusely, too nervous to look back. Because a red car was closely following behind, Lee Ji-yu even arrogantly waved at him. On the other side, Lee Jun's knee strike could force Jung Tai-woo to defend, but the physical difference still put Lee Jun at a disadvantage. The next moment, Lee Jun found an opportunity. A hard whip kick made Jung Tai-woo unstable, but Jung Tai-woo's defense was also amazing. He grabbed Lee Jun's leg and threw Lee Jun flying. Soon, Jung Tai-woo followed up. He was a bit surprised why Lee Jun only used kicks. Lee Jun slowly stood up. No choice. I promised someone I would only use kicks. Saying this, he lifted his leg high and gave Jung Tai-woo a solid hit. Actually, even after joining the study group, he never gave up on dominating the school, because he had been bullied since childhood. At that time, it was a boy called Auntie who protected him. Looking at the weak Lee Jun, that boy still encouraged him. You will definitely be able to protect others in the future. He was not obsessed with ranking, but wanted to repay that boy's trust. But until now, he wasn't a match for the top few ranked people. So under the guise of studying hard, he got guidance from the male lead, practicing kicks day and night, finally mastering an ultimate kick named the Dragon Big Brother kick, just as Lee Jun, who had just been knocked down, leaped high into the air again, delivering a powerful kick towards Jung Tai-woo like a mighty dragon breaking through the sky. This was the Dragon Big Brother kick. The inspiration for this move was a Bruce Lee movie, The Big Boss, the story of Bruce Lee defeating heartless employers to uphold justice for his co-workers. He wanted to become the big boss of our city. As the kick landed, Jung Tai-woo fell straight down. At the same time, Lee Jun also fainted due to exhaustion. This completely trapped Jung Tai-woo. Come back quickly, Yin Zai-min. At this moment, on the other side, teacher Lee Han-kyung successfully called the male lead's mother and arranged to meet at a restaurant. After a while, Jung Tai-woo suddenly opened his eyes, remembering that he had fainted after seeing Lee Jun's shoe sole. Could it be that I, ranked number 1, lost to someone ranked 17? Unable to accept the reality, Jung Tai-woo anxiously woke Lee Jun up. This can't get out, or should I just kill this kid in the street? And just at this moment, a young man riding a motorcycle with an iron rod knocked Jung Tai-woo flying. The thugs wanted revenge, but were easily dealt with by the young man. It was Park Ji-on-yi appearing. Park Ji-on-yi immediately asked where teacher Lee Han-kyung was now. He needed to get there quickly. If he guessed correctly, Lee Han-kyung was in danger now. At this moment, teacher Lee Han-kyung was trying to persuade the male lead's mother to change her mind. But with the male lead's mother's decisive personality, even she, as a teacher, was powerless. Such a school full of violence, as a mother, she absolutely could not tolerate it. And just when everyone thought there was no hope, teacher Lee Han-kyung suddenly stood up. Auntie, why are you avoiding violence? Lee Han-kyung looked determined. You weren't like this before. Hearing this, the male lead's mother showed a surprised expression. Even the male lead, as the person involved, was a bit confused. What was the teacher saying? Teacher Lee Han-kyung walked towards the male lead's mother, saying something that shocked everyone. Wasn't it you, Auntie, who encouraged me to change this school? At the same time at the school, the principal was looking at a petition in shock. It was from teacher Lee Han-kyung to have the police investigate the poaching by Ro Cheng Vocational High School. Teacher Lee Han-kyung and the police were working together, planning to completely eliminate the Yeonbik gang's influence in Ro Cheng Vocational High School. As expected, P.I. Han-yu also got the news. P.I. Han-yu looked at the message on his phone. Seems like they need to know we're not to be messed with. Meanwhile, a group of Yeonbik gang thugs were swarming towards a restaurant. The target was where teacher Lee Han-kyung and the male lead's mother were talking. How cool was this teacher? Facing dozens of thugs, she calmly turned around. She wanted to continue persuading the male lead's mother to withdraw the transfer decision. The male lead's mother was a bit surprised. Was this still the harmless teacher Hanjing? That's right, she was no longer that simple home tutor since the day Park Ji-on-yi's mother, who was also her teacher, passed away. Actually, she used to be a bad student too, a listless girl who could daydream in class. It was Park Ji-on-yi's mother who changed her. Even though she was delinquent, she never gave up on her, making her become what people called a genius girl. That day, Park Ji-on-yi's mother was delightfully telling embarrassing embarrassing stories about teacher Han Jing, making teacher Han Jing extremely uncomfortable. Lee Han Kyung always believed her teacher could change that school, but good times didn't last, because Park Ji-yeon's mother wanted to change Rochang High School and touch the interests of the Yeonbaek gang. Soon there was an accident, and her only way to change Rochang Vocational High School was to inherit her teacher's will. At the same time, she couldn't give up on any student. She was determined to keep the male lead, and just at this moment, a thug attacked teacher Lee Han Kyung from behind. As the attack got closer and closer to teacher Lee Han Kyung, everyone was helpless. Suddenly, the male lead's mother kicked the thug flying, crashing heavily into a table. The whole place went silent. The study group was dumbfounded. Is this the power of genetics? The male lead's mother's expression turned cold. I'm in a very bad mood right now, you brats. That's right. Yin Zai-min's mother was Chun Mei-xian, the director of the Taekwondo Association. The thugs who were arrogant just now were now nervous. Led by the male lead's mother, the study group was extremely cocky. Today, Auntie will teach you guys a lesson. The thugs were a bit confused. Damn, they thought the male lead's mother was his weakness. Didn't expect she was actually his strength. At this point, one of the thugs had a change of heart and prepared to leave. Even if this was Pai Hanyu's order, it was too much for so many people to deal with one teacher, but the dreadlocked leader just calmly looked at his phone, turned back and said sinisterly, "Your sister looks quite cute." The thug immediately stopped. The Yeonbaek gang had leverage on him. He had no choice. Soon, with a point of the dreadlocked man's finger, all the thugs swarmed in. A red-haired thug led the charge towards teacher Lee Han Kyung. Lee Ji-yu suddenly appeared, followed by a backslam. These people are enough for me to practice with today. Looks like I can skip the dojo for a day. The male lead anxiously explained to his mother, Lee Ji-yu is not a bad student who loves fighting. His dream is to become a teacher. Soon more thugs charged up. The male lead and his mother fought together, one punch each. The male lead's mother was a bit angry. You dare to openly fight in front of your mother. The male lead explained it was all a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, the trash duo was discussing whether to do something. Kim Si-hyun gritted her teeth. No, I'm no longer a coward. Continuing like this will still lead to being bullied. I must do something. And at this moment, a thug was preparing to attack from behind. Suddenly, Kim Si-hyun stood up nervously but accidentally crashed into the sneaking thug. Ouch! What's that? Kim Si-hyun held her head in pain. At this moment, the male lead's mother had completely changed her view of the study group. She didn't expect Yin Zai-min could gather so many friends, so many people studying with him. The male lead's mother was a bit surprised. Could it be that the conversation with the next-door auntie when he was little was overheard by Yin Zai-min? And Yin Zai-min didn't have many friends before. Now he also brought friends home. Should have prepared some fruit to entertain them at that time. Meanwhile, the fight was raging. Teacher Lee Han Kyung took out her phone to call the police. Just as she pressed it, she found the dreadlocked man was already in front of her. The male lead wanted to stop him, but it was too late. With a loud crash, teacher Han Jing's phone fell to the ground. The thugs all quickly ran outside. The male lead thought the matter was resolved. When he opened his eyes again, what he saw made his heart stop. His mother had blocked this strike for teacher Han Jing. Blood was continuously flowing from her head. Soon, Lee Jun and Park Ji-yeon, who had just arrived, saw only Lee Ji-yu crouching on the ground in shock, and an ambulance that had just left. On the other side, the male lead was pulling his tie. It's not over yet. At this moment, the male lead looked at the thugs in front of him. Yes, it was all their fault. If it wasn't for them, his mother wouldn't have become like this. The male lead took the initiative to fight for the first time in the entire drama, grabbing a thug and throwing him aside like trash, then walking towards the next one. The thugs kept begging for mercy, but now the male lead in front of them was like the Grim Reaper, but it was useless. A kick sent the thug to be with the sun, but the dreadlocked man was confident because they had Fang Shang Ren. On the other side, Park Ji-yeon was rushing towards the male lead. Actually, he had recognized teacher Lee Han Kyung from the beginning. He knew Lee Han Kyung was his mother's most outstanding student, and also knew teacher Han Jing wanted to help his mother fulfill her unfulfilled wish. So he helped out in the equipment room. But the petition was something he never expected. Sure enough, this consequence occurred. Soon he, hiding on the side, discovered the male lead facing off against Fang Shang Ren. Park Ji-yeon was terrified. Why did it have to be this guy? At that time, his brass knuckles were blocked by this guy's muscles. Could the seemingly frail male lead handle it? Soon Fang Shang Ren raised both hands to catch the male lead's punch, just like when he dealt with Park Ji-yeon. Park Ji-yeon was already nervous. This time it would definitely be like when he faced him. But Fang Shang Ren's standard boasting line, not enough muscle, hadn't even been said. The next second, intense pain hit him, making him stagger. Before he could catch his his breath. The male lead raised his foot again. It was his uncle's forbidden technique, the fifth form dragon crossing river 5 continuous kicks. The big guy hadn't stabilized. The first form one-sided beating had already arrived, each punch landing solidly. The thug had no defense whatsoever. With the final kick, the big guy was already tortured beyond recognition. Park Ji-on-yi, hiding on the side, was already stunned, looking at the male lead's expression, calm to the point of being terrifying. Is this the difference in strength? The next second, Park Ji-on-yi quickly ran out from the corner, shouting that they must catch the dreadlocked man, but the car had already gone far. The male lead at full speed instantly overtook, both feet landing on the car roof, showing a fierce expression, "Get down." But unexpectedly, the car suddenly accelerated, throwing the male lead into a nearby garbage pile. Park Ji-on-yi quickly asked the male lead if he was okay, but saw the male lead clenching his fists, trembling all over. How could I be okay? Yes, his mother was injured severely right in front of him. How could he be okay? So, Park Ji-on-yi, don't worry about me. The next morning, the male lead was alone at home, putting on his backpack to go to school. Everything was the same as usual, but the style had become strange. At school, Jin Kui-jen was checking people as usual, but saw a student wearing an autumn jacket pass by. At this time, Pai Han-yu was on the roof talking with several thugs. He had gathered all the strongest fighters of this school. Basically, all the thugs had arrived, except Fang Shang-ren, who still hadn't come, as the rooftop door slowly opened. Is it Fang Shang-ren? No, it was the male lead who rushed out. Found you, Pi Han-yu. Yes, the instigator of all this was Pi Han-yu. The thugs who hurt his mother were also instructed by Pi Han-yu. At that time, Park Ji-on-yi told him calling the police was useless, because even the police couldn't do anything about Pi Han-yu. The male lead spoke calmly, "No, don't call the police. I'll handle it myself." At this moment, the male lead leaped up, kicking hard towards Pai Han-yu, who was caught off guard. But unfortunately, the male lead was held back by other thugs. Pai Han-yu showed his arrogant smile again. He thought the male lead was already helpless, so he walked towards the male lead and mocked. "You think you're good at fighting? What's the use of being good at fighting? To get by out here, you need power and background." Patted the male lead's face, know when to stop. After speaking, he opened the rooftop door to leave, leaving the male lead to be dealt with by several experts. After leaving, he still mocked the male lead for being an idiot, daring to come up alone. Let those 3 guys teach him a lesson. On the rooftop, the thugs threw the male lead hard on the ground. A fierce-looking blonde guy wanted to deal with the male lead alone. Although we're thugs, we're not the kind of hooligans who would gang up on a junior. The male lead was serious for the first time. This guy was not simple. Still remember the last meeting with Park Ji-on. What Park Ji-on-yi said? The reason Pai Han-yu joined this school was because of these 3 people, known as the 3 thugs of Rocheng Vocational High School, especially the leader, Kim Soon-chul, who was the most difficult to deal with. Hearing Kim Soon-chul say he wanted to deal with the male lead alone, the thugs were about to leave, but were stopped by the male lead. "Come back! All 3 of you solve this together." Kim Soon-chul was displeased. This guy who had just been bullied still dared to talk big. The male lead's expression turned cold. If what Park Ji-on-yi said was true, these 3 were Pai Han-yu's shields, then they all needed to be eliminated. The male lead's heart raced, his expression fierce. To avenge his mother, he needed to remove these 3 obstacles. But soon the male lead discovered something strange. Suddenly his shoulder was kicked. A thug had somehow gotten to his left side. Soon another thug attacked from the right rear. The male lead was punched flying, both hands on the ground. He stood up abruptly, dodging 2 attacks at once. But the next second, a tiger-like punch hit the male lead's abdomen. The trio's coordination was flawless. On the other side, Pai Han-yu smiled with narrowed eyes. When choosing schools back then, it was because of these 3's coordination. Even fighting against the Yeonbaek gang's action team leader, they could fight very comfortably. That's why he decided to choose this school. Let these 3 become his shields. Yes, if not a Superman, one would definitely be defeated by these 3. But at this moment, the male lead showed a confused expression. The reason he was defeated was because his heart wouldn't stop racing. He suddenly remembered what his uncle had told him. This condition of his is called hesitation. Yes, the male lead had a fatal flaw, which was the desire for battle. Facing powerful enemies, he would unconsciously get excited. So his uncle told him to stay calm in situations. The ultimate of martial arts is no technique. His uncle's words kept repeating in the male lead's mind. Martial arts are divided into 3 levels. The water cup of the 3rd rate is turbulent. The water cup of the 2nd rate is calm. And 1st rate masters empty their water cups, desireless and undemanding, they can reach the peak. This time, the male lead took up his stance again, with no impurities in his eyes. Soon the thugs gradually surrounded him. The male lead calmly raised his hand to block the first attack, body tilting to avoid the second, then leaning back, one hand on the ground to take down the second. Facing the last blonde, the male lead lead extended his arm to block, and Kim Soon-chul also noticed the male lead's unusual state. This guy looks much calmer than before. That's right, mental training is the basic skill of martial arts. But soon Kim Soon-chul got distracted. Wait, how do you say mental in English? Seems like I saw it in the vocabulary book. Really want to take out the vocabulary book and check. But the next second, the male lead seized the opportunity with an uppercut. Kim Soon-chul quickly suppressed his OCD, extended his palm and used his ultimate technique, Tiger Fist, emerging from the mountain. A series of attacks forced the male lead to defend passively, and just when the attack was at its fiercest, Kim Soon-chul suddenly covered his eyes and retreated. That's right, he was poked in the eye by the male lead. The male lead approached again with his fist raised, but the two thugs on the side had already arrived. Before the male lead's fist could land, they would beat him flat. Facing this situation, the male lead showed a mischievous smile. Yes, he was waiting for this moment. Using his uncle's forbidden third move, despicable tactics. One hand grabbed the thug's ponytail, the other hand grabbed a gold chain, smashing the three together. And so the three were taken down by the male lead together. Actually, winning was simple, just not very honorable. Then the male lead opened the rooftop door, by the way. What class is Pi Hanyu in? Now it was his turn. When a person is extremely angry, they become calm instead, thinking of his mother who is still unconscious in the hospital bed. The male protagonist is filled with guilt. This school is not good. In an instant, every scene from this school flashed through the male protagonist's mind. If he had kept the curfew promise to his mother and abandoned Kim Si-hyun, if he hadn't saved Lee Jun from the Yeonbai gang, if he hadn't formed a study group in this garbage school, if he hadn't helped the teacher, if he hadn't come to this school, none of this would have happened. The male protagonist carelessly drops the study group flyer, letting it flutter away. The male protagonist's expression is calm. Yes, it's all this broken school's fault. But in the next second, he catches the falling flyer. The male protagonist looks at Pi Hanyu's classroom. No, I just wanted to help my friends. Just wanted to study. It's not my fault. It's you, Pi Hanyu. With this thought, he grabs the door of Pi Hanyu's classroom. He's going to beat Pi Hanyu up right now. But the next moment, his hand is stopped by Park Ji-on-yi, telling him not to act on impulse. The male protagonist is a bit confused about why Park Ji-on-yi is here. It turns out Park Ji-on-yi has been looking for him all day. He had already checked the rooftop and learned about the male protagonist's next target. Don't be impulsive. Do you want to make your mother sad again? It's morning assembly time now. This homeroom teacher, Ho Sang-min, has already been bought by Pi Hanyu. If Sam Chill is Pi Hanyu's shield, then this person is Pi Hanyu's safety device. With this person around, the consequences of moving against Pi Hanyu are unimaginable. Park Ji-on-yi's face darkens. Although he has no evidence, he knows his mother died because of Pi Hanyu, but the Yeonbaek gang's influence is so great that even the police are helpless against them. Park Ji-on-yi looks painfully at the male protagonist and says, "You know what? I've thought about stabbing him to death more than once or twice, but I need to find the right opportunity, because otherwise Pi Hanyu won't receive any punishment. Only I would become a murderer." Soon the broadcast sounds, telling all students to gather in the auditorium. Students gradually leave their classrooms. The male protagonist glances over. Pi Hanyu is watching him from a distance, looking somewhat surprised, as if saying, "How is he appearing here without a scratch?" But the next moment, Pi Hanyu arrogantly points a finger. He knows the male protagonist can't do anything to him. Park Ji-on-yi turns his head. "Yin Zai-min, let's go to the auditorium first," only to find the male protagonist has disappeared. When he spots the male protagonist again, he's already charging toward Pi Hanyu. In front of many students, he lifts Pi Hanyu up. Pi Hanyu calmly says, "Why do you insist on playing a game you can't win?" The homeroom teacher reacts quickly, hurriedly scolding the male protagonist to let go. The male protagonist takes a light breath and puts Pi Hanyu down. The next moment, his fist lands on Pi Hanyu's face with a bang. Everyone is shocked. The air goes quiet. Pi Hanyu's expression turns cold. He pivots his foot and delivers a side kick right at the male protagonist, sending him flying. Soon the male protagonist stands up again. The students finally start getting agitated. Did I see that right? He hit Pi Hanyu. Are they going to fight? Pi Hanyu turns and gives orders to the homeroom teacher. The homeroom teacher quickly restrains the male protagonist. Looking at Pi Hanyu, who is about to walk away, the male protagonist speaks softly. "How does it feel? Painful, right?" "Yes." The burning pain on his face constantly reminds Pi Hanyu that he's been hit. The male protagonist continues, "I've always found it strange. I've always wondered why everyone is afraid when they hear your name. It turns out people just don't want to offend you, so they try to stay away from you. So you've always had this misconception, actually. You're just an ordinary person too, and it hurts when you get hit." The male protagonist calmly says, "Don't get too full of yourself." The male protagonist is soon taken to the office by Ho Sang-min, who says he'll call the male protagonist's teacher. But the male protagonist pays no attention to what Ho Sang-min is saying. His eyes only see a paper filled with English writing. X is such a special name. Then he directly ignores Ho Sang-min and starts looking through a translation book. Meanwhile, the school's annual morning assembly has already begun. All students in the school must attend. The members of the study group are all among them, except for Yin Zai-min. Soon the vice principal comes on stage to speak, with the first words targeting the petition from teacher Han Kyung. Someone actually said our school is a breeding ground for gangs. This has ruined the school's reputation. It's absurd. Come up and explain, teacher Lee Han Kyung. Teacher Han Kyung has no choice but to go on stage, but being accused of insulting the school so severely, she hesitates, not knowing how to explain. At this moment, a figure gradually walks toward the stage under everyone's gaze. It's the male protagonist who has arrived. He takes off his glasses, recalling each violent incident that has happened at this school. What was written on that English notice was, people usually choose self-destruction when extremely sad, only complaining about their circumstances. But when people are extremely angry, they seek change. The male protagonist speaks firmly, I came to change this school. The principal is about to stop him, but is held back by the academic director. Wait, let's hear what he wants to say. The male protagonist begins, starting today, I announce that during the midterm exam period, to create a good learning atmosphere, I will completely eliminate the evil forces in the school. Pai Hanyu's disciplinary action will officially begin, though his voice is emotionless. It sounds like thunder in the students' ears. This is a declaration of war. This speech is undoubtedly declaring war against Pai Hanyu, and even the entire Yeonbaek gang. The vice principal now has a dark expression. Even the most foolish person knows. These words will completely change the school's situation. The originally turbulent undercurrents in the school will become surging waves from this moment on. At the same time, the three thugs knocked out by the male protagonist on the rooftop have woken up. Thinking about being beaten by a freshman rookie makes them feel humiliated. In contrast, the first thing Kim Soon-chul did upon waking was to check his vocabulary book. He finally knows how to pronounce spirit in English. Another thug quickly reminds him, we got beaten up. If Hanyu finds out, we're done for. But bad news arrives soon. Word of them being beaten has already spread, and Pai Hanyu was also punched once. The thug becomes more panicked. Will we lose our positions in the reserve forces? The blonde remains calm. If we lose it, we lose it. At worst, we just won't run errands for them anymore. Even being grabbed by the collar, Kim Soon-chul says without hesitation. We have ways to make money besides fighting. We can just quit. At this moment in the hallway, students are still passing on the male protagonist's declaration from the morning assembly. The blonde walks along and suddenly kicks a paper ball. A study group? He seems quite interested. That day, Kim Soon-chul went to the hospital to visit his grandfather as usual. His grandfather has a hobby, which is reading. His grandfather tells him, the only way to improve one's value is through learning, but he coughs up blood due to emotional excitement. The doctor tells him if he can hold on a little longer, his grandfather has a good chance of recovery. Kim Soon-chul walks slowly down the hospital corridor. Let's hang on a bit longer then. At this time, he happens to meet the male protagonist who came to visit his mother. Their eyes meet. Kim Soon-chul is surprised. Why is he here? Kim Soon-chul learns about his mother's situation from the male protagonist. No wonder he recklessly charged at Pai Hanyu that time. Such a disgusting thing happened. The male protagonist asks in return, why do you listen to Pai Hanyu so much? The blonde's expression darkens. He's also under duress. But at this time, Kim Soon-chul's phone rings. A panicked voice comes through the phone. Soon-chul, are you at the hospital now? Quickly find a place to hide. They've come for you, but it's too late. Two thugs have already appeared in front of them. The thugs look coldly. Pai Hanyu told us to teach you a lesson. The next moment, the male protagonist suddenly appears in front of the small thug. Sent by Pai Hanyu? You want to teach me a lesson? The ignorant little thug even asks the male protagonist to leave his name. Just as the male protagonist is about to speak, Kim Soon-chul pushes him away. Get lost, kid, then leaves with the thugs. Kim Soon-chul glances at the male protagonist from a distance. He has a good impression of this kid. He doesn't want the male protagonist to get involved with these people. But a sentence from the male protagonist behind makes him pause. Aren't you going to study anymore? The little thug looks back. Is he talking to you? Kim Soon-chul pretends not to care. How could that be? Watching Kim Soon-chul walk away with the thugs, the male protagonist is a bit puzzled. Does he really not like studying? At this time, a buzzing sound is heard. It's Kim Soon-chul's phone that he forgot to take. And the caller is Kim Soon-chul's grandfather. The male protagonist has no choice but to visit the grandfather on Kim Soon-chul's behalf, correcting test papers for Kim Soon-chul's grandfather. He discovers that the grandfather is very enthusiastic about learning. Just because he got 4 questions right, one more than yesterday, he was extremely excited. The grandfather tells the male protagonist, what's important important is not how many questions you got right. When he was a child, he sold newspapers to earn money to buy bananas. And to sell more newspapers, he had to learn to ride a bicycle. He made a complete fool of himself for this. But when he earned a lot of money and got to eat bananas, he found that wasn't his true happiness. True happiness was the process of learning to ride a bicycle. And for his grandfather, learning is just like riding a bicycle back then, finding patterns through repeated practice, and thus becoming happy. Just as the male protagonist is about to leave, the grandfather calls him back. By the way, student, if you see Soon-Chul, don't forget to tell him how joyful learning is. The male protagonist recalls Kim Soon-Chul's dropped vocabulary book, and Kim Soon-Chul, who was just taken away by the thugs. When all of this connects together, the male protagonist suddenly understands. The next day, the male protagonist comes to the study group and finds Officer Ro Tae-won is also there. Officer Ro Tae-won's expression turns cold. Let me get straight to the point. A murder happened last night. Officer Ro Tae-won holds up a newspaper. The murderer is the person in this photo. Officer Ro Tae-won suspects it's the work of the Yeonbaek gang. With that, Officer Ro Tae-won grins. He wants the study group to infiltrate the Yeonbaek gang, disguised as reserve troops to gather intelligence. The study group members are completely confused. Lee Ji-yu is the first to stand up and object. This is too outrageous. You're asking students to join a gang. Everyone thinks this is a bit unreliable. They don't know how deep the waters are in our city's largest gang, the Yeonbaek gang. They could go in and never come out. Who can guarantee they won't face danger? But at this moment, the male protagonist suddenly stands up. What do we need to do? Everyone thinks the male protagonist has gone mad. How could he make such a decision? The male protagonist raises his head, but I don't have time anymore. If his mother is discharged from the hospital, she will definitely process his transfer. He must change this school before his mother is discharged. Lee Jun comes out to explain. Although Luching Vocational was already a famous school for troublemakers before, but before the Yeonbaek gang got involved, it was just minor incidents. The situation wasn't so serious. Everyone finally understands. That is to say, to completely change this school, they must eradicate the Yeonbaek gang. Not long ago, the male protagonist went to the hospital to visit his unconscious mother. He told his mother his decision. I plan to have a fight to the death with the guy who put teacher Han Kyung in danger. I know you wanted me to transfer schools because you were worried about me, but I did this anyway. I'm sorry. And behind him, his mother suddenly spoke. You're really impossible. No matter what I say, you won't listen. Do what you want. The male protagonist is a bit moved. Mom, don't worry. At this point, Lee Jun slaps the male protagonist's shoulder, interrupting his memory. Count me in. How could I watch my rival take all the glory alone? Lee Ji-yu looks exasperated and runs toward the male protagonist and the others. Count me in too. Thinking carefully, if the Yeonbaek gang isn't eliminated, her good-for-nothing brother might cause trouble when he gets out. Officer Ro Tae-won immediately approves. Reserve Force uniforms have already been prepared for them. They will replace the 3-person team they previously defeated. Currently, 2 of them are in the police station showing signs of repentance. They're the cheer-up and reform duo. The remaining one doesn't seem to have fully repented, but he's still helping us investigate the reserve forces. In a few days, the Yeonbaek gang will hold a reserve forces meeting. The 3 head to a pool hall to gather intelligence, because the middleman doesn't know what they look like. So now the 3 of them are named Zhang Feihuan, Shu Yufei, and Guo Guanyu. At this point, the messenger is still hesitant. Li Ji-yu puts on a fierce expression. What are you dawdling for? Just say it quickly. Unexpectedly, this really worked to get the intelligence. Ro Tae-won says, using this opportunity, we'll round up Kim Soon-chul and those ignorant kids. But the male protagonist raises a question, officer. Is Kim Soon-chul really the murderer? I don't think he's the type to do such a thing. This makes Officer Ro Tae-won a bit doubtful. On the night before attacking the Yeonbaek gang, the male protagonist walks home alone. He still can't believe that Kim Soon-chul would do such a thing. At this moment, a figure suddenly bumps into the male protagonist. The male protagonist takes a closer look and sees it's the little thug who was with Kim Soon-chul. The male protagonist can't help but bend down to ask, did Soon-chul-hyung really kill someone? Hearing this, the thug is stunned. Then he bursts into tears. That's a false accusation. Soon-chul-hyung is not the murderer. Just as the thug is about to continue, a man walks out of the shadows. Stop talking nonsense. The person was killed by Kim Soon-chul. He volunteered. Got it? The male protagonist stands there clenching his fists. Suddenly turns around. I knew it was like this. You bastards! He is the son of South Korea's largest gang leader, Pai Han-yu. He has dominated Lucheng Vocational for 3 years now. But at this moment, Pai Han-yu's expression in the base has become extremely grim. The male protagonist's declaration of war at the morning assembly seems like a nightmare he can't shake. That guy was still so arrogant this morning, and that bold teacher even directed her spearhead at him. It seems it's time to teach him a lesson. With that thought, P.I. Hanyu dials his subordinate's phone. You care about that guy with the vocabulary book, right? P.I. Hanyu smiles slightly. How about doing this? At this moment, the male protagonist is playing chess with the Yeonbaek gang's thug. Kim Soon-chul's friend looks at the person in front of him, trembling. He is the person in charge of training the reserve forces. Even reserve forces with a bit of fame fear him. Known as the Messenger of Hell, the male protagonist recalls the thug's crying confession earlier. Even if Kim Soon-chul needed money badly, he wouldn't do that kind of thing. Those people must have threatened Kim Soon-chul with his grandfather. And when Kim Soon-chul took the car given for the reserve forces test to sell for money, wanting to give his grandfather medical treatment, all that money was taken by these shameless guys before it could save a life. Kim Soon-chul's companion can't stop sobbing. I know my request is a bit shameless, but aren't you very capable? Just once, just this once, please help us. At this moment, the male protagonist dodges the thug's attack, then delivers a heavy punch that sends the thug flying. The thug is a bit dazed. What just hit? It must be an iron ball. Definitely an iron ball. You despicable guy. The male protagonist assumes a fighting stance. All right, I'll help you even 100 times if necessary. 3 days later at the police station, Officer Ro Tae-wan and his colleagues have rolled up their sleeves, ready to go. The male protagonist and others have also arrived at the office building for the reserve forces meeting. Besides giving these scum what they deserve, they have another goal. That is to find evidence that Soon-chul-hyung is not the murderer. But soon, they are stopped by the thugs at the entrance, because the male protagonist and the others are new faces. But the names Guo Guanyu, Xu Yufei, and Zhang Feihuan are on the list. Thinking they must be newcomers, they let them in. Just when everyone thought they were safe, a thug's eyes turn cold and calls the male protagonist and others back. The thug leans against the doorframe. Wait, the one with glasses, you're Guo Guanyu, right? The male protagonist says yes, but thinks to himself, has my identity been exposed because of that incident? The group discussed countermeasures. Since that's the case, they'll just have to deal with them. At this point, the thug speaks. Why are you carrying a backpack? Do you think you're going to a cram school? The thug next to him grins widely. The thug slowly closes the door. If you don't want to embarrass yourself, leave the backpack and then come in. The group immediately breathes a sigh of relief. Since they've successfully infiltrated, the operation begins. Step 1 is to secretly take away the evidence. According to what Kim Soon-chul's companion said that day, the 4th floor is the office of the Yeonbaek gang's action team leader, Chu Zai-sheng. Chu Zai-sheng's knife should be there, evidence that can prove Soon-chul-hyung is not the murderer. That person is the real killer. At this time, Chu Zai-sheng is with several thugs preparing to go downstairs for the gathering, and the male protagonist group has also sneaked to the 4th floor through the fire escape. Lee Ji-yu quietly opens the door to check the situation, but suddenly slams it shut. Lee Ji-yu looks panicked. They're coming towards us. Why are these guys using the stairs instead of the elevator? But they can't worry about that now. They need to hide first. Soon, Chu Zai-sheng flings the door open. That broken elevator, when will it be fixed? Seems like they'll come to repair it tomorrow. But at this point, a small thug suddenly pauses. I think I heard a door closing sound from the rooftop. I'll go check. But Chu Zai-sheng just thinks he's being paranoid and continues walking downstairs. At this moment, Lee Ji-yu and Lee Jun, hiding downstairs, flash mischievous smiles. His ears are quite sharp, but he heard wrong. Let's take action now. Wait, where's Yin Zai-min? The two are a bit speechless. At this time, on the other side, the thug has reached the rooftop. He looks around, finding no one, so he closes the door and walks back. Not long after, the male protagonist jumps down from above. Phew, almost got discovered, but the person should have left, right? And when the male protagonist is about to open the door, he suddenly freezes. No way, the door is locked. At this moment, quite a few thugs have gathered on the 2nd floor. Several small thugs are discussing Kim Soon-chul, who is taking the fall for Xu Zai-young. The thugs all sigh. Once he gets out of prison, won't he get promoted? Just don't know how many years he'll have to serve. Chu Zai-sheng is probably coming to the gathering to reward this person. But Kim Soon-chul's expression is dark. To protect his grandfather, he can only do this. Sorry, Grandpa. Meanwhile, Lee Jun and Lee Ji-yu have also been discovered by the real Xu Yufei. Lee Jun charges forward. Leave this to me. You continue the mission. At the same time, Officer Ro Tae-wan and his team have also arrived. Confronting the thugs at the door arrogantly, will you move aside voluntarily or be forced to? At this time, Lee Jun has already exchanged a move with Xu Yufei. Xu Yufei couldn't figure out why these guys would appear here, but he just needs to beat them. While Lee Jun gives a pitying look at the little thug in front of him. You just got out of the police station a few days ago and you're already here causing trouble. Lee Jun points, right? Let you become that. What was it called? I remember. The Cheer Up and Reform Youth. At this time, the reserve forces are all having their gathering on the 2nd floor. It's more like a tribute meeting than a gathering. The thugs are all bringing various stolen goods to pay tribute to the Yeonbaek gang. The one who ranks first in tribute will get a prize, and the one who ranks last will be punished. Soon, at Chu Zai-sheng's command, a small thug stands out. Chu Zai-sheng delivers a heavy blow with a club, sending the thug flying. Yes! This is the Yeonbaek gang, no matter what reason you entered the organization for. Once you're in the organization, anything happens, you can't easily leave. As Chu Zai-sheng brings down another blow, see, this is what happens when you pay the least tribute. At this point, everyone finally understands. Chu Zai-sheng had no intention of rewarding Kim Soon-chul, who took the fall for him at this gathering. His reason for attending this meeting was purely to satisfy his interest in beating people. And just as Chu Zai-sheng raises the iron club again, Kim Soon-chul grabs the club from behind. Please don't hit him anymore. But what greets him is a heavy kick from a thug nearby. You little brat, you took the fall for the boss and now you think you're somebody? Don't push your luck. On the other side, Lee Ziyu has successfully infiltrated Chu Zai-sheng's office and found Chu Zai-kyung's murder weapon, but she doesn't know that two small thugs have also found her. Lee Jiayu takes down one thug and runs out with a knife. At the same time, Officer Ro Taiwan and Huang Dai-gyun have also reached the second floor, charging towards the thugs, ready to fight, while the male protagonist is stuck on the rooftop because the door is locked. No matter how hard he kicks, it won't open. He had no choice but to send a text message to his companions first. The male protagonist adjusted his glasses. He might as well improve his midterm exam scores. Can't waste time. Due to the special nature of their vocational school, teachers will tell students the exam answers word for word in class. Just memorize the answers thoroughly and there's no problem. Just as the male protagonist is reviewing, Teacher Han Kyung's call suddenly comes in. The male protagonist is momentarily nervous and drops his review book. The male protagonist is a bit panicked. No, it would be terrible if he lost it. Chu Zai-sheng, because of the police's arrival, has sneaked out. The textbook happens to hit Chu Zai-sheng on the head. The male protagonist points from the rooftop. If you touch that, you're finished. It turns out that the one who framed Kim Soon-chul for murder was Pai Han-yu. 3 years ago, Kim Soon-chul and others defeated Chu Zai-sheng. Chu Zai-sheng has held a grudge ever since. Pai Han-yu took this opportunity to bring up the past. The reason Dad gave you the precious knife he used is because you are the person Dad trusts the most. Don't you want to take revenge for what happened before? Pai Han-yu's expression is cold in the base. Yin Zai-min, if you hadn't provoked me, I wouldn't have been so ruthless to Kim Soon-chul. When you find out you can't change anything, you'll know how insignificant you are. And at this time, the male protagonist who just threatened Chu Zai-sheng quickly shrinks back. No, he can't expose himself now. Chu Zai-sheng looks at the notebook in his hand. The name is Yin Zai-min. If there weren't police around, I would have gone up to catch you. With that, he takes the male protagonist's notebook and leaves. At this time, in the third-floor corridor, Lee Jun is exchanging punches and kicks with the real Zhu Yufei. Lee Jun is gritting his teeth, thinking, should he use the move Jae-min taught him last time? But unexpectedly, Zhu Yufei sees an opportunity and pins him to the ground. Zhu Yufei steps on Lee Jun's shoulder. You think I beat you with a knife last time? Zhu Yufei takes out a utility knife. You lost because you're just a rookie? And you're still so arrogant without knowing your limits. With that, Zhu Yufei puts the utility knife against Lee Jun's face. Tell me why you came here, or I'll carve the word rookie on your face. In a daze, Lee Jun recalls what Kim Si-hyun said. Learning is like boiling water. You can't see any changes before the temperature reaches the boiling point. But once it reaches the boiling point, the water becomes turbulent. At this moment, Lee Jun suddenly raises his leg, kicking Zhu Yufei away. Lee Jun glares at Zhu Yufei in front of him. The boiling point is today. Lee Jun wipes his wound, so this is what it feels like to be cut by a knife. It really hurts. Then delivers a kick squarely to Zhu Yufei's face, successfully kicking the knife away. The previously disadvantageous situation suddenly becomes one-sided in Lee Jun's favor. But when Lee Jun approaches again, Zhu Yufei suddenly stands up and slashes forward. Lee Jun painfully looks at his hand. It's been cut. When did he pick it up? Before Lee Jun can think, Zhu Yufei makes several more slashing moves, finally cornering Lee Jun. A vicious slash is about to end Lee Jun's life. Then the thug kicks Lee Jun's wound a few more times. Aren't you tough? Get up again. Zhu Yufei looks at the lifeless Lee Jun. Is he dead? Now we can't get any information. And just as Zhu Yufei is about to leave, a hand suddenly lands on his shoulder from behind. It's Lee Jun who is suddenly revived. Lee Jun takes out his phone from his clothes and throws it in Shi Yufei's face. If it weren't for this, he would have been finished. At this moment, Lee Jun suddenly recalls a move he once witnessed. That cool strike made Lee Jun excited. Can I use that backflip move too? At this moment, Lee Jun's figure seems to overlap with Yin Zai Min's. A flying kick lands on Shu Yufei's chin. Though the landing is a bit awkward, he successfully defeats Shu Yufei, but Lee Jun no longer has the strength to stand up. Lee Ji-yu should have gotten the item by now. At this time, on the other side, Lee Ji-yu with the knife in her mouth is running desperately. Two small thugs are in hot pursuit, finally cornering Lee Ji-yu. No choice. Lee Ji-yu has to take down one of the thugs, but at the same time, she also exposes the electronic ankle monitor on the thug's leg. Lee Ji-yu is stunned. In Korea, an electronic ankle monitor means a sex offender. The thug's expression suddenly becomes terrifying. I just love that disgusted expression of yours. That clueless little girl had the same expression, but when that look changed from disgust to fear, I get especially excited. She even jumped to her death. What a fool. Lee Ji-yu's hand holding the knife trembles continuously, then completely turns to anger. You scum. Lee Ji-yu, having lost all reason, frantically charges at the scum, but falls right into the scum's trap, being drugged. The scum calmly looks at Lee Ji-yu. Oh, you're about to pass out. Lee Ji-yu is drugged by the thug, taken to the rooftop by the scum, who is about to do something unspeakable. At the same time, the male protagonist on the roof notices this scene, but the roof door is locked. The male protagonist can't get out. And at this moment, Kim Soon-chul, who should have been taken away by the police, suddenly appears. It turns out that just now, Officer Roh Tae-won used his special technique to take care of all the small thugs on the second floor, but Kim Soon-chul still appears intent on turning himself in. No matter what the officer says, he killed the person. His attitude is firm. You won't leave unless you arrest me. He has no other choice. He knows these scumbags' methods. They would definitely go after his grandfather. But hearing this, Officer Roh Tae-won calmly takes out a cigarette and asks Kim Soon-chul why he killed the person and how many times he stabbed him. Kim Soon-chul still has an apologetic expression. His acting is top-notch. He stabbed him 3 times. They had an argument, so he killed him. Officer Roh Tae-won looks up thoughtfully, then turns back with a look that seems to see through everything. Do you really plan to give up your life like this? Officer Roh Tae-won slowly says, according to the investigation, the person was only stabbed once, and the wound is very clean. It's clearly from a small knife, not your big axe. Sorry, all evidence indicates you're not the murderer. Can't accept your confession. Kim Soon-chul starts to panic, officer. I really killed him. But before Kim Soon-chul can finish, his companion lands a punch on his face. Grabbing Kim Soon-chul, he delivers several punches. He needs to make this guy wake up, but he gets thrown aside by Kim Soon-chul. What else can I do? They specifically named me to take the fall. If I don't listen to them, I'll definitely face retaliation. This might be the price I pay for using that dirty money to treat Grandpa's illness. Kim Soon-chul's companion is silent for a moment. He knows that no matter how he persuades Kim Soon-chul now, it won't work. He has no choice but to let Kim Soon-chul know the truth. Soon-chul, Grandpa probably can't hold on for a few more days. During the 3 days you were gone, we went to see Grandpa. The doctor told us Grandpa was just experiencing a temporary improvement before death. Grandpa has held on for so long, there must be some kind of willpower supporting him. The doctor didn't tell him because he was concerned about Kim Soon-chul's feelings. Kim Soon-chul's expression freezes instantly. His companion grabs Kim Soon-chul's shoulders. Even if you can't become an excellent person while Grandpa is alive, you can't let him see you become a criminal before he dies. And that guy with glasses, they came to help you. At this moment, Kim Soon-chul, who has been knocked down again, recalls the male protagonist's words from before. Aren't you going to study anymore? He charges at the thugs again. At the same time, Lee Ji-yu also wakes up, takes down one of them. You're not fighting alone. It's 2 against 2. If you have any ideas, let's go together. But the result is getting beaten up by 2 thugs. They grab their hair and drag them out. How could 2 students be a match for the Yeonbaek gang's thugs? But Lee Ji-yu, being dragged by her hair, has a smile at the corner of her mouth because she heard the sound of chains being unlocked from upstairs. At this time, Kim Soon-chul's companion is looking at the open door, panting.
I'm sorry. This is all I can do. The rest is up to you.
Meanwhile, sensing danger, the 2 thugs looked in the same direction, a dark figure standing in the doorway. The thug upstairs was looking at the items spilling out of the protagonist's backpack. What's that thing? As a whooshing sound came through the air, the protagonist was swinging his staff with a swooshing sound. Sorry everyone, I'm late. Uncle's forbidden technique, the 8th move. Death game, double staff dance. Looking at the thug who was dragging his companion, his eyes filled with killing intent. For his first nunchaku combat practice, the protagonist was extra serious. First, he had to control his strength not to kill anyone. He raised his hand and gave the thug a hit, bending down to deliver another strike. The thug was completely bewildered. Is that guy swinging nunchaku? How does it have such power? Then the protagonist lightly jumped, with both feet leaving the ground. When the third strike of the combo fell, the thug flew up, crashing heavily to the ground. Li Ji-yu showed an approving expression. Four Eyes Maniac is impressive. The protagonist slowly picked up the small knife on the ground. Is this the evidence that can prove Soon-chul's innocent? Just then, Kim Soon-chul quickly warned the protagonist to be careful, but the thug had already reached the protagonist. One punch sent the protagonist flying hard. The thug started showing off. Is this all you've got? This is the first time I've seen someone use nunchaku in person, and such heavy ones at that. Soon the protagonist came at him again. The thug took the opportunity to pick up the nunchaku from the ground and clashed with the protagonist once. Sorry, but Big Brother has also practiced nunchaku for a while. I'll use this to beat you. What's going on? Why are the nunchaku bending? The thug looked at the nunchaku in his hands, not knowing what to do. How did he use such a light thing to send people flying? At this moment, the two people on the roof were shocked by the metal door that had sunk in. The protagonist spoke expressionlessly. That's because I used all my strength. At this moment, the thug recalled his companion's report. When he heard that Wu Chang-ho, who was responsible for digging up people, had been defeated, he didn't care much. He just thought Wu Chang-ho was getting old and useless. That's what he had always thought. But after actually fighting with the protagonist, he realized it wasn't that Wu Chang-ho was useless, but that this guy was a monster. The thug simply threw the nunchaku on the ground, then undid a button, taking off his clothes. A monster? Back in the day, I was also a monster in others' eyes. Now I can get some practice. Li Ji-yu fanned the flames from the side. That guy's a sex offender, J-Min, kill him. The protagonist took his stance, raising his nunchaku. With a glance to the side, he dodged the thug's punch and countered with the staff, hitting the thug in the face. But the thug seized the opportunity. A knee strike hit the protagonist's abdomen hard, then glanced at the protagonist. That's it. That's the expression. You who appeared like a savior, yet defeated by unexpected power, destroying what others cherish. Feel this sense of guilt. Nothing is more exciting than this. Then the thug raised his fist, gave the protagonist one final blow. You'll be destroyed by my hands today. This blow sent the protagonist flying several meters, crashing into the garbage pile behind. The thug revealed a smug expression. The savior has exited. Let's see what you'll do. But he didn't know the protagonist had already appeared behind him. So weak. I'm too disappointed. The protagonist's face was full of disappointment. Big Brother Dachel told me you were especially fierce. That's why I specially brought nunchaku. If I had known, I wouldn't have bothered. Saying this, the protagonist swung his nunchaku again. You think with just these skills you can destroy others' lives? One strike fell. The thug was still looking for the protagonist's figure when he saw attacks coming from another side, only to see the protagonist. Every time he wielded the nunchaku, he could deliver a strike to the thug's vital points. Just like that. The thug didn't know how many times he was hit by the protagonist, finally enraged, instantly closing the distance with the protagonist, grabbing his nunchaku. The thug revealed a smug smile. Hey, got you. This is the fatal flaw of nunchaku. Once grabbed, or if the distance is closed, it's over. But the protagonist paid no attention, just slightly raised his other hand. The thug was a bit surprised. Is this pose the inch punch? But when it hit, he found it was nothing serious. Li Jiayu was a bit nervous. It seems at such close range, even this maniac can't generate power. But only Kim Soon-chul could tell. He had heard his master say before, power generation is generally called 3 types according to distance. When the distance is about 10 feet, it's called foot power. At about 1 inch, it's called inch power. Finally, at a distance of less than 1 foot, almost 0 distance attack. That's the ultimate power generation. Only to see the protagonist say softly, "Let me first make your internal organs shatter." Uncle's forbidden technique, the 4th move, 0 distance punching, splitting force, like a meteorite attack, knocked the thug unconscious. Afterwards, the protagonist gradually walked towards Kim Soon-chul. You're free now! Come back to school with us. Let's study together. Kim Soon-chul wept bitterly. Please let me study with you. After persistent efforts, the study group finally found evidence that Kim Soon-chul was not the murderer. Now all they needed to do was take this knife to the police station to clear Kim Soon-chul's name. But the next second, something unexpected happened. A group of police suddenly appeared. You don't need to go. We've already come. Saying this, they put handcuffs on Kim Soon-chul. Li Ji-yu and the others hurriedly said they had evidence. But the police turned back with a fierce expression. You root success high school scum, shut up. Meanwhile, Officer Ro Taiwan was playing chess with the real culprit Chu Zai-sheng, who had escaped. Chu Zai-sheng looked out the car window with a sneering smile. If it was just him alone, Today would be his death day, but who would have thought the protagonist would arrive? Officer Ro Taiwan was surprised. "What are you doing here, kid?" The protagonist said he was here to get his textbook back. To avoid more trouble, Chu Zai-sheng had to give the textbook to the protagonist. Looking at the protagonist's attire, he thought the protagonist was also one of the regular army. But why isn't this kid afraid to stare at me directly? Chu Zai-sheng didn't want to think too much. Better get rid of this kid first. But unexpectedly, the protagonist suddenly spoke, "Uncle, you're Chu Zai-sheng, right? The real murderer of the Harbor murder case." Officer Ro Tae-wan was shocked. "I wasn't wrong after all. Wasn't Ian Zai-min just passing by here?" The protagonist's expression remained unchanged. "Uncle, aren't you the murderer?" Hearing this, Chu Zai-sheng raised his palm to teach the protagonist a lesson. Officer Ro Tae-wan took the opportunity to move behind him, delivering an elbow strike, interrupting Chu Zai-sheng's spell. Chu Zai-sheng thought for a while and finally understood. This kid and that policeman are working together. Chu Zai-sheng turned to glare. "Why are you so persistent? Didn't Kim Soon-chul confess?" "Officer, don't wrong innocent people. By the way, Officer Ro Tae-wan, let me ask you, how many people do you think would attend your funeral if you died?" At this moment, memories flashed through Ro Tae-wan's mind. He had always acted according to his sense of justice. Even facing his superiors' distrust, he could remain calm and angry, doing things his own way, because he didn't want those tragedies to happen again. He wanted those bullies to get the revenge they deserved. Before Ro Tae-wan could finish his thoughts, there was a bang from the back of Chu Zai-sheng's neck, causing a ton of damage. Chu Zai-sheng was full of question marks. He hit his head on the car door and lost consciousness. Officer Ro Tae-wan was sweating, looking at the unconscious Chu Zai-sheng. Is this the divine palm? Meanwhile, the protagonist picked up Chu Zai-sheng's phone. The incoming call was from Youngkon Construction Byun Sungin. Officer Ro Tae-wan answered the phone. The voice immediately came from the other end. "Big brother, you're amazing. You directly took out that real estate guy." Officer Ro Tae-wan gave the protagonist an okay gesture. It was indeed because of construction disputes. Now the evidence is conclusive. But what about Kim Soon-chul? Meanwhile, on the other side, Lee Ji-yu and Lee Dae-cheol were restraining two police officers. The police were still dragging Kim Soon-chul, intimidating him verbally. They're obstructing justice and won't get away either. Lee Dae-cheol anxiously shouted, "Kim Soon-chul, run! If they take you back and force you to confess, it's over. Think about those who have helped you. Don't give up, you idiot." Kim Soon-chul's expression darkened. He violently turned and threw the police flying. He had to stall until the protagonist and Officer Ro Tae-wan arrived. But the next second, the police raised a taser. Instantly, terrifying electric crackling sounds echoed on Kim Soon-chul. Looking at Kim Soon-chul's painful expression, the police felt nothing, feeling wronged. "Who told you to get involved with gangsters?" Meanwhile, Officer Ro Tae-wan and the protagonist were rushing there. The protagonist wasn't worried because he knew brother Soon-jae wouldn't give up easily. At this time, Kim Soon-chul had been hit by a taser but remained standing and held on until the protagonist and others arrived. Only then was he lifted onto an ambulance. Officer Ro Tae-wan presented Chu Zai-sheng's evidence to the mustached officer, successfully proving Kim Soon-chul's innocence. The protagonist looked at the scene before him. Is everything over now? Soon the protagonist returned home. By the way, why did teacher Han Kyung call me at that time? Why do I have an ominous feeling? With a click, the door of the protagonist's house was opened by teacher Han Kyung. "Jae-min, you're back?" The protagonist was dumbfounded. "Why is the teacher here?" The terrifying Route High 3 sages were actually so kind. After helping Kim Soon-chul clear his name in the study group, they successfully retrieved Kim Soon-chul's grandfather's life-saving money. Looking at the bank book containing a large sum of money, both showed sinister, evil smiles. "Why don't we secretly use some money to buy supplements for Grandpa without Kim Soon-chul knowing? Come on, it's finally time for us to show filial piety." Looking at the two's cheerful silhouettes, Kim Se-hyun was sweating. They looked quite terrifying. Soon a figure rushed anxiously towards Kim Se-hyun. It was Choi Hee-won who came over. She heard that Ji-woo had fought and almost got a concussion, so she came to check. The two quietly opened the door. The scene before them left them speechless. Almost forgot, these guys are all crazy. Scene changes. Now the protagonist is also speechless. This woman actually wants to live with him. Teacher Han Kyung turned innocently. "No choice. It's your mother who asked me to take care of you," Inner thought. "Actually, I persuaded her with great effort." The protagonist showed a guilty expression, remembering his mother's injury and teacher Han Kyung's appearance afterwards. So, the teacher has always cared about that incident. Suddenly, teacher Han Kyung took an interrogation posture, by the way. "Where did you go yesterday? Looks suspicious." The protagonist felt a bit guilty, nervously fleeing to his room. Suddenly remembered that today he should study Korean. The protagonist paused at the door. He felt that the teacher didn't need to feel guilty. Instead, he should thank the teacher. At this moment, the protagonist was studying hard. Without taking notes, I would definitely get this question wrong in the exam. Fortunately, I successfully retrieved the textbook. Vaguely, the protagonist recalled what Officer Rote-1 had said. I think you're a natural-born police material. Then Officer Rote-1 smiled playfully. What's wrong? Don't want to be a police officer. Then what's your dream? The protagonist answered without hesitation. Go to university. But Officer Rote-1 looked serious. Although I haven't been to university, so I'm not very clear. But there should be very few people who would say their dream is to go to university, right? Yes, the protagonist's dream since childhood was to become a university student, to become someone like his father. But what is his real dream? At the same time, he also reminded the teacher who had been peeking at the door. Teacher, how long are you planning to watch me? Teacher Han Kyung smiled awkwardly and came in. Kind of missed the days when I was your home tutor. Now just a month as a teacher, and it feels like I've been through a lot. This is when the protagonist finally asked his question. Teacher, do you think becoming a university student is a dream? It seems Jae-min has also started thinking about this question. Teacher Han Kyung felt a bit pleased. That's right, dreams are problems that can trouble people for a lifetime. Becoming a university student is more of an identity rather than a profession, so it can't be considered a dream. The protagonist felt a bit dejected, so I'm a dreamless salted fish. That's when Teacher Han Kyung's words came again. Even if you change it to doctor, chef, singer, or other professions, they can't be considered dreams. They can only be considered tools. When you know what you want to do with this tool, then you can say you have a dream. Actually, dreams don't need to be that great. If Jae-min's dream is to become a university student, then what kind of university student do you want to become? Living in his father's shadow. All he thought about was studying hard to get into university. He hadn't thought about what kind of university student he wanted to become. He remembered that former home tutor. She was seriously talking to him about dreams. To become a teacher who can lead children towards a beautiful future. Soon, the teacher's voice interrupted the protagonist's memories. How is it? Does it taste good? The sunset's glow illuminated the protagonist. How to say it? It's amazing. Teacher Han Kyung was stunned, raised her hand and punched the protagonist's head, revealing a relieved smile. Eat more. Meanwhile, the protagonist's morning assembly speech resounded in everyone's heart. Now it's midterm exam period. We don't fight for power or status, nor for crime. We just want to eliminate all factors that hinder learning. For those who desire to study, that's all. At this time, 2 of the 3 sages of the campus were chatting on the street. One was curious. Why were you so certain that Chu Zhe-chong was the real murderer? What if it was someone else? Lee Dae-chil took off his mask. It was a very reliable person who told me. Seems like his name was Park Jeon-ye. Park Jeon-ye raised his head, thoughts flying. Remembering Yin Zai-min who had punched Pai Han-yu. Maybe his words were really possible. A few days later, the peaceful life ended. The real battle was about to begin. Midterm exams coming. After going through a lot, the midterm exams finally began. This was an exam with difficulty beyond imagination. Kim Se-yoon was writing answers comfortably. This question is too easy. Wouldn't everyone get full marks? However, the reality wasn't like that. Actually, only he thought it was easy. Everyone in the study group looked at the exam papers in confusion. Some even used pen caps to guess answers. The protagonist who finished the exam felt completely drained. Legion opened the exam room door excitedly. The answer to the 9th question must be 1. At the same time, Lee Ji-yu also opened the door. Bullshit, it's clearly 3. While everyone was arguing whether to choose 1 or 3, the protagonist was trembling holding the exam paper because he confidently chose 5. At this time, a figure at the door was watching this scene. Now, the Southern Yeonbaek Gang Reserve Army has completely disintegrated. A boy holding a phone revealed a smile. Sorry, Yin Zai-min? Seems like I underestimated you. Then let this guy deal with you. On the other side, Kim Soon-chul, who just came out of the exam room, was running desperately because he heard from a companion that his grandfather was about to pass away. But they said his grandfather still insisted on taking the TOEIC exam. The doctors couldn't stop him. Hearing this, an inexplicable emotion welled up in the protagonist's heart, gradually clenching his fist. At this moment, Kim Soon-chul was running like a madman. Grandfather, I'm taking you to the exam now. But the next second, he was blocked by a group of thugs. Pai Han-yu told them, as long as they took out Kim Soon-chul, they would restore their reserve army status. Hearing this, Kim Soon-chul gritted his teeth. It's this Pai Han-yu again. You kid just won't stop, huh? Saying this, he instantly charged towards the thugs. Meanwhile, at Urshi General Hospital, grandfather couldn't hold on anymore, looking at the book, slowly closing his eyes. But Kim Soon-chul still hadn't arrived. Grandfather felt regretful, originally wanted to let Sung-jae see himself walking out of the exam room with style. It seems like the things he had worked hard to learn wouldn't be put to use before he left. Just then, a voice emerged from the darkness. The protagonist appeared before his eyes with a midterm exam paper, looking at grandfather's haggard appearance. The protagonist looked serious. Grandfather, are you ready? Meanwhile, on the other side, Kim Soon-chul was already injured all over. The thugs from earlier were already scattered on the ground. Kim Soon-chul, using his last strength, finally reached the hospital, running at full speed towards Grandfather's ward, grabbing his companion and throwing him aside to look at the ward. The two sages covered their faces and cried, "Sung-jae, don't open the door! Grandfather is taking an exam." At this moment, the protagonist was holding a radio for Grandfather, playing English listening. Grandfather was using his last strength to complete the exam. At the same time, on the other side, Teacher Han Kyung was on the phone. "I understand. Destroy the exam paper immediately after it's over. Don't worry." The study group. Everyone was trying their best to maintain order in the hospital. Although this was an exam with no record or recognition, Grandfather had put in all his effort, so don't open the door. At this moment, Kim Soon-chul outside the door was already crying uncontrollably, remembering what Grandfather had said. The only way to improve self-worth is through study. Study is not just endurance, nor is it reluctance, but a kind of joy. "Sung-jae, I believe you can do it too, because you are my grandson." This was Grandfather's last words to him. Soon Grandfather's funeral was held. Kim Soon-chul looked at Grandfather's will with a bit of confusion. Just then, the protagonist arrived. Kim Soon-chul spoke softly. "Can I join the study group too? Isn't it said that it's never too late to learn?" 2 months later, in an abandoned factory in M District, the dreadlocked man was injured all over. "What are you going to do with me? What's your purpose?" Looking at the black figure at the door with a trembling voice, "Are you trying to take over the Yeonbaek gang?" Park Ji-ye spoke softly. "All this is just because of my personal grudge. I want to make those who took away my loved ones suffer unbearably. That's all." This boy had been hiding his strength all along. On the surface, he was Park Ji-ye, a student from class 1 to 8 of Root Success High School. But behind the scenes, he was actually the bare-knuckle fighter Noah. Now he finally stopped hiding his strength, working with Chubby. First, they found the administrative department head who colluded with Pai Han-yu. One moment still smiling, the next moment saying something shocking. "Teacher, I want to ask you, how does it feel to be a student's running dog?" "Teacher, bark for me." Chubby, who was hiding on the side, was sweating. At this moment, the administrative department head was still confused. "Ji-ye, what did you just say?" Park Ji-ye's expression was calm. "I said you're a running dog." The administrative department head grabbed Park Ji-ye's collar. "What did you say, kid?" But was thrown off by Park Ji-ye. "You know Teacher Woo Jung-hwa, right? When Teacher Jung-hwa was killed a year ago, it was you who threatened and induced other teachers to cover up this matter, right?" Park Ji-ye became more agitated as he spoke, because if Pai Han-yu was investigated, then your acceptance of bribes to arrange positions for other teachers would be exposed. So at that time, no one assisted in the investigation, because of your despicable and shameless fear. The panicked administrative department head didn't notice the mark below him. Soon, as a glass bottle fell, it happened to hit his head. At this time, Park Ji-ye was on the roof terrace looking at the administrative department head's phone. Then today's next target is the Yeonbaek gang manager's son, Ma Ming-hwan. He established a company for fighting without reason. Those who find him to fight are usually victims of school violence. If we just talk about this matter, we can say he's doing a good thing. But he will exchange the weaknesses of the clients and give them to the perpetrators. In the end, there will be intensified violence. "That guy is a pure devil," Chubby was muttering to himself. But the next second, he was grabbed by the arm by Park Ji-ye. The scars of self-harm were clearly visible. Park Ji-ye was a bit angry. "Hey, wake up." Yes, Jang Daoksun was once a victim. He suffered all kinds of torture because of him, while that bastard at the top of the food chain took pleasure in it. At this time, Jang Daoksun was standing in front of Ma Ming-hwan. Although it had been a long time since they met, his whole body was still trembling. Jang Daoksun was a bit relieved. Sure enough, this guy still doesn't remember a small character like me. But the next second, he was held at gunpoint by Ma Ming-hwan. "Fat pig, you think I don't remember you? I remember each of you clients clearly, because you're all precious toys. Say, what are you planning by suddenly inviting me here?" Park Ji-ye, realizing something was wrong, carried cement and descended from above, first taking out a thug, then searching through the smoke, finally finding the position he had marked. He had worked at this construction site for a whole month just to get the terrain here. Now everything here was his weapon, and this pillar was the load-bearing column of this floor. As Park Ji-ye kicked hard, the entire building made a rumbling sound. Soon Park Ji-ye threw a punch towards Ma Ming-hwan. Ma Ming-hwan panicked and blocked with the gun handle. Ma Ming-hwan looked up abruptly. "Who are you?" When he saw who it was, Ma Ming-hwan revealed a contemptuous smile. "Oh, it's you?" Then kicked out. "Ha ha, Park Ji-ye, you're pitiful enough? Feeling aggrieved? After all, your mother died so tragically. These words successfully angered Park Ji-on-ye, raging and fighting with Ma Ming-hwan, but he soon lost his rationality and was knocked down by Ma Ming-hwan with a punch. Ma Ming-hwan laughed. Sorry, I'm not like the trash you fought before. I'm the son of the Yonbei gang manager. Then, with a vicious expression, my experience is much richer than theirs. But Park Ji-on-ye had also prepared for this battle, using his advantage of familiar terrain. Leading Ma Ming-hwan all the way to the roof, Ma Ming-hwan revealed a smug smile. This idiot has been cornered by me, right? Then I'll finish him on the roof. But he didn't expect Park Ji-on-ye to suddenly slow down, turning to command Jung Daoksun. Soon the escape route was blocked by a pile of building materials. With a bang, the toy gun in Ma Ming-hwan's hand also broke. Looking at this scene, Ma Ming-hwan was shocked. Actually, from the very beginning, Park Ji-on-ye had been setting up, each time performing just right. He had hidden for a whole year for today. During this period, except for Yin Zai-min, no one had seen through him, because truly poisonous snakes always wait for the right moment. Park Ji-on-ye smoothed his hair. Then let me reintroduce myself. Bare-knuckle fighter Noah. Park Ji-on-ye is no longer hiding his strength. Long ago, he never gave up a chance to avenge his mother. He even sought help from a friend's uncle to learn bare-knuckle fighting. This is an extremely cruel fighting technique, with no protective measures in the arena. Matches where opponents are beaten until bloody and broken, only ending when one side falls or surrenders. To learn this technique, he trained his body until it was covered in wounds, no longer hiding his strength. With just one punch, he shattered Ma Ming-hwan's gun. The fist storm only allowed Ma Ming-hwan to desperately dodge. Suddenly, Park Ji-on-ye stretched out his leg to trip, seizing the opportunity to land a punch. With a bang, the sound of ribs breaking, Ma Ming-hwan's face instantly became distorted. But besides bare-knuckle fighting, there was another vertical punch, which is also connected to traditional Chinese martial arts, a move often used by boxing champion Tyson in ordinary boxing, called the American hook. Park Ji-on-ye delivered a strike. The screen even turned blood red in Ma Ming-hwan's horrified gaze. One punch sent Ma Ming-hwan flying over 10 meters. Park Ji-on-ye slowly approached. Where is Auntie? And how much do you know about the murder case a year ago? Ma Ming-hwan laughed in extreme anger. Wasn't he cornered by this guy? Pi Han-yu should have known this guy wasn't simple. Why didn't he warn me? That's too inconsiderate, considering we're brothers who have been through thick and thin together. Suddenly, Ma Ming-hwan seemed to think of something. Right, this guy seems to have a fatal weakness. Thinking this, he punched Park Ji-on-ye in the abdomen. Isn't it the left side? Oh, it's the right side. And when Ma Ming-hwan swung again, Park Ji-on-ye had already dodged by getting close. Once people think they have the upper hand, they become careless, and he would use this point to achieve surprise victory. But what he got was only Ma Ming-hwan's calm gaze. Sorry, Park Ji-on-ye, I was also waiting for you to become careless. Saying this, he kicked towards Park Ji-on-ye's head. Park Ji-on-ye revealed an unwilling expression. Sorry, Mom. And just at this moment, a voice rang out. Tiger fist, tiger's gaze. At the same time, the building materials blocking the roof suddenly burst open. Ma Ming-hwan and Park Ji-on-ye both looked in one direction. Ma Ming-hwan, so it was you guys who did this? Daring to touch student council members is like challenging me. Route Success High School Student Council President and Cheer New Face Youth, Kim Soon-chul appears. Now this battlesuit has filled up a whole warehouse at the police station, all prepared for the Yonbei gang thugs. Kim Soon-chul was the first to apply. The full-scale war begins from this moment. Ma Ming-hwan turned around and mocked. Daring to touch student council members is challenging you. You haven't forgotten, have you? Your student council president position was also arranged by Brother Han Woo. Since when did you become so responsible and start meddling? Saying this, Ma Ming-hwan raised his foot again. At the same time, Kim Soon-chul rushed towards him. Tiger fist tiger out of the forest. With a bang, Ma Ming-hwan was thrown back even in a defensive state. With a thud, the phone fell to the ground. Then Kim Soon-chul flashed. Tiger fist tiger retreat mountain technique, a series of punches leaving Ma Ming-hwan unable to defend. Park Ji-on-ye was a bit stunned. This guy seems quite powerful. What kind of boxing is he practicing? And Ma Ming-hwan already had broken ribs. Why does he still have strength to fight? The more Park Ji-on-ye thought, the more hateful it was. He couldn't even handle a Ma Ming-hwan. How could he take down Pi Han-yu? How to avenge his mother? Again, it's others helping me. Meanwhile, Park Ji-on-ye suddenly noticed the phone on the side. Auntie calling. Park Ji-on-ye quickly noted down the number, followed by a text message. Brother Min-hwan, what happened? Brother Sai-hwan went to find you. Park Ji-on-ye's face was horrified. Shon Si-hwan, this name, I remember Jang Daoksun had had mentioned him before. At this time, on the other side, Ma Minghuan flew out again, looking at Kim Soon-chul's terrifying expression. Ma Minghuan could only persuade Kim Soon-chul to join the Yeonbaek gang, trying to gain a lifeline. Kim Soon-chul's expression was stern. "No, I don't need these. I want to go to university." Ma Minghuan laughed in extreme anger. "University? That's fucking funny. You're not being influenced by that Yin Zai Min, are you?" And just at this time, a ponytailed man suddenly appeared. "Tiger Fist is not so easy to deal with, so it's better to take me out more often. Don't always keep me in the martial arts hall." Meanwhile, Park Ji-an-ye raised his fist ready to sneak attack, but saw the ponytailed man's expression change. One is wholeheartedly avenging his mother. One wants to turn over a new leaf, and I need to solve these two. Master's forbidden technique, the first move, fuse. In just an instant, Kim Soon-chul and Park Ji-an-ye were both under the ponytailed man's feet. All right, the villain has appeared. Idiots. The protagonist's academic performance finally improved. From ranking 3rd from bottom in the school, he successfully became 21st from bottom. Ranking 1st Kim Se-hyun and ranking 103rd Choi Hee-won, although they comforted him on the surface, they also felt it was a bit ridiculous. Even Lee Ji-yu ranked 112th. Lee Jun's average score even reached 98. Human joys and sorrows are indeed not connected. The protagonist left the study group dejectedly. The protagonist looked aggrieved. Just thinking about how confident he was before the midterm exams made him ashamed and angry. But on the other side, teacher Han Kyung was very happy, because Kim Se-hyun successfully ranked 1st in the school. Soon, teacher Han Kyung came to the Academic Affairs Director's office. The Academic Affairs Director agreed to proceed with disciplining P.I. Han Yu, but the Academic Affairs Director had something else to say. Actually, he also knew that P.I. Han Yu and his subordinates had always been a stubborn disease in the school. To eradicate them would inevitably cause a bloodbath. But if they wanted to completely expel Pai Han Yu, besides him, they also needed the agreement of the principal, vice principal, or other directors. Teacher Han Kyung's expression changed slightly. "I've already confirmed the school rules. Did I miss something?" The academic affairs director was silent for a moment. If there's no suitable candidate, the student council president's agreement would also work. Teacher Han Kyung's eyes lit up. "Great. Student council president? Isn't that Kim Soon-chul?" Teacher Han Kyung quickened her pace and ran towards the student council. "Must expel Pai Han Yu as soon as possible." But soon, what she saw plunged her into despair again. Student council members were lying crisscrossed on the ground. That's when Pai Han Yu appeared. "Teacher, are you looking for the student council president? Would you like to meet the new student council president?" At this time, the new president Chon Si-hwan was playing a game of wits with the protagonist. The student council members, led by Kim Soon-chul, all looked worried. That guy was someone who could take down both him and Park Ji-an-ye in an instant. He practiced Jeet Kune Do with Wing Chun as his foundation. He was a fighting machine specifically trained by the Yeonbaek gang. Could Yin Zai Min really handle him? Facing the charging Chon Si-hwan, the protagonist just raised his hands in a fighting stance. With one look, he made Chon Si-hwan retreat several meters. Chon Si-hwan finally realized the protagonist was no ordinary opponent. Little did he know that while his Jeet Kune Do basics earned him the title of genius from his master, the opponent before him had mastered the entire Jeet Kune Do system to perfection. So, under everyone's watchful gaze, the two stood motionless, locked in a mental battle for 15 minutes straight. Meanwhile, teacher Han Kyung learned about the rooftop incident from Pai Han Yu. Just then, a phone call came in. It was the protagonist's mother, asking if her son had gotten into any trouble at school. Teacher Han Kyung felt a bit guilty, but still concealed what had just happened, and mentioned that the protagonist's exam results were out, though they weren't as good as expected. Hearing this, the protagonist's mother broke into a cold sweat. "Wait, the results are out?" Teacher Han Kyung was confused. "Yes, Auntie. Jae-min is probably feeling sensitive right now." Meanwhile, on the rooftop, the two had been facing off for 30 minutes. Some student council members were already yawning from boredom, but Kim Soon-chul was nervously breaking into a cold sweat. "No, this is a battle between masters. For them, every move could be fatal, so they must constantly be aware of each other's slightest movements. This is far more complex than just predicting a few moves." It was his first time witnessing such an intense psychological battle. Just as Kim Soon-chul finished speaking, a strange scene unfolded. The two remained motionless in their standoff, yet everyone around them was cheering frantically. At this moment, teacher Han Kyung was frantically running toward the protagonist. The words of the protagonist's mother filled her face with terror. There are 4 days in a year when studies absolutely cannot be mentioned to Jae-min, when the first and second semester, midterm and final exam results are announced. Just mentioning studies on these days makes the child behave abnormally. His attention becomes scattered. His mind wanders all day. His entire personality becomes extremely volatile. In short, don't let him fight under any circumstances. But it seems the warning came too late. how terrifying the male protagonist was on the day exam results were announced. Facing the most promising kung fu kid of the Yanbei gang, the male protagonist's mind was filled with his exam score ranking 21st from the bottom. With tears in his eyes, he threw a punch, sending the thug flying high into the sky. Actually, the male protagonist had experienced a traumatic event before. When he first entered middle school, the teacher asked about his goals. He wrote first in school on the blackboard. His classmates looked at him with admiration, but when his first test results were announced, his last place ranking made the whole class burst into laughter. This continued until now, causing him to become extremely sensitive after each exam result announcement. This guy was truly unlucky to pick a fight at such a time. Seeing the male protagonist crying, he was confused. Why are you crying? But soon he imagined a scene. How pitiful! Such a weak creature exists. The Kung Fu Kid immediately became furious. He's looking down on me, he must be looking down on me. With that thought, he charged at the male protagonist again. But no matter how fierce his attacks, the male protagonist blocked them with one hand, and he found that the male protagonist's defense had no openings. There wasn't a single weakness to exploit. Finally, in his impatience, he exposed a vulnerability. The male protagonist placed his palm against his chest. Uncle's forbidden technique number 4, zero distance punch, energy dispersion. With a boom, the Kung Fu Kid was reminded of his master. His master had used this same move back then, almost rendering him unable to function in daily life. But no matter how much he begged, his master refused to teach him, saying bluntly that a half-trained person like him couldn't learn it. Now he increasingly felt it was unbelievable. The power felt exactly the same as his master's back then. Could it be that this guy was actually stronger than him? Everyone said he was the boss. He should be the strongest. There shouldn't be anyone stronger than him. Unwilling to accept reality, the Kung Fu Kid became enraged again. Without hesitation, he used the move he once used against Kim Soon-chul and Park Ji-on-yi, Master's forbidden technique, Fuse. He rushed toward the male protagonist without hesitation. At that moment, what seemed like a line of fire appeared between them. Now, at such close distance, he surely can't dodge. But soon the male protagonist fell into rage again, remembering the shame of ranking last in tests. I tried so hard. Uncle's forbidden technique. Number 10, he shouted. At the same time, teacher Han Kyung suddenly opened the door, just in time to see the Kung Fu Kid begging for mercy out of extreme fear. A second before the male protagonist's final move, he had sensed the danger of death. This guy is on a completely different level from me. After the male protagonist ordered him to leave, the next second, the Kung Fu Kid fled in panic. Rumors said that Shan Si-hwan cried like a child afterward, and never appeared on campus again. The male protagonist felt a bit scared. He almost used the 10th technique. 2 days passed like this. The male protagonist looked at the wrong answers on his test paper and shed tears. I thought this time would be different. Meanwhile, the Kung Fu Kid had been hiding in the martial arts wushu hall for 2 days without eating. Both spoke at the same time. How is this any different from before? The male protagonist looked at the text message sent by his teacher. I'm sorry, teacher. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. The male protagonist tiptoed to open it. Standing outside was a nervous-looking Kim Soon-chul. Yin Zai-min, come quickly, the teacher is in danger. For some reason, teacher Han Kyung was now standing at the martial arts wushu hall entrance, confronting a group of thugs. The garbage duo was analyzing the situation from upstairs. The male protagonist sat on Kim Soon-chul's motorcycle at full speed. The teacher rescue plan officially began. To make the troublemaker Pi Han Yu from Lo-Hai drop out, they needed to convince the new president Shan Si-hwan to convene a disciplinary committee. But how difficult would it be to change a potential member of the Yeonbaek gang? Teacher Han Kyung made up her mind and came to the martial arts wushu hall where Shan Si-hwan stayed. She remembered what teacher Wu Jinghua had said. A teacher who fears students. Even if they become a teacher, they cannot nurture people. Meanwhile, Lee Jun also learned about teacher Han Kyung's determination. So to drive away Pai Han Yu, you've been fighting alone all this time. Lee Jun threw open the study group's door. Comrades, I have an important announcement to make. At this time, Lee Jun and Lee Jia-yu were secretly observing the martial arts wushu hall. Kim Soon-chul was riding his motorcycle with the male protagonist, speeding toward their destination. The garbage duo was closely monitoring with a drone from the rooftop. But Kim Soon-chul wasn't too worried, because those people at the wushu hall were usually friendly toward teachers. However, they extremely hated people from Lo-Hai. If the teacher was discovered to be from Lo-Hai, it could be dangerous. Sure enough, Kim Soon-chul's fears were confirmed. The thug immediately exposed her. Damn, she's from Lo-Hai. Let's finish her. Lee Jun and Lee Ji-yu, hiding in the shadows, couldn't wait any longer and rushed forward. The garbage duo controlled the drone. Distracting the thug's vision, Lee Jun and Lee Ji-yu charged in to fight the thugs. Soon, the male protagonist and Kim Soon-chul Chul also arrived at the martial arts Wushu Hall, but the area around the Wushu Hall was unnervingly quiet. They first needed to find the Wing Chun martial arts Wushu Hall where Chun Si-Huan was, but they quickly discovered teacher Han Kyung's textbook dropped on the ground. There was a feeling that something terrible had happened. Li Ji-yu gritted his teeth. I was about to win. What's with that old lady? She's really something. And soon they would be taught a lesson by a group of thugs. Meanwhile, Kim Soon-chul spoke up, saying he didn't know where the Wing Chun martial arts Wushu Hall was either. Even if they searched everywhere, they might not find it today, so he had no choice but to come here, to the Tiger Fist martial arts Wushu Hall where Kim Soon-chul used to stay. Now the male protagonist would request information about the Wing Chun Wushu Hall's location by challenging the Wushu Hall. The first person the male protagonist had to face was Kim Soon-chul's senior, Wang Chi-fan, the Tiger Fist Wushu Hall gatekeeper. Wang Chi-fan beckoned to Kim Soon-chul. Come on, let me make your scars a bit bigger. Kim Soon-chul whispered to the male protagonist, to see the master, you must first pass the gatekeeper's test. Those are the rules here. Soon, under the puzzled gazes of everyone in the Wushu Hall, the male protagonist gradually raised his fists. At this moment, everyone in the Wushu Hall finally realized the one challenging them was this four-eyed guy. Wang Chi-fan was humiliated. It was bad enough that Kim Soon-chul came here. He even brought someone from Lo-Hai, but it wasn't surprising. Those guys from Lo-Hai often treated this place as a practice ground. With this thought, Wang Chi-fan charged toward the male protagonist in rage. Using the Tiger Fist's fierce tiger emerges from forest attack. The male protagonist's eyes turned cold. He remembered this move and also knew how to dodge it. Sure enough, the next moment the male protagonist counterattacked. Wang Chi-fan showed an expression of disbelief, but quickly regained his composure. Lo-Hai actually came to our territory. We absolutely cannot lose face. Everyone is watching, so he concentrated again. Using Tiger Fist's fierce tiger pushes mountain. Heavy punches like raindrops forced the male protagonist into a corner. The Wushu Hall crowd began to cheer. See that? That's the real fierce tiger pushes mountain. With a clang, Wang Chi-fan finally broke through the male protagonist's defense. As his final strike was about to land, the male protagonist casually raised his hand to stop him. Uncle said, when sparring with martial artists, you must consider the opponent's strength. Winning by one move or half a move is martial arts etiquette. At this point, the male protagonist raised his other hand, but today time is tight. Recalling what Kim Soon-chul mentioned about Tiger Fist's key points. Extreme of extreme, beyond of beyond. Tiger Fist pursued power beyond limits. The male protagonist delivered a punch at his limit. With his right foot stomping the ground, he kicked out, sending Wang Chi-fan flying, crashing hard onto the floor. The Wushu Hall crowd clenched their fists. Damn Lo-Hai. Let's all attack together. But the male protagonist was already in front of them, kicking away two people with 1 foot each. Facing Wang Chi-fan, who charged again, the male protagonist focused his gaze and threw several punches, then suddenly bent down stylishly. Uncle's forbidden technique, number 5. Furious Dragon crosses river 5 consecutive kicks. Next, the male protagonist gradually walked to the front of the Wushu Hall master. So this is the final test, right? The disciples in the Wushu Hall were all filled with anger. Master will surely teach him a good lesson. Each accused the male protagonist of daring to stand before their master. At this moment, the master was trembling with anger, angrily shouting, "Shut up, all of you! Don't you have any awareness yet? The fact that he can stand before me now already proves his strength. If you still don't understand, pack your bags and leave." That's right. What angered him wasn't the male protagonist, but his disciples. Because in his eyes, his disciples had long been blinded by arrogance and prejudice, to the point they couldn't even recognize their own abilities. Having practiced martial arts for many years, he developed a keen sense for skilled fighters. From the beginning, he saw that the guy Kim Soon-chul brought wasn't ordinary. Although this child was still young, having practiced martial arts for just a few short years, his instinct told him, if he fought this person, his lifetime of martial arts training would end. The master's face darkened, but despite this, he still chose to accept the challenge. Martial arts was originally about such win-or-lose duels. With this thought, he smiled. He had long been prepared to accept challenges at any time. The master assumed his stance. If you defeat me, I'll tell you the location of the Wing Chun Wushu Hall. To get what you want, you must pay the appropriate price. So please, show me your skills. The male protagonist's eyes flashed with concern. Pay the appropriate price? As the male protagonist kicked out, the master blocked the attack and smiled. Agile movements, extraordinary power. Like Bruce Lee reincarnated, then instantly pushed the male protagonist back. He really liked this guy, so he had to win. The master blocked the male protagonist's attack again, grabbed his arm, and threw him flying. The male protagonist crashed heavily onto the rack behind him. But at this moment, the male protagonist's mind fell into confusion again, recalling the master's earlier words, "If we follow this logic, if you pay the price, you should get a return, right?" He had worked so hard. Then the male protagonist suddenly opened his eyes, picked up the candlestick beside him. Uncle's forbidden technique number 2, unfair competition. Meanwhile, on the other side, the study group also launched a counterattack. Li Jiyu, with his hands tied, delivered a flying kick to take down a thug. At the same time, Li Jun jumped up, taking down another one. While Li Jun was fighting with the thugs, Li Jiyu had already untied himself and charged forward. The thug was confused. How did the rope come undone? The scissors behind teacher Han Kyung explained everything. Soon, Li Jiyu executed a back throw to take down the last thug. A loud bang came from inside the door. Chan Si Huan outside was concerned. "What's that noise?" The thug beside him explained. A group from Low High was caught by the master and is being taught a lesson now. Chan Si Huan was a bit unhappy. Why did master have to do this? "I want to deal with that Low High guy personally." Soon a voice came. Chan Si Huan managed a forced smile. It was his father and master waiting for him. Chan Si Huan's father enthusiastically introduced a man to him. "This is the Yeonbaek gang's resolver, Mr. Park." Chan Si Huan's father wanted Chan Si Huan to become a resolver for the Yeonbaek gang. Then Chan Si Huan's father lit a cigarette, putting his arm around Chan Si Huan. "By the way, don't go to school anymore. You know your future path is different from theirs. Schools teach those useless things." Chan Si Huan's father grinned. "What you need to learn now is the art of killing." Saying this, he pulled Chan Si Huan toward the exit. His intentions were clear. Chan Si Huan's master's eyes trembled. Finally, he couldn't help but blurt out, "Wait, he's still young. Why not leave him here for now?" But Chan Si Huan's father ignored him, signaling Chan Si Huan, "Quickly say goodbye to your master." Just as Chan Si Huan was about to speak, a voice suddenly rang out, "Where are you all going?" At that moment, everyone looked in one direction. It was the study group. Li Jiayu crossed his arms. "Uncle, were those words from a human or a ghost?" Can you imagine a self-taught Jeet Kune Do teenager daring to challenge a martial arts wushu hall? The male protagonist held the candlestick in both hands, his expression indifferent, as if even such a battle couldn't make him serious. The master across from him looked envious. He had never been so impressed by someone's talent. If his talent was properly utilized, a bright path would surely lie ahead of him. So the master sincerely asked the male protagonist, "What do you want to do in the future? A fighter, bodyguard, or soldier?" The male protagonist expressionlessly replied, "I want to go to college." Saying this, he suddenly threw the candlestick. The master quickly raised his arm to block it, but didn't expect the male protagonist to jump up again. With a flying kick, with a bang, the master was instantly kicked back more than 10 meters. But the master was no pushover. The next second, he rushed to the male protagonist's side, still continuing to question him. "College, eh? With your athletic ability, whether it's sports or security studies, you'd surely excel." The male protagonist replied, "I don't want to rely on athletic ability. I want to get into college based on academic performance." The master pushed the male protagonist back again. "Then your academic performance must be excellent, right?" But this question hit the male protagonist's weak spot. The male protagonist got up reluctantly. "No, my academic performance is poor." The master continued to persuade. With such strong martial arts talent, yet wanting to enter college based on academic performance, how foolish. The gatekeeper, who had fought with the male protagonist earlier, was dumbfounded. He's not interested in martial arts. Then how is he so strong? As the master spoke, the male protagonist's face grew darker. Facing the master's attack, he suddenly bent down. "Is that what you think too?" The male protagonist struck the master's throat with one palm. His emotions changed again. Indeed, his mother had said similar things before. Holding on to something without hope is foolish behavior, right? With that thought, the male protagonist pinned the master to the ground. His emotional state caused him to use more force. His mother didn't care about his academic performance at all. He should have given up studying long ago, right? Due to his emotions, the male protagonist's attacks became increasingly fierce. And at that moment, a voice suddenly stopped the male protagonist's attack. It was Kim Soon-chul who had been watching the fight. "Yin Zai Min, you stupid kid, what nonsense are you talking about?" At the same time, the master falling backward also spoke. "Those who know there's no hope yet never give up. How many such people are there in this world?" Then the master suddenly smiled. "That's why there are teachers. Yes, it's precisely because everyone has shortcomings that teachers exist." At this moment, disciples in the Wushu Hall were all in tears. Kim Soon-chul finally understood. The real reason his master severed their master-disciple relationship back then, it wasn't because he was a student from Low High, but because the master wanted him to find his own path. Soon, with the male protagonist's final strike land, he was declared the victor of this challenge. The master behind him supported his body with difficulty. "If you want to make up for your shortcomings, find a teacher." The male protagonist replied, "I already have one. She said she'd be back late today. Meanwhile, the study group had finally found Chon Si-hwan. Hearing Chon Si-hwan's father telling him to join the Yeonbae gang to kill people, Lee Jae-yu was so angry he gritted his teeth. Teaching Chon Si-hwan methods of killing, what kind of parent does that? Teacher Han Kyung calmly walked forward. If what you just said is true, as a teacher I cannot stand by and do nothing. I will request police protection for Chon Si-hwan's safety. But the next second, the Yeonbae gang's resolver pulled out a gun. You are really fucking noisy. Chon Si-hwan's father's face darkened. You said you're going to call the police? Meanwhile, the two others had obtained the location of the Wing Chun Wushu Hall. They quickened their pace. Let's hurry. Suddenly, a voice called out to the male protagonist. It was the Wushu Hall gatekeeper Wang Chi-fan. Hey, your glasses are here. Just about to return, Wang Chi-fan suddenly turned his head and asked fiercely, Hey, how old are you? The male protagonist answered, 17. The loud sound of the door closing represented his anger. At this time in the Wushu Hall, the master had a dark face, because once a Wushu Hall master is defeated, the students below would surely lose trust and leave one after another. This was always the rule. But the expected abandonment didn't happen. The disciples all ran to him with concern. That guy was too despicable. He even used a candlestick. Master didn't lose. This match is invalid. The master smiled with relief. He finally understood the male protagonist's intention in taking a weapon. Yeah, that guy was too despicable. How kind teacher Wu Jinghua was. Once, to improve relations between Lo-Hai and the martial arts Wushu Hall, teacher Wu Jinghua brought students from Lo-Hai to care for the Wushu Hall. Letting the Wushu Hall know Lo-Hai also had kind students, the relationship gradually improved. But with Pai Hanyu's arrival, everything changed. He greatly encouraged thugs to invade the Wushu Hall, even causing tragedies like the Wushu Hall arson incident. The male protagonist sighed after hearing this. That teacher must be very sad now. Kim Soon-chul was silent for a moment. The teacher has passed away. Remembering the scene when teacher Wu Jinghua gave him a vocabulary book, she was a very kind teacher. But the next second, a bang made the two stop in their tracks. Both looked terrified. That's the sound of a gun. At this moment, the resolver's gun was still smoking. Lee Ji-yu and Lee Jun looked in horror at the small hole in the wall. Chon Si-hwan's father spoke casually. Once you make someone feel the danger to their life, dealing with them becomes much easier. But this scene shocked Chon Si-hwan's master. If it were anyone else, they would have been scared weak-kneed by now. Yet that teacher unhesitatingly embraced the child. At that moment, there was not the slightest hesitation. The study group now dared not move rashly. Lee Jun's expression was blank. Gun, teacher, that's a real gun, right? In this situation, they had become lambs waiting for slaughter. The resolver slowly put the gun back into his pocket. Noise resolved. Chon Si-hwan's father threatened coldly. Today, if I see any sign of police, none of you will leave alive. If you think I'm just scaring you, you can try me. To be honest, if I really killed you all, things might get a bit complicated. Teacher Han Kyung's hand holding the phone was trembling uncontrollably. But if she missed this semester, she might not be at this school anymore, so this was the last chance. But she couldn't let the children be in danger because of her. Teacher Han Kyung's expression was conflicted. She could only watch helplessly as the bad guys took the child away. Let's just give up. And just when everyone was at a loss, Lee Jae-yu suddenly raised his hand with a look of annoyance. By the way, who called this four-eyed maniac over? Watching the male protagonist beat up the resolver, Teacher Han Kyung's eyes widened. Everyone's face was written with what the fuck. Chon Si-hwan stuttered, Yo, Yin-zai-min. And just as the resolver fell to the ground, Kim Soon-chul also made his entrance. An elbow strike again caused massive damage to the resolver. Lee Ji-yu looked doubtfully at Lee Jun. Did you call these two? Actually, Lee Jun didn't know who called them either. The male protagonist looked around, remembering earlier, just as the two were about to open the door. They were stopped by Kim Se-hyun, who ran over. Kim Se-hyun confirmed that the sound just now was indeed a gunshot. Kim Se-hyun wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yin-zai-min might be a bit extreme, but I still want to ask you, can you beat someone with a gun? Now the male protagonist faced off against the resolver. Chon Si-hwan glanced. If Mr. Park gets stimulated, he will shoot. Soon the resolver reached into his pocket. The male protagonist became serious. Found it, the man with the gun. Yes, even he couldn't beat someone with a gun. If he had a gun in his hand, defeat would be certain. But if when we rush in, he doesn't have a gun in his hand, that's another story. Soon the male protagonist deflected the resolver's hand, reaching for his pocket. And so it went. The resolver constantly trying to draw his gun. The male protagonist constantly interrupting. Chon Chan Si-hwan's master was shocked. This incredible speed is absolute fist, absolute of severing, fist of punching. What's going on with this guy? Meanwhile, Kim Soon-chul also confronted Chan Si-hwan's father. Soon, Chan Si-hwan rushed out from behind Kim Soon-chul, but was punched down by Lee Jun, who seized the opportunity. The study group members all showed arrogant expressions. All right, now the situation is reversed. The resolver rubbed his fist. Who are you people exactly? The male protagonist beckoned to him. Study group. The resolver scratched his head. Study group. That's an interesting name for a gang. Times really have changed. The male protagonist was a bit confused. Not a gang, a group for studying together. The resolver was a bit speechless. You're joking. Saying this, he reached for his pocket again, but was interrupted again by the male protagonist. The resolver finally realized, so this guy has been watching my hands all along. So he secretly extended his leg. A kick directly hit the male protagonist's chin. Then he leaped high, slamming the male protagonist's head to the ground. Problem solved. But it also broke the seal on the male protagonist's glasses. The resolver reached into his pocket and took out a mobile phone. I just wanted to take out my phone. Why would I shoot a high school student who poses no threat? But then he was surprised to find that his right hand was painfully trembling. And just as he was giving orders to his subordinates, the male protagonist's fist arrived in front of his face, punching him back. The male protagonist showed a saintly expression. Good, he said, he won't use the gun. Then I can fight without holding back. Chan Si-hwan's father watched the two fighting behind him. It's rare to see Mr. Park so excited. Si-hwan should also make some memories. At least having memories of fighting with classmates, handling 3 should be more than enough, right? Chan Si-hwan slowly stood up. Of course, I was careless just now. They're not even enough for a warm-up. The study group was a bit surprised, really. He's going to fight 3-on-1. Soon, Chan Si-hwan charged forward. Master's forbidden technique. Second move, kill wolf breaking. A powerful strike left the study group in complete disarray. Chan Si-hwan's father laughed loudly. Well done. That's my son. But Chan Si-hwan's first glance was at his master. Disciple didn't disappoint you, right? But soon the master warned him. It was Kim Soon-chul's move. Tiger Fist Claw was already coming. Chan Si-hwan narrowly dodged. But at the same time, Lee Jun also kicked up. Oh ho, take this, Lee Jun, kick! Before Chan Si-hwan could react, a hand had already grabbed him. Practical judo, 2 feet to the sky waist, twisting throw. Lee Ji-yu stylishly clenched his fist.
Dare to underestimate me, you punk.
Meanwhile, the battle between the male protagonist and the resolver had also entered a white-hot stage. The resolver punched toward the male protagonist. Why are you interfering with us? The male protagonist answered, because that guy is the student council president. There are still things waiting for him to do at school. Then the male protagonist dodged another punch with a heavy strike, making the resolver's face distort. He needs to help us drive Pai Han-yu out of school. The resolver was shocked inside. Pai Han-yu, the boss's son, thinking about this kid's talent, an image of the future immediately appeared in his mind. With that thought, the resolver took out his gun, the grim muzzle pointing at the male protagonist. I see a certain future, and you have the ability to make it reality, and you will become an enemy of the Yeonbaek gang. The study group was all terrified. Lee Jun took out his phone and shouted anxiously, Choi Hee-won, switch to plan B. But at this moment, the resolver's finger was already on the trigger. With a bang, the room suddenly turned pitch black. It was Choi Hee-won on the other side who had cut the circuit breaker. Choi Hee-won weakly said, I didn't know which circuit breaker it was, so I pulled them all. Now, not only was the resolver in complete darkness, but other parts of the Wushu Hall were also filled with complaints. Kim Se-hyun signaled Choi Hee-won to run away. People might come over soon. This was their plan B. Once the resolver pointed his gun at Zai Min, they would cut the power, though this also meant abandoning the plan to recruit Chan Si-hwan. Soon the study group members came out one by one, but strangely, the male protagonist also carried Chan Si-hwan out. The study group was dumbfounded. Why did you bring him out? Isn't that asking for trouble? Now the resolver looked at the empty room. His expression was a bit blank. Normal people should have been frozen with fear just now. To be honest, it's the first time I've met someone so bold. If I didn't see wrong, that guy was actually prepared to dodge. The unconscious Chan Si-hwan was carried out by the male protagonist. When he woke up, he jumped down from the male protagonist's shoulder, a bit confused, looking around, only to see the petition that teacher Han Kyung had dropped earlier. Chan Si-hwan was puzzled. What is this Pai Han-yu disciplinary committee? The male protagonist explained. We want to drive Pai Han-yu out of school. We need you, the student council president, to cooperate. Chan Si-hwan was immediately infuriated. Isn't Pai Han-yu brother Myung-hwan's friend? You want me to betray my brother's friend? Asking me to do such a thing would be better to kill me, you punk. But soon applause rang out. As expected of my brother, it was Ma Minghuan. Behind him were many thugs from the Yonbek gang, and their target wasn't just the male protagonist, but also Chan Si-Huan. Ma Minghuan showed an evil smile. Your lies have all been exposed. Now my dad is taking a group of people to find your master. Dad is very angry. Your master might die. Chan Si-Huan's eyes shook violently. Why? While the male protagonist kicked the resolver in the face without a second thought, the male protagonist spoke. Although I don't know what's going on, Teacher Han Kyung told me I must take Si-Huan away, or his master will be very sad. Hearing the male protagonist's words, Chan Si-Huan's expression froze. Although, as the person involved, he didn't understand what Ma Minghuan's words meant, but he heard a very important keyword: master might die. Damn it, count me in on the plan to punish Bihan Yu. At this time, Ma Minghuan's father was leading thugs to surround Master Ying Chuan. Ma Minghuan's father muttered to himself, "Isn't it too much, Master Ying Chuan?" His anger made his hand holding the phone tremble constantly. Yes, Chan Si-Huan wasn't his biological son, but his adopted son. Because his son Ma Minghuan didn't have the talent to become a boss, he couldn't even surpass the boss's son. He knew that although the organization was created together, his big brother Piha Yan Bai could, at the age of 26, pacify all the small gangs in our city. Until now, reaching this position was due to talent. Because he had talent, he was destined from birth to be the head of the organization. So he needed to find someone talented to help him become the boss. It was at this time that Chan Si-Huan from the martial arts Wushu Hall appeared, defeating 6 Yonbek gang members at the age of 10, catching his attention. So he adopted Chan Si-Huan and raised him from scratch. And just now he received a text message from Ma Minghuan. The one who defeated the Yonbek gang members 7 years ago wasn't Chan Si-Huan, but his master. These 7 years had all been a scam. Now teacher Han Kyung, trapped in the house, was trying to persuade Master Ying Chuan, although she had only known Chan Si-Huan for a few days. As a teacher, she couldn't watch a student go down the wrong path. Saying this, teacher Han Kyung grabbed Master Ying Chuan's hand. Only you can persuade Si-Huan. But Master Ying Chuan shook off teacher Han Kyung's hand. I don't know what you want me to persuade him about. I just want Si-Huan to do what he wants. Teacher Han Kyung's expression was serious, but you don't know what Si-Huan really wants to do. Outside, Chan Si-Huan was fighting at full power in a mixed doubles match with the male protagonist. If what Ma Minghuan said was true, then his master should be in great danger now. He must quickly resolve this situation. At this time, the resolver who had been watching the battle took off his coat. That glasses guy must be dealt with. But before he could take 2 steps, he was knocked down by Chan Si-Huan, falling heavily to the ground. The resolver thought as he fell, "It hurts." But it's not the same innate talent as that guy. With that thought, the resolver threw a punch hitting Chan Si-Huan's abdomen. It's talent cultivated through training. Meanwhile, the small thugs had been routed by the male protagonist. But the male protagonist's expression was serious. Each of these thugs has the same fighting power as that guy. Resolving them is troublesome. Then the resolver appeared behind the male protagonist. Didn't I say to leave this guy to me? But Chan Si-Huan suddenly charged out from behind. "I'm not done yet," Chan Si-Huan shouted. "Yin Zai-min, leave this to me, you go quickly. I want to handle this alone." The thug army that even the male protagonist found tough to deal with, Chan Si-Huan wanted to resolve alone. The resolver completely disregarded Chan Si-Huan, grabbing his clothes ready to chase after the male protagonist. Chan Si-Huan was about to stop the resolver. Due to his distraction, he was immediately knocked flying by a thug. Instantly surrounded by thugs, each thug here was a formal member of the Yonbek gang. All were bosses in society. But Chan Si-Huan wasn't afraid at all. He had to stop these thugs, couldn't let his master be attacked from both sides. But the scene on the other side made it seem like his concern for his master was unnecessary. Master Ying Chuan took down thugs one by one. Basically, those hit by Master Ying Chuan couldn't stand up. Ma Minghuan's father propped his chin. "Master Ying Chuan, didn't you say Si-Huan had surpassed you? Yet he seems far inferior to you. But with our numbers, defeating you is just a matter of time." Manager Ma showed a mocking smile. "I knew it. If that guy was really so strong, why would he obey me? Looks like he's really garbage." These words happened to remind Master Ying Chuan of the past. Previously, the Wushu Hall's thugs were all dealt with by him. Although life at the Wushu Hall was peaceful, he had lost the joy of life. And it was just at this time that he met that child who was very similar to him. That child had no relatives, couldn't even use chopsticks, and was always injured whenever he saw him. Young Chan Si-Huan held up a chicken leg because the brother said, "If I get beaten, they'll feed feed me. Master Yingchuan's eyes shook violently. He could imagine how Chon Si-huan had been bullied. Who did this kind of thing? But Chon Si-huan was optimistic. No choice. I have no money and no strength. For someone like me who has nothing, this is the way to survive. Master Yingchuan gave a meaningful look at the departing Chon Si-huan. Isn't this the same as me back then? Later, after guidance from the Tiger Fist, Wushu Hall's old master, he decided to take the child as his disciple. With his back turned, Master Yingchuan spoke calmly. Manager Ma, you say that child obeys you? No, you know nothing about Si-huan. I didn't like that child at first. Do you know why I later took him as my disciple? Master Yingchuan remembered what Si-huan looked like back then smiled, remembering Chon Si-huan's fierce look when alone, because that child knows how to bide his time. How nice it would have been to just quietly take him away. Although he told you many lies, saying he surpassed Blue from Indigo wasn't a lie. Meanwhile, Chon Si-huan looked like a demon with disheveled hair. Wasn't it said whoever is stronger becomes the boss? Come on then, you bastards. Then Chon Si-huan knocked them down one by one like in an action movie. But this high-intensity battle also made him sweat profusely. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A total of 7 people. Even more than that time. Handling 2 is already my limit, so there's only this method left. Break through my own limits. Chon Si-huan pinned down a thug, grabbed him and pummeled him mercilessly, but was soon kicked away by another thug, receiving a series of kicks. In the midst of being beaten, a memory surfaced in Chon Si-huan's mind. It was his first encounter with the term boss. It was a movie called Fist of Fury. He asked his master, "What is a boss?" His master told him it was the strong one. Whoever is strongest is the boss. Being the boss means no one can look down on you. His master told him, "What you need to do is not endure but become strong. Let others be unable to look down on you. That's your way of survival." Chon Si-huan gritted his teeth, then suddenly sprang up, an uppercut taking down a thug, dodging and weaving through the battlefield, each strike leaving a thug unable to stand again. "I told you to call me boss." Master's forbidden technique. Third move, Heaven's Gate. Facing the last thug, the living disability punch was delivered. Soon all the thugs were lying on the ground. Chon Si-huan was breathing heavily. Damn, that was tiring. Need to catch up with Yin Zai-min quickly. But he also fainted from exhaustion. While the Resolver was still chasing toward the male protagonist, the Resolver muttered to himself, must have gone to the Wushu Hall. I must finish him personally. Little did he know the male protagonist suddenly emerged from a corner. You don't really think you can beat me, do you? The protagonist comes around the corner. The frame shows a punch, sending him flying like an astronaut. You don't think you can beat me, do you? The hitman suddenly remembered someone who once said similar words to the protagonist, but that person was an executive from another region's gang organization. He said those words because he knew he would definitely win, but why would a mere student dare to say such things? Yet why do I feel the same tension as I did back then? The protagonist casually tosses away the gun he just took. No time left, let's end this quickly. Having been a gang executive for several years, through his sensitivity to a person's emotions, he realized this guy wasn't bluffing, but saying those words as if they were natural. The hitman nervously looked at the protagonist. He finally understood why he could only fight the protagonist to a draw earlier. It turned out it was because he had a gun. When the protagonist had no reservations, he wasn't even qualified to exchange blows with him. It was completely one-sided beating. Under the hitman's fearful gaze, the protagonist spoke, "You're quite tough. Seems I need to hurry up." Meanwhile, on the other side, Master Yingchuan was gradually becoming exhausted in his battle with the thugs. Soon he was covered in wounds and could barely stand, but there were still many thugs with weapons in front of him. Manager Ma revealed a smug smile. "How do you like my boy's knife skill? That's what you get for lying to me." But Master Yingchuan had no choice. Although he appeared cold-hearted, he was always watching out for his disciple. He saw how desperately Chon Si-huan wanted a family. Soon, a thug tried to ambush from behind. Just then, an iron rod struck the thug's head. It was the terrified teacher Han Kyung. Though she was trembling with fear, she still encouraged Master Yingchuan not to give up. Manager Ma finally lost his patience. He ordered his subordinates, then killed both of them. On the other side, the protagonist was still beating the hitman. "Do you look down on Chon Si-huan?" Uncle said that the master of Wing Chun was Bruce Lee's teacher. Without Wing Chun, there would be no Jeet Kune Do today. Old-fashioned kung fu, is it? Uncle's forbidden technique? First move, one-sided beating. Several punches left the hitman disoriented. Even if a disciple is incompetent, you shouldn't say their master's skills are trash. The protagonist recalled the old master from the Tiger Fist dojo. None of those masters can be underestimated. The hitman finally felt the difference in strength. He began to struggle desperately, crawling to pick up the gun on the ground. Perhaps Ma Minghuan was right. Maybe there's no better solution than a gun, although firing would alert the entire R city. If he didn't eliminate this guy, he would definitely be a threat to the entire Yeonbaek gang. Soon, under the protagonist's horrified gaze, the dark gun barrel was pointed at him, but the bang wasn't a a gunshot. It was Chon Si-won who had caught up, kicking away the gun. Chon Si-won showed a fierce expression. I told you I would catch up. Simultaneously, they shouted the technique with the protagonist. Master's Forbidden Technique. Uncle's Forbidden 7 Techniques, fourth move. Fourth move, Hung Mu Gate. Their combined strike completely knocked out the hitman. At this moment, on the other side, teacher Han Kyung was thrown against the wall. She collapsed to the ground, unable to hold on any longer. Struggling to maintain consciousness, she spoke, Master, don't give up. Please hold on one more time. As teacher Han Kyung's words fell, the door behind Manager Ma creaked open. A figure appeared behind the door. Manager Ma turned around slightly confused. What's that? Before he could finish, he was kicked into the wall, immediately losing consciousness. The thugs who were just acting tough were now terrified. The protagonist had come to the rescue. How evil is Ma Ming-hwan, the protagonist, and Chon Si-won? After defeating the hitman, Chon Si-won was already too exhausted to stand. The protagonist had to go save the others alone. Just then, Ma Ming-hwan strolled over leisurely and discovered the gun on the ground. Ma Ming-hwan put his foot on the unconscious hitman's head. Is Yin Zai-min too strong, or are you just too weak, old man? Anyway, Yin Zai-min, you're really impressive thanks to you. Ma Ming-hwan paused, noticing Chon Si-won lying nearby. Ma Ming-hwan looked down at Chon Si-won condescendingly. You're different from before. Taking down 7 Yeonbaek members is quite impressive. Chon Si-won was trembling with anger. Brother, why are you doing this? Ma Ming-hwan stroked his chin, his eyes showing no emotion. He knew this guy had trusted him from the beginning. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have been able to approach Master Ying Chuan. He had been planning everything since then. First, he took evidence of Master Ying Chuan defeating the Yeonbaek members, then suggested giving the credit to Chon Si-won. The purpose was to make him adopt Chon Si-won as his son. Today, he exposed everything. Chon Si-won still couldn't believe what was happening. Why would the brother he trusted most reveal the lie? Why betray us? Didn't we agree to be family? Ma Ming-hwan smiled mischievously, curious. Meanwhile, on the other side, the protagonist charged into the crowd. One punch, and another, moving through the thugs as if no one was there, jumping up with a 180-degree turn in midair, flying with a punch to clear obstacles again. In minutes, he reached Master Ying Chuan. Master Ying Chuan, surprised, asked how Si-won was doing. The protagonist briefly explained what happened, including Chon Si-won's feat of fighting 7 enemies. He's really amazing. No matter how hard teacher Han Kyung tutors me, I still can't fully absorb it. But Si-won is different. He's a genius through hard work. The protagonist turned calmly as thugs approached. You should be proud to have such a disciple. Master Ying Chuan showed a rare smile. What a person I am, able to smile even at death's door. I have to thank that old man from the Tiger Fist Dojo for letting me take on a disciple. I really felt the joy. Master Ying Chuan instantly became full of fighting spirit, charging toward the thugs alongside the protagonist. She wanted to see more surprises from that disciple. But the next second, Master Ying Chuan suddenly spurted blood. In that moment, hope turned to despair again. The protagonist widened his eyes. Who? A dark figure stood in the doorway. Ma Ming-hwan showed a happy expression. When faced with Chang Si-won's question earlier, this was his answer. Since you want to know so badly, I'll tell you, I did it because. Meanwhile, Pai Han-yu, who had returned to base, opened the shoebox that Ma Ming-hwan had brought back. It contained gun bullets. Because I want to use a real gun, Ma Ming-hwan revealed a smug expression. What's the use of those lousy punches? Too much trouble. Shooting is much simpler. Yes, he hated resolving things with fighting. He especially looked down on those who taught and passed on knowledge. So he never seriously learned the fighting methods they taught, rather than settling scores with fists. He preferred to exploit others' weaknesses. Master Ying Chuan was dying, her past flashing before her eyes. Perhaps she should never have let Si-won interact with them from the beginning, but because of a moment of sympathy, she caused today's tragedy. Now Ma Ming-hwan's expression was crazed. That's right, grabbing someone's weakness is like having the initiative. By now, everyone was in shock. Ma Ming-hwan's father struggled to speak. How could you shoot? Ma Ming-hwan proudly boasted to his father. You looked like you needed help, so I helped you. See? No matter how great Master Ying Chuan was, isn't she taken down by my one shot? We'll just say it was Manager Park who fired, that's all. The protagonist looked at the fallen Master Ying Chuan. Suppressing his rage, he spoke. Hey, why did you do this? The protagonist dealt with 2 thugs beside him, instantly rushing toward Ma Ming-hwan. Ma Ming-hwan showed a provoking expression. You weren't really listening, were you? He blocked the protagonist's attack with the gun, raising it to hit hard on the protagonist's head. The protagonist rubbed his head. Kicking again, Ma Ming-hwan threatened. Don't you care about that old lady back there? She still has a breath left. You could still get her to a hospital. From what he knew, Yin Zai-min was loyal and righteous. That was his weakness. The protagonist trembled with his fist clenched, having to choose to give up. He turned back to save Master Ying Chuan, but he he didn't expect Ma Minghuan to raise his gun again. I wonder if the monster Yin Zai Min can be taken down with one shot, but he hadn't noticed a drone behind him that had recorded everything. Soon, footsteps approached. Li Ziyu and Li Jun pinned him down. Li Ziyu casually tossed the gun to Kim Si-hyun. Good thing we didn't take the drone away as a precaution, it recorded everything. Kim Si-hyun turned to the protagonist. I'll take the old lady to the hospital. You stay here to serve justice. Li Jun and Li Jiyu looked fierce. The study group's counterattack officially began. Ma Minghuan lunged at Kim Si-hyun like a stray dog, trying to get the gun back. The protagonist flew in with a kick from behind. Ma Minghuan spun 365 degrees in the air. Before landing, Li Jiayu grabbed him, throwing him hard. In the air, he thought of his life as a scoundrel without any remorse, taking pleasure in exploiting the weak, setting fire to the dojo 7 years ago, threatening Master Ying Chuan with Chon Siwan, and now shooting Master Ying Chuan. Soon, while still in the air, he was hit hard by Li Jun's punch, then pinned to the wall. The protagonist added another punch. Each member of the study group vented their anger. In their eyes, this scum deserved to die. Ma Minghuan's father raised his hand with difficulty, asking why. Before he finished, the protagonist delivered a close-range punch. The protagonist pressed Ma Minghuan down, repeatedly punching him, demanding, "Why did you do this?" Li Jun grabbed the protagonist's shoulder in time. "Yin Zai Min, enough. He'll die if you hit him more." At this moment, several thugs opened the door, still unaware of the situation, while the study group was distracted. Ma Minghuan took the opportunity to escape pathetically, but just as he escaped around the corner, the chubby kid tackled him to the ground. Ma Minghuan was confused. "Who are you?" A youth removed his hood. "What else? I'm here to claim the kill credit." Meanwhile, Kim Soon-chul carried the injured Chon Si-wan, heading to the hospital with Choi Hee-won. But they overlooked one thing. The beaten manager Ma was still conscious. He ordered his men to intercept them. "That girl has evidence of Ma Minghuan shooting." Soon, the two were cornered by thugs. Both looked tense. In this situation, they couldn't fight back. But at that moment, Kim Soon-chul grinned. Simultaneously, two large hands grabbed a thug's head. Bang! A crash. Crisis averted. It was Officer Rotae-wan who had arrived. Officer Rotae-wan was a bit helpless. "This is why I can't quit working overtime." Scene change. Ma Minghuan had escaped from the tiger's den only to enter the wolf's lair. Judging by his miserable state, he had been tortured badly. But Ma Minghuan was courageously provocative. "Last time you were beaten so badly, aren't you embarrassed to be bluffing now?" Sure enough, he received another kick from Park Ji-an-yi. Park Ji-an-yi grabbed Ma Minghuan's hair and lifted him up. "Embarrassed? Do you think I'm playing some thug game with you to see who's stronger?" He continued to beat Ma Minghuan severely. Looking at Ma Minghuan's current state, Park Ji-an-yi quite appreciated it. "This miserable look suits you." Park Ji-an-yi coldly asked, "Tell me, who did P.I. Han-yu send to kill my mother?" But Ma Minghuan just laughed maniacally. "You think he treats me as a friend just because I've been by P.I. Han-yu's side? I don't know anything. And even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. I fear P.I. Han-yu's revenge more than yours. So give up your vengeance. P.I. Han-yu is a true demon." Hearing the word demon, the chubby kid suddenly erupted, doing something out of character, punching Ma Minghuan in the head. "Who says P.I. Han-yu deserves to be called a demon? Back then, I suffered all kinds of torture because of you, and I thought you were a demon. But look at you now, beaten to a pulp by me. P. Han-yu is the same. He's just a scumbag. There's nothing scary about bastards like you." The chubby kid vented all his emotions. All the past humiliation was released at this moment. The protagonist who arrived soon was shocked by the scene. Ma Minghuan had been tortured beyond recognition. Then a voice sounded, "Know who did this?" A middle-aged man was holding P.I. Han-yu's disciplinary notice, looking grim. "That guy is my son's friend." The protagonist's expression turned serious. He just said this is his son's friend. If this guy's friend, could this person be P.I. Han-yu's father? The protagonist was furious. "This person is responsible for leading students in our school. No, in the entire R city astray. The boss of the Yeonbaek gang, P.Ha Yanbai. What would happen if I took action now? Boss of the Yeonbaek gang, so what?" In his eyes, this person was just a scumbag who should be eliminated. But P.Ha Yanbai called for the protagonist to calm down. P.Ha Yanbai showed an elder's demeanor. "Isn't this Yin Zai Min? Uncle has seen you before. Your speech that day left a deep impression on me." The protagonist was on edge. He heard what I said on stage that day, so he's had his eye on me all along. Then it's time for a direct confrontation. But unexpectedly, P.Ha Yanbai suddenly bowed sincerely, as a father. I apologize for Han Yu. He handed the petition to the protagonist. My Han Yu must have done something wrong. I'm truly sorry. The protagonist was surprised. He bowed to me. But this person is the most unforgivable criminal. I must catch him. Just as the protagonist was about to act, something more ridiculous happened. A little girl suddenly appeared. The protagonist froze. Is she Pai Han Yu's sister? That was the first day she saw Han Yu. The protagonist stood there not knowing what to do, because he could see at a glance how much this child was loved by her parents. If I take away that child's smile, wouldn't I become the villain? But because of the protagonist's momentary hesitation, a huge calamity was gradually approaching. Meanwhile, in the ambulance, Kim Si-hyun kept praying for things to go smoothly, but soon the ambulance driver hit the brakes. Because a group of thugs had blocked the road ahead, the dreadlocked thug beckoned to Kim Si-hyun. Give me the gun. At the same time, Officer Ro Tae-won carrying Manager Ma also encountered danger. A group of thugs planned to use force to take the person from the police. This was the first time as a police officer he realized how lawless the Yeonbaek gang had become. Officer Ro Tae-won walked alone toward the thugs. Kids, hide. I'm not a detective for nothing. Can I handle these thugs as a police officer? The study group members looked at Officer Ro Tae-won with admiration. This fearless spirit commanded respect. The thugs cursed. Damn, this cop is quite the show-off. But before Officer Ro could act, a foot had already appeared on a thug's face. The next second, countless thugs went flying. Officer Ro Tae-won was a bit speechless, wondering who was interrupting his moment. Then Officer Ro smiled. He almost forgot that it wasn't just the police who maintained order at the dojo, but also the old masters. The arrivals were Master Gong from the Tiger Fist Dojo, Master Wang of Praying Mantis Fist, and Master Hong of Tai Chi. The old masters who hadn't gathered for a long time started chatting, and kept chatting endlessly. The thugs, who had been ignored for so long, finally got angry. Hey, treating us like we're invisible? But it was better not to speak up. Once they did, they were beaten with various kung fu moves. Suddenly, more ambulances appeared on the martial arts street. But even after everything was settled, Officer Ro didn't let his guard down. Because from what he knew, Pi Yan Bai shouldn't be so simple. He must have other plans. Scene change. On the other side, Pi Han Yu was looking at the bullets left by Ma Ming-hwan. Didn't I tell you not to do such embarrassing things? It was quite interesting being with you. Too bad. Just then a woman entered the base, looking somewhat guilty. Someone wants to see you. As she finished, a big man walked in. It was Bang Sang-in, who had been beaten up by the protagonist last time. He no longer followed Pai Han Yu, training hard to defeat the protagonist, and had become Chi Young-hyun's subordinate. Pai Han Yu showed an indifferent attitude. So you've been trained by Young-hyun. Let me see what you've got then. Master Ying Chuan failed to be saved. She was now at death's door. The protagonist and teacher Han Kyung stood there in shock. Master Ying Chuan's voice was weak. This is all my own doing. I deceived others and took dirty money. I turned a blind eye to the evil deeds. I think this is my punishment. But she didn't mention that all this was for Chon Si-won. Teacher Han Kyung urged Master Ying Chuan to hang on. What will happen to Si-won if you leave? Master Ying Chuan said, for Si-won, I might not be a qualified master either. She thought that Si-won, having no family, couldn't become a remarkable person, just like herself back then. But she only learned from teacher Han Kyung what Si-won really wanted. The names Chan Si-won wrote on the videotape were all martial arts actors. Actually, the big brother Si-won talked about was from movies. He worked hard to become stronger because he wanted talent scouts to cast him as the big brother. Master Ying Chuan smiled. She didn't expect Si-won to have such grand ambitions. Teacher Han Kyung, I used to think you liked to meddle, but now I know you're the true teacher. Master Ying Chuan's breath grew weaker. I have one last question. Can Si-won fulfill his wish to become that so-called big brother? Teacher Han Kyung didn't immediately conclude. This society isn't as easy as imagined. Not everyone can realize their dreams. But I believe that having faith in students and giving them hope is a teacher's duty. Just then, the door of the ward burst open. Chan Si-won dragged his severely injured body crying into the ward. Master, no, you can't die. This master who raised him not only had his gratitude, but also family affection. Master Ying Chuan's breath was weak. I heard you took down 7 people by yourself. Master wants to praise you once. Life is about constantly breaking limits. You can definitely do it. You are not the past me, and I am not the future you. You are the disciple of the new branch of Wing Chun that I recognize. You are my pride. As Master Ying Chuan's words fell, she closed her eyes forever. Chan Si-won wept bitterly. The next day at school, Pai Han Yu had just walked out of the classroom when teacher Han Kyung blocked him at the door. Pai Han Yu spoke. Teacher Lee Han Kyung, I happen to have something to discuss with you. Before he could finish, Teacher Han Kyung interrupted him. Whatever it is, we'll talk later. At this moment, all members of the study group were present. Lee Ji-yu smiled happily. Brother Han-yu, look at this. The disciplinary notice has been signed by the Academic Affairs Director and the Student Council President. Do you know what that means? Lee Ji-yu made a throat-cutting gesture. Watch your head. P.I. Han-yu finally realized he was being sanctioned. At the same time, today's news was also explosive. Shooting incident at martial arts dojo, one citizen dead. The culprit turns out to be a student. But Ma Ming-hwan kept silent in front of the reporter's questions. The reporter's final question. Anything else you want to say? Ma Ming-hwan left a puzzling statement. Sunshine, please. Not only that, the school was also in chaos with reporters. But the happiest were the members of the study group. Soon Chon Si-won awkwardly opened the door. He came specially to thank Teacher Han Kyung. Teacher Han Kyung suddenly appeared from behind. Si-won has already signed with an agency, and that agency's great potential in Chon Si-won. When Si-won asked if he could be the big brother, the agent replied, "Of course. You could even be the big brother's grandfather if needed." The study group was shocked. This kid isn't going to become a big star, is he? But equally shocking was Teacher Han Kyung's connections. Last time it was the TOEIC committee, this time it's an agency. Where is the limit to this woman's influence? Even if she is a top teacher who passed the teaching exam, she shouldn't have such great connections. As things settled down, school life soon returned to normal. But one day, the classroom door was suddenly opened during class. It was Kim Si-hyun's father. Kim Si-hyun's father strode toward Kim Si-hyun. He delivered a hard slap. "Didn't I tell you to learn skills at the construction site? Why are you still in school?" He dragged Kim Si-hyun out of the classroom. "You don't need to come to school anymore," but before they went far, the protagonist and teacher Han Kyung appeared. "Please let go of Kim Si-hyun first." It turned out that Kim Si-hyun, who had been bullied, had finally seen a ray of hope with the protagonist's help, only to fall back into the abyss. After class, Kim Si-hyun walked alone dejectedly toward the construction site. Thinking carefully, his life had always been spent in darkness. When he was young, his parents would quarrel every few days, never considering his feelings. He felt he was just a supporting character to his parents, not only at home but outside as well. We're all protagonists. Don't lie. There will always be pitiful extras everywhere, needed to highlight the main characters. But one day, the spotlight shone on him for the first time. His perfect scores in all subjects brought cheers from classmates. But when he returned home with his report card, he received news of his mother leaving home. Thus, he brushed past the spotlight once again. And because of his father's scene at school, he became the laughingstock of his classmates again. Jin Ho-min, unhappy about being tied for first place with Kim Si-hyun, took the opportunity to mock Kim Si-hyun's father as a useless waste, dressed like a beggar. Kim Si-hyun gritted his teeth in anger. Damn, they're all right, which is why I can't refute. Why do I feel angry? Kim Si-hyun raised his fist and punched Jin Ho-min hard in the face. Damn it! Don't insult my dad! These words surprised even himself. Why am I defending my father? Jin Ho-min laughed in anger. Damn, have you gone crazy? You dare to hit me! As he said this, a fist came toward Kim Si-hyun's fearful eyes, but it was caught firmly by a hand. Meanwhile, the protagonist, hiding it from Kim Si-hyun, took a taxi to the construction site right after class. He planned to persuade Kim Si-hyun's father again, but he happened to encounter a riot at the site. Kim Si-hyun's father was pushed to the ground by the foreman. The foreman looked at the workers like livestock. It was the Yeonbaek gang's people again. At the same time, Jin Ho-min was shocked to see who had blocked his attack. "I just got out of the hospital and happily came to see my son. Didn't expect to see someone throwing punches as soon as I entered the school." The protagonist's mother looked grim. "That makes me very unhappy." The protagonist's mother paid no attention to Jin Ho-min. She turned to speak to Kim Si-hyun. "Isn't this Se-hyun?" Kim Si-hyun scratched his head. "Hello, auntie?" Then the protagonist's mother casually tossed Jin Ho-min aside. "You need to eat more. Your arms have no strength at all. By the way, Se-hyun, where did my Zaimin go?" Jin Ho-min was shocked listening to their conversation. This middle-aged woman is Yin Zai-min's mother. When investigating Yin Zai-min, I heard. So this means this middle-aged woman is the current director of the Taekwondo Association and the former headhunter for the women's MVP at the World Taekwondo Championships. Shun Mei-shan. Jin Ho-min recalled the shadow of having his forehead flicked by the protagonist. He covered his head and kept backing away, but he bravely provoked the protagonist's mother again, because he wanted his companions to record everything with their phones. But unexpectedly, Lee Jun suddenly appeared behind him, jumping up to kick the thug flying that'll teach you to play tricks. Jin Ho-min looked nervously at the protagonist's mother, sweating profusely. As things concluded, the protagonist's mother drove the two home. She suddenly remembered that Kim Si-hyun seemed to have some difficulty last time, so she asked. After learning what had just happened, Kim Si-hyun hugged his backpack dejectedly. He just wanted to continue studying to fulfill his wish. Soon, the protagonist's mother stopped the car, but the two discovered that this place looked familiar. Auntie isn't planning to take us home, she wants a direct confrontation. The two gathered courage and walked toward the construction site. Lee Jun pointed at Kim Si-hyun and shouted, "Uncle, he wants to go to university!" But suddenly they realized something was wrong. Why would Yin Zai-min be there? And Zai-min seems to be losing to that person. At this moment, a muscular man was standing in front of the protagonist. It was the Yeonbae gang's first heir, Chi Young-hyun. The Yeonbae gang's first heir wasn't Pai Han-yu, but this Chi Young-hyun. Chi Young-hyun was curious about the protagonist in front of him. "I heard from Bang Sang-in that you're Pai Han-yu's thorn in the side. Want to try a few moves with me?" But the protagonist only wanted to get Kim Si-hyun's father to take back his transfer decision. He didn't pay any attention to him. Faced with the protagonist's dismissal, Chi Young-hyun raised his leg high. A powerful strike interrupted the protagonist's actions. Soon, Kim Si-hyun and Lee Jun also arrived at the construction site. But this was the first time they had seen the protagonist so disheveled. Chi Young-hyun spoke, "This won't do. How can you fight Pai Han-yu with just these skills?" At this moment, Kim Si-hyun's father confronted the foreman. "Why did you suddenly stop work? Are we continuing or not?" But the foreman's words made him feel like he'd fallen into ice. Starting tomorrow, the project will be taken over by Yeonbae Human Resources. This announcement caused the workers to riot again because if handed over to Yeonbae Human Resources, they would have 20% deducted as an intermediary fee. At this time, a fat man put his hand on Kim Si-hyun's father's shoulder. "They say we're thugs. How dare you talk like that?" With that, he kicked Kim Si-hyun's father flying. The thugs smoked arrogantly. "Manual laborers talk too damn much. If you don't want to work, get lost." Kim Si-hyun's father, lying on the ground, envied those skilled workers. Yes, Kim Si-hyun knew too. His father was an uneducated person. In his eyes, those skilled workers were the most valued. That's why he kept wanting me to learn skills. Lee Jun, unable to bear it, charged at the thug, but was kicked away by someone. It was Chi Young-hyun who had been standing aside. Chi Young-hyun smiled. "How about this? Let's have a fist match. You throw a punch, I throw a punch. Like that. If any of you can make me step back 1 meter, I'll make Yeonbae Human Resources withdraw from this factory." Chi Young-hyun began to take off his clothes. "Yin Zai-min, you weren't serious with those 2 moves just now. Stop putting on airs. Show me your real skills quickly." Soon Chi Young-hyun was standing there, flaunting his thick muscles, announcing the game had begun. But unexpectedly, it was Kim Si-hyun with tears in his eyes who stepped forward. "This is what you said. No going back on your word." Kim Si-hyun turned to look at his father. "I'll make sure Dad continues to work, and you have to let me continue studying. I'm not doing this for Dad, but for myself." Kim Si-hyun's eyes were determined. "I must go to school." Kim Si-hyun's father was shocked. "This guy isn't trying to persuade me, he's negotiating. But can he really do it?" The reason Kim Si-hyun dared to take the challenge was known only to Lee Jun. To gain means of self-protection, Kim Si-hyun had asked Lee Jun to teach him martial arts. Lee Jun had taught him one of the protagonist's moves, not Jeet Kune Do but Taekwondo, the Taekwondo straight punch most suitable for Kim Si-hyun. Lee Jun had observed Kim Si-hyun's arms. The human forearm is composed of the radius and ulna, but there's a gap between the 2 bones that needs to be strengthened through training. But some people's radius and ulna are very close, and some people naturally have higher bone density. Kim Si-hyun belonged to both categories. That is, a 1 in 10,000 martial arts talent. Now, driving home, the protagonist's mother felt increasingly uneasy. Lee Jun's kick seemed familiar. Wasn't that the move she used in the Taekwondo championship? Could it be that boy, Yin Zai-min? Now Kim Si-hyun took his stance. Mom's basics. First move, straight punch. Seeing Kim Si-hyun's punching stance, everyone was dumbfounded. Kim Si-hyun, that guy, was actually a hidden master. Kim Si-hyun threw a hard punch. The Yeonbae gang's first heir, Chi Young-hyun, with disbelief written all over his face, barely kept his footing. He countered with a punch to Kim Si-hyun's abdomen. Looking at Kim Si-hyun knocked to the ground, everyone was sweating. To withstand such a close-range punch, this guy must be a monster. Kim Si-hyun forced himself to stand up. Compared to what he'd experienced at home, this was nothing. So one more time, but the next second he staggered. The protagonist caught him just in time. "Your straight punch is quite good. The problem is you used too much force. In my eyes, you didn't have any solid parts except your head. Didn't expect you to have such a good weapon." The protagonist looked at the steel rods 10 meters away. "Hey, uncles, can you move those away? I'm afraid it'd be dangerous if we hit them." "Kim Si-hyun, let me demonstrate properly, but you have to keep this secret from my mom." How powerful was the protagonist's serious punch? As a child, the protagonist always wanted to learn his mother's Taekwondo, but his mother always refused, saying she didn't want him to have skills to fight everywhere. Fortunately, there was his uncle who always stood stood by the protagonist. His uncle risked getting beaten up to secretly take the protagonist to watch his mother's matches, and seriously told the protagonist never to learn secretly. Your mom will kill me if she finds out, but the protagonist still secretly memorized the moves. The protagonist lowered his head and whispered, "Sorry, uncle," then threw a punch. With a loud bang like a nuclear explosion, instantly everyone was dumbfounded. Lee Jun even blurted out a curse. Holy shit, you gotta be kidding me. The terrifying punch sent Chi Young-hyun flying. In his ears was only the sound of rushing wind. Chi Young-hyun landed hard and skidded several meters. Acid rose in his throat. The protagonist was a bit surprised. This guy actually withstood it. He was only thrown a dozen meters. Chi Young-hyun looked back ruefully. Damn, almost got thrown to where this guy mentioned. That would have been embarrassing. The workers all came to praise the protagonist's strength, but the protagonist's expression was serious. That person is extraordinary. Chi Young-hyun pointed at the protagonist and laughed, ignoring the intermediary company's persuasion. All right, I won't go back on my word. From now on, Yeonbaek will never interfere here. The intermediary wanted to continue persuading, but Chi Young-hyun showed a fierce expression. Do you want to die? I'm giving you face because you're Park Sang-in's father. If you're not satisfied, go tell Uncle Yeonbaek. Chi Young-hyun greeted the protagonist. Hey, Yin Zai-min, I heard you want to discipline P.I. Hanyu? Let me tell you a secret. P.I. Hanyu must graduate smoothly without any blemish. As for the specific reason, don't be curious. But you should know, that guy won't attend school obediently. He's already notorious in other schools too. You think without Chu Zai Huang, Bang Sang-in, Ma Ming Huan and those guys, he can't handle Rohai? He's an extremely cruel guy. The title of Thug Nursery for Rosong Vocational High School was not given by P.I. Yanbai, but by Pi Hanyu. At this moment, there were 4 figures in front of P.I. Hanyu. Each was P.I. Hanyu's direct subordinate. Led by the dreadlocked man An Taehuan, there was also Choi Mu-gai, who was expelled for hitting a teacher at school. Choi Mu-gai's girlfriend Hong A-song, and Chu Zai Wang, who was beaten up by the protagonist in the 3rd episode, also came. Chu Zai Huang's eyes turned cold. I've received training. I'm not the same as before. Now Chi Young-hyun had his arm around the protagonist's neck. You might think that guy looks refined, but he's actually very violent. Do you know what happened to the teacher who convened the disciplinary meeting last time? He made sure the teacher who exposed him couldn't attend the disciplinary meeting and became the victim of a random violent crime. Chi Young-hyun turned back and said, "If you're still as half-hearted as just now, everything will go as P.I. Hanyu wishes." Meanwhile, a hand suddenly rested on teacher Han Kyung's shoulder. It was the protagonist's mother. The protagonist's mother drove teacher Han Kyung home and thanked her for helping to take care of Zai Min. Teacher Han Kyung bowed to the protagonist's mother. "Thank you very much, Auntie. It's good that you're all right. If something had happened to you." At this point, teacher Han Kyung was too choked up to continue. Before leaving, teacher Han Kyung brought up the protagonist's transfer again. "I know Auntie isn't satisfied with our school, but Zai Min loves this school more than anyone because he has his own study group here. It was also Auntie who comforted me to come here as a teacher. If you trust Zai Min, soon you'll see the future that teacher Wu Jinghua hoped for." The protagonist's mother, acting contrary to her usual self, began to ponder. Just then, the real estate agent's phone rang. "Hello, ma'am. I'm the real estate agent. The price of the house you saw last time hasn't changed. Would you like to see it now?" The protagonist's mother feigned surprise. "What? It went up by 300 million all at once. You guys are too greedy. Sorry, this house won't work." She hung up the phone. The protagonist's mother pretended to be a bit angry. "Can't find a suitable house. Seems like we can't change schools." Then she folded her arms. "Teacher Han Kyung, please let me see what kind of future teacher Young Hwa hoped for." Yes, although she acted decisively, people change because of their environment. As parents, they have the obligation to provide a good environment for their children, so there are exceptions to everything. At the same time, the protagonist and Lee Jun put on fierce expressions. "Uncle, if you insist on making Se-hyun drop out, we won't stand by. I bet if you let Se-hyun study instead of learning skills, he'll definitely be someone who can buy this building." Kim Se-hyun's father looked defeated. "Whatever. If you want to study so badly, go ahead. I won't interfere." He turned away angrily and hurried back home. "You've been out for a month now, haven't you?" Kim Se-hyun stared at his father's back, suddenly frozen in place. When conflict reaches its limit, no parent can win against their child. Damn it. Why am I remembering this now? Kim Se-hyun was a bit proud. "Just wait and see. If you provoke me again, I'll run away from home again." Soon, the day before the final exam arrived, Chon Si-won, walking alone on campus, encountered P.I. Hanyu and others. Chon Si-won spoke. "Are you here for revenge because I signed the disciplinary notice?" P. Hanyu immediately said something annoying. "Not entirely. I just didn't expect Ma Ming-hwan's brother could betray me." Chon Si-won exploded with anger. "Who are you calling whose brother?" Chon Si-hwan grabbed Pi Hanyu's collar, furious. He had received a text message from Pi Hanyu, saying Ma Mingwan had something to tell him. Pi Hanyu stared with wide eyes. You called me here, right? You can't believe Mingquan would kill Master Yingquan, can you? Chon Si-hwan looked resentful, that's right. He had indeed treated Ma Mingquan like a brother, and the times with Ma Mingquan were happy. Chon Si-hwan gritted his teeth, finally erupting, raising his fist and charging at Pi Hanyu, but he was kicked away by Pi Hanyu's subordinate. Choi Mu-gi looked arrogant. The school has become such a mess while I was away. Grabbing collars is one thing, but daring to throw punches. Pi Hanyu chuckled. He's someone recognized by Mingwan. Don't underestimate him. As soon as he finished speaking, Choi Mu-gi seemed to smell gunpowder. In an instant, Chon Si-hwan appeared in front of Choi Mu-gi, master's forbidden technique, the fuse. Meanwhile, Kim Gyu-jin was chatting with his follower. He learned about teacher Han Kyung pushing for the disciplinary committee. Kim Gyu-jin rested his chin on his hand and thought for a moment. The last teacher who pushed for the disciplinary committee disappeared on the day of the meeting, later became a victim of a random killing. Teacher Wu Jinghua's random murder case had a lot to do with Pi Hanyu. That means teacher Han Kyung might be in danger. Remembering how teacher Han Kyung had shielded him from a knife, Kim Gyu-jin gritted his teeth audibly. At this moment, his follower waved at it. Kim Gyu-jin looked closely. It was Chon Si-hwan and Choi Mu-gai who was on the ground. This person is an enemy of the student council and had beaten him badly before. The follower suggested they should leave quickly. It would be trouble if they were discovered. Kim Ju-jin smiled. Wait, I want to see. Look, isn't that Choi Mu-gai? Choi Mu-gi, who had gotten up, started fighting with Chon Si-hwan without a word. Feeling Chon Si-hwan's strength made him a bit frustrated, but the next second he blocked all of Chon Si-hwan's attacks. This Choi Mu-gai was well known among the older students, especially that sudden leg sweep. It felt like it could sweep away a bull. Although that guy used his legs, what he studied wasn't taekwondo. Choi Mu-gai turned to dodge Chon Si-hwan's punch, then suddenly grabbed Chon Si-hwan's arm and threw Chon Si-hwan flying. That's right, Hapkido, a comprehensive martial art that combines jujitsu, striking techniques, and wooden weapons. Once caught by him, defeat is inevitable. Now Choi Mu-gai was controlling Chon Si-hwan's arm, asking Pi Hanyu nearby, "How about it? Should I break it?" Pi Hanyu looked down at Chon Si-hwan. "Will you withdraw from the disciplinary committee? There's still time." Kim Gyu-jin, hiding nearby, had a solemn expression. "Withdraw quickly. If you do, teacher Han Kyung won't be in danger." Chon Si-hwan smiled. "So I can still withdraw now?" "Indeed. With a broken arm, I can't be a leader anymore." His manager had warned him sternly. Chon Si-hwan spoke. All right," then raised his middle finger. "Withdraw my ass. I'm not going to be a leader anymore. Teacher Lee Han Kyung is my benefactor. She gave me hope. Are you asking me to repay kindness with enmity?" Kim Gyu-jin was shocked. This guy must have water in his brain. Pi Hanyu grew impatient. "What a pity, Wukui. Go ahead." Choi Mu-gia immediately started applying force. At this moment, Kim Gyu-jin's follower was still gesturing for Kim Gyu-jin to come watch the excitement, only to find Kim Gyu-jin was already at the scene, throwing Choi Mu-gai in the air. Pi Hanyu was a bit dumbfounded. Kim Gyu-jin had 1,000 curses running through his mind. Chon Si-hwan was also stunned. What is going on? In Kim Gyu-jin's heart, he recalled scenes of teacher Han Kyung. Why would a fragile female teacher shield me from a knife and do so many dangerous things? Kim Gyu-jin looked nervous. "Why do you always make people worry?" Kim Gyu-jin was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when Choi Mu-gai's dangerous eyes came close, crouching down and grabbing Kim Gyu-jin's wrist. "What are you doing? You idiot!" Kim Gyu-jin was about to admit defeat, but Choi Mu-gai's fist had already hit his abdomen. The follower, hiding nearby, was stunned. Kim Gyu-jin endured the pain and slowly spoke. "Haha, damn, that really hurts. Listen to me. I just had a feeling that teacher Han Kyung would end up like teacher Wu Jinghua. Pi Hanyu, I've figured it out. Teacher Wu Jinghua's death last year was because of you. I didn't want to get involved in your business, but not with teacher Lee Han Kyung. I owe that teacher a favor." Kim Gyu-jin grinned. "I'm not backing down, or I'll always feel guilty." But as soon as he finished speaking, he was met with another punch from Choi Mu-gai, blood gushing from his nose. Damn, was my intervention for nothing. But he saw Chon Si-hwan had already recovered. Jumping up, his fist brushed past Kim Gyu-jin's body. With one punch, Choi Mu-gi was sent flying. Chon Si-hwan turned to look at Kim Gyu-jin. "This person is from the student council. Thanks to him, I could counterattack." Chon Si-hwan looked grim. "Are you really planning to harm teacher Han Kyung?" Pi Hanyu revealed an evil smile. "That's right." But as he spoke, Chon Si-hwan was ambushed by Choi Mu-gi. Chon Si-hwan watched as Choi Mu-gi's palm got closer and closer closer. Dodging in mid-air, Master's second forbidden technique, Wolf Killer. Chon Si-hwan was shocked. If what Pi Hanyu said was true, then he must stop them. Meanwhile, Choi Hee-won had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Hwang Maxi walked out from behind. Choi Hee-won had once punched her to protect a USB drive. Choi Hee-won decided to avoid her, but unexpectedly she was grabbed by the hair from behind by Hwang Maxi. "Hey, you're quite arrogant now," she said, raising her palm to slap. Before it landed, it was caught by a hand. It was Lee Dae-cheol who happened to be passing by, but at the same time, Pi Han-yu's direct subordinate Hong Yak-sing also passed by, looking at the fragile young girl, who could take down Lee Dae-cheol with just a purse chain. Scene change? The final exams are over. Everyone in the study group has relaxed. While discussing the final exam results, they mentioned the protagonist, that is, Yin Zaimin, who is now trembling all over. Lee Junyu deliberately exaggerated his expression. Is he in a sensitive period again? Is he going to the martial arts gym for a fight? But Kim Si-hyun indicated this time it's good news. He compared the test papers with the protagonist and found 50% were the same. The protagonist's heart was pounding, having the same answers as Kim Si-hyun, which means suddenly the whole room exploded. It means the protagonist got half right. It was the first time the protagonist enjoyed such a boasting feeling. It made him a bit uncomfortable. It seems his recent efforts weren't in vain. The study group congratulated him warmly again. Lee Jun was so excited he shed tears. Teacher Lee Han-kyung smiled with satisfaction. Even for these kids, we need to change this school quickly. After Teacher Han-kyung left, with Lee Ziyu's warning, everyone quickly pulled the curtains, locked the door, and secretly started a meeting, because a few days ago, the day before the final exam, Chon Si-won, covered in blood, opened the door of the study group. He had barely escaped, and without time to recover, he hurried to find them. Yin Zaimin, if you don't want to lose your mentor like I did, you need to act. The previous teachers who tried to get Pi Hanyu expelled were all killed. At this moment, Lee Ziyu was emotionally agitated. Damn, I can't believe this would happen. Kim Soon-chul, as a senior student, knew about this. Back then, teacher Wu Jinghua became a victim of a random murder case. Choi Hee-won was the first to raise a question. Why not tell Officer Ro Taiwan? The protagonist had a solemn face. We can't talk to the police now. It's not that we don't trust Officer Luo, because the police will only take action after something happens. Without evidence, it would just waste resources. And if Pi Hanyu knows the police are watching him, he'll be harder to deal with. Instantly, everyone reached a consensus. Yes, we should act before Pi Hanyu does. But Pi Hanyu's subordinates are also a problem. Choi Mugai, who could beat Chan Si-hwan into that state, and Hong Yak-sing, who could take down Lee Dae-cheol, neither are easy to deal with. And according to Cheon Si-hwan, Chu Zai-hwang has also arrived. So first they need to make a plan, and can't let teacher Han Kyung know. Everyone in the study group thought of teacher Han Kyung's help. She risked danger to make the school better. At this moment, everyone in the study group's eyes became determined. This time, everyone would be there. The protagonist ended the topic with a serious expression. It's our turn to repay the kindness. During the 20 days of preparing for Pi Hanyu's disciplinary meeting, Lee Jiyu went to the martial arts club to learn MMA mixed martial arts. Kim Si-yoon came to the protagonist's home to learn taekwondo from the protagonist's mother. Lee Jun was personally trained by the protagonist. Kim Soon-chul walked into the long-missed martial arts gym. Choi Hee-won collected information online continuously. Finally, after teacher Han Kyung announced the beginning of summer vacation, it was already the last day. At night, everyone in the study group dressed in black arrived at Yambo Gang's hideout. The protagonist's eyes were coldly calm to a frightening degree. Pi Hanyu, let's see if you can still be so arrogant after today. After today, a shocking event in our city will happen quietly. The Road to Success Study Group's 6-person team, the day before the disciplinary committee meeting, to eliminate Pi Hanyu's hideout, take down Pi Hanyu, attack Songdao. Pi Hanyu stood on the rooftop with his hands in his pockets. He had already promised Hanyu. Tomorrow he would play games with Hanyu all day. Things must be resolved before tomorrow. He couldn't break his promise. Meanwhile, the protagonist and others arrived at the building below Pi Hanyu's hideout. The study group was shocked at the building before them. This entire building is Pi Hanyu's headquarters. These gangs are really capable. At the same time, Park Ji-on-yi and others went to another place to collect information. As the protagonist and Lee Jun exchanged glances, both kicked at the same time, kicking open the door. Meanwhile, the building alarm went off. Kim Si-hyun signaled Choi Hee-won to keep watch outside. As he spoke, a group of Yanbo gang thugs quickly blocked the door. Lee Jun showed an excited expression. Come on, bring it on. No, we're bringing it to you. Kim Soon-chul explained to everyone. These thugs are from various schools, a standing army, all under Pai Hanyu's influence. Now Yambo gang is divided into south and north. The northern forces are controlled by Chi Yingxian. The south belongs to Pai Hanyu. Li Jun immediately understood. So, they're Pai Hanyu's dogs? As soon as Li Jun finished speaking, he was ambushed by a thug. Damn, what did you call us? Before he could finish, number 48's big foot landed on his face. Li Jun kicked and shouted, "Fly! Li Jun kick!" Li Jun turned back to continue taunting. "Calling you dogs is already flattering you." The thugs were immediately provoked, and the battle began. Kim Soon-chul first flashed in front of a thug. With one punch, he lifted the thug high, tiger fist, fierce tiger in forest, sidestepping to dodge a second attack. A strike left the thug in pain. Then an elbow strike, tiger fist, tiger cannon. Seeing Kim Soon-chul showing off, Li Jun was not to be outdone. Supporting himself with one hand, a flying kick, ground-dragging Li Jun kick. Hearing the name Li Jun gave, Li Jiyu was speechless. Facing a thug's attack, Li Jiyu dodged. Bang! A punch blocked the thug's vision. Then another fierce punch sent the thug airborne, grabbing the thug's clothes with his backhand. Miyama mixed martial arts wrestling. Several brutal punches left the thug bruised and swollen. Everyone watched in astonishment. Jiyu! She seems to have risen to a new level, but there was no time to think more since the thugs arrived so quickly. It meant their whereabouts had been exposed. From now on, they needed to fight against time. Carrying the hopes of the study group, the protagonist and Kim Si-hyun rushed towards the top floor of the building. Meanwhile, the dreadlock man handed the phone surveillance to Pi Hanyu. What should we do now? Chu Zai Wang, hiding nearby, was a bit confused. Why gather here when they guessed they would find this place? What kind of trick was Pi Hanyu playing? Hong Yaxing and Choi Mu-gi immediately volunteered to go down and meet them. Pi Hanyu tossed the documents. I was going to let you wait, but that doesn't seem like your style. Go eliminate them all! At this moment, the protagonist and Kim Si-hyun didn't know what floor they'd reached, but Pi Hanyu must be in this building. Just then, Kim Si-hyun suddenly stopped. Yin Zai-min, you go ahead, because he had just encountered Chu Zai-wang, who was wandering on this floor. Chu Zai-wang revealed a fierce expression. Damn, did I hit the jackpot? Kim Si-hyun turned back with a forced smile. You continue to find Pai Hanyu. I'll deal with this guy. Chu Zai-wang pointed at Kim Si-hyun. What's going on, Yin Zai-min? You actually let this loser be your shield. Recalling scenes of being bullied by Chu Zai-wang, Kim Si-hyun gritted his teeth, saying a dirty word for the first time in the show. I'm not a loser, damn it! Meanwhile, the protagonist who continued on his way wasn't worried at all, because Si-hyun wasn't sacrificing himself voluntarily. If Shunjae and Li Jun's strength had improved amazingly, then Li Ziyu had reached a new level, and in these 20 days, the biggest change was in Kim Si-hyun facing Chu Zai-wang's slap. Kim Si-hyun didn't even look, catching it with one hand. Recalling the humiliation suffered from Chu Zai-wang, I said, I'm not a loser, and I'm not a shield. I'm just an ordinary student at most used as firewood, but you burned my favorite book. Almighty Mixian's Basics, second technique. Smashing elbow with a bang that echoed through the entire floor with Chu Zai-wang's screams, recalling what the protagonist's mother said, a great person once said. Violence implemented to protect oneself is not violence. Kim Si-hyun looked calm, it's rationality. Chu Zai-wang wiped his injured right cheek. Originally, he was beaten by the protagonist and taunted by Park Ji-on-yi. Although it was embarrassing, he could endure it. But not long after, his father was sent to prison again. He heard it was because the study group disguised as the standing army. With all this, how could I endure? Thinking about it, Chu Zai-wang went crazy and pounced on Kim Si-hyun. A kick came fiercely. Kim Si-hyun narrowly dodged it. Kim Si-hyun was a bit nervous. This guy is attacking with full force. Kim Si-hyun relied on his training results to dodge another punch, rushing to Chu Zai-wang's back to counterattack. But unexpectedly, he was hit hard by Chu Zai-wang. Several more punches to Kim Si-hyun's face. Chu Zai-wang roared while hitting. You think learning a few days of martial arts can beat me who has practiced for more than 10 years? Yes, Kim Si-hyun also knew in a direct confrontation there was no chance. He also knew that learning martial arts for just a few days wasn't enough for fighting. But what the protagonist's mother taught him wasn't just taekwondo, but two methods. One is to improve resistance to hits. Develop the courage to not close your eyes when beaten. He had been beaten hard by the protagonist's mother in these 20 days. As Chu Zai-wang raised his leg high, Kim Si-hyun took another hit hard, but he still didn't close his eyes, always observing Chu Zai-wang's every move, finally catching a weakness and landing a punch, making Chu Zai-wang stagger, clutching his throat in pain. Kim Si-hyun took a stance. This is the mid-high punch when attacking the throat. And the second method is to memorize various arm techniques in taekwondo. Although leg techniques are the core of taekwondo, they need too much time, so he decisively gave them up. In these days, he mastered all the arm techniques in taekwondo, including pushing, pulling, striking, and stabbing, plus the temples, chest, chin, philtrum, and other vulnerable points on the body. But to combine these three factors accurately, and to use them reflexively in actual combat. Yes, this is the method to beat him. With just a few days of training, 26 hand techniques, 35 vulnerable points, and 910 possible probabilities. Finally making a conclusion, he must memorize all of this. Kim Si-hyun extended his palm, this time it's the chin. Kim Si-hyun raised his hand swiftly, palm strike, uppercut. At this moment, Chu Zai-hwang was beaten into questioning life. Chu Zai-hwang, lying on the ground, wasn't convinced. This guy was a loser who let me bully him last time. Kim Si-hyun, bruised and swollen, spoke. Not convinced? If you're not convinced, then study, you idiot. Recalling Lee Jun pointing at him with an ice cream stick. Go, show your hedgehog head style. Kim Si-hyun was a bit confused. What does hedgehog head mean? Haven't you read comics? Don't all the characters there have hedgehog heads? Although Lee Ji-yu always mocks you as skinny firewood, I don't think so. Kim Si-hyun fell to the ground powerlessly, hedgehog head. Is it a symbol of the protagonist? Meanwhile, on another floor, Lee Ji-yu's voice sounded. Ha ha! I thought we were playing a level clearing game. Why is there someone guarding each floor? Lee Ji-yu raised his arm to the highest point, pointing at Hong Yaxing's forehead. Just in time, you bitch, Choi Moo-gi spoke. She's still a little one. Take it easy. Choi Moo-gi turned to look at Kim Soon-chul on the other side. Then my opponent is you! At this time, the excited Lee Jun, who ran up the stairs, suddenly had his pupils contract. A figure passed through the corridor. Lee Jun showed such a serious expression for the first time. It was the person he had been looking for. Now Lee Ji-yu and Hong Yaxing stood together, the most contrasting heights. But Lee Ji-yu was not afraid, even throwing a punch at Hong Yaxing. Although you haven't offended me. But I just can't stand that bitch Hwang Maxi being arrogant because of you. Hong Yaxing dodged sideways. What's wrong with Hwang Maxi? She just has bad taste in boys. Isn't she just attracted to your boyfriend Kim Gyu-jin? With a slap, Lee Ziyu took a hit. Hong Yaxing continued to taunt. It seems you can't stand her seducing your boyfriend. Lee Ziyu raised her fist. This crazy woman, bringing up my embarrassment to provoke me, huh? At the same time, Kim Soon-chul also attacked, but was blocked solidly by Choi Moo-gi. Choi Moo-gi showed a relaxed expression. Brother Shunjae, are you playing a game of catching fists with me? Choi Moo-gi grabbed Kim Soon-chul's arm and twisted it hard. I'll take this arm first. Kim Soon-chul realized the danger. This is Hapkido's grappling technique, absolutely cannot be caught. Then used brute force to break free from the joint lock. Taking a stance, 5 fists, fierce tiger double claws. Kim Soon-chul had a solemn expression. This guy easily took down Chon Si-hwan, and I once lost to Chon Si-hwan. Am I weaker than him? Suddenly remembering his master's appearance, then fiercely charged at Choi Moo-gi. This is impossible. And on the other side, Lee Ziyu also sensed trouble due to physical build. The opponent was good at both long distance and close range attacks, and was also very flexible. She was completely being suppressed by the opponent. Although one throw could finish her, but now forget about a throw, she couldn't even launch a proper attack. Sure enough, the next second Lee Jiu was taken down by Hong Yaxing. At the same time, Kim Soon-chul's attack was again blocked by Choi Moo-gi. Couldn't find a single weakness. Kim Soon-chul was about to use brute force, but that was exactly what Choi Moo-gi wanted. He was taken down by a sweep, and just as Choi Moo-gi was about to gloat, Hong Yaxing suddenly shouted for him to watch out behind, but it was too late. On the other side, Lee Jiu suddenly attacked from behind. Angering Hong Yaxing, who gritted her teeth, they're fighting, and you're interfering. Lee Jiu showed a smug smile. Men against men, women against women, who said to fight like that? 2 against 2 is how we fight, stupid. As she spoke, Kim Soon-chul appeared in front of Hong Yaxing. Bang, a punch. This way, Kim Soon-chul could also hit Choi Moo-gi. Lee Jiu's punch also successfully hit Hong Yaxing's abdomen. The two who were just extremely arrogant were now completely disordered. Yes, this is how to deal with such couples. Just make them worry about each other, distract their attention, and then the other person strikes, taking advantage of Choi Moo-gi's distracted attention while worried about Hong Yaxing. Lee Jiu appeared behind Choi Moo-gi with another bang. A kick. Kim Soon-chul was a bit surprised. People who have learned martial arts and fighting have a characteristic. They don't know how to fight in groups, and he was used to coordinating with those two guys since childhood, so he wasn't unfamiliar with group fights. But Lee Jiu handled this situation skillfully for the first time. She could see the big picture. Soon Hong Yaxing shouted anxiously, Choi Moo-gi, come here. Choi Moo-gi immediately understood. The two stood back to back. This way they could form a one-on-one situation again. Hong Yaxing spoke, if we can't stop them, we can't get benefits from Pai Han Yu, right? Choi Moo-gi was panting. I know, dear. Let's end this quickly. No time to care about their display of affection. reaction, Lee Ziyu took a stance. Kim Soon-chul patted his face, although they caused some damage. But to win, a decisive strike is needed. Hong Yaxing faced the charging Lee Ziyu, pulled off Choi Mugie's belt, blocking Lee Ziyu's path, raised the belt and wrapped it around Lee Ziyu. And Kim Soon-chul, who charged over, was also caught by Choi Mugie, using Hapkido's jujitsu again. But this time, Kim Soon-chul's expression was very calm, recalling his master taking down the protagonist with jujitsu. Yes, Tiger Fist is not just fists, because there are many great people in the world, so martial arts must also progress. Kim Soon-chul instantly twisted his waist, hanging on Choi Mugai's body, Tiger Fist Tiger Rejection Dragon Coil. Lee Ziyu on the other side was even more outrageous, biting hard on Hong Yaxing's belt. Hong Yaxing's face was filled with shock. I thought I strangled his neck. Didn't expect he's shorter than I imagined. Lee Ziyu's legs powered up, hands and mouth fixed the belt. Practical jujitsu bite throw. With a bang, dust rose. Kim Soon-chul and Lee Ziyu were panting. Both villains fell simultaneously. Kim Soon-chul looked at the two on the ground. Although back-to-back turns 2 against 2 into 1-on-1, the premise is that 1-on-1 can win, and you trusted each other too much. After resolving the battle, the two quickly headed towards the protagonist. Now, the protagonist was hiding in a corner of some floor. He saw the mustached police officer secretly talking with Pai Han-yu. The mustached officer asked Pai Han-yu, "When will you act against that female teacher?" Pai Han-yu took out his phone. "I already know where she lives. Now I just need to make a call." Before he could finish, the protagonist suddenly appeared, kicking the phone away. Pai Han-yu turned and smiled coldly. "I knew saying this would make you come out. Student Yin Zaimin." Pai Han-yu faced the protagonist's appearance with a dangerous smile. "Yin Zaimin breaking into my base and attacking me. Who looks more like the villain now?" And as Pai Han-yu finished speaking, the mustached officer had arrived in front of the protagonist. Pai Han-yu walked back leisurely. "To be honest, it's not just Lee Han-kyung who bothers me, but also your so-called study group. I can't allow Lu Cheng's school to become your stage for shooting youth inspiration dramas. So the evidence I've collected now is enough to write a report to expel you. You think only you are preparing for the disciplinary committee, Yin Zaimin? I just revealed a little information and can eliminate all of you. How efficient." As Pai Han-yu finished speaking, the protagonist was already furious to the extreme. The mustached officer looked sideways at Pai Han-yu. "So this kid wants to make me a shield. Disrespectful little guy." But saw the protagonist speaking softly. "Move aside," then grabbed the mustached officer's arm with a terrifying expression. "I told you to move aside." The mustached officer was momentarily too scared to speak, but the next moment, realizing the protagonist couldn't do anything to the police, he pressed the protagonist down firmly, loudly questioning, "How many of you are there?" But the protagonist casually raised his hand and punched, almost giving the mustached officer a concussion. Pai Han-yu looked unhappy, as if saying, "Why does this guy dare to do this?" The mustached officer loudly reprimanded. The protagonist was so angry veins popped out. "Just now Pai Han-yu said he's always been grateful to you. I heard it clearly." The mustached officer's arrogance undiminished. "So what?" Suddenly a voice sounded. "It seems you're going to cause big trouble, Officer Luo. I've already handled it." It was the mustached officer's voice. The protagonist was holding a phone playing the recording. "Uncle, you're not a police officer anymore." Yes, just before the study group was about to attack, they were stopped by Kim Si-hyun. "We're going to a place full of ugliness. No one knows what evidence we might find there," Kim Si-hyun pointed out emphatically. "So once something happens, don't rush in without thinking. Record it." And he specifically named the protagonist. So the protagonist had already secretly recorded it before this. The mustached officer realized the trouble, charged at the protagonist like a madman. But the protagonist's anger hadn't dissipated, speaking softly. "It's not the first time, right? That random murder case last year, did you help him then too?" The protagonist stomped hard on the ground, then jumped high with a heel strike, then landed and started gathering power, like a cheetah charging at Pai Han-yu. Thinking of his mother's injuries back then, he almost lost his family, and Pai Han-yu's arrogant appearance. In Pai Han-yu's shocked gaze, a hard punch hit Pai Han-yu, but he was also hit by Pai Han-yu. The protagonist's eyes were determined. "Tonight, you should be the one to disappear." Meanwhile, Park Ji-yeon-yi and Fatty were searching for things in Pai Han-yu's warehouse. Park Ji-yeon-yi was searching but suddenly stopped. He saw something Pai Han-yu shouldn't have. Now the protagonist and Pai Han-yu were on the rooftop of the base. Their steps crossed. With a bang, they exchanged another punch. Pai Han-yu spoke, "Don't you want to be a bookworm? Daring to hit him is a bit too risky. After all, the recording might be deleted." The protagonist spoke seriously, "Don't worry about it, because it's already synchronized to the cloud." Pai Han-yu paused, "Is that so? That's good." The protagonist ignored Pai Han-yu's nonsense, instantly arrived in front of Pai Han-yu. In his eyes, there was only the image of Pai Han-yu falling. Uncle's forbidden technique, first move. The protagonist unleashed a full-force one-sided beating. But Pai Hanyu was able to move with ease amid the main character's fierce punches, easily dodging another attack. His foot stomps. A flying kick hits the main character. You think by expelling me from school, things will become what you want. Too naive. Before he could finish speaking, the main character's fierce punch came rushing in. Pai Hanyu narrowly dodged, but was hit by the main character's sidekick. He doesn't care about the outcome of this fight, as long as he can take down Pai Hanyu. And so, the main character and Pai Hanyu exchange blows, finally cornering Pai Hanyu. The main character throws a full-force punch. With a loud bang, a hole is punched into the building's glass. Blood continuously drips from the main character's fist. Pai Hanyu dodges at the last moment. Yin Zemin, do you intend to kill me? It's been a long time since I've met such an exciting opponent. I asked Chu Zai Wang before, who's better between us? I've actually been wanting to face off with you. As he says this, they clash again. However, gripping the main character's fist, Pai Hanyu smiles lightly. That day is not today. Soon, 2 metal needles hit the main character's back. Pai Hanyu shows a smug expression. You're too slow. It was the awakened mustached man who used a stun gun. In fact, Pai Hanyu had known about the main character's arrival, but he didn't expose it. His purpose was to let the relationship established between him and the police based on money develop further. Put shackles on him, making the police more loyal to himself. To keep his job, from now on, he must be determined to protect me at all costs. Instantly, strong electric current ravages through the main character's body. The main character turns around and angrily looks at the mustached man. Throws another fierce punch that sends the mustached man flying again, but at the same time, the main character falls to his knees. Pai Hanyu casually walks past the main character, looking at the mustached man on the ground. Picks up the phone. Don't worry, I'll still keep your job safe. The main character uses his last strength to grab Pai Hanyu's ankle. Trembling all over, you won't get away with anything bad. But Pai Hanyu just casually kicks him away. At the same time, at the foot of teacher Han Kyung's building, a thug asks, "Shall we start?" Pai Hanyu glances sideways at the main character then, but before he could finish, Kim Soon-chul and Lee Ji-yu had already rushed up, attacking from both sides, catching Pai Hanyu off guard. Pai Hanyu shows a disbelieving expression. Where did Hong Yaksing and Choi Mugi go? Meanwhile, Lee Jun looks fierce. What is Pai Hanyu's real purpose? And in front of him is that dreadlocked man. And on the other side, the small thugs who heard Pai Hanyu's words stopped abruptly, thinking that before receiving orders they shouldn't act rashly. Lee Ziyu and Kim Soon-chul, who rushed over, looked at each other, and also understood what happened. Yin Zemin was hit with a stun gun. That mustached man really isn't a good person. But why hasn't Yin Zemin stood up yet? Could he be injured somewhere? However, facing this situation, Pai Hanyu quickly regained his composure. You don't really think you can stop me, do you? As he spoke, he backhandedly punched Kim Soon-chul, then punched toward Lee Ji-yu. Pai Hanyu fought against 2 people by himself, beating them until they had no power to fight back. Another punch sent Lee Ji-yu flying. Do you know what consequences your actions will bring? Another punch aimed at the approaching Kim Soon-chul. Pai Hanyu's expression became fierce. Do you think you can live a new life from now on? Kim Soon-chul, looking again at Lee Ji-yu, who was struggling to crawl toward his phone, he raised Lee Ji-yu high with his backhand. Do you think you and your brother can see the light again? Lee Ji-yu, with a bang, Lee Ji-yu fell heavily to the ground. Pai Hanyu slowly picked up the phone. Not a chance. Teacher Lee Han Kyung must disappear. Your childish inspirational youth ends here. Pai Hanyu put the phone to his ear. Go ahead. At this moment, a group of shadows carrying weapons were walking towards Teacher Han Kyung's home. Teacher Han Kyung is about to face danger. At the same time, Lee Jun had also confronted the dreadlocked man. Although the dreadlocked man was bad, he was no match for Lee Jun and was easily beaten by Lee Jun. Lee Jun looked down at the dreadlocked man. If I could have taught you a lesson like this 3 years ago, would you have become like this? But in the next second, the dreadlocked man's expression went wild as the black muzzle of a gun was already pointed at Lee Jun. Lee Jun's face was filled with disbelief. Actually, Lee Jun and Auntie had known each other since they were very young, and the kind-hearted boy from that time remained fresh in his memory. But when they met again 3 years ago, that boy was no longer the boy he once knew. When they met again, Auntie casually lit a cigarette and seemed accustomed to it, asking Lee Jun if he wanted one too. And later, he hung out with a bunch of thugs every day, bullying the weak, committing all kinds of evil. At that moment, their relationship completely broke down. Since that day, he never saw Auntie again. Never expected him to become like this now. Lee Jun grew increasingly angry. Do you know how many people are suffering because of you? You're beyond saving. Lee Jun slowly walked towards Auntie. Give it to me. Do you know what you're holding? But what came was just the bang of a gunshot. A bullet carrying the aura of death flew past Li Jun. At this time on the other side, Pi Han Yu's expression was cold. Neither Wu Jinghua nor Li Han Kyung were realistic. Pi Han Yu muttered to himself, that kind of unrealistic thinking won't change anything. As soon as the words fell, angry Kim Soon Chul and Li Jiu had already appeared behind him. Pi Han Yu didn't even look, don't you understand yet? Stop struggling in vain. A kick resolves Kim Soon Chul. Another kick resolves Li Jiu. You can't beat me, Pi Han Yu, grabbing Kim Soon Chul continued to mutter. A fierce punch landed on Kim Soon Chul's abdomen. So who told you to leave me back then? The main character wanted to struggle to stand up, but to no avail. Why insist on wishful thinking? It's all your illusion. Twisting Kim Soon Chul's arm. Do you think studying can really make you stand out? Don't dream under Pi Han Yu's torture. Kim Soon Chul spoke with difficulty. The only way for people to enhance their value is through learning. This is my grandfather's lifelong pursuit. It's also a man's belief and my persistence. Then turned his head and shouted, you have no right to say that, Pi Han Yu. But with a cracking sound from Kim Soon Chul's bones, his voice abruptly stopped. The main character struggled to stand up. Pi Han Yu, I won't let you get away with this. But the tearing pain made it impossible for him to stand. He wanted nothing more than to kill Pi Han Yu right away. But teacher Han Kyung might be in danger now. Pi Han Yu turned around and mocked. Looks like your leg isn't very cooperative. And in this tense atmosphere, a ringing sound suddenly went off. At the same time, each member of the study group received a text message alert. The main character tremblingly opened his phone. It was from Choi Hee-won. Pi Han Yu hadn't yet realized the seriousness of the situation, thinking he had victory in hand, quietly waiting for victory. But he heard a laughing sound from behind. It was Li Ziyu looking at his phone and laughing out loud. No matter how Pi Han Yu threatened, Li Ziyu ignored him and couldn't stop laughing. Ha ha ha! You said kindness hurt us. Then turned his head with a serious expression. Pi Han Yu, are you underestimating kind people? Pi Han Yu was a bit confused. What nonsense was he talking about? Why was he laughing constantly? At the same time, in a certain floor, Kim Si-hyun looked at his phone. Choi Hee-won is so reckless. How could she do such a rash thing? At this moment, at the foot of Pi Han Yu's lair, footsteps kept coming. It was the old masters from the martial arts hall and all disciples of the martial arts hall in position. Really? Such a kind-hearted girl, she must have a reason to find us. And at teacher Han Kyung's place. It shouldn't be so easy to succeed, because Li Ziyu's brother Li Xuan Yu was released from prison today. Li Ziyu turned his head and said, are you ready, four-eyed maniac? You won't be unable to beat Pi Han Yu just because you have a lame leg, right? That's right. From now on, the tables have turned. At this point, a group of desperate thugs preparing to deal with teacher Han Kyung had already arrived at teacher Han Kyung's residence. And what was just now a deadly situation. Suddenly, a group of uninvited guests appeared. One was the Martial Arts Alliance, led by the old masters of the Martial Arts Hall. When the relationship between the Martial Arts Hall and Lu Gao had not yet improved, Choi Hee-won searched everywhere, persuading over 100 people from martial arts halls, finally successfully persuading all. All of this was thanks to Choi Hee-won's kind inner nature, because kind people can arouse the protective instinct of many righteous people. This is the frightening aspect of kind people. The second was the newly released Go-Go New Face youth Li Xuan Yu. As soon as he was released, he was called over by Officer Ro Taiwan and Kim Soon Chul. They gave him a special t-shirt. Kim Soon Chul, like an MLM organization, persuaded Li Xuan Yu to join the New Face youth. Li Xuan Yu faced the small thugs in front of him and said, looks like you don't know how terrifying someone with a criminal record can be. The small thug's face turned cold. Beat all these immature brats for me. Li Xuan Yu's eyes firm. Just because I'm still a student. That teacher, who was the victim, let me off, making me the subject of protective custody. So I must prove to everyone. Oh right, what's the slogan of the New Face youth again? Rivers and mountains may change, but one's nature can be doubted. Li Xuan Yu shouted loudly, let's go, instantly boosting everyone's morale. Meanwhile, the old masters of the martial arts hall also displayed their skills. Tai Chi Master Gao Tanma, Praying Mantis Fist Master Kua Hubu, and the Tiger Fist Old Master, Master Kong, who could knock a small thug into disability with one punch. Even if the police had stun guns, it didn't matter. Tiger Fist martial arts disciple Wang Qifan shouted, let them hit. They won't be able to hit many times anyway. They will be tied up even if they use their bodies. Yes, although the martial arts hall was not satisfied with Ro Cheng Vocational High, they had a personal debt to repay. Although that glasses-wearing kid was a bit arrogant, he still gave the master some face. And most importantly, he paved the way forward for Master Yingquan's pride Qian Shiduan, teacher Li Han Kyung. The martial arts disciples were all high-spirited. I heard that this battle is for that teacher. Although I don't have much interest in studying, I at least know this world needs more good teachers. At the same time, the main character's thoughts seem to overlap with the other side, because only in this way would schools have hope. The main character rushed towards Pai Hanyu again. He had to fight to the end, despite the constant pain in his leg, despite Pai Hanyu's attacks coming continuously, but he couldn't fall. Hang in there, if he falls, he won't be able to take him down. At this moment, Pai Hanyu was extremely lang bei, suddenly looking at the main character's right leg, wanting to take advantage and give the main character another kick, but fell right into the main character's trap. The main character raised his hand, stirring up a whistling wind. Uncle's forbidden move, the fourth move, zero distance punch. With a nuclear explosion-like bang, Pi Hanyu fell clumsily to the ground, spitting blood. This stubborn appearance looked just like that guy. When Pi Hanyu decided to go to Lu Gao, Ji Yingxian said, "This idea is not bad, but will everything go as you wish?" Pi Hanyu was so angry he gnashed his teeth. Yes, he hadn't expected a variable like the main character to appear. Pi Hanyu continued, "You think that if I'm gone, this school will get better? The school you cherish so much will actually get worse, and those who will be implicated will be the people around you. If one day someone wants to pursue responsibility for what happened today," Pi Hanyu pointed at the main character, "then everyone will definitely blame you. From now on, I'll tell you why." The main character slowly unbuttoned his collar. "Shut up. Shut your stinking mouth." Pi Hanyu was shocked. He doesn't want to know. The main character continued, "My brain is too stupid. I don't understand your messy grand principles. I'm not curious about why you do these things. If problems arise in the future, we'll find a way." "Did you forget what I said at the morning assembly?" The main character pointed. "I've already warned you clearly." Pi Hanyu crazily rushed towards the main character. "You good-for-nothing guy." But what came was only Yin Zaiman's elbow strike, a hand grabbing sharply. Pressing down, it ends here. Uncle's forbidden move, the third move, contract, with a loud bang, indicating that Pai Hanyu's rule would end here. Pai Hanyu bit down hard, biting his tongue to regain clarity, raising his fist again to strike the main character. "You think I would fall so easily?" At the same time on the other side, Li Jun fell to his knees. Tearful, and he actually fired the gun. "No, you bastard! I'm not like this because I'm afraid of death." Remembering the former auntie, Li Jun was close to collapse. "Why make people so desperate?" Auntie left with a sneer. Li Jun suddenly raised his head. "No, Li Jun, is this the time to be sad about this? Wake up! Now we should find Yin Zaiman first." But the next moment, Li Jun found scattered envelopes on the ground. A letter to Pai Hanyu signed by teacher Wu Jinghua. Is that the deceased teacher? Li Jun hesitantly opened the envelope, but the contents of the envelope shocked him. At this time, on the other side, the main character was still entangled with Pai Hanyu, although the main character's injured leg was under great pressure. The main character still firmly held down Pai Hanyu. The main character didn't understand. Why struggle so hard at this point? Then a heavy punch landed. "Why do you try every means to do bad things?" Pai Hanyu spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. Why? At this moment, that annoying teacher appeared in Pai Hanyu's mind, even though he already didn't care. That teacher still repeatedly tried to make him better, even though the school had given up on him. That teacher still occasionally got angry at him and was full of principles. Teachers represent society in the era. How ridiculous. Pai Hanyu looked at the main character in front of him. Once there was someone like you, foolishly thinking kindness could solve everything. Do you know who Rocheng School and Rocheng Financial Group really belong to? Who are you trying to change this school for? You'll know soon, Yin Zaiman. The main character shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. I only know that some people suffer greatly. Some people endure torture. Some can only watch. Some go astray. Some give up their dreams." The main character grabbed Pi Hanyu's hands and suddenly raised his head. "Changing all of this is for us. This fact will never change." With a bang, a headbutt, Pai Hanyu completely failed. At this time, Park Jianyi also arrived at the rooftop, finding the main character and Pai Hanyu lying on the ground. Violently grabbed Pai Hanyu, shouting hoarsely, "Why? Why is it with you?" At this moment, little Fatty was a bit confused at the warehouse door. Park Jianyi seemed to have found something in the warehouse, and then looked very excited. The main character also looked at this scene puzzledly, only to see Park Jianyi take out a disc from his bosom. Pi Hanyu fell into memories. That woman was strange. Just because he wasn't called during roll call, she marked him absent. At first, Pi Hanyu just thought she was a troublesome teacher, but that woman went even further. She even told his father about his absences. Pi Hanyu finally realized that woman was different from other teachers, almost obsessively entered his life. That time, she even openly took away one of his earphones and praised the song he liked. Why? You could have been like other teachers who feared me, or simply given up on me. Thinking carefully, the reason was simple. She just wanted to stand out. Because adults' so-called advice and admonitions are actually based on their own interests. Dad wants me to study just because he's afraid I'll drag him down, right? He sacrificed Mom in the internal faction fights of the organization. This organization was exchanged with Mom's life. You think I would easily give up? That woman must also want to use the name of reforming me, a gangster's son, to gain the title of a good teacher. Then I'll make you disappear. But shortly after, something happened that completely changed Pai Hanyu's view. Teacher Wu Jinghua came to his home without permission. Although Pai Hanyu was angry, he still had to deal with his sister first. Coming to the terrace, Pai Hanyu asked, "Weren't you the one insisting on pushing forward the disciplinary meeting? Why come find me? Aren't you afraid of my background?" Teacher Wu Jinghua just smiled. A teacher who fears students can be an ordinary teacher, but cannot be a true teacher. By the way, Hanyu seems to like you very much. It seems you're quite considerate to your sister. Pai Hanyu spoke calmly. After all, Mom isn't around. Seeing her still being so strong in this situation makes me heartache. Children need care after all. But Teacher Wu Jinghua suddenly touched his head. "I feel like you're talking about yourself." Pai Hanyu turned his head in surprise. His mother's face appeared before him, seeming to overlap with Teacher Wu Jinghua's smiling face. And Pai Hanyu just impatiently slapped away Teacher Wu Jinghua's hand. This gesture is also unnecessary. But Teacher Wu Jinghua took out a disc and gave it to him. "This is a gift from my son. I'm lending it to you. There's also a letter inside. Take it back and have a look. I saw you put Golden Dream on single loop. Do you know where the inspiration for this song came from?" Pai Hanyu seriously looked at the teacher in front of him for the first time. Teacher Wu Jinghua turned to look into the distance. "The most important thing in life is to live with dignity. I hope all my students can live solidly." Then Teacher Wu Jinghua suddenly pointed at Pai Hanyu. "You must attend the disciplinary meeting tomorrow. If you do something wrong, you must be punished. What's important is whether you can repent afterwards." Back home, Pai Hanyu was very upset. "That woman entered my life in just 2 short months, making me instantly become a childish kid. How ridiculous." But at the disciplinary meeting the next day, Teacher Wu Jinghua didn't show up as promised. That woman disappeared according to his plan. Pai Hanyu couldn't believe it, because he didn't execute that plan at all. Back home, Pai Hanyu's father called him over separately. Pai Hanyu's father spoke. "I helped you solve it first. I clearly warned you. I would only tolerate you once." Pai Hanyu put his hand on his head. "Why? Even knowing there would be life-threatening danger, why still insist on pushing forward the disciplinary meeting? Why pity me? And even say those words to me?" Pai Hanyu didn't know whether to be sad or happy. "Thank you so much, Dad." Afterwards, Pai Hanyu executed the original plan again. He wanted to make this school a cradle for thugs, because only in this way could he drag down his dad. One can't win against that man with so-called goodwill. "I will destroy your future at all costs." Now, Park Ji-yeon, you spoke increasingly weakly. Mom said she would lend it to students she liked, but why would it appear in your hands? At that moment, Park Ji-yeon suddenly realized, lowered his head, and was silent for a long time. The day before the disciplinary meeting, the study group's attack on Pai Hanyu's lair was a great victory, with help from the martial arts hall, and people like Officer Ro Tae-won. The goal of protecting teacher Han Kyung was achieved. Chi Yingxian learned about what happened and laughed out loud. "That guy Yin Zaiman is really crazy. Even the plan executed by Uncle Pi Yanbai was disrupted. The story is really wonderful." The next day, the battered Pai Hanyu quietly awaited punishment at the disciplinary meeting. But unlike last time, the teacher also arrived as promised. After coming out of the disciplinary meeting, the teacher was a bit surprised at the scene before her. The main character and Kim Si-hyun limping over. One said he fell down the stairs, one hit an electric pole last night. The main character asked, "How was the disciplinary meeting?" Teacher Han Kyung finally reacted. "The disciplinary meeting. Pai Hanyu was expelled. Although it's normal for Pai Hanyu to be punished for doing bad things, it just feels a bit strange." Teacher Han Kyung lowered her head to think, "Why was it so smooth? There must be something fishy." The main character spoke with satisfaction. "The disciplinary meeting is the result of your efforts. There shouldn't be anything fishy." At this point, Teacher Han Kyung suddenly moved closer to the main character. "By the way, I still feel something strange. How did you get injured?" The main character turned his head to look at Pai Hanyu walking out. Pai Hanyu also gave the main character a meaningful look, then continued to leave, remembering what the main character said at the base. Pai Hanyu spoke from afar. "Hope you can keep your word." Epilogue. Because we experience different changes every day, so everyone will change. Therefore, the saying rivers and mountains may change, but one's nature remains doesn't hold. Although this saying means that compared to changing for the better, more people will change for the worse. So we struggle desperately to make ourselves better, to strive to realize our dreams, to to create opportunities in hellish circumstances. Because it is precisely these changes that give everyone more possibilities. No matter where your future direction is, strive for your goals, youth. Finally, the main character turned to look at Kim Si-hyun. Then let's begin summer special study. After Pai Hanyu was defeated, on the other side, Park Jeon-yi and Fatty were chasing the dreadlocked man who tried to escape. Park Jeon-yi got ahead of Fatty. With sparks and lightning, he blocked the dreadlocked man's car and successfully stopped it. But Park Jeon-yi flew off his motorcycle in the process. The dreadlocked man cursed Madman from inside the car, but then he saw Park Jeon-yi, ignoring his injuries, grabbing him by the collar, with fierce eyes staring at him saying, "Caught you." Then he gave the dreadlocked man a thorough beating. If you're wondering why Park Jeon-yi was so determined to catch the dreadlocked man, it was because earlier the dreadlocked man had said something about knowing Park Jeon-yi's mother. The dreadlocked man, thinking quickly, shifted the blame to Pai Hanyu, but what he didn't know was that Park Jeon-yi had already met with Pai Hanyu. Pai Hanyu said he had something to confess before leaving. The once defiant Pai Hanyu was now humbled. What he wanted to say was that teacher Wu Jinghua wasn't killed by him, but Park Jeon-yi already knew this since finding that disc in Pai Hanyu's room, because when he gave his mother that disc, she said she would lend it to her favorite student. If Pai Hanyu were truly an unredeemable person, his mother would never have given it to him. Yes, for Pai Hanyu, teacher Wu Jinghua was also someone he was deeply grateful for. Pai Hanyu's eyes showed sadness and desolation. "I'm sorry, Park Jeon-yi. I failed to protect the teacher." Then Pai Hanyu handed a folder to Park Jeon-yi. It was a list of names. Teacher Wu Jinghua was clearly on it. Yes, the stars on it were indeed drawn by Pai Hanyu, but they marked the main targets of his father. He had wanted to take down the Yeonbaek gang, so he closely monitored his father's every move. The list contained people his father had mentioned at least once. Teacher Wu Jinghua met with his father the day before the disciplinary meeting and was killed that night, so the murderer was actually his father, Pai Yanbai. Park Jeon-yi grabbed Pai Hanyu's collar in agitation, demanding to know why Pai Hanyu showed him this. Pai Hanyu gave a smug smile. "Is your name on this list?" "No, right?" In other words, Pai Yanbai doesn't know of your existence yet. Yes, Pai Hanyu's purpose was to have Park Jeon-yi, unknown to Pai Yanbai, infiltrate the Yeonbaek gang to fight against the powerful Yeonbaek organization. The only way was to gain Pai Yanbai's trust, become his confidant, and then stab him in the back. But before achieving this goal, he had to become an enemy of the study group. Meanwhile, the study group was in a completely different mood. After the midterm exams, they decided to have a special summer activity to visit the best school in the city for an exchange. The study group was happily walking toward their destination when Kim Si-hyun accidentally bumped into someone. Who would have thought they were a group of delinquents? While the study group was chatting happily, Kim Si-hyun was already being chased several blocks away. No choice. Before the academic exchange, they were forced to exchange some martial arts first. Lee Jun faced off against the first thug, first dodging the thug's punch with a sidestep, then turning for a kick, instantly taking down the thug. "We didn't come here to fight today." The second to step up was Lee Ji-yu, who was mocked for his height and the study group being called losers. Lee Ji-yu preferred action over words. Grabbing the thug's collar, he executed a back throw. "They might be losers, but at least they're not as pathetic as you." Interestingly, the official story noted here that Lee Ji-yu's height was 155.5 centimeters, having grown 0.5 centimeters. Next was Kim Soon-chul, who had broken an arm in the last battle. He was taunted as handicapped. Without wasting words, Tiger Fist, Tiger Claw Strike, teaching the thug a lesson. One arm is enough. The last thug targeted Kim Si-hyun, who seemed the easiest to bully, attacking him fiercely. Kim Si-hyun reflexively threw a punch. It was a middle-high punch targeting the Adam's apple, followed by an upward palm strike, 2 moves to finish. Though it looked impressive, Kim Si-hyun was actually terrified. At this time, Zai-min was sitting alone on the bus to school. Having heard about meeting academically excellent friends, he was so nervous he couldn't sleep all night. Soon the study group arrived at their destination, school. The teacher welcoming them was Park Yu-leol from Wan-yi School, a former student of teacher Han Kyung. As everyone walked in, the pressure from being in an elite school hit them. Here, all students joined a study group and even used holidays to make up for their weaknesses through group study. Not only that, the school offered over 20 courses in humanity, language, mathematics, science, and arts. And each year, about 300 students entered the top 3 prestigious schools in the country, truly living up to its reputation. Before everyone could finish being amazed, a student approached them. Teacher Park Yu-leol introduced her as one of their group's top students. Everyone immediately greeted the girl in a friendly manner, but the girl looked at them with hostility. Lee Shi-yu and Lee Jun were furious. Did she just call them a bunch of idiots? Luckily, they were held back by teacher Mr. Han Kyung and Kim Si-hyun. As time passed minute by minute, everyone in the classroom was getting impatient because the group's Jun-soo still hadn't arrived. At that moment, Jun-soo was being bullied by a group of thugs at the neighboring school. Just because Jun-soo hadn't paid them protection money, the thugs were beating Jun-soo with punches and kicks. Also absent was our protagonist Yin Zai-min. Lee Shi-yu was helpless. He had texted Zai-min ages ago. In fact, Zai-min had already arrived. So this is Wan Yi School? It seems to be a school with a long history. I'm so excited. But the protagonist had accidentally walked into the neighboring Wan Yi Second School. Unlike the adjacent Wan Yi School, this school, like Rochang Vocational High, was a cradle for thugs. Students here fought, extorted, bullied the weak, and did all kinds of evil. The thugs currently bullying students could never have imagined that a big shot had entered their school. At this moment, Yin Zai-min was limping inside, looking at the strange graffiti on the corridor and broken windows. Zai-min didn't suspect he was in the wrong place. He just thought the students here were under too much academic pressure. As Zai-min passed by, a student was beaten against the glass, but Zai-min didn't notice. At this time, several thugs walked out of the classroom. Zai-min couldn't help but reflect on himself. Their faces look so haggard. It must be because they study too hard. I've never been like that. Seeing the thugs whispering, Zai-min felt everyone was just shy. Finally, a thug pointed at Zai-min. Come with me. Zai-min followed closely behind. The thug asked, "What's a Rocheng Vocational High student doing here? Are you trying to expand your visual range?" Zai-min was confused. What? Test range. Fortunately, the next moment, Zai-min finally noticed something was wrong. But the thug had already swung a fire extinguisher at him. Zai-min countered with an elbow strike, sending the thug flying. Yes, he had felt something was strange. Good students wouldn't carelessly throw away their glasses. At this moment, Junzu, who was being used as a footstool, was also confused. The person who just passed by, why did he look so familiar? As he pondered, Yin Zai-min was already fighting 3 thugs with his crutch. Seeing the thug's fists getting tighter, Zai-min firmly planted his crutch, leaped up for a flying kick to take one down. Seeing the second thug charging again, Zai-min steadied himself, dodged the thug's punch, but slipped, falling to the ground. The thug seized the opportunity to attack, but was sent flying by a strike from Zai-min's crutch. Hearing the commotion outside, a thug inside opened the door angrily. "That's enough, don't kill him." But the scene before him left him stunned. At this moment, Junsu in the classroom had no idea what was happening outside, crying and begging his mother to activate her credit card. If he didn't agree to the thug's demands, he didn't know what violence he would face. On the other side, a student from Wan Yi School was also explaining the situation to Kim Si-hyun. The reason that girl hated them so much was because of the neighboring Wan Yi Second School. They no longer had the heart to study. Students from Wan Yi Second often bullied their school students for fun, and calling the police was useless. Last time a student did that, it caused trouble for his parents. They really didn't know what to do. Who could break this dark situation? At this very moment, in a classroom at Wan Yi Second, a loud crash broke the silence as a thug flew in from outside. Junsu's crying stopped abruptly. His mother was still talking on the phone. "Why is this child crying? Mom will activate the credit card for you right away. Just spend it wisely." Junsu was stunned. "I don't think I need it anymore, Mom." At this time, the school's boss finally returned, while Zai-min was unhurriedly making a phone call. The students, who had just been bullied, tried to persuade him to no avail. Zai-min continued his call leisurely until the school boss finally lost patience and threw a punch at Zai-min, but during his punch, Zai-min calmly put down his backpack, took off his glasses, and casually caught the thug's fist. The thug was terrified, while Zai-min squeezed the thug's fist until it cracked. "You're right. I'm going to take over this school now." Yes, just now. Yin Zai-min had learned something important from Kim Si-hyun, that this school had been bullying students from the neighboring Wan Yi School, causing Wan Yi students to lose their will to study. And if they had no will to study, the study exchange would certainly fail. So the only solution was to take over this school. As Zai-min's punch shattered the classroom door. At the same time, at Wan Yi School, Kim Si-hyun told everyone about what happened with Zai-min. Lee Jun and Lee Ji-yu looked serious. "This is bad, really bad." A nearby student turned around worriedly. "I'm also concerned about that student called Yin Zai-min. Will he be all right?" Lee Jun answered with a smile. "No, I'm worried about those guys." Under Zai-min's furious attacks, the thug boss questioned his life choices again. This guy was strong enough, but the problem was he was missing a leg. The thug's underlings and Junsu watched in amazement. How could this be possible? Shida had taken down no less than 30 people by himself in a battle a year ago. While they were surprised, Zai-min ducked under the thug's punch. kicked up with his leg, giving the thug another heavy blow. But this also sent a sharp pain through Zai Min's leg. His leg hadn't fully healed yet. The thug saw his chance and kicked Zai Min in the head. But before his underlings could celebrate, the thug let out a pig-like scream. Zai Min had counterattacked with his elbow, but the thug didn't give up. He crouched down in a ready position. His underling immediately exclaimed, "Yes, that's it, the killer move that made Shida supreme." Seeing the thug charging, Zai Min recalled his doctor's warning. His right kneecap was shattered, and he had to use a crutch. If he wanted to heal faster, he must cherish the crutch. "Sorry, doctor." Zai Min turned, swinging his crutch forcefully. Doctor's forbidden move, first technique, martial crutch. Remember, don't bully good students who are studying honestly anymore. At this moment, Yin Zai Min earned another notorious title. Yin Zai Min, who single-handedly took down Wan Yi's second school. Interestingly, after Zai Min rescued Junsu, Junsu called out Yin Zai Min's name. After Junsu put on his glasses, Zai Min finally recognized him. He was Yin Zai Min's old classmate, Yu Junsu, who always ranked first in class. And Zai Min was remembered by Junsu, the top student in the class. Recognized at first sight, it turned out that when Zai Min just started middle school, he confidently said his goal was to be first in school, but ended up last in class. Yet the top student didn't find Zai Min's ambition funny, because he saw Zai Min's hard work, always studying desperately. How could he not remember him? He believed Zai Min could definitely do it, because Zai Min was one of the most unique people he had ever met. At this moment, Zai Min couldn't help but tear up, perhaps as Zai Min was saving others. Others were unknowingly healing Zai Min's pain. Zai Min's study story continued, but the study group didn't know that at Rocheng School, Piha Yan Bai had visited. At this time, Yin Zai Min's eyes were wide open. He had never seen such a magnificent school. He thought it was a palace, and just at that moment, a female student ran down, but accidentally slipped and fell. Zai Min rushed forward with a quick step, just in time to catch the falling female student. The girl opened her eyes in a daze. Zai Min adjusted his glasses and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" This perfectly hit the girl's heart. Was this love at first sight? When Zai Min returned to school, he was inevitably teased by the study group for going to the wrong school. Unlike the lively atmosphere of the study group, the students nearby were wide-eyed. Goodness, did he really subdue those thugs by himself? Just then, teacher Han Kyung and the others returned. The exchange meeting could finally begin. During this exchange, the girl from before had become Zai Min's little fangirl. In her eyes, every move Zai Min made was adorable. After the exchange meeting, the girl sincerely apologized to the study group. She had always thought the study group was like those thugs who bullied them, which was why she was prejudiced. But when she saw how serious the study group was, she realized she had misunderstood them. Then the girl approached her main target, Zai Min, shyly saying, "Thank you for earlier on the stairs. And the glasses suit you." The study group all had gossipy expressions. Zai Min was getting lucky. But after the study group left, the Wan Yi students were still worried. What if those guys retaliated? But clearly they were overthinking. At Wan Yi's second school, the boss was looking out the window trembling. Don't touch anyone from Wan Yi school anymore. He had never seen such a terrifying guy. In just a short time, he had also occupied Wan Yi school. On the last day of the study exchange, the study group went sightseeing in the capital. Li Jun held a lock and ran towards Zai Min. It was said to be a heart lock that would make wishes and blessings come true if written down. Li Ji-yu took teacher Han Kyung to the heart lock. The content on the heart lock left teacher Han Kyung stunned. "Teacher Han Kyung, help us get into good schools." Ro Cheng Study Group. At this moment, teacher Han Kyung smiled. "I'm truly a blessed teacher." Just like that, time flew to August. Zai Min was exercising downstairs as usual. His movements were so graceful and pleasing. Even the doorman couldn't help but applaud. He had been Zai Min's loyal fan for several years. Now Zai Min's knee had completely healed. The doorman who was chatting with Zai Min suddenly looked at his watch in panic, telling Zai Min to hurry home, or he would be scolded by his mother if she found out. But Zai Min smiled and said it was fine, because his mother had gone on a business trip yesterday. Before leaving, his mother didn't have many demands about Zai Min's study. She just told Zai Min to be a little happier than usual after returning to school. Because Pai Hanyu and the Yeonbig gang were no longer around, the school atmosphere was much better than before. Under the leadership of Student Council President Chan Si-hwan, all violence was eliminated at school. Those once troublesome thugs had now reformed. After Pai Hanyu left, Zai Min naturally became known as the school's boss among students. From now on, they could study peacefully with teacher Han Kyung. That's what he thought. But soon he learned of teacher Han Kyung's resignation. Not only that, even teacher Han Kyung's phone had become become disconnected. Although it was true that being a teacher at this school was tiring, but teacher Han Kyung had done so much for them, there was no reason to give up easily. The study group suspected something was wrong, and just when the study group was at a loss, a teacher suddenly appeared. He knew the study group was teacher Han Kyung's favorite students, so he decided to tell them. Teacher Han Kyung didn't resign voluntarily but was fired. Most importantly, Pihayan Bai had visited the day before teacher Han Kyung was fired. Meanwhile, Lee Xuan Yu was also investigating, only to find that teacher Han Kyung's house was empty too. Teacher Han Kyung had vanished like smoke, and Lee Xuan Yu also encountered an unexpected person there. It was Park Ji-on-yi wearing a Yeonbaek gang suit. Lee Xuan Yu grabbed the dreadlock man's collar. This series of events seemed peculiar. Teacher Han Kyung missing, Park Ji-on-yi joining the Yeonbaek gang, and Park Ji-on-yi seemed to know teacher Han Kyung's whereabouts. Park Ji-on-yi beat Lee Xuan Yu, citing his past wrongdoings. But Lee Xuan Yu didn't mind. He admitted he had done many wrong things. He admitted he was an idiot, but now he just wanted to know teacher Han Kyung's whereabouts, and faced with Lee Xuan Yu's sincere request, Park Ji-on-yi attacked again, breaking into homes using violence, doing so many evil things, now suddenly repenting and caring about others. You think you can be redeemed so easily? Don't be ridiculous, disgusting guy. Hitting Lee Xuan Yu where it hurt, Lee Xuan Yu frantically tackled Park Ji-on-yi to the ground, counterattacking. But unfortunately, he was no match for Park Ji-on-yi. Park Ji-on-yi left with a statement to stop looking for teacher Han Kyung, then turned to leave. But Lee Xuan Yu had finally grasped a glimmer of hope. How could he give up so easily? At the correctional facility, Officer Ro Tae-won told him, "Do you know why teacher Han Kyung stepped forward to take the knife for someone else back then?" Officer Ro Tae-won handed a booklet to Lee Xuan Yu. Generally, cases are divided into two types: protection cases and criminal cases. The former only requires disciplinary action at the education center without a record. The latter means prison time, affecting one's whole life. As you can see, teacher Han Kyung wrote all the reasons why you needed protection on that petition, not reasons to punish you. At that moment, he realized no one but your family would write a petition for you. So despite knowing the life danger, she still gave you this chance. Good teachers like that are rare. At this moment, Lee Xuan Yu again recklessly charged towards Park Jan-ye. Now the only way was to take down Park Jan-ye and force him to reveal teacher Han Kyung's whereabouts, even if it meant using the most despicable methods. But when Lee Xuan Yu's elbow struck Park Jian-ye's right abdomen, he found Park Jian-ye still unmoved. How much strength was he hiding? At this time, things were not calm at Rocheng School either. In the past, with Pai Hanyu's presence, though the school was chaotic, Pai Hanyu also served as Rocheng School's protective umbrella, and now Yin Zai-min, who had taken down Pai Hanyu, had to inherit Pai Hanyu's former task, deterring other schools. At this time, the Yeonbaek Gang's Northern Alliance also made their move. Now with Pai Hanyu's exit, the southern forces that heavily relied on Pai Hanyu had collapsed. Chi Young-hyun's arm finally reached the core of the southern forces, Rocheng Vocational High. These school thugs were some of Chi Young-hyun's subordinates, but Pai Hanyu's departure didn't mean Rocheng Vocational High was easy to bully. These three people stood up first. They were former Pai Hanyu direct subordinate Choi Mu-ju, former first-year boss Kang Tai-mu, former student council president Jung Tai-woo. At this moment, Kim Si-hyun was the first to realize the severity of the situation. Yes, this kind of thing didn't happen last semester. It was because Pai Hanyu was at this school, and now without Pai Hanyu's protection, Rocheng Vocational High needed another person to carry the flag, and this advanced team sent by Chi Young-hyun was no easy opponent. The leader could catch Choi Mu-ju's Aikido move in one glance, and using only strength completely overwhelmed Choi Mu-ju. After the provocation, the thugs left coolly, leaving behind the three angry but helpless men. At this moment, the study group also learned a shocking revelation from Lee Xuan Yu, that from Park Ji-on-ye's behavior he could tell. Teacher Han Kyung's disappearance was related to the Yeonbaek gang. How could a person just vanish? Perhaps teacher Han Kyung had some kind of evidence that could fatally damage the Yeonbaek gang, which is why she disappeared. Maybe the teacher had already, but Lee Xuan Yu's latter half was harshly rebuked by Lee Ji-yu. Lee Xuan Yu, are you looking to die? Meanwhile, Zai-min turned and took off his backpack, walking out alone. At the same time, Chi Young-hyun was holding a Yeonbaek gang test in a warehouse. Upstairs, Ma Ming-hwan, who had been released from prison at some point, was yawning boredly, but the next moment he looked downstairs in shock. Yes, the candidate for this test was Park Ji-on. Chi Young-hyun revealed a watch the show smile. The next moment, Park Ji-on-yi quickly took action. kicking down one person. Witnessing Park Ji-yeon's strength, the thugs looked at each other, all rushing towards Park Ji-yeon, but the result was that they were instantly taken down by Park Ji-yeon. At this moment, Chi Young-hoon's face was full of excitement. Hey, why do you want to join the Yeonbaek gang? Meanwhile, the study group had caught up with Yin Zai-min, who had left alone. Lee Jun and Zai-min searched until dark, but didn't see Park Ji-yeon, and just when the two were at a loss, they happened to see a familiar figure. It was Park Ji-yeon's friend, the chubby Jong Do-hun. He was the closest person to Park Ji-yeon. He must know Park Ji-yeon's whereabouts. So Lee Jun immediately circled around, blocking Jong Do-hun's path. Jong Do-hun turned and saw Yin Zai-min blocking the rear. Upon seeing Zai-min, the chubby boy immediately gave up on escaping because he knew he couldn't outrun them anyway. But no matter how Zai-min and the others questioned him, Jong Do-hun refused to answer because Park Ji-yeon had anticipated this situation and told him in advance to say he didn't know anything no matter what they asked. Jong Do-hun didn't disappoint. Before Zai-min and others could ask, he just kept repeating, I don't know anything. At this point, Zai-min made a final inquiry. I heard Park Ji-yeon has been hanging out with the Yeonbaek gang. Aren't you worried about him as a friend? But Jong Do-hun still appeared nonchalant. What problems could there be? Ha ha, Yin Zai-min, have you ever wanted to truly avenge someone, regardless of whether you'll be crushed? Regardless of what price you'll pay, the kind of feeling where you want to cut the other person into 1,000 pieces. What he's going through is something you can't understand. All I can do is support him silently from behind. That's what I consider friendship, Yin Zai-min. Hearing this, Zai-min said no more and turned to leave. Lee Jun had to follow, but just as Jong Do-hun was secretly rejoicing about keeping the secret, Lee Jun turned back with some advice. Hey, Jong Do-hun, letting a friend go astray in the name of friendship. That's neither true friendship nor loyalty. This simple sentence sounded like a thunderclap to Jong Do-hun. He was stunned. Without further words, he blurted out, he's at Segyo-chan High Street, Sigun Building Materials, in a garage. If you hurry, you can see him, that's all I can tell you. Sorry, Park Ji-yeon, seems I'm not qualified to be your true friend. On the other side, Chi Young-hoon in the car was laughing hysterically. I've met an interesting guy. Did you hear what he just said? His reason for joining the Yeonbaek gang is to surpass me, to become the first heir of the Yeonbaek gang. I want to make him my brother. While Ma Ming-hwan hinted, what if his purpose for joining the Yeonbaek gang isn't pure? Chi Young-hoon still laughed carelessly. People's thoughts always change. I used to want to kill Uncle Yeon-bae. At this time, Park Ji-yeon, who had already infiltrated the Yeonbaek gang, sat alone in a corner looking dejected. Finally, urged by the thugs, he walked towards the motorcycle. Mom, I won't regret this. Just then, a taxi stopped nearby. Yin Zai-min had arrived before the thug could finish his threats. Zai-min had pinned him to the ground. This is Uncle's forbidden technique. Third move, contract. He had already asked several people today for teacher Han Kyung's whereabouts. In Park Ji-yeon's shocked gaze, Zai-min coldly said, and you are the last one. Soon, more thugs swarmed around. But Zai-min just said calmly, if you don't want to get hurt, then get lost. After hearing Zai-min's words, the thugs burst into laughter, then without further words rushed towards Zai-min. At this time, Lee Jun had also walked up to Park Ji-yeon. No matter how Lee Jun asked, Park Ji-yeon refused to answer, impatiently saying, for Zai-min, dealing with those few people should be a piece of cake, right? But what if he has to face 100 people? Lee Jun kicked over Park Ji-yeon's motorcycle. With a menacing look, he doesn't care how many people he has to face. Now he just wants to know teacher Han Kyung's whereabouts, even if it means becoming enemies with Park Ji-yeon, who once helped him. Although the atmosphere was tense, Park Ji-yeon wasn't angry. Instead, he said, not telling you about teacher Han Kyung is for your own good, but since you want to know so badly, I'll tell you. Meanwhile, Zai-min was still fighting, even though the gang had the advantage in numbers. For Zai-min, it was one down with each strike. Although for Zai-min, these thugs were nothing, but Zai-min's moves were still ruthless, because he was in a bad mood. Soon Zai-min finished the fight and ran towards Lee Jun, but he found Lee Jun sitting dejectedly on the ground. Yin Zai-min was about to chase after Park Ji-yeon, but was blocked by a car. Lee Jun also softly called to stop Zai-min. Zai-min, let it go. Yin Zai-min was surprised. Why? Park Ji-yeon looked at Zai-min. Do you want to hear too? During the summer vacation, teacher Han Kyung investigated my mother's case and nearly discovered another truth. But because of this, teacher Han Kyung left this world. As Park Ji-yeon's words fell, Yin Zai-min's pupils instantly contracted unexpected, memories flashed through Zai Min's mind. Teacher Han Kyung's image from the encouraging tutor to the homeroom teacher who guided his life path again. Teacher Han Kyung had done so much for him, but had he ever repaid her kindness? As Zai Min was stunned, more Yeonbaek gang members appeared. Countless cars filled the street. The window in front lowered, revealing the dreadlocked man in the driver's seat. Hurry, 3 Yeonbae adult groups will be meeting here soon. Slip out the back door. Come with us quickly, if you don't want to offend 100 people, after escaping from the gathering place. Yin Zai Min's expression remained terrifyingly calm. Then, without a word to Lee Jun, he walked away. Zai Min just dragged his bag, walking to the apartment building downstairs. But the next moment, Zai Min's figure suddenly halted. A fierce attack suddenly came towards Zai Min. This terrifying offensive was so powerful that even Zai Min, the strongest in the Manhua, could only defend passively, and the technique seemed to match Zai Min's exactly. Who was this man? Who was this man in the tracksuit? How could he fight Yin Zai Min evenly? No matter how fierce Zai Min's attacks were, the tracksuit man could easily parry them. Finally, with a spinning kick from Zai Min seized the opportunity, instantly closing in on the man. First a quick swing punch to block the man's vision, then a powerful side kick. The man instantly flew 3 meters, but looking at the approaching Yin Zai Min, the man smiled. As Zai Min's leg swung, the man jumped and bent the wooden horse behind him, then shot out like an arrow. You're still not up to it. A flying kick, ending the battle. But though Yin Zai Min was knocked down, he didn't get up for a long time. This man's silhouette looked so familiar to Zai Min. Yes, he was the creator of Zai Min's forbidden techniques, Zai Min's uncle, Kwanyong Shia. But before the uncle and nephew could catch up, he found that Zai Min was now staring blankly with tears flowing. Back at home, Uncle finally learned the truth about what happened. He said that Zai Min wasn't in the right state today, so this practice match didn't count. But seeing Zai Min's dejected expression, Uncle didn't know how to console him. The person who could make Zai Min look like that must be a good teacher, right? Anyone would find it hard to accept such a thing. But at this moment, Uncle suddenly changed his tone. Then don't accept it. There was once a scientist who proposed a hypothesis, saying that this world isn't the only one. There are countless universes existing simultaneously, and at certain moments when we make choices, we also travel to various parallel universes. Listening to Uncle's absurd theory, Zai Min was confused, but Uncle smiled and said, if this hypothesis is true, then if you're here, accepting your teacher's death, the teacher's death might become reality. What if that Park Jin-yi was lying to you? Yes. As long as there's still a glimmer of hope, it means there are more possibilities. So don't give up on your teacher Yin Zai Min, just like he never gave up on you. At that moment, Zai Min clenched his fists tightly. He knew what he needed to do now. After finishing his speech, Uncle collapsed onto the sofa, planning to stay there for a while. Meanwhile, in the study group classroom, Zai Min used Uncle's words to enlighten everyone, encouraging them not to give up hope. Suddenly, Lee Jun pulled out an envelope that he had found at P.I. Hanyu's hideout. It was a handwritten letter from teacher Wu Jinghua to P.I. Hanyu. In this letter, apart from some words of blessing for P.I. Hanyu, there was another clue, a photograph of a certain location. On the back of the photo was written, "Come here to learn the secret of your father." The letter hadn't been opened, meaning P.I. Hanyu hadn't seen it yet. Shixian had a thoughtful expression at this moment, summarizing the clues they had so far. Teacher Wu Jinghua's death might not have been because of P.I. Hanyu, but because he discovered some secret. Park Jin-yi had also mentioned that teacher Han Kyung discovered another truth, so teacher Han Kyung knows the secret too. So it means if they could find this place, they might discover clues related to teacher Han Kyung. Said and done, the photo was now printed out and distributed to each member of the study group. But finding such a place in the vast R city was no easy task. The study group could only ask around and search online for information, trying to locate it. But the results were disappointing. After a week passed like this, seeing Yin Zai Min sighing on the sofa, Uncle expressed his concern. Zai Min told Uncle about the photo. Unexpectedly, Uncle, while drinking, casually said, "Isn't this that place? I went there when I was doing concrete work. Want to go check it out together? Though you'll have to do the dishes from now on." On the other side, how unlucky could Kim Si-hyun be? Just passing through an alley, he was inexplicably dragged into an underground garage by some thugs, being kicked around in circles. Although he tried to resist the numerous opponents he was no match for, just as the thugs were about to strike again, suddenly one of them was kicked hard, flying several meters away. The newcomer was Cheon Si-hwan, who happened to be passing by. The media company he worked for was nearby. Cheon Si-hwan gave the thugs 2 choices: leave now or get beaten up first and then leave. But the thugs weren't scared. They started taunting him. The thug's last sentence, however, made Cheon Si-hwan's pupils contract instantly. "You little punks are deliberately provoking me, right? First it was Ma Ming-hwan, and now it's you." After saying this, the thug raised his fist and charged at Chon Si-hwan. But what he got in return was Chon Si-hwan quickly closing the distance. Looks like I can't just let you walk away today. With that, he delivered a heavy uppercut. The scene was quite brutal. Yes, these thugs were insignificant nobodies to Chon Si-hwan, but just now, that thug mentioned Ma Ming-hwan, so he couldn't easily let these thugs go before the thug could react. The next moment, Chon Si-hwan's fists rained down on him like raindrops. This was Chon Si-hwan's killer move, the first technique, Dragon Chase. With the final blow, the thug was directly knocked outside by Chon Si-hwan. Both Kim Ji-hyun and the thugs watched in shock. Amazing! It's like watching Yin Zai-min. Has Ma Ming-hwan come out? The thug hurriedly explained. Now Ma Ming-hwan is always hanging around with Chi Young-hyun, probably brought out by Yeonbaek. After saying this, the thug tried to sneak away, but ended up in the same spot as his boss. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zai-min and his uncle also arrived at the location in the photo. Zai-min took out his phone to compare. From the appearance, it indeed looked similar, but uncle interrupted Zai-min's words. Not just the appearance, I think we found the right place. Just as uncle finished speaking, small thugs hidden in the shadows appeared. Soon the thugs stopped the two of them. Hey, what are you doing here? Uncle immediately put on an innocent expression. Us? What about us? We're just going to a friend's house. Happened to pass by here. But the thug wasn't going to let them go, approaching them step by step. Uncle still maintained his smile. Strange, we just want to enter this building. How odd. Could it be that you've hidden treasures inside? Or some absolute deadly poison that can't be discovered by anyone? Finally, under Uncle's provocation, the thug threw a punch, but Uncle effortlessly deflected it and delivered a punch to the thug's chest. Judging by these thugs' reactions, there was definitely something fishy. Then Uncle beckoned to the thugs. Come on, I'll give you 5 moves. The next moment, countless thugs swarmed from all directions. Uncle and Zai-min stood back to back. Let's play a little game. You take that side, I'll take this side. Let's see who finishes first. As the words fell, 2 figures instantly disappeared. Uncle was the first to knock down a thug. Then, without even looking at the thug sneaking up behind him, he knocked out another with a backhand punch. Despite being in such a chaotic scene, Uncle was completely at ease. Each strike precisely knocked down a thug. Every move was just right. In the eyes of the thugs, Uncle could no longer be described as human. You call this unemployed? With a loud bang, the last thug was also taken care of, and when Uncle looked towards Yin Zai-min, Zai-min had also finished his battle. He was holding up a thug and interrogating him. Yes! The reason he kept this thug was because he clearly heard him say earlier, last time it was a female teacher. This time it's a student. Yin Zai-min's face was terrifying. What did you do to the teacher? But Uncle pulled Zai-min aside and put the thug in a new position. Quickly answer my nephew's question. If you don't want to use chopsticks with your left hand in the future, the thug hastily confessed. We just confirmed her identity and then drove her away. I don't know what happened to her after that. Uncle continued to press. Who did you give her personal information to? The thug was about to say he didn't know, but under Uncle's pressure, he quickly changed his answer. It should have been given to the Yeonbaek gang. Chi Young-hyun. I heard that the information was ultimately given to a guy called Chi Young-hyun, but Uncle ran to the side to check the electric meter. Mumbling, looks like it really is deadly poison. Then stretching lazily, he said, and not just any poison, but super deadly poison. Not only Uncle, but Zai-min also gained a clue. Chi Young-hyun, Zai-min's sixth sense told him, he would eventually have a major confrontation with that guy. After this incident, the Yeonbaek gang's Northern Alliance also began to take action, using the excuse that Lu Jiao had provoked them first. They started bullying Lu Gao's students, because this school no longer had Pi Hanyu's protection. Other schools became increasingly unrestrained. The top student who had just been bullied now shed tears of helplessness. This is so fucking frustrating. If only Pi Hanyu were still here. And as he passed by Yin Zai-min, he felt even worse. This is all because of you, Yin Zai-min. But unexpectedly, just as he was about to leave, Zai-min behind him suddenly said, "Who did it?" At this moment, the top student immediately stopped. Zai-min repeated again. I asked, "Who did it?" At the same time, on the other side, thugs started bullying an old vegetable vendor, shamelessly proud of their despicable behavior. Just as the thug's stick was about to fall, a shout of "Stop!" made the thug pause. It was Kim Soon-chul who happened to be passing by. The thugs immediately started mocking Kim Soon-chul. What's a guy with a broken hand doing here trying to be a hero? But Kim Soon-chul just looked towards the old man, remembering his deceased grandfather. Kim Soon-chul's fists made cracking sounds. "One hand is enough for me," as Kim Soon-chul said. Soon all the minions were dealt with by him. Just as Kim Soon-chul was finishing off the last thug, Purple Hair suddenly attacked from behind. Kim Soon-chul was kicked to the ground. As Kim Soon-chul got up, Purple Hair charged again and was aiming at Soon-chul's right hand in the cast. Kim Soon-chul countered with a punch. Purple Hair also landed a punch. punch on Kim Soon-chul's chin, then kicked Soon-chul's right hand again. Taking advantage of Soon-chul's pain, he despicably landed several more punches. Finally, Soon-chul became truly angry. He grabbed Purple Hair's neck. In Purple Hair's eyes, Kim Soon-chul at this moment was like a fierce tiger tearing apart its prey. Damn, am I going to die like this? Fortunately for Purple Hair, his minion came to help. Soon-chul ducked, and the minion hit his boss in the head. Then with another punch, he knocked the minion down. The thugs no longer dared to move rashly. Strange. That guy is supposed to have a broken hand, and we have the advantage in numbers, but why can't we match his intensity? Soon-chul's condition was also at its limit, but he always adhered to his master's teaching, learn martial arts to help the righteous and punish the wicked. Even if it meant risking his life, he wanted to prove himself to them. Seeing Soon-chul charging like a beast, the thugs started to panic. Just as Soon-chul was about to attack, suddenly a fist appeared and hit him on the head. Somehow, another thug had appeared. This thug was from Haichang School, known as Yellow Face Bro. Hwang Da-se ranked second in Haichang School. Hwang Da-se didn't bother with Kim Soon-chul, but gathered the thugs present. I heard that Lu Gao's students are coming to attack us. As the thugs left, Purple Hair stayed behind. He kicked Kim Soon-chul, who was lying on the ground. Hey, did you hear? Your friends are coming to play. Hearing this, Kim Soon-chul smiled. You just said I'm a core member of Lu Gao, right? Sorry to disappoint you. I'm nothing at Lu Gao now. On the other side, Yin Zai-min had indeed taken on the responsibility of being Lu Gao's leader. And what's a leader without followers? Pi Han Yu's former direct subordinate, Choi Mu-gi, was the first to volunteer. Then came Chan Si-hwan, who wanted to find Ma Ming-hwan for revenge. And the last one was Lee Jun. The vice principal was almost driven crazy. How did the school flag in the office get stolen again? A counterattack led by Zai-min officially began. Looking at Lee Jun's foolish appearance, Choi Mu-gi was a bit worried. Can he handle it? But Zai-min just calmly replied, "It's fine." Chon Si-hwan was secretly excited. School flag, quite prestigious. Soon, they encountered the first batch of thugs, led by Bai Yu-kan from Haichang School, ranked 4th in Haichang School. Facing the situation, Zai-min and the others didn't even look and continued forward, leaving only Lee Jun to handle it. Lee Jun had been personally trained by Zai-min during this period. Zai-min knew that Lee Jun was now very strong. The thugs were stunned. Such powerful kicks. Just when Lee Jun came out carrying the school flag, Kim Si-hyun said, "Is it worth it for losers like us?" But hearing this, Lee Jun was confused. "What are you talking about? Aren't you the top student in our grade?" Zai-min said he wants to make this a place where people can study. "Of course we need good students like you to lead the way." Now, Lee Jun looked at the thugs in front of him again. "And you have committed the most unforgivable error, trampling on Lucheng School's self-respect." Soon, the thugs witnessed Lee Jun's strength. Each move was just right, without any flaws. And throughout, he held the school flag in his hands, only using his legs to fight. The two reformed youths hiding in the corner watched in amazement. Today's Lee Jun was like a second Yin Zai-min. Soon Lee Jun noticed that the thug leader was watching the battle from the side. Why isn't he joining in? And even when Lee Jun called out to him, he didn't respond. Irritated, Lee Jun leaped forward. Daydreaming deserves a beating, but what he received was a heavy punch from the thug. It turned out the thug had noticed that Lee Jun only used his legs to fight, as if deliberately restraining himself, and the movements Lee Jun couldn't complete with his legs became his blind spot. Yes, this thug was famous for analysis. While fighting, he would analyze the enemy's weaknesses. After seeing through Lee Jun's moves, Lee Jun was constantly on the defensive. Finally, at the next moment, the thug made a mistake, and Lee Jun seized the opportunity. Lee Jun's leg swung high, pinning the thug's head to the floor. What's so important about just using feet to fight? As long as I win, it's fine. My training period just hasn't ended yet. And when the thug raised his head, he happened to see the school flag placed on the wall. The thug was horrified. Could it be that until now, this guy wasn't backed into a corner by me, but deliberately led me here to place that school flag? This made the thug even more furious. Unexpectedly, in this situation, Lee Jun still gloated mockingly. "To deal with you, just using my feet is enough." Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Cheng and his team had also fought their way into the enemy's interior, each of them showcasing their talents. But compared to the front, the back of the enemy's formation was even more terrifying, because Zai-min alone at the back was sending thugs flying everywhere. But as the fight went on, Zai-min quickly realized that there were too many opponents. Continuing like this would just be a waste of time. With that in mind, he directly fought through a path, seeking the opponent's leader. This was a king against king, pawn against pawn game. Lee Jun, fighting against the high IQ thug Choi Mu-gai faced. the equally big yellow-faced bro, Kung Fu Kid Chong Si-hwan, faced off against Haichang School's third fighter, Purple Hair. While Yin Zai-min had already gone ahead to challenge Haichang School's number, the battle had just begun, and Choi Mu-gai started taunting. "Your face is so yellow. Is there something wrong with you? Do you need to go to the hospital?" And then yellow-faced bro saw his comrade flying through the air. Chong Si-hwan also flashed past Yellowface. Yellowface was somewhat surprised. "Is that what I think it is?" At this moment, Choi Mu-gi, who had once mocked Chon Si-hwan's skills as mere tricks, raised his fist and charged. It's kung fu. Under Choi Mu-gi's punch, Yellowface could only be knocked down. He discovered he appeared to be attacking with his fists, but was actually like a cunning snake, targeting the wrist. After realizing this, no matter if Choi Mu-gai showed an opening, or if Choi Mu-gai taunted, Yellowface tried his best to endure, because he knew he would lose as soon as he attacked. Finally, just as Choi Mu-gi missed a punch, Yellowface seized the opportunity and landed a punch on Choi Mu-gi's abdomen, while on Chong Si-hwan's side, it was a different scene. The thug could only desperately flee under Chong Si-hwan's barrage of combos, but the thug still fearlessly started taunting. He finally recognized who this person was. "Yo, aren't you Chong Si-hwan from No Reason Company? Ma Ming-hwan's fanatic. So Ma Ming-hwan killed your master, huh? Yet you hang out with no reason for a guy. Like that you're nothing but a lackey." With the thug's taunts, Chong Si-hwan's face grew increasingly dark. Finally, a line of fire seemed to appear beside the thug. Then an arm appeared before his eyes. The forbidden technique of the master, fuse. With one strike, the thug fell to the ground. Before the thug could react, Chong Si-hwan's knee had already attacked. On the other side, Choi Mu-gi also seized Yellowface's arm, using Aikido, instantly restraining Yellowface. "First, I'll take your arm," under the danger of having his arm broken. Fortunately, Yellowface broke free in time. But Choi Mu-gi didn't care, because until now, he had just been warming up. Strangely, on the other side, Chong Si-hwan's battle wasn't over yet. The thug was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. No matter how Chong Si-hwan hit him, the thug could still stand up unharmed. Yes, this thug wasn't resilient, but he couldn't feel pain. He had congenital analgesia, and for him, this was an ability he was proud of. It was with this ability that he had come this far. But Chong Si-hwan showed no mercy for the thug's euphoria. He just walked silently to the thug. The thug was about to counter, but found that his body couldn't move. Pillowbone acupoint, silence acupoint, line chi si acupoint. These are the fatal acupoints in shadow-piercing fist. By all rights, he should be dead by now. Yes, not feeling pain doesn't mean pain doesn't exist. In Chong Si-hwan's eyes, he was just an idiot who'd put his hand in boiling water and not know it was being cooked. "I really pity you." With a thunderous punch, the battle ended. Meanwhile, on Choi Mu-gi's side, the fight was still evenly matched. Both needed a decisive strike. Finally, Yellowface made the first move. Based on his understanding of Aikido, he should sacrifice a pawn to save the rook. But at this moment, Choi Mu-gai made a move Yellowface didn't expect. Before losing consciousness, Yellowface only managed to utter, "This isn't Aikido." Yes, this move was what he had learned from Kim Soon-chul last time. Looking at the other side, Chong Si-hwan had also finished his battle. Purple Hair had been beaten beyond recognition. So next, it was Lee Jun's turn. And the final battle with Yin Zai-min. How strong is Lee Jun now? Just using his feet, he could beat the high IQ thug with no chance to counterattack. The two reformed youths watching the battle also noticed Lee Jun's transformation. Today's Lee Jun was completely different from before. It's been at most 5 months, right? But as the fight went on, Lee Jun soon noticed something wasn't right. The thug went from barely avoiding Lee Jun's attacks at the beginning to gradually being able to counterattack Lee Jun. Yes, this was exactly this thug's fighting style. He was best at analyzing the opponent's moves during a fight to regain control. That's why many thugs had been defeated by him, just when everyone thought Lee Jun was finished. Lee Jun, at the moment of falling, suddenly supported himself with one hand, quietly lifted the thug into the air using just his arm and abdominal strength, then headed straight towards the thug. The thug's CPU was about to burn out after that move. He couldn't calculate Lee Jun's next move at all. With a thud, Lee Jun's foot left the ground, leaping high. This was the move Yin Zai-min taught him, Tangshan Catastrophe, Flying Dragon Kick. With one kick, the battle ended. Just as Lee Jun was posing victoriously after winning, a thug with a brick attacked from behind. Fortunately, the reformed youth group successfully stopped him. Just as Lee Jun and the others were about to find the opponent's leader, the high IQ thug on the ground laughed. "Bunch of idiots, don't dream." At the beginning of the semester, I also once challenged Bro Dao Jen without knowing my limits, but I lost without landing a single hit. You think you can beat him with just yourselves? However, hearing this, Legion also laughed. Same here, I haven't hit him once either. I'm talking about our leader. Interestingly, the silly Yinzai Min had taken the wrong path again. Dao Zhen was in the new gymnasium. There was no Dao Jin here, but something more terrifying than Dao Jin, 100 thugs. And the first to find Dao Jin was actually Li Jun, who had just finished fighting and rushed over. Li Jun was a bit confused. Where's Zai Min? He thought he could plant the school flag when he arrived. But with Li Jun's personality of wanting to fight everyone, he soon started battling with the thug leader. The result was as expected. He got beaten under the opponent's absolute strength. Li Jun was beaten with no chance to fight back, but the reformed youth group didn't think so. When Li Jun was fighting the high IQ thug earlier, they noticed. Li Jun only using his legs wasn't because his legs were stronger than his fists. On the contrary, it caused many inconveniences, and from Li Jun's arm muscles, they could see his arms hadn't stopped training. That meant Li Jun must be undergoing some kind of training, making him restrict his fist use. And just as he thought of this, an incredible scene unfolded. The thug leader who had been dominating Li Jun suddenly leaned backward, as if he had received some heavy blow. Yes, Li Jun had used his fist. Supporting himself with one hand, he delivered a high kick, kicking the thug to the ground. Just as Li Jun was about to deliver the decisive blow to the thug, a chair suddenly flew over, hitting Li Jun on the head. And the person who threw the chair wasn't an enemy. It was actually the student who had just been bullied. Out of extreme fear, he had chosen to betray. Just as he was gloating, Dao Zhen gave him a punch to the abdomen. Then with a black face, he beat this person frantically. He didn't like others interfering in his fights. You think I'll be nice to you because of this? Think again. After dealing with that person, Dao Zhen walked towards the reformed youth team. As members of the Northern Alliance, they were actually cheering for Lu Cheng's school. In his eyes, these two were also traitors. Just as they were in crisis, a hand suddenly rested on the reformed youth's shoulder. It was Zai Min who had just arrived. Exchange? You can go rest now. The reformed youth looked at Yin Zai Min in front of him. Why were his clothes torn and tattered and his breathing a bit rapid? At this moment, Choi Mugi and Shon Si Huan, who had just finished fighting, arrived at the Yin Zai Min had just left, just in time to see the thugs all over the ground. Zai Min had just entered, and Choi Mugi and Chon Si Huan rushed over. Choi Mugai cracked his joints, taking big steps towards Dao Zhen, but was stopped by Zai Min's voice, with no emotion in his eyes. Let me handle this, Brother Mugai. Choi Mugai obediently sat aside. Brother Mugi should be called Big Brother, right? Seeing this, Chon Si-wan also found a place to sit, looking like he was about to enjoy the show. He knew it would be over soon. Zai Min told Dao Zhen his condition. If I win, stop messing with Lu Cheng Vocational School students, I'll fight to the end. And this phrase, fight to the end, triggered Dao Zhen's bad memories. Angered, Dao Zhen threw a punch at Zai Min and kicked Zai Min flying several meters. Zai Min stabilized himself, saying nothing, then leaped high, Uncle's forbidden move, the 7th technique. Jing Wu Men, jumping kick. With a bang, Dao Zhen fell awkwardly. Then Zai Min followed up with another punch, knocking Dao Zhen into a pile of desks. At this moment, Dao Zhen finally realized, this guy isn't normal. No wonder Chi Young-hyun told me not to underestimate, just as Dao Zhen was thinking. Zai Min had already appeared above him. Just like that, he dropped a punch from the air, driving his head deep into the floor. Seeing Yin Zai Min's invincible posture, Dao Zhen's eyes were bloodshot with anger. Years ago, his father had actively challenged Piha Yanbai and died. In Piha Yanbai's words, his father was weak, but that wasn't what made him angry. The strong do as they please, the weak suffer what they must. This was just the law of society. What made him angry was that what determined strong and weak wasn't effort, but talent. When he grew up, he met Pi Hanbai's son, Pi Hanyu. He wanted to test Pi Hanyu's so-called talent to see how amazing it was. But he found that he didn't even have the qualification to fight Pi Hanyu. Pi Hanyu's assessment of him was, can't even handle 2 people. How cute! And after training under Chi Young-hyun for several years, he thought he had erased that gap, only to be dominated again by another talented person. Zai Min listened to Dao Zhen's soliloquy. A sidekick sent Dao Zhen into the air. You're a strange person. Do you think this is cool? What talent? What ability? None of these are cool. Uncle's forbidden move, the 4th technique, zero distance punch. A punch sent the thug flying to Choi Mugai's side. In Zai Min's eyes, this person was boring. Innate things, do they matter? Giving your all to obtain something you don't have, and finally getting it. That's what's cool. Just then, a voice came, planning to plant the school flag. Whose idea was this? Lu Cheng School truly lives up to its reputation. So ruthless. Everyone was terrified. When did this person appear? Hello, I'm from the Northern Alliance, Goliath. Zai Min walked to the man with a black face. None of this has anything to do with me. Now get off my friend. The man obediently stood up, but everyone was stunned by how tall and big this man was. Meanwhile, Yellow Face also brought a group of people over. The study group members all took their stances, looking tense. Don't these people know how to accept defeat? Just as the two sides were about to clash, that Goliath spoke. Accept your bets. Everyone stop! Yellowface angrily rushed forward, but was easily tripped by that man. Then the man stepped on Yellowface. If Haichang continues to disgrace itself, I won't stand by. From now on, hand over the control of the 7 schools you hold to Lu Gao. Then the man took the school flag from Cheon Sihuan's hand and stuck it in the sofa next to it. This makes it easier to explain to the organization. Just as the man was about to leave, he was called out by Yin Zai Min. Tell that Chi Young Hyun, I'll be coming for him soon. And just as the study group returned from taking over Haichang's school, they saw Choi Mugai's girlfriend, Hong Yasing, and her 2 best friends coming to welcome them. Choi Mugai pulled the 3 aside, saying they should celebrate. Yashing's friend glanced and saw Zai Min carrying Li Jun on his back. Looking at the unremarkable Zai, she thought he was a small follower brought by Choi Mugai. Choi Mugai laughed as he introduced everyone, saying Haichang School was all handled by Zai Min alone, but accidentally knocked off Zai Min's glasses. And the girl who just treated Zai Min as a follower instantly fell for him in the next second. Zai Min had just opened his mouth to say he wanted to go home and study. The next moment, his hand was grabbed. Let's go together, this is my wish. But when they arrived at the KTV, Zai Min regretted it. This unprecedented scene made Zai Min nervous and sweating. Li Jun also seemed to have discovered a new world. It seemed like the first time he was talking to real girls. Looking at Li Jiyu's ugly face every day, he had forgotten what it was like to talk to real girls. Just as Zai Min was looking for a chance to slip away, the girl who pulled Zai Min leaned closer. Not interesting? If so, how embarrassing for me who brought you here. Zai Min was so nervous that he stuttered, No, I'm not good at singing and I have to study. But such a shy Zai Min only made the girl more interested. Seeing Zai Min's constantly stern face, the girl looked at Zai Min seriously. You should smile more when you can. And this sentence happened to enlighten Zai Min. That's right. Since teacher Han Kyung left, he seemed to have not smiled for a long time. And looking at those happy companions, Zai Min smiled from the heart. Thank you. This smile completely conquered the girl's psychological defenses. Blushing, she handed her phone to Zai Min, asking for his contact information. Just as Zai Min was entering the contact information, his expression suddenly became solemn, but before Zai Min could look closely, the phone was snatched away by the girl. In the lively atmosphere, time quickly came to the evening. Several people were suggesting taking a group photo, but the girl said she had an urgent matter and had to leave first. And the girl's so-called urgent matter was actually to meet a sleazy bald man. Come, follow Uncle to experience a new world. Your dad has sold you to me. Yes, the reason she had summoned the courage to pull Zai Min away was because such moments for her might never have another chance in this life. In the bald man's sleazy smile, the girl still slowly walked towards him. All right, I'll go all in. It's not like I'll die. No, I still don't want to go. With a click, as if responding to the girl's heart, the bald man's hand was firmly held, and the person who came was none other than Yin Zai Min. Sorry, I didn't mean to peep. That's right. Just when Zai Min was entering the contact information for the girl, a threatening text message was accidentally seen by Zai Min, so he followed. It's you, right? The one who sent her the text message. Seeing it was Zai Min, the girl's expression immediately became worried. This guy is really something. Even if he wants to please me, this is too forced. I'll go with you. He has nothing to do with this matter. But the girl's words were obviously too late. The bald man raised his hand and struck at Zai Min. But Zai Min just grabbed the bald man's arm and gently threw him. Quickly raising his right leg, a stylish combo beat the bald man until his nose was bleeding profusely. He passed out on the spot. Although I shouldn't meddle in your affairs, he said you'd be dead if you tried to escape. I couldn't just ignore that. This scene left the girl completely stunned. This is too attractive. She grabbed Zai Min's hand and ran frantically. Let's run away quickly! What kind of deranged father would sell his daughter to a creepy old man? After Zai Min successfully rescued the girl, she told Zai Min about her past. It turns out the girl used to excel in her studies. For Zai Min, a stark contrast with Zai Min. Without much effort, she could rank in the top 20 of her grade, but she gave it all up now. What's the point of studying well? Her father, after graduating from a prestigious university, became an elite in a large corporation, a very intelligent man. But the problem was that he was too smart. Unwilling to be a corporate slave, he quit his job to pursue his ambitions, eventually leaving the family drowning in debt. Everything of value had been sold, and it was from that time on that her mother, unable to accept this drastic change, became extremely sensitive about her academic performance, to the point of being truly deranged, and she could only study reluctantly under her mother's pressure. But precisely because of this pressure, her academic performance plummeted. Afterward, her mother became increasingly terrifying, even using her own life to pressure her. So she ran away from home home and found her debt-ridden father. Although her father was in debt, he was still very good to her. But a week ago, her father disappeared. Debt collectors came to her door demanding she pay her father's debts. At this point, the girl finally realized she had said too much and prepared to leave. "My name is Zhang Mingxi. Thank you for everything today." But the girl was not allowed to leave as planned. Zai Min made a bold move. He brought Zhang Mingxi back to his home. Zhang Mingxi thought Zai Min had ill intentions toward her, but she met his uncle at the door. With a thud, the toothbrush fell to the ground. His uncle was dumbfounded. "Did I hear that correctly? Did you just say, if uncle doesn't want to die, get out of here?" Zai Min looked exasperated. After entering the house, uncle mysteriously pulled Zai Min aside. "Do you know that if your mother, my sister, finds out about this, we're both dead? But for the sake of my nephew's future, uncle is willing to risk his life." Meanwhile, Zhang Mingxi secretly smiled. "So uncle is here. For this, uncle specifically spent big money to order fried chicken for the two." So heartbroken that tears flowed down his face. During their chat, Zhang Mingxi learned that Zai Min's mother was away on a business trip, but when she mentioned Zai Min's father, both uncle and Zai Min fell silent, although Zai Min pretended not to care and brushed it off. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Zhang Mingxi seemed to understand something. After dinner, Zhang Mingxi discovered another adorable aspect of Zai Min. Opening the drawer, there were identical pairs of glasses inside. No wonder when Zai Min's glasses broke during the fight, they became new again. Mystery solved. In Zai Min's bedroom, Zhang Mingxi also found his study plan. Just then, Zai Min walked up behind Zhang Mingxi. A sense of danger was gradually approaching. As Zai Min got closer, the two were almost touching. The girl's face grew increasingly flushed. "This is too fast. I heard the first kiss feels like flying on an airplane. Is that true?" At this moment, Zai Min's glasses gave off a dangerous reflection. "Now let's get down to business." Then, Zai Min actually sent the girl out to watch TV. While he studied alone in the room, Zhang Mingxi was baffled. What kind of guy brings a girl home only to study by himself? Zai Min's uncle noticed the girl's confusion. "Funny, isn't it? He studies so poorly, yet still works so hard." But Mingxi, try to understand, that's just who Zai Min is. Whether he's fighting outside or going through difficult times, even if he has to stay up all night, he'll complete his tasks for the day. He wants to work hard to get what he's never had. Hearing this, Zhang Mingxi felt a bit guilty. If she had known, she wouldn't have dragged him out to play. So his goal is to get into a prestigious university? Uncle indicated this was secondary. Zai Min has a strong competitive spirit. He's dealing with the most difficult enemy in this world, himself. Remembering how Zai Min lost to her when they were young, this kid may seem simple on the surface, but he's more competitive than anyone. You could say he's now competing with the part of himself that isn't good at studying. Hearing this, Zhang Mingxi couldn't help but smile dreamily. How cool! While uncle secretly showed a triumphant expression, there's one thing she didn't say. He is quite handsome, but the root cause of all this originated from Zai Min's father, his brother-in-law. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Baldy was frantically searching for Zai Min and the girl. The person on the phone with Baldy somehow looked familiar. That's right! It was Park Jian-yi who had joined the Yeonbae gang, now a debt collector for Yeonbae Capital. His life was now the polar opposite of Zai Min's. One standing in the sunlight, one dwelling in darkness. His current task in the Yeonbae gang was to pressure those who had borrowed high-interest loans to repay their debts, driving people to desperate situations to make them pay. But he felt no guilt. Gambling addicts, extravagant spenders, those indulging in alcohol and sex, and fools who blindly overestimated their future. In his eyes, they were all irresponsible scum. As long as he could avenge his mother, he didn't mind getting his hands dirty. Interestingly, Zai Min, who wanted to help Zhang Mingxi find her father, had unwittingly become involved in the same mission as Park Jian-yi. After this, Zhang Mingxi would stay at Zai Min's home until they found her father. Of course, Mingxi would definitely stay in Zai Min's mother's room. On the other side, Park Jian-yi was with the bald man. This Baldy was a director at Yeonbae Capital. To become a confidant of Piha Yanbai, Park Jian-yi had to start from the bottom, so he had to find ways to please this disgusting guy. And those who knew about Park Jian-yi's spy identity had all been properly dealt with by An Tae-hwan. Now Park Jian-yi could climb the ranks without worry, but Park Jian-yi realized there was still one last variable. That was An Tae-hwan himself. Park Jian-yi casually asked, "An Tae-hwan, which department do you work in at Yanbai?" An Tae-hwan gave him a contemptuous look. "That information doesn't seem relevant to our deal." With that, An Tai-hwan turned to leave. Don't care too much about me, you might develop feelings. At this time, Park Ji-yeon was in Baldy's office. Baldy had just completed a deal. It was a woman borrowing money to pay for her child's tutoring fees. Baldy generously lent the woman an extra $10,000, for which the woman was extremely grateful, but she had no idea this would become a bottomless pit. Baldy brought up the incident again, complaining if it weren't for that glasses-wearing punk, Jang Minxi would have taken the bait by now, while Park Ji-yeon reflected silently. Glasses-wearing punk, could it be him? To find Jang Minxi's father, Zai-min had his uncle use various connections, finally pinpointing an area called Julie. Meanwhile, Park Ji-yeon's mission also pointed toward Jang Minxi. He saw photos of Jang Minxi with her best friend Choi Se-yuan on social media. According to their usual habits, they should be at the internet cafe. Just as Park Ji-yeon was passing through an alley, he witnessed school bullying. Bullies pointing at a schoolboy with a backpack. "I just saw your mom Kozai Ming from a loan shark. Does your mom gamble? Is she a gambling addict?" Ha ha ha. Park Ji-yeon guessed that this morning, a mother had borrowed high-interest loans to pay for her son's tutoring fees. This boy was that mother's son. Park Ji-yeon exhaled. This wasn't within his job scope. In the alley, with a smack, the boy was knocked to the ground, beaten up by the bullies. The bullies also took the boy's money. Ignoring the boy's pleas, the bullies turned to leave. At that moment, Park Ji-yeon finally stepped in. Yes, there are no debt collectors in this world who truly consider the debtors, but he couldn't stand seeing such a scene, so his life was full of contradictions. He wanted to avenge his mother, which required abandoning emotions, but his nature couldn't allow him to turn a blind eye to these things. After a series of moves, Park Ji-yeon successfully helped the boy recover his money. But even after getting the money back, Park Ji-yeon continued to beat the bullies furiously, to teach these bullies a lesson, so they wouldn't bully the boy again. After the beating, Park Ji-yeon returned the money to the boy. "This is money your parents worked hard to earn for you. Take good care of it. Don't endure it, they'll bully you again tomorrow. Being weak isn't a crime, but swallowing your anger is." Meanwhile, at the internet cafe, Choi Se-won was chatting with Jang Minxi, learning that she was now at Yin Zai-min's house. Choi Se-won had a gossipy look. "Oh my god, does he like you?" "That Yin Zai-min, pretending not to be interested in you before. But he's so handsome and even rescued you like a hero. Is he a prince?" What Choi Se-won didn't know was, their conversation had been overheard by Park Ji-yeon, who had just entered. And just as Choi Se-won was about to leave, Park Ji-yeon appeared behind her. At the study group elsewhere, Lee Ziyu looked unhappy. Because Zai-min hadn't come to study for several days, he definitely wanted to complain to teacher Han Kyung, while Kim Si-hyun nearby had a dark face, with an expression of holding something in. It turned out that Kim Si-hyun, who was in the same class as Zai-min, had happened to overhear Zai-min's phone conversation, which included a girl's voice. Did I just hear wrong? What does bored mean? Is she being held captive by Zai-min? Although this is his personal business, Zai-min wouldn't be having a strange romance, would he? What exactly is Yin Zai-min doing? Meanwhile, Zai-min, who was walking home, accidentally bumped into a disheveled man. This man's appearance was very similar to the photo of her father that Minxi had shown him. Zai-min decided to follow him to see, and at Zai-min's home, Minxi was indeed bored. She had finished cleaning, washing dishes, and had nothing else to do. She lay on the sofa trying various positions out of boredom. Suddenly, Minxi felt depressed. Remembering what Zai-min had said, "I always feel your father didn't intentionally sell you out." She also believed in her father because her father had always doted on her when he was around. What is Dad thinking now? Just then, the doorbell rang. It was the soy crab eggs she had ordered, which she had spent good money on. Would they like it? Just as Minxi took the delivery, her wrist was grabbed tightly by a hand. Jang Minxi looked up. Who was this man? It turned out that to find Jang Minxi's location, Park Ji-yeon had pretended to be an innocent boy, tricking Jang Minxi's best friend for her phone, getting her call history with Jang Minxi from Choi Se-yuan's phone. Indeed, finding Jang Minxi at Yin Zai-min's house. Before finding her, Park Ji-yeon couldn't quite believe it. Not knowing whether to consider it good or bad luck, he was once again mysteriously entangled with Yin Zai-min. After Park Ji-yeon revealed he was from Yeonbai's debt collection team, Jang Minxi quickly tried to pull the door closed, but was firmly held back by Park Ji-yeon. Park Ji-yeon crouched down and began speaking. "Remember what I'm about to say, I'm not here to catch you. I just wanted to confirm where you are. You should know that Director Chi is looking for you. He'll definitely send others besides me to catch you. If it wasn't me today, you'd be in danger. So be careful, even when ordering takeout." With that, Park Ji-yeon turned to leave. "Hide here until this is over." Jang Minxi weakly asked, What do you mean by, until this is over? Park Ji-yeon's answer made Jang Mingxi feel like she had fallen into an ice pit. Of course, until we catch your dad. To recover the debt, Director Chi will make him wish he were dead. Don't feel sorry for your dad. To satisfy his own greed. Despite not having the ability, he still borrowed high-interest loans, eventually involving his own daughter, then running away alone. Moreover, your dad met with Director Chi before disappearing. I guess he used you as collateral in some kind of deal. Don't worry, I won't let such a beast get away easily. Having received the news, Zai Min hurried back. Seeing Zhang Mingxi in a state of shock, she still couldn't believe her father was that kind of person. Early the next morning, Zhang Mingxi packed her bag and left. Fortunately, Zai Min intercepted her halfway. Good thing Zai Min always woke up for morning exercise. Zai Min immediately saw that Zhang Mingxi was going to find the Baldy, because that was the only way to save her father. Zhang Mingxi fidgeted with her phone helplessly. It's funny, isn't it? Neglecting his family, blindly expanding his business, eventually owing a huge debt. Such a terrible father. Yet I still don't have the courage to abandon him. Why do I still worry about him? As she spoke, Zhang Mingxi's tears couldn't be stopped. Why do I still want to save him? And just as Zhang Mingxi was continuously belittling herself, Zai Min's hand rested on her shoulder. Don't believe what that loan shark said. Your trust in your father has a basis, doesn't it? I think only meeting him in person will reveal his true thoughts. I'll find your father for you. If you're right, I'll make that person apologize to your father. He shouldn't casually say your dad is a bad person. And so, Zai Min disappeared the next day. Meanwhile, at the Hello Loans office, a thin figure stood among a group of people. The person talking to Baldy thought they had a visitor, but Baldy fell into thought. Wait, why does this kid look so familiar? Finally, he remembered the scene from that day. Isn't this the little runt from that day? Baldy trembled with anger, his voice shaking. Catch him! Quick! Catch that guy! It turned out that to stop Baldy from harassing Zhang Mingxi, Zai Min had actually broken into Baldy's hideout alone, carrying his signature weapon, nunchucks. And at Zai Min's home, Mingxi had guessed this possibility, because when Zai Min left, he had asked her about Baldy's location. But Zhang Mingxi soon dismissed the thought, as Zai Min seemed to have a lot of schoolwork. Wait, what is this? Practice nunchucks. What the hell? Yes, this was exactly Zai Min's task that he had to complete regularly. Today, he'd use these thugs as practice dummies. But these thugs clearly weren't enough practice for Zai Min. Zai Min would finish them off quickly. Sitting at the back, Baldy's body instinctively retreated. Fortunately, the last thug with yellow hair stepped up. Yellow hair started with a fierce attack. The powerful fists made Zai Min dodge continuously, but the next moment he was stunned by Zai Min's strike, followed by a crazy combo attack. This was Uncle's forbidden move, 8th move, death game, continuous nunchuck dance. Then Zai Min strode towards Baldy. Stop harassing Zhang Mingxi. And where is Zhang Mingxi's father? Baldy was so scared that cold sweat dripped down. He quickly called Park Ji-yeon. Where are you now? Are you looking for Zhang Shunmin? Though Park Ji-yeon was puzzled about how Baldy knew, he still answered, I now know Zhang Shunmin's location, at an abandoned hotel in Kuyong district. I'll beat him half to death before bringing him back. With a beep, the call ended. Baldy looked up at Yin Zai Min, who was staring intently at him. Can you let me go now? Having gotten the information, Zai Min quickly ran toward the location mentioned on the phone, while the remaining Baldy secretly called the Yeonbaek gang, asking them to send tougher people over. At this time elsewhere, Uncle showed a terrified expression. He's even more crazy than I imagined. Such things must be stopped. And Zhang Shunmin, whom everyone was searching for, was drinking in a hotel, a suspicious bag of drugs on the table. After typing something on his phone, Zhang Shunmin showed a resigned expression. At this critical moment, Zai Min, who was searching for Zhang Mingxi's father, couldn't get a taxi. The Guiyang district is very far from here. The Zai Min's feeling grew stronger. Fortunately, at this moment, Zai Min happened to run into Kim Sun-chul on his motorcycle. On the way, Kim Sun-chul offered advice to Zai Min. In today's society, the line between good and bad people has blurred. Sometimes the existence of evil is necessary. Take the Lucheng school, for example. Although it's free from Pai Hanyu's control, it has encountered new troubles, even himself. It was because of the Yeonbaek gang that he could earn money for his grandfather's medical bills. The real world is different from comics and movies. We eventually accept evil, and the bad guys are the winners, Zai Min asked. What about those who truly have no way out and make those choices? Kim Sun-chul borrowed what Officer Ro Taiwan had told him. Those who can only achieve their goals through violence are certainly pitiful. But even if the choice was made out of desperation, if the goal is achieved through immoral means, it must be corrected. Upon reaching their destination, Kim Sun-chul left Zai Min with one last line. Although I don't know exactly what happened, remember this when you feel confused. No reason can be an excuse for evil. At Zai Min's home, Zhang Mingxi's phone suddenly rang. Zhang Mingxi thought it was a message from Zai Min, but the next moment moment, her phone fell to the ground. Such a reality was completely unacceptable to Zhang Mingxi. The text message was her father's final words. Fortunately, Zhang Shunmin hadn't succeeded as planned. Park Jian-yi burst in at the right time. He had seen through Zhang Shunmin's intentions. While searching for clues about Zhang Shunmin, he had visited Zhang Shunmin's home and seen the accident insurance notice. He wouldn't let Zhang Shunmin seek death. With the truth exposed, Zhang Shunmin raised a wine bottle and attacked Park Jian-yi. But Park Jian-yi simply grabbed Zhang Shunmin's hand, easily neutralizing the attack. In Park Jian-yi's eyes, this uncle was no different from the scum he had encountered before. Knowing full well that his irresponsibility would subject his daughter to humiliation, yet still being so righteous. "You're the most vicious debtor scum I've ever seen." Just then, the door burst open with a bang. Zai Min had arrived in time. "It is your voice, Park Jian-yi." Zai Min had finally decided to oppose Park Jian-yi. Kim Soon-chul's words had enlightened him. He understood the story of Park Jian-yi's mother, so he empathized with Park Jian-yi's feelings, thinking he shouldn't interfere. But now, he had changed his Zai mind. Zai Min raised his fist and charged toward Park Jian-yi. "I'm going to hinder you with all my might." After all, no reason can be an excuse for evil. Under Zai Min's words, Park Jian-yi's eyes filled with despair. "Hinder me?" When he first returned from abroad as a child, his mother's doting love, every smile and expression so deeply etched in his memory. To see more of his mother, he actively gave up studying abroad. But such beautiful times were shattered by the Yonbek gang. Park Jian-yi bit his teeth angrily. "What right do you have? What qualifications do you have?" Facing Park Jian-yi's angry punch, Zai Min quickly dodged backward, taking advantage of the gap in Park Jian-yi's attack to counterattack. Park Jian-yi quickly recovered, striking back with another punch, but Zai Min blocked it again, and with one hit sent Park Jian-yi flying. But Park Jian-yi was no longer to be underestimated. He instantly stabilized himself. One kick knocked Zai Min down, leaving the uncle on the side dumbfounded. "Is this a battle of gods?" Park Jian-yi rubbed his wrist. He had to get rid of Zai Min's interference. "Director Chi told me to bring Zhang Mingxi back, but he now knows I'm looking for Zhang Shunmin." If Park Jian-yi couldn't even capture Zhang Shunmin, his evaluation in the organization would plummet. This would mean losing the opportunity to get close to Piha Yanbai. With that in Zai mind, Park Jian-yi unleashed another combo attack on Zai Min. After blocking several times, Zai Min finally noticed Park Jian-yi's change. The speed of these combos was on par with his uncle's. He had sensed earlier that Park Jian-yi's skills were unusual. It seemed Park Jian-yi was indeed hiding his true strength. After blocking several more of Park Jian-yi's attacks, Zai Min discovered another fact. That is, no matter how formidable Park Jian-yi had become, he was no match for him. Under Zai Min's punch, Park Jian-yi slammed hard against the wall behind him, and the next moment, Park Jian-yi slowly sat up. Zai Min's face was full of disbelief. He knew how heavy that punch was. Yet Park Jian-yi could still stand up. In that instant, an indescribable sense of unfamiliarity made Zai Min shudder. What had Park Jian-yi been through? Just then, Zhang Shunmin took advantage of the chaos and jumped down from upstairs. Zai Min and Park Jian-yi both stopped fighting. Park Jian-yi pushed Zai Min aside. Looking outside, thankfully it was just the second floor. Zhang Shunmin had only escaped. Park Jian-yi turned back with a vicious look at Zai Min. "If he dies, it's all your fault." With that, he leaped down, hearing Park Jian-yi's words. Zai Min also quickly climbed onto the window, remembering Zhang Mingxi's helpless expression. "Uncle can't die, that's not allowed." Just as Zai Min was about to follow, he was pulled back by an arm. Is it him? Just a wet behind the ears kid. So what kind of person was Zhang Mingxi's father? On his last day of hiding from debt, he left a final message to Mingxi, asking Mingxi to renounce her inheritance rights within 3 months after his death, to disassociate herself from his debts. He had also taken out an accident insurance policy, with Zhang Mingxi as the beneficiary. This was the last thing he could do for Mingxi. Perhaps in this world, nothing is more important than money. Money allows you to be a parent. Money allows you to marry. Even happiness must be bought with money. Dad is sorry for making you suffer. You must be happy. Reading her father's farewell-like text, Zhang Mingxi's body trembled uncontrollably. Now she didn't even know where her father was. What could she do? Just then, ding dong, the doorbell rang. It was Lee Jun and Kim Si-hyun. No way. It really is a girl. I knew Zai Min had been acting strange lately. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zai Min was racing against the thugs. Soon Zai Min reached the door with a powerful pull. He locked the thugs inside, then sped toward Zhang Mingxi's father's location. Meanwhile, Park Jian-yi was also running upstairs. Zhang Shunmin now stood on the rooftop. Zhang Shunmin looked indifferently at Park Jian-yi. What's there to see? Why chase after me? Park Jian-yi could only try to calm Zhang Shunmin's emotions, looking for an opportunity to intervene. As Park Jian-yi slowly approached, Zhang Shunmin spoke as if to himself actually, I always wanted to be a painter, but but my family was too poor, so I could only be a good son, studying diligently as my parents told me. Got into a prestigious university, joined one of the country's top companies, but they were still not satisfied. They still wanted me to become a company boss like others, or become a great figure. It's ridiculous, I tried so hard, yet they still complained every day. Later, although both had passed away, I still felt guilty, always feeling I hadn't fulfilled their wishes in life. Now look where I've ended up. Sometimes I wonder, if I had given up being a good son and become a painter, would things have turned out differently? But Park Ji-yeon's words remained cold. Don't joke around. What about your daughter? You sold Jang Mingxi to Director Chi. Isn't she pitiful? She almost gave up everything because of you. Hearing this, Jang Shun-min showed a terrified expression. That bastard Director Chi. But he noticed Park Ji-yeon's almost, meaning his daughter was still safe. Just as Jang Shun-min's guard dropped, Park Ji-yeon lunged forward, ready to pull Jang Shun-min back. Scene change. Jang Shun-min was now tied up by Park Ji-yeon. He mocked Jang Shun-min, saying it was laughable, because such suicide attempts wouldn't be compensated by insurance companies. Instead, it would only leave endless pain and grievance for the family. Jang Shun-min's type, wanting to package himself even after death, was common to him. Just then, a man walked over. Park Ji-yeon thought it was his backup, so he tidied his clothes and walked away. At that moment, Park Ji-yeon suddenly realized something. Seeing Jang Shun-min's smile, he understood. Yes, suicide indeed couldn't trick the insurance money, but Jang Shun-min's real purpose was to find someone to kill him. He greatly feared death. As a child, he had even cried upon learning that everyone eventually dies. But at that time, he wanted to die so badly every day. Those countless loans were like a bottomless abyss. After experiencing that hell-like torment, Jang Shun-min began planning how to die. But at the moment the knife was about to fall, he faltered. The real hell was this moment when death was imminent. Just then, the imagined death didn't occur. Park Ji-yeon, at this critical moment, kicked the man away. The assassin muttered, "This isn't what we agreed on." Meanwhile, Lee Jun and Kim Si-hyun also learned from Kim Soon-chul, where Zai-min had last gotten off. But just as Jang Mingxi was about to rush forward, she was stopped by Kim Si-hyun, because there was a large dent in the air conditioning unit below the hotel. They're probably not here anymore, but it's not too late. There aren't any high-rise buildings around here. Now on the rooftop, Park Ji-yeon and the assassin were fighting. Jang Shun-min shouted at this time, "Wait, I've changed my Zai mind. I'm sorry, please go back." But the assassin rummaged through his pocket, pulling out another small knife. "Are you kidding me? You think this is like ordering at a restaurant?" "Sorry, I refuse to accept your change of Zai mind." Although the assassin held a small knife, Park Ji-yeon still charged forward quickly, fighting with the knife-wielding assassin. The assassin found it strange that, despite him holding a knife, this person showed no fear. At first, he thought this guy was just used to fighting, but now it seemed not. He truly wasn't afraid at all. Soon, Park Ji-yeon found a weak spot and punched the assassin. How much do you usually charge? To take a life? Yes, it was the existence of such professions that made life's value worthless. It was because they calculated life with money that people could despicably hide behind and harm others. Park Ji-yeon beat the man furiously. If not for people like this, his mother wouldn't have met with misfortune. Park Ji-yeon coldly asked, "How much did Director Chi give you?" Seeing the lie exposed, the man picked up the small knife again and rushed toward Jang Shun-min. Fortunately, Park Ji-yeon stopped him with a flying tackle. "Does your silence mean you admit it?" The next moment, the two were fighting again. And in this confrontation, Park Ji-yeon was at a disadvantage. The assassin, with the advantage of a weapon, was continuously draining Park Ji-yeon's fighting power. Under such consumption, Park Ji-yeon's punches became somewhat weak, and the next moment, Park Ji-yeon actually grabbed the assassin's knife with his bare hand, directly headbutting the assassin with another punch. Brass knuckles had appeared in Park Ji-yeon's hand at some point, delivering a decisive blow to the assassin. Just as Park Ji-yeon's battle was resolved, Director Chi arrived with his men. "Park Ji-yeon, did you do this to him?" With that, Director Chi dragged the assassin toward the edge of the rooftop. "It seems there's been some misunderstanding between us." After throwing the assassin off the rooftop, he walked back to Park Ji-yeon. "Here, these are the gloves and this guy's knife. You stab him." Now Park Ji-yeon had clearly decided to abandon everything for revenge, but at this critical moment, he chose to betray Director Chi. Just now, Director Chi had arrogantly revealed the truth. It turned out this was all Director Chi's plot. After Jang Shun-min left, he first tricked Jang Mingxi, saying her father had abandoned her, then bribed the gang in Julie to persuade Jang Shun-min to seek death. This way, he could not only squeeze out all of Jang Shun-min's value, but also turn Jang Mingxi into his money-making tool. For all his calculations, he had overlooked Park Ji-yeon's deep-seated kindness. Park Ji-yeon untied the ropes from Jang Shun-min, staggering toward the thugs, weakly telling Jang Shun-min, "I'll let you go today, but you must repay the money, you must live." Yes, he had experienced the pain of losing a loved one, so he knew that for a child, a parent's death was like the sky falling. Park Ji-yeon gritted his teeth, knowing he was likely doomed this time. "Mom, I don't think I can avenge you." Just then, a thug was mysteriously knocked to the ground, and a voice rang out, "Minxie, this little girl is too kind. She even bought us soy crab, while I only treated her to fried chicken. I don't like owing others favors." Yes, it was Zai-min and his uncle who had just arrived. Interestingly, just the two standing there made the numerous thugs cower in fear. Park Ji-yeon also took this moment to pass out with relief. At this time, a fearless thug pushed towards Uncle, who ignored him, still talking to Zai-min. "They have numbers on their side, we should be careful." While speaking, Uncle sent the thug flying with one punch, because if we don't control our strength well, someone might fall off. Today's mission is to settle everyone, but without causing deaths. Zai-min indicated he understood and charged ahead. Thugs were also provoked by Uncle's words and rushed toward the two. Soon, Zai-min knocked a thug down with one punch, followed by another punch into the crowd. Facing several charging thugs, Zai-min pulled out his nunchucks from his pocket. With a swing, surrounding thugs went flying. Uncle watched Zai-min with a bit of envy. "You actually brought those. Nunchucks are good for dealing with multiple opponents. It seems I haven't taught you in vain." With that, Uncle grabbed two thugs. "Watch carefully, I'll show you what to do when you don't have nunchucks." With that, Uncle spun the two thugs like a windmill. Thugs cowered, not daring to approach. Won't they die or be crippled if they fall? While one thug pulled out a knife with a sinister smile, "Haven't you played jump rope in school?" With that, the thug found the right Tai Zai-ming, quickly rushing toward Uncle, and just as he was about to succeed, a nunchuck struck the thug senseless. Zai-min was exasperated. "Uncle, stop playing around. Didn't you say to end this quickly?" Uncle now became serious. "I originally wanted to finish them in about 5 moves." With these words, Uncle picked up Zai-min's nunchucks and jumped. "I'm going to get double payback for the soy crab." Minxie's father, Jang Shun-min, was stunned. Although he had fallen on hard times, he had seen many extraordinary people in his life, but this was a first. Nephew and uncle. Although he didn't know the exact situation, he could tell they were a remarkable family. Just then, Zai-min suddenly looked horrified. "Oh no, he didn't control my strength. The thug is going to fly off." Fortunately, a hand appeared to catch the thug. It was Jang Shun-min who reacted in time. Jang Shun-min held on even as his eyes grew red, still not letting go. With the situation resolved, Zai-min carried Park Ji-yeon to the hospital first. Uncle put his hands on his waist and walked behind Jang Shun-min. "Thanks to your help. Otherwise, my nephew would have caused a death. This world is too cruel, isn't it? Opportunities and pain can arrive at any time. A life in darkness. Unless you roll under the bed, you can't wake up from the nightmare. But you felt it just now, didn't you?" Jang Shun-min was confused. "I mean that person, although he's a thug. How did it feel when you grabbed him? Heavy, right? That's the value of life." With that, the two also walked downstairs. Jang Shun-min couldn't help looking down. The assassin was on the safety net, and he confirmed once more the weight of life. And just as the two walked out, a cry of "Dad" came from the distance. Across the street were 3 figures, and the one in the middle was Jang Minxie, brought over by Lee Jun and Kim Si-hyun. The moment she saw her father, Jang Minxie first gave Jang Shun-min a heavy punch. But before Jang Shun-min could explain, Minxie threw herself into Jang Shun-min's arms. At the moment when father and daughter embraced tightly, all conflicts dissolved. As it turns out, whether it was the debt or the matter with Director Chi, Jang Shun-min didn't need to explain. Minxie just wanted her father by her side. Jang Shun-min, who had prepared countless words, finally expressed them in one sentence. "Minxie, Dad is sorry." Watching this, Kim Si-hyun showed a relieved smile. This feeling he understood well. At this moment, Zai-min, who had just left the hospital, suddenly received a phone call, but the contact name on the phone shocked him. It was actually teacher Han Kyung. Zai-min's fingers trembled as he pressed the answer button, but there was no sound from the phone for a long time. After Zai-min asked several times, a strange ringtone suddenly came from the other end. Then a beep, and the call was disconnected. The next day, Jang Daoksun was running urgently in the hospital. He quickly ran to Park Ji-yeon's room. Park Ji-yeon, who was seriously injured and unconscious yesterday, was now calmly taking off his hospital gown. He planned to leave the hospital today. Jang Daoksun anxiously asked, I remember you said on the phone that you knocked down Director Chi, so is this plan ruined? Thinking of what Lee Jun said that day, he felt this was better. As a friend, he didn't want Park Ji-on-yi to do such dangerous things anymore. But before Jung Daoksun could voice his concerns, Park Ji-on-yi stated it made no difference, the result would be the same either way. Meanwhile, Director Chi was looking to get revenge on Park Ji-on-yi, but he was stopped by his older brother, Yeonbaek Secretariat's Ju Hyun. Director Chi quickly adopted a humble attitude. Big brother, what brings you here? Unexpectedly, Ju Hyun grabbed him by the neck. Didn't I tell you to have limits? Because of you, I can't show my face anymore, got it? You stupid pig! It turns out Director Chi had been using the same methods he used on Jang Shunmin to pursue private gains many times, which Park Ji-on-yi had noticed at the construction site. So before Park Ji-on-yi passed out during the chaos, he secretly took Director Chi's phone and found black account records. He used this to blackmail Ju Hyun. Afterward, the new person in charge of Hello Capital, Park Ji-on-yi, was arranged into the secretariat as wished. Meanwhile, Chi Young-hyun smiled happily. Things were getting more interesting. In the afternoon, Jang Shunmin brought Zhang Mingxi to visit Park Jan-ye, but they learned he had been discharged. Zhang Mingxi didn't understand. In the end, he still makes you repay the debt. He really is a bad guy. What's there to thank a loan shark for? Anyway, those guys will continue to torment Dad. Zhang Shunmin had already come to terms with it. I can't just owe money and not pay it back, right? Zhang Mingxi comforted him. Ridiculously high interest loans are legally not required to be repaid. Even if we can't go through legal procedures now, I can be your lawyer in the future. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Are you Mr. Jang Shunmin? The two turned around. A man exuding cleverness and efficiency was standing behind them. Nice to meet you. I'm attorney Lee Jun-bin. From now on, I'll handle all your debt disputes. The fees have already been paid, including litigation costs. The man pushed his glasses up. Don't worry when it comes to dealing with scum like that. I've never lost a case. But Zhang Mingxi was puzzled. I know that. But who paid our lawyer fees? The man said he wasn't sure either, but do you know this person? Meanwhile, on the other side, An Taiwan was speechless. Where's Park Ji-on-yi's car? It was parked here yesterday. He didn't sell it, did he? Yes. After everything was over, Park Ji-on-yi received a note from Zai Min asking him to apologize to Zhang Mingxi. This was Park Ji-on-yi's way of apologizing. Park Ji-on-yi was wandering around when he unexpectedly met the elderly lady who had borrowed money that day. The old lady thought Park Ji-on-yi was there to collect the debt and pleaded, I'll definitely pay tomorrow. Unexpectedly, the back of Park Ji-on-yi's head was hit with a frying pan. It was the young boy who had been bullied that day. When Park Ji-on-yi turned around, the boy remembered what had happened. Bro, aren't you? Park Ji-on-yi just silently turned and left. Yes, through this incident, he understood that there are indeed bad people in this world, but some people make such choices out of desperation, just like himself. At this moment, Zhang Shunmin and Zhang Mingxi were sitting at their doorstep eating fried chicken. Zhang Mingxi casually said, I want to go to a tutoring class. Zhang Shunmin was confused. Aren't you not interested in studying? I don't know. I just suddenly want to study. Zhang Mingxi's eyes sparkled. Parents will always support their children's education no matter how hard life is. You'll give me a chance to prove myself, right? After all, I am the daughter of a top university graduate. But before Zhang Shunmin could feel touched, Zhang Mingxi gave him a bombshell. I'm not eating anymore. I'm going to meet someone. Going to meet the person I like. This time she was prepared to formally express her feelings to Zai Min. Meanwhile, her uncle, who had just finished drinking with friends, still wanted more. At that moment, he happened to meet Zhang Shunmin, who was acting strangely. The uncle just went up and patted Zhang Shunmin's shoulder, scaring him badly. He frantically explained, I'm not trying to spy, I'm just a bit worried. The uncle glanced over and saw Yin Zai Min and Zhang Mingxi standing downstairs. He immediately understood something. Oh, this looks interesting indeed. But the next moment he picked up Zhang Shunmin by the waist. Adults don't need to know everything about children's world. Saying this, he carried the unwilling Zhang Shunmin away. Since that's the case, you might as well join me for a drink. The two downstairs had no idea about this commotion. Zhang Mingxi looked like a lovesick girl. I came to say thank you today. Thank you for helping me and my dad. Zai Min, being completely oblivious, couldn't see Zhang Mingxi's intentions. He said it was nothing. Both he and his uncle did it willingly. Zhang Mingxi's expression grew increasingly shy. Well, I heard that if a boy doesn't like someone, he won't spend time on her. I mean, if you like me, you can confess, but Zhang Mingxi's voice was too soft for Zai Min to hear. Zhang Mingxi repeated herself. Come on, don't you know what a confession is? Don't play dumb, but unfortunately Zai Min still couldn't hear clearly. He said, I really couldn't hear that middle part. Frustrated, Zhang Mingxi shouted, Confession! Don't you understand what a confession is? And Zhang Mingxi's loud shout attracted the study group who were eavesdropping on the gossip. Lee Jun pushed the others aside. I told you there was something between these two. Didn't she just say, go back to you? Jang Mingxi, whose moment was ruined, felt embarrassed. She kept saying it was fine, everything was okay. Choi Hee-won was surprised. Is this the girl Zai Min helped? She's so pretty. During their casual conversation, Zhang Mingxi learned that these people were all friends from Zai Min's study group. Zhang Mingxi was surprised, so he even formed a study group. How cute. She found that the more she learned about Zai Min, the more surprises she discovered. Lee Jun suddenly had a lewd expression. How is your friend doing? Finally, the conversation returned to the main topic. Did teacher Han Kyung really call you? Although Zhang Mingxi didn't understand, she listened attentively. At this, Yin Zai Min's expression instantly turned cold. Yes, teacher Han Kyung did call me, but the call was hung up as soon as I answered. Zhang Mingxi raised her hand to ask, is it really that serious that the teacher called and then hung up? Zai Min's expression was grave, because the teacher suddenly disappeared. With the study group's explanation, Zhang Mingxi finally realized the seriousness of the situation. Lee Jun asked, when teacher Han Kyung called, did you really not hear anything? Zai Min suddenly shouted, dingling, 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 money, money, send. The study group found it odd that Zai Min would make such a strange sound, but Zhang Mingxi looked surprised. She knew this sound. The money, money, send prompt. Only the Chingma school in our city would have it. This was the sound from the underground game arcade at the school, the so-called gambling game. At first listen, it sounds like free money, but in another sense. It could also be understood as others coming to give money, but to investigate, they would need to enter Chingma school. The study group was at a loss. How could they investigate? But Zhang Mingxi said she had a way, because I'm a student or Chingma school. Later, to find clues about the arcade, Zhang Mingxi first used her feminine charm. With just a few words, she got a thug to help her. The thug even mistakenly thought Zhang Mingxi was interested in him, but in reality, Zhang Mingxi was disgusted behind his back. Finally, under the thug's guidance, Zhang Mingxi arrived at her destination, Chingma Field. Mingxi was a bit surprised. There were so many people here. The thug asked Zhang Mingxi why she wasn't playing. Zhang Mingxi just said she was nervous. In reality, she was looking around. She secretly sent a message to Zai Min. I heard that everyone who comes here is a regular. Whoever has teacher Han Kyung's phone must come back. After Zai Min replied to the message, Kim Si-hyun happened to walk over, although teacher Han Kyung was still missing. With this lead, the chances of teacher Han Kyung being alive increased. They would definitely be able to study with teacher Han Kyung again. At the same time, Lee Jun from another class was thinking the same thing, but he still didn't understand why Park Ji-yeon-yi had said those things. As he was thinking, Lee Jun looked back and happened to see Jung Daoksun passing by. Jung Daoksun hurriedly covered his face in terror, telling Lee Jun not to ask him about Park Ji-yeon-yi's matters. Lee Jun was speechless. Just then, Jung Daoksun collided with a thug. The thug immediately slapped Jung Daoksun, arrogantly demanding Jung Daoksun apologize. Lee Jun looked serious. He had found the root of the problem. Although the school no longer had Pai Hanyu, in fact, when Pai Hanyu wasn't around, the school had no salvation. Student Council President Chon Si-hwan and top dog Yin Zai-min couldn't take care of everything. He also had a responsibility to correct the school's atmosphere. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yo Dao-jen found Chi Young-hyun, wanting him to help regain face. But Chi Young-hyun's expression grew increasingly dangerous. Dao-jen, what I admire most about you is your fighting spirit, but your current submissive attitude disappoints me. At the same time, another group appeared. These were all fighters from Chingma School. The two leaders started arguing as soon as they met, but Chi Young-hyun ignored their argument. He was just curious that Yin Zai-min actually said he didn't need control over the 7 schools. But he wasn't worried, because now those 7 schools no longer had North Union's protection. Chingma School had started to make moves against them. Then the hero would have to step forward, and I, who defeats the so-called savior, will leave a deeper impression on people. The scene returns to Lee Jun 2 weeks after Lee Jun made his decision, with Choi Moo-gi as witness. Lee Jun began his ranking battle. Lee Jun directly challenged the first-year leader Jang Tai-woo, although Lee Jun once didn't even qualify to face Jang Tai-woo. For the current Lee Jun, Jang Tai-woo was just a small fry. At this moment, everyone present realized that when they settled Haichang School, Lee Jun wasn't just there to make up numbers. It's just that Yin Zai-min's light was too bright, overshadowing Lee Jun's brilliance. Finally, with Lee Jun's last kick, the title of first-year leader changed hands. If you're wondering why Lee Jun's hair is longer now, it's because the barbershop he frequently visits has temporarily closed. After taking the leader position, Lee Jun walked home with the study group after school. They happened to see the boy who was bullied at Haichang's school that day. Now their school no longer belonged to the North Union. They needed Zaimin's help, but now Zaimin was facing a new crisis. His father had returned. At this moment, a young man was driving a car. Unexpectedly, while already worried about rising prices, he encountered a scammer faking an accident, making his already difficult life even worse. The young man angrily grabbed the person's collar, but it was useless. Uninformed bystanders all condemned the young man. "You hit someone and now you want to beat them up. That's too much for a student?" The young man knew he was done for. Just as the young man was fretting, a man walked up to him saying, "Let me take a look." The man went to the scammer's side and examined him closely. "Did you get scared at the end? If you're going to fake being hit, do it with more force. Look, not a single injury on your body." These words immediately angered the scammer. Having received help, the young man quickly asked for the man's name. The man stood up with his hands on his hips. "I'm just a doctor passing by." Meanwhile, Zhang Mingxi was also looking for Zaimin. She had found some clues about teacher Han Kyung and needed to tell Zaimin before going to her tutoring class. Fortunately, before this, Zhang Mingxi had tricked the naive Zaimin into downloading a location-sharing app. She decided to go find Zaimin herself. Zhang Mingxi showed a mischievous smile of success. She quickly and quietly arrived at the restaurant where Zaimin was. "Is that my future father-in-law across the table? Wait, what am I saying? But is my makeup too heavy today?" However, Zhang Mingxi hadn't expected that this father and son gave such different impressions. During their chat, Zaimin's dad learned that Zaimin's mom had gone abroad on a business trip. Zaimin's dad felt a bit sad. "It feels like heaven is deliberately separating me and your mom." While Zaimin looked at his father with loving eyes. On the other side, the study group also heard that Zaimin's father had returned. Kim Si-hyun knew a bit about Zaimin's father. "I heard Zaimin's father, Dr. Yoon Jong-ho, is a specialist. He's also the youngest person to obtain the two highest degrees in the biological field, MD and PhD, from K Country University. He can be called a genius among geniuses." When K Country's ship was hijacked in Somalia, he became famous overnight for saving the captain who had been shot. But strangely, after becoming famous, his career was going smoothly when he suddenly announced he was giving up everything to go abroad. Rumor has it that he now works as a member of Doctors Without Borders, giving up all his fame and fortune to become a mysterious man traveling the world. That's Yin Zai-min's father, the study group wondered. So is Yin Zai-min so obsessed with studying because his dad is scary? Kim Si-hyun suggested it might not be because of that. At this moment, having learned that Zai-min had formed a study group, his father suddenly gave Zai-min a thumbs up. "That's cool. Dad also formed a study group when he was young. A man should have a few excellent teammates." Zai-min's expression grew happier. Yes, his dad was his hero. He would always see his dad's cool image on TV. Since childhood, he had dreamed of becoming as excellent as his dad, but his mom was always worried about him. Later, he learned it was because he didn't have a talent for studying, and his grandparents looked down on him and his mom. Whenever Grandma asked what rank Zai-min got on tests, Zai-min's mom would forcibly cover Zai-min's ears and pull him away, but his dad always supported him. Although they were later separated, he still liked his dad very much. Meanwhile, Zhang Mingxi also secretly peeked out her head. She had sent so many messages. Yet Zai-min didn't even look at his phone once. He must really like his dad. Just then, Zhang Mingxi seemed to discover something. Who is that person? At this moment, Zai-min was still chatting with his dad. Dad told Zai-min not to work so hard just to become someone like him. At this point, an unfriendly voice suddenly rang out. "Even if you want to become like him, you can't, right? Useless fellow." Soon a group of people appeared before the two, led by an elderly man exuding an upper-class aura. "Long time no see. Stupid grandson." When Zai-min stood next to his grandfather, there was an indescribable atmosphere. Zai-min himself didn't really understand his grandfather. He only knew that his grandfather was an important figure. Some called him chairman, some called him teacher, some called him elder. Each title was different, but the reason Zai-min didn't understand his grandfather was because he simply wasn't interested. Since Zai-min could remember, his grandfather had always been so stern. At the dinner table, when Zai-min's dad happily mentioned becoming a national hero, his grandfather actually said Zai-min's dad was just pursuing fame, instantly cooling the atmosphere. But Zai-min's dad still smiled and said he didn't save people for fame. "Because I'm a doctor. I did it because I'm a doctor, Dad." At this moment, Mom showed a relieved smile, while grandfather's expression became even more serious, berating Zai-min's dad for pursuing something ephemeral, saying he should focus more on reputation and benefits. Such disgusting words Zai-min had heard more than once or twice. He was used to them, and grandfather would always look at him with that kind of gaze. Although Zai-min was young, he understood it was a contemptuous look, and his grandfather, whom he hadn't seen for years, still had that same look, still saying Zai Min wasn't bright. Just as the atmosphere became tense, a displeased voice came, "No, he's not a useless fellow. You know nothing, yet you talk nonsense. So annoying." These words angered the bodyguards beside grandfather, who immediately ran over. "Who dares to be so bold?" The speaker was none other than Minxie, pretending to be on a phone call. Seeing the bodyguards, Minxie smiled and explained, "He's just on the phone." Then she continued to stir up trouble. "But don't you find it infuriating? As adults not knowing how to support children's dreams, but instead sneering at them, thus judging whether someone has potential. Isn't that disgusting?" After being confronted like this, grandfather and his group could only leave angrily. Minxie arrogantly made a goodbye gesture to everyone, certainly a husband-protecting demon. After the elders left, Zai Min's father suddenly looked dejected. Actually, he returned this time to persuade Zai Min to give up this exam. Although he had always encouraged Zai Min, in his heart, he also felt Zai Min didn't have a talent. He no longer wanted to see the disappointment on the faces of those he loved. Plus, there was another reason for his return. He planned to cut ties with his family who didn't support his marriage to Zai Min's mom, then go abroad to reconcile with Zai Min's mom, and hoped Zai Min would join them abroad for a happy life. After saying this, Zai Min's dad turned to leave. He wouldn't force it. He told Zai Min to meet him at the airport in a week if he decided to come. Before leaving, he specifically thanked Minxie. "You're Zai Min's friend, right? Thank you for your wake-up call. I saw you lingering outside earlier." After Zai Min's dad left, Minxie looked at Zai Min with concern. "Hey, loser! Are you okay?" Lying in bed that night, Zai Min thought about what had happened. Minxie anxiously explained she just got information about Chingma Field and came to tell Zai Min, emphasizing she was on her way to tutoring class. She seemed to know why teacher Han Kyung's phone appeared there. It turns out, during the days Minxie spent at Chingma Field, she would see a very loud man every day. Nearby thugs told her he sells phones. This person would bring a bunch of phones every day, using the money to play games. But Minxie couldn't see the person's face clearly, because he was too mysteriously wrapped up. Minxie was a bit scared. She heard that in a week, Chingma Field would hold an event. All VIPs would attend. But Minxie quickly changed her tone, thinking Zai Min shouldn't go looking anymore. It was clear she truly liked Zai Min, because for her, seeing Zai Min's family reunite was what she wanted more. Thinking of his father's words, Zai Min tossed and turned. "Give up the exam. Give up teacher Han Kyung. Give up all those friends he had just made. What should I do? What kind of person could make Lee Jun and Kim Si-hyun show such expressions? That's right, it's that man, the son of the Yeonbaek gang's boss, the man whose mere mention used to make people at Rocheng High School change color. P.I. Hanyu is back. From here, the comics plot will enter a white-hot phase. After Haichang School, another new force has appeared, Chingma School, and they are going to hold a fighting gambling event during this time. Each school will send 5 elite fighters to participate, because clues about teacher Han Kyung are there. Rocheng School is no exception. Now 3 people have been decided, having just been provoked by Chingma School. Lee Ji-yu was the first to say he would participate. The second was the righteous and actually itching to fight Choi Mu-gi. The third was the current first-year leader Lee Jun, but there was still no news from Zai Min. No one seemed qualified to fill Zai Min's spot. Just as everyone was worried, a familiar voice rang out. "I heard some interesting news. Can you take me along?" As soon as P.I. Hanyu arrived, everyone present was immediately on guard. They never imagined there would be a day when they would cooperate with P.I. Hanyu. It turns out, after P.I. Hanyu was expelled from Rocheng School, his father wanted to send him abroad. Although Pi Hanyu wasn't happy with his father's orders, he made one last request. "Before that, let me go to our city." Pi Hanyu slowly walked toward everyone. "Actually, I came today to retrieve something stolen from me." Hearing this, Lee Jun immediately understood. It was that letter. It seemed that letter was important to him, and Pi Hanyu continued walking toward them with a dark face. "I didn't even open it before it was stolen. Isn't that too much?" Hearing this, Lee Jun could only play dumb, because they had already opened it. How the hell could they return it now? Just as Pi Hanyu was about to get angry, Kim Si-hyun appeared between the two. Kim Si-hyun admitted they had the letter, but he had a condition. That was for P.I. Hanyu to replace Zai Min in this Chingma School fighting gambling event. If he won, they would return the letter to him. Yes, if we're talking about who in Rocheng School is qualified to substitute for Zai Min, none other than P.I. Hanyu. This guy used to be the king of many schools in our city at Rocheng School. Unexpectedly, P.I. Hanyu, after his return, was much kinder than before. He immediately accepted with pleasure. Meanwhile, the police officer who was once beside Officer Ro Tae-won, Park Kwang-hyun, began investigating Chingma School. After investigation, he learned that the series of staged accident scams were all directed by Chingma School leader P.O. Min Sung. But without evidence, he couldn't make an arrest, so Park Kwang-hyun could only secretly investigate in Chingma School. Someone reported that Kingma School was illegally operating an underground arcade. Just as he was about to go down to check, he was stopped by the Chingma School principal. Unexpectedly, this principal was also in league with those thugs. What he didn't know was that the person behind Kingma School was actually Ma Ming-hwan, who was recently bailed out by the Yeonbaek gang. Just like that, time flew by. The important moment came unexpectedly. Yin Zai-min had only 1 hour left before his flight. Meanwhile, the showdown at Chingma School began. Interestingly for this battle, besides Lee Jun, Choi Mugai, and Lee Ji-yu, who had requested to fight from the beginning, Kim Si-hyun was also dragged in to make up the numbers. As soon as everyone approached, they saw Pai Han-yu stepping on a thug. They already guessed. Today's spotlight would definitely be stolen by this guy. And before this, Pai Han-yu had arranged a private meeting with Yin Zai-min at Rocheng School. The vice principal and the head teacher stared at each other through the window, not daring to make any sudden moves. Although Pai Han-yu had been expelled from Rocheng School, this place was still somewhere he could come and go as he pleased. As the son of the Yeonbaek gang boss, they couldn't mess with him. Looking at Pai Han-yu before him, Yin Zai-min remained coldly aloof because of what Pai Han-yu had done to this school and his companions in the past. Yin Zai-min had to be cautious. Sure enough, Pai Han-yu's first words hit a sensitive area. "You're looking for teacher Lee Han-kyung, right?" At this moment, Zai-min's gaze instantly turned terrifying. A bang sounded from the classroom. Pai Han-yu had been grabbed by the collar by Zai-min. "You'd better tell me everything you know." But Pai Han-yu maintained his smile. "Why do you always grab people's collars when we meet? I just heard the principal say that woman resigned voluntarily, but in my view, she would never do that, so I came to ask you. But seeing your reaction, it must be related to Yeonbuk." Actually, Pai Han-yu didn't know much about these matters either, as he had been under house arrest by his father since then. But he could help Zai-min organize his thoughts. The next moment, Pai Han-yu suddenly pointed at Yin Zai-min with a serious expression. "You are too rigid. Many things aren't as simple as they appear. The truth doesn't come from hearsay. For example, the reason Choi Mugai and Hong Yaksing were suspended, rumors said it was because they beat up a teacher at school. But the truth wasn't like that. The real reason was that teacher Lu Hengen had ulterior motives toward Hong Yaksing. Choi Mugai witnessed it and beat Lu Hengen half to death. And Hong Yaksing caused a scene at school because Choi Mugai was suspended. In your impression, that teacher was very kind, right? Another example is you. Perhaps you came to study at Rocheng School to redeem something." And this remark hit right at Yin Zai-min's heart. Zai-min remained silent. Yes, Pai Han-yu arranged this meeting with Yin Zai-min just to give him some advice. In a sense, Pai Han-yu had already failed, so he could only place his hopes on this person. This Yin Zai-min who seemed special to him, and he was here to play the role of Zai-min's guide. Pai Han-yu opened his palm. "Don't blame yourself too much for many things. It might not be because of you. It might not be as serious as you think. So live more freely. No need to live for others. Just do what you want to do." After speaking, Pai Han-yu turned to leave. "It's still too early for you to be a gentleman. Anyway, think about it." At this moment, the fighting gambling had officially begun, and the underground game room of Chingma School had probably made quite a bit of money. This fighting competition's venue was exceptionally grand, not only packed with people, but the live stream comments were also coming in one after another. Zhang Mingxi barely managed to squeeze through the crowd. She hadn't expected there would be so many people here. Fortunately, she had tricked an entrance ticket from that boy. Today's mission, she needed to find the phone dealer who had teacher Han Kyung's phone. That way, when Zai Ming returned to the country, she could see teacher Han Kyung again. Meanwhile, Hong Yaksing had also arrived to watch Choi Mugi's match. Soon, the host loudly announced the beginning of the match in the octagon. Following the host's drawing of lots, one side's door slowly opened. The first team to compete was surprisingly Lee Jun's Rocheng study group. Pai Han-yu glanced around with sidelong eyes, putting on quite a show. Even Yeonbaek's people were here. That guy probably couldn't manage it alone. Did someone help him? Soon the host announced the study group's opponents. It was a Japanese team from the Daeban Violence Group's Fuckshu Association. Upon seeing these people, Pai Han-yu showed a serious expression for the first time. He knew about this Fuckshu Association, an organization that previously had conflicts with Yeonbaek. He had heard that the Daeban bloodbath incident had even made the news. As the two teams were confirmed, the audience members began placing bets on their phones. The Daeban team's odds overwhelmingly surpassed those of Rochung's school. While the opponents had already entered the ring, the study group was still playing rock, paper, scissors to decide who would go first. At that moment, Li Jun suddenly looked toward the arena in horror. Li Jiu had somehow already gone up there, and right after the referee announced the start, Li Jiu's opponent suddenly raised his hand, saying, "I don't have the heart to hit a girl. Can I forfeit?" This immediately caused the audience to burst into laughter. The man continued to mock, but his teammate suddenly grabbed the octagon's wire fence. "Hey, didn't you hear the rules clearly? You can do anything except killing someone." In the next moment, the thug suddenly revealed an excited expression. "I see. In that case, I won't hold back." But just as he felt he was about to succeed, Li Xiu grabbed his leg. A leg takedown immediately floored him. Then an uppercut instantly ended the match. Hong Yaxing in the audience showed an expression that suggested this was expected. Someone who mistook Li Xiu for a girl would naturally lose. After Li Xiu left the stage, the opponent's boss had a gloomy face. If they lost again, they would become a laughingstock. Soon the second match began. This time it was Li Jun fighting against Japan's Huteng Shenggong. Li Jun immediately had the Japanese team on the defensive. Under Li Jun's continuous kicks, the Japanese team could only defend passively. In the audience, Hong Yaxing was enjoying the match when her stomach suddenly experienced intense pain. She quickly held her stomach and rushed to the bathroom. Back in the arena, Li Jun had already kicked the Japanese fighter flying. Just when Li Jun thought victory was certain, the Japanese fighter suddenly revealed a perverted smile, then ran towards Li Jun like a madman. The moment he grabbed Li Jun, the Japanese fighter bit towards Li Jun's ear. Yes, this was his fighting style, nicknamed the Body Destroyer. Initially pretending to be beaten was to reduce his guilt before destroying his opponent. To exonerate himself, Li Jun struggled greatly before breaking free from the man's attack. In the eyes of the audience, Li Jun was now completely dominated by fear under the Japanese team's despicable attacks. Li Jun was too scared to fight back. Li Xiu shouted at the arena, "Li Jun, are you going to let yourself be slaughtered? Break the rules too!" But Li Jun only uttered 2 words. "No way!" Facing the Japanese fighter's attack again, Li Jun blocked the Japanese fighter's abdomen with one hand. Kim Si-hyun gasped in shock. "Isn't that Yin Zai-min's move?" Yes, this move was exactly what Li Jun had learned from Zai-min before the battle, named the 1-inch punch. Under Li Jun's punch, the Japanese fighter was sent flying. His father had been righteous all his life. Even if he suffered, he wouldn't do opportunistic things. So he couldn't use despicable means either, even in this dirty fighting arena. Even if his ear got bitten off with Li Jun's final punch, the battle ended. "You ask if I'm afraid? Don't be ridiculous. I wasn't afraid even when bullets flew past my ears. Why would I fear mere teeth?" After Li Jun's victory, the third round also began. This time, Choi Mugai stepped up, because if they lost this match, the Japanese team would lose their right to advance. So this time, the Japanese team directly sent out one of their main fighters. Meanwhile, Zhang Mingxi, who was watching the match from below, suddenly saw a familiar figure, the phone-selling man in black. And at the same time, something happened in the arena. Choi Mugi, who was just about to have a good fight, suddenly felt intense pain in his stomach. In another area, Hong Yaxing had just walked out of the bathroom. "If I had known, I wouldn't have eaten spicy stir-fried rice cakes yesterday. It's made my stomach so upset." At this moment, Choi Mugi on the stage was dumbfounded. Why did his stomach have to signal at this moment? No, he had to hold it in. But unexpectedly, the Japanese fighter came to launch a sneak attack. Fortunately, Choi Mugai exercised regularly and forcefully held it in using his sphincter muscle. Seeing the Japanese fighter still obliviously trying to fight him, Choi Mugai was at a loss. If he couldn't control it this time, he would be utterly humiliated in the ring. That would be a black mark he could never recover from in his lifetime. Those guys below would surely mock him mercilessly. Finally, when the Japanese fighter launched another attack, Choi Mugai used Aikido to throw the Japanese fighter to the ground and uttered the word forfeit. The Japanese fighter who left the stage maintained a dark expression. He had felt such intense fear for the first time. That guy wasn't scared away at all. He just thought I wasn't worth his time because he wasn't even looking at me. The fourth match of this gambling competition, Pi Hanyu would represent Rocheng School, and his opponent was the Japanese team's strongest fighter, Lian. Soon, both the Japanese fighter and Pi Hanyu stood in the arena. The Japanese fighter arrogantly stated in Japanese, "It's an honor to compete with Yanbaek's young master." Surprisingly, Pi Hanyu also answered in Japanese, "Is that so? Then may I ask you something? Why did you come here?" But Pi Hanyu was clearly underestimated. The Japanese fighter not only arrogantly refused to answer, but also assumed a fighting stance. Yes, in the Japanese team's perception, Lian could never lose. He was not only their best fighter, but also someone recognized by the Sun Country's gang boss. The Japanese fighter's face was full of confidence, still putting on airs. "I heard you've been practicing with Agent Park, but Agent Park was badly beaten by my master. We have many monsters where we come from. Today, I'll open your eyes. After speaking, the Japanese fighter charged fiercely toward Pai Hanyu, but Pai Hanyu responded with just one kick, pinning him against the wire fence with his head deeply embedded. Not enough, Pai Hanyu punched him to the ground and continued to beat him like holding down a small mouse. The Japanese team was shocked that their proud captain was finished in one hit. Pai Hanyu wasn't done. He lifted the Japanese fighter's head high. Didn't they say you can do whatever you want after taking down an opponent? Let me see how tight the mouths of the violence group really are. Yes, Pai Hanyu always had a question in his mind. How did his father become such a big figure? At the root, his father was just a thug who knew how to fight. How did he gain such great power? That's right, there must be another reason. It must be some toxic secret that would threaten Pai Yonbek if discovered. No matter who it was, whoever touched that secret, he would never let them go. Even if it was a fragile female teacher, and Pai Hanyu's intuition told him this toxic secret was related to these Japanese fighters. He had to pry open his mouth and find out. So on stage, Pai Hanyu viciously interrogated, beating the opponent whenever he refused to answer. The study group was stunned. This was completely like toying with the opponent. At this moment, the Japanese fighter on stage suddenly revealed a vicious expression. This was also noticed by Pai Hanyu on stage. Unsurprisingly, Pai Hanyu annoyedly pinned the Japanese fighter to the ground. The next moment, a crisp sound came from the stage. One of the Japanese fighter's arms had been dislocated by Pai Hanyu, and he was howling in pain. Seeing this situation, the Japanese team members below had already drawn their knives. If necessary, he would have to do this. At this moment, the Japanese fighter on stage staggeringly stood up again. Seeing this slow progress on stage, Li Xiu couldn't stand it anymore. He grabbed the wire fence outside the octagon, telling Pai Hanyu to end it quickly. But Li Xiu's words caused dissatisfaction among the audience. They wanted the Japanese fighter to continue. They had bet heavily on it. Knowing the study group was anxious, Pai Hanyu also knew he wouldn't get anything more out of him. So this time Pai Hanyu didn't hold back and ended the match with one strike, then casually walked towards the exit. After Pai Hanyu completed the final match, everyone returned to the rest area to rest. Pai Hanyu saw a familiar figure, so he followed to the washroom. I thought I was seeing things. Pai Hanyu calmly washed his hands beside Ma Minghuan. Minghuan, don't you think you need to explain something? Pai Hanyu knew that Ma Minghuan must know something about his father, so he glared at Ma Minghuan with dangerous eyes. What exactly is my dad doing? Ma Minghuan's face still had that harmless smile. Seems this matter is very important to you.
But what if I refuse to answer? Will you hit me?
Pai Hanyu said.
How could I raise a hand against a friend?
But his fingers made cracking sounds, and Ma Minghuan was also making small movements in his pocket. The next moment, Pai Hanyu had several knives at his throat. Yes, friends should get along harmoniously. Of course, the men in black were also Yonbeg's people. They were just preventing Pai Hanyu from harming Ma Minghuan. Ma Minghuan looked at Pai Hanyu with eyes that seemed to see through everything. I don't know what filial duty you're trying to fulfill, but don't inquire too deeply, okay? After saying this, Ma Minghuan turned to leave. Turning again, he said, I'll keep today's matter a secret for you. After Ma Minghuan and the men in black left, Pai Hanyu revealed an excited smile. This Ma Minghuan, truly unpredictable. Why did he tell me everything? During their conversation, many matches had already taken place. In the end, Qingma School advanced with a 3-0 victory. Meanwhile, our protagonist Yin Zai Min also met his father at the airport. Zai Min's father happily put his arm around Zai Min. Let's go see mom. But Zai Min couldn't feel happy at all. Zai Min's father comforted him. Once we go abroad, our family can be reunited. The motherland isn't actually as glorious as it appears on the surface. But what Zai Min's father didn't know was that Zai Min came to the airport, not to say goodbye to his friends, but to say goodbye to his family. He planned to give up his family. In the meantime, Pai Hanyu was already in his second match. This time, the opponents were peculiar. It was the Repentance Youth Group, basically Ro Cheng's school fighting Ro Cheng School. Li Ziyu below was almost driven crazy by this rebellious younger brother. Actually, these three people each had some grudge against Pai Hanyu. They had come specifically to challenge Pai Hanyu. How could they miss such a good opportunity to beat up Pai Hanyu? Pai Hanyu also calmly walked onto the stage. Since they came to challenge him, he had no problem fighting 1 versus 3. But such a match caused dissatisfaction among the audience, who shouted that it was unfair. Choi Mugai looked at those spectators with some annoyance. What are you shouting about? Would someone who felt disadvantaged have that expression? As the match began, Li Xuanyu was the first to charge forward. The person who had made him become a thug and almost left him no way back was none other than Pai Hanyu. But Pai Hanyu still had that relaxed relaxed smile. A turning kick sent Li Xuanyu to face the sun. The second to attack was Kim Soon-chul using Tiger Fist, the fierce tiger leaving the mountain. The person who led those small thugs to cause trouble for the martial arts school was directed by Pai Hanyu. Kim Soon-chul almost had his life ruined because of the Yonbaek gang. Under Kim Soon-chul's angry fist, Pai Hanyu finally wasn't as relaxed as before. But at the same time, Kim Soon-chul discovered that Pai Hanyu's field of vision was so wide. No matter which blind spot he attacked from, Pai Hanyu could accurately defend. Under the continuous attacks of the two, Pai Hanyu could easily counterattack, taking down both with one move. At the same time, a gloomy aura approached. Then powerful attacks fell like a storm. This was Kung Fu Kid Cheon Si-hwan's wolf killer. Speaking of Cheon Si-hwan's grudge with Pai Hanyu, it was actually the deepest. Although the person who toyed with him and his master was Ma Minghuan, the burning of the martial arts school and some of Ma Minghuan's actions all had Pai Hanyu's instigation. Pai Hanyu endured the pain in his arm and threw Cheon Si-hwan out. Cheon Si-hwan landed steadily, then stabilized his posture and charged towards Pai Hanyu again. When Cheon Si-hwan appeared, the audience cheered the loudest. Every movement was elegant and cool, like watching a martial arts movie. During the fight on stage, Zhang Mingxi encountered a crisis. That mysterious phone seller was pressing Zhang Mingxi hard against the wall, interrogating her. "Speak! Why are you following me?" On the arena, the three finally decided to attack simultaneously, but terrifyingly, despite the numerical advantage, Pai Hanyu fought them as easily as fighting one person. Pai Hanyu was truly like his title, an invincible tyrant. Neither Cheon Si-hwan, who had practiced martial arts since childhood, nor Kim Soon-chul, whose Tiger Fist once dominated Ro Cheng-hai, was a match for Pai Hanyu. On the battlefield, Pai Hanyu dodged and weaved, whether attacks from blind spots or sneak attacks from behind. Pai Hanyu could handle them all. His seemingly thin body had an incredibly high fighting talent. But as the fight went on, everyone discovered Pai Hanyu's weakness. It wasn't that he had eyes on top of his head, but that he predicted before attacks. So they needed to break Pai Hanyu's rhythm, create an unexpected variable. Kim Soon-chul took the initiative, directly attacking from the front with his Tiger Fist, sending Pai Hanyu flying. Then a line of fire appeared in front of Pai Hanyu. This was Cheon Si-hwan's move, Fuse. But as they fought, Kim Soon-chul said some strange things. "I know this won't make you repent, but at least it can remind you of what you should do." Under the repentance youth's continuous attacks, people below thought Pai Hanyu was done for. But in the next moment, Pai Hanyu counterattacked, first hitting Cheon Si-hwan's abdomen, then dodging Kim Soon-chul's Tiger Fist with a head movement. At this moment, silence fell over the audience, so quiet you could hear people swallowing. Even the host forgot to commentate. Then cheers suddenly erupted. Yes, Pai Hanyu had won, but Pai Hanyu, who had clearly won, remained silent. He finally understood why these people desperately wanted to fight him. It wasn't about revenge at all. Pai Hanyu smiled. "You want me to help find teacher Han Kyung, right?" These people all thought of asking him for help. They must really be desperate, to the point of trying to provoke his guilt. But Pai Hanyu had long been numb to such emotions. However, if finding that woman can make my father unhappy, I'll help you. Looking at the miserable sight of the repentance youth on the ground, Pai Hanyu sneered. Not long ago, these guys were small thugs who dared not even look him in the eye. Lee Han Kyung, you were right. It seems people really can change. Meanwhile, Zhang Mingxi was in danger after being discovered following the man in black. Luckily, Hong Yaxing appeared in time to take him down. This also allowed Hong Yaxing to see the true face of this man in black. Unexpectedly, this man in black with teacher Lee Han Kyung's phone was Liu Hungan, the teacher who once had ill intentions toward Hong Yaxing. Hong Yaxing trembled with anger. How could this pervert appear here? Hong Yaxing looked at this scum with disgust. As a former teacher, now you're even coming to student-run events. Aren't you ashamed? But Yu Hengen acted like a victim. Because of you two lovebirds, not only was I fired from school, this matter also reached my family, and my wife divorced me, all because of one small mistake. Hong Yaxing was extremely annoyed and raised her fist to teach this scum a lesson, but her hand was caught by Zhang Mingxi beside her. Now is not the time for this. Don't forget why we came here. After saying this, Zhang Mingxi immediately started interrogating Liu Hengen, but before Liu Hengen could say anything, a displeased voice sounded from behind. What's going on? The newcomer was actually the boy Zhang Mingxi had tricked. He was now a staff member at Qingma. What are you doing to our VIP? Then came the sound of hurried footsteps. A group of thugs had appeared behind him. At the same time, Park Kwang-hyun also came to Qingma under the cover of night, a place even the principal tried to stop him from going. He found it more suspicious. Then Park Kwang-hyun flung the door open with a crash, showing his police badge. "Stop right there, I'm a police officer." To his surprise, there was no one here, but anyone could see this was a gambling game room. Gambling games in school, how crazy! After investigating a bit more, Park Kwang-hyun prepared to leave. He had gotten some clues he'd come back next time. At that moment, one of the game machines made a ringing sound. Park Kwang-hyun glanced back. He happened to see a closed small door nearby. Park Kwang-hyun directly rammed the door open with his body. Inside was unexpectedly a management room. A form on the desk caught Park Kwang-hyun's attention. Talon. Park Kwang-hyun looked dumbfounded. "My God, look at these crazy guys!" Just then, it seemed footsteps were approaching. Park Kwang-hyun quickly climbed to the door to observe. What he didn't know was, behind him, a burly man was already raising his fist. At the same time, the Talon competition on the other side was also coming to an end. The finals were Rocheng School versus Chingma School team. The audience was highly enthusiastic, all looking forward to this match. Ma Mingwan on the rooftop was also watching below with interest. At this time, a man in black came over to remind him, "Young Master Mingwan, you cannot be here now. You just saw it too, didn't you?" Ma Mingwan certainly knew he was referring to Chan Si-hwan, but Ma Mingwan wasn't worried at all, and instead asked the man in black, "Are you afraid of that little guy?" Just then, the man in black suddenly received a phone call. After a while, the man in black immediately widened his eyes. On the other side, the returning repentance youth were chatting. Li Xuanyu spoke to Chan Si-hwan beside him. "Hey, thanks for helping today. Do you want to join our repentance youth?" But when everyone looked at Chan Si-hwan, they found that Chan Si-hwan in the middle had disappeared. Meanwhile, the man in black was shouting "Young Master" while trying his best to protect Ma Mingquan. This was something Ma Mingquan's father had specifically instructed during his last prison visit. Mingquan is a smart kid. He will know how to handle his own affairs. But there's one thing you must be careful about. Never let him meet Chan Si-hwan. Since Master Ying Chuan was shot by Ma Mingquan, Chan Si-hwan had been living in the shadow of this incident. Once, the talent agency, in order to cultivate Chan Si-hwan, specifically took him to watch a top martial arts actor filming. Just when the top actor raised a prop gun, Chan Si-hwan suddenly froze as if possessed, then disappeared from his chair. When they looked at the screen again, Chan Si-hwan had already raised the actor's hand holding the prop gun, repeating like a madman, "Don't shoot!" Afterward, from the car, Chan Si-hwan saw the agent continuously apologizing to people. Chan Si-hwan sat there like a child who had done something wrong. When the agent returned to the car, the scolding Chan Si-hwan imagined didn't happen. Instead, the agent patted Chan Si-hwan's head. He knew about Chan Si-hwan's situation and could understand his reaction. At this moment, Chan Si-hwan's eyes filled with tears. "I'm sorry, I'm too weak." The agent comforted him. "It's not weakness. It's a knot in your heart that you can't untie." Chan Si-hwan clenched his fists until they trembled. "I heard the guy who killed my master is out of prison. I don't know what I might do." But the agent interrupted Chan Si-hwan's words with a light chuckle. "Si-hwan, you are valuable talent. I won't give up on you. If there's a chance, I hope you can completely resolve this. Don't worry about the consequences. So if you want revenge, don't go with the touching forgive your enemy route. I'll stake everything on RFY Company to protect you. Show your heroic nature." Meanwhile, Chan Si-hwan leaped high in the audience. The path Chan Si-hwan walked, all thugs were sent flying. He fought his way through. Anyone who dared to block him would be cleared away by Chan Si-hwan like an obstacle. Chingma venue was thrown into chaos by Chan Si-hwan in an instant. Surprisingly, Kim Si-hyun also helped Chan Si-hwan take down a thug. "Chan Si-hwan, go do what you need to do." Perhaps to make up for past mistakes, Kim Si-hyun also wanted to do what he had never dared to do before. Chan Si-hwan acknowledged with his eyes, then leaped directly onto the octagon's railing. Stepping on this narrow railing, he jumped up to the platform. While the thugs were surprised, they hurried to the second floor to capture Chan Si-hwan. With such a big change, Kingma School's boss quickly looked at Pai Hanyu. If Pai Hanyu spoke, but Pai Hanyu just showed an indifferent expression. "I don't want to." With no choice, he ordered the matches to continue, having both sides compete simultaneously. This would also bring the online viewership to its peak. At this moment, the yellow-haired thug stood up holding his chin, ready to get revenge on Kim Si-hyun. But Lee Jun protected Kim Si-hyun. Then, from nowhere, another thug appeared and held Lee Jun's head down. Seeing this chaotic scene, Kim Si-hyun was terrified, but Pi Han-yu only cared about the match on stage. "How is this matchup arranged? They actually assigned the weakest-looking one to me. Are you a disposable card?" But the thug pointed behind Pi Han-yu. As that person appeared, Pi Han-yu's eyes widened in shock. "Park Jian-yi, how is he here?" Pai Hanyu was furious. He had clearly been sent by Ma Mingwan. Park Ji-yeon probably never saw it coming that Ma Mingwan would get out of prison, let alone use this kind of setup to pit the two of them against each other. But this meant Park Ji-yeon had successfully gotten in. Park Ji-yeon lowered his voice. There are too many eyes around here. Since you know the situation, keep it down. Just do what you're supposed to do. Pai Hanyu knew Ma Mingwan had Park Ji-yeon by the throat, so Park Ji-yeon had no choice but to fight him for real. Fine by him, he'd gladly give him a proper match. Neither of them held back even a little. The moment they started, every move was meant to do real damage. Park Ji-yeon threw a punch so brutal it visibly distorted Pai Hanyu's face. The sheer force of the impact launched Pai Hanyu off his feet and sent him crashing into the railing beside him, but Pai Hanyu was back on the platform in no time. A razor-sharp flying kick sent Park Ji-yeon hurtling through the air as well. Pai Hanyu fixed his gaze on Park Ji-yeon and said in a low, steady voice, "Even if you're teacher Wu Jinghua's son, even if I carry guilt over you, don't think for a second that I'd go easy on you because of it." Because he had made a promise to Zai Min, he would go all out. Before the match, Pai Hanyu had specifically sought Zai Min out. He apologized for what happened to his mother. He never expected An Tai-hwan to blow things up the way he did. If he ever got the chance, he wanted to apologize to Zai Min's mother in person. He also heard Zai Min wouldn't be able to compete this time around. He could step in. He would give everything he had and try his best to win this fight for them. And so, another brutal blow landed. Park Ji-yeon was knocked clean off the platform, crashing hard onto the spectators below. Pai Hanyu looked down at him. The speed and strength weren't bad, but nowhere near enough. If Park Ji-yeon truly wanted to reach his goal, he had to be far beyond where he was now. At his current level, he simply wasn't there yet. The way he was now, revenge wasn't even on the table. Park Ji-yeon refused to accept that. He never expected Pai Hanyu to go easy on him in the first place. Even if Pai Hanyu was once his mother's favorite student, even if he felt guilty, none of that erased what he had done. And as it happened, he was looking for someone to sharpen himself against. "Come at me then, Pai Hanyu." Pai Hanyu wasted no time, launching a right hook straight at Park Ji-yeon's face. Park Ji-yeon's reflexes were sharp. He tilted his head and slipped the punch. The two traded blows back and forth, falling into a deadlock. Park Ji-yeon seized the moment and unleashed a rapid-fire combination, pressing hard. Pai Hanyu read every move with precision and dodged them all. He could see that Park Ji-yeon's strikes were clean and deliberate. This was someone with real boxing experience, but his technique was too straightforward, which made him easy to anticipate. So Park Ji-yeon was relying on his speed to cover for that weakness. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than Pai Hanyu drove a hard punch deep into Park Ji-yeon's gut. He let the impact speak for itself, stay at this level, and he'd never surpass Chi Young-hyun. The next second, Park Ji-yeon's fist came crashing back, fast enough to catch him completely off guard. Pai Hanyu froze. Park Gun-yeop was completely unharmed by that punch. Meanwhile, Minxie and her sister were locked up in a warehouse. She apologized to her sister, racked with guilt, but her sister reassured her. Going through something like this once in a while wasn't entirely a bad thing. That was when Minxie realized her sister had made the right call. The other side had the numbers. Better to hold out for help than to take a beating charging in blind. Just then, one of the thugs barged in and asked, "Who's coming to help you?" Minxie immediately softened her voice and pleaded with him to at least untie them. The thug snarled and tore into her for putting on airs. Minxie shot back with a cold smirk. "Men are all the same. The second they think you're not biting, they flip out." The thug snapped, "I'm not trying to get with you. You're a dead woman, you snitch. Once this wraps up, we're handing you over to Brother Min Sung. You'd better start counting your days." Minxie said, "My sister's boyfriend is out there fighting right now. If you don't want to die, let us go." The thug raised an eyebrow. "You mean the guys from Rochung School? They're probably getting destroyed out there? You really think they can save you?" Besides Pai Hanyu, who at Rochung School was actually worth anything, their side had some seriously dangerous people. First, there was Gwon Ryul-gyom, ranked third, thick-skinned, shameless, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Those were just a few ways to describe him. He did whatever he wanted and answered to no one. He was the real deal. Cross Gwon Ryul-gyom, and there was only one outcome. What made him truly terrifying was that his ruthlessness had no exceptions. He didn't care whether you were a man or a woman. On the other side, Li Ziyu was sent flying by a slap from Gwon Ryul-gyom. The watching students had already written her off. Li Ziyu wasn't impressed. She figured a body slam would be enough to take him down. Instead, Guanryul Guillaume scooped her off her feet and looked to give her a body slam of his own. Seeing him about to slam her into the glass cups on the table, Li Jiyu reacted instantly. She wrenched herself free and barely managed to dodge the killing blow. Then another was Yu Chang-song, and he was more dangerous than Guanryul Guillaume. The most powerful faction on the school scene right now was Daichan. Yu Chang-song had once been part of the Daichan Alliance. After joining, he took down over 10 schools in a row and rose to become one of its core members. On top of that, he had trained in grappling techniques under his brother, a former police officer. That grappling was his signature weapon. It had even earned Chi Young-hyun's recognition. Otherwise, brother Min Sung would never have paid top dollar to bring him on board. Against someone like Yu Chang-song, the Ro Cheng crew didn't stand a chance. Minxie couldn't help but laugh. The thugs stared at her in confusion and demanded to know what was so funny. Minxie wiped the smile from her face and said casually, "Oh, nothing! You really think the people from Ro Cheng walked into this competition without doing their homework?" On the other side, Li Jiyu landed a sharp elbow strike on Guanryul Guillaume, and Li Jun was getting ready to unleash his trump card. Before the match, Choi Hee-won thanked everyone for stepping up to avenge her, but worried it was too risky. Kim Si-hyun forced a calm he didn't feel and tried to reassure her. They weren't the kind of people who just rolled over and let others do whatever they wanted. He sounded convincing enough on the surface. Inside, he was a mess. Si-hyun anxiously pressed Lee Jun on whether he was really truly safe from having to fight. Lee Jun gave a carefree wave of his hand. Not necessarily. That was basically the same as saying they had no plan whatsoever. That day in the classroom, Minxie had received a private message from Choi Hee-won asking for help. She had come specifically to dig up information on Yu Chang-song and Guanryul Guillaume, so Minxie had already gone ahead and asked the guys about them beforehand and passed everything she found to Choi Hee-won and the others. Now, without waiting for the thug to say another word, Minxie coolly admitted it. Even as a fellow member of Chingma School, she had no problem selling them out at any time, and the students watching the live stream erupted in shock as Lee Jun actually broke free from the hold. Everyone had assumed he was done for. Lee Jun had fallen for that move once before. This time, he had clearly come prepared. Lee Jun moved in a flash. He threw his hand up and blocked Yu Chang-song's line of sight, leaving him no room to react. The moment Yu Chang-song's vision was cut off, Lee Jun didn't hesitate. He drove his foot hard into Yu Chang-song's stomach. Yu Chang-song couldn't believe Lee Jun had just slipped out of his grapple. Had he actually gone and learned some kind of self-defense specifically to break out of that move? He had figured Lee Jun for nothing more than a small timer. He had no idea the guy could hit like that. Next time, he was going to have to come at him a lot harder. But Lee Jun knew the only reason he got out of it was because Yu Chang-song had his guard down. From this point on, Yu Chang-song would be coming at him with everything he had. If he got caught again, it was over. So he had to keep moving. Never stop, never stand still. Lee Jun quietly took comfort in the layout. The arena had been confining. This open space actually worked in his favor. He settled on a plan, keep dodging and run out the clock, then wait patiently for the right moment to counter. The key was to stay as mobile as possible to keep the upper hand. And while dodging, he had to keep throwing attacks to pile on the pressure. That was his ace in the hole. Yu Chang-song was seething. He cursed Lee Jun out as a cowardly piece of trash. Lee Jun just laughed and said he'd take that as a compliment. That pushed Yu Chang-song over the edge. This rookie actually had the nerve to taunt him. He charged forward and unloaded a barrage of combination punches, hammering them into Lee Jun. Lee Jun was confused. He started to wonder if Yu Chang-song had ditched the grappling altogether. Yu Chang-song kept throwing punches as he growled. "Grappling's not the only thing I know." He drove a brutal uppercut forward. He was Yu Chang-song of the Daishan Alliance. Back in the day, a nobody like Lee Jun wouldn't even have been worth his time in a one-on-one. Yu Chang-song looked at Lee Jun with pure contempt. He had absolutely no respect for this faceless little grunt. Lee Jun fired back, mocking Yu Chang-song for not understanding what an alliance even meant. Taking over schools wasn't as simple as Yu Chang-song seemed to think. What they called an alliance was nothing like the scheming and pillaging Yu Chang-song was known for. Crushing people by any means necessary just to make money. That wasn't an alliance. It didn't deserve the name. Lee Jun raised his voice and asked if the crew from the Bullied school was watching this fight. He swore he would build a real R-City alliance with his own two hands. Yu Chang-song exploded, telling him not to overreach. Was he seriously thinking about taking over all of R-City? He'd better not forget, Chingma still ran this city. It wasn't his place to act up. Yu Chang-song raged that Lee Jun had gone way too far. He lunged forward and wrapped his hand around Lee Jun's throat in a death grip. Lee Jun swung his arm down and smashed it hard against Yu Chang-song's forearm. Yu Chang-song let out a howl of pain. His arm popped right out of its socket. Seeing that he still hadn't gone down, Li Jun couldn't help but be impressed. This guy was built like a wall. Left with no other choice, Li Jun went for his signature flying kick. At that same moment, Chan Si-hwan tracked down Ma Minghuan. He called out to stop him. Ma Minghuan didn't even flinch. He reminded Chan Si-hwan that he should be calling him Brother Minghuan. He was calm enough to casually greet Chan Si-hwan. He even taunted him, asking if he had rushed over because he was that eager to see him. Chan Si-hwan's mind flashed back to the image of Ma Minghuan firing a real gun just to test it out. The shot that killed Master Ying Chuan. He couldn't hold it together anymore. He snapped and screamed at Ma Minghuan to shut up, his eyes burning with a killing intent he could barely contain. Through clenched teeth, he warned Ma Minghuan that today was the day he would fall by his hand. He told him to shut his mouth now while he still had the chance. The bodyguards rushed forward to shield Ma Minghuan, but Ma Minghuan said that the person he had killed insignificant and not worth the fuss. Chan Si-hwan roared for him to shut up and charged forward, fists clenched. But Ma Minghuan remained completely composed. He knew Chan Si-hwan wanted revenge, but if it were him, he never would have chosen this place to make his move. And just like that, a swarm of black-clad bodyguards materialized out of nowhere, surrounding Chan Si-hwan on all sides. Revenge was only satisfying when the timing was right. Someone as hot-headed as Chan Si-hwan was only going to trip himself up. Back in the arena, Li Jun finally put Yu Chang-song on the ground for good. Still catching his breath, he found it in himself to ask the crowd whether they got a good shot of it. Yu Chang-song coughed up blood and stubbornly demanded to know if Li Jun was planning to use the R-City Alliance to take over the whole city. He insisted Li Jun had just gotten lucky. Their overall record was still tied at 1 apiece. Chi Young-hyun was probably watching right now and had definitely just heard him declare war. Li Jun didn't care at all. He wasn't the least bit afraid of Chi Young-hyun. He had thought Chi Young-hyun was a man of his word back when they crossed paths at the construction site. Turns out he just let his people do whatever they wanted. Didn't exactly sound like one of the good guys. Just then, the sound of Kim Si-hyun's voice cut through the noise. Li Jun watched Kim Si-hyun, who had been running and dodging this whole time without throwing a single punch. He was stunned that Si-hyun had kept running all this time just to avoid fighting. Kim Si-hyun explained that Ro Chang only needed 3 wins to call it done. He was just waiting for the right opening. In that case, Li Jun figured he'd lend a hand. The rules said anything goes, after all. Kim Si-hyun quickly refused, telling Li Jun not to worry about him. If he still had any energy left, he should go help Chan Si-hwan. All the Yeonbaek thugs had gone after Chan Si-hwan. He was definitely in deep trouble right now. Then he added one more thing. Chan Si-hwan had gone to find Ma Minghuan. That one sentence wiped the expression clean off Li Jun's face. He let out a string of curses. Then he was already moving, vaulting over the barrier to go find Chan Si-hwan. Chan Si-hwan had gone upstairs, so he headed up. But as he passed the stage, he stopped dead in his tracks. The one who was going up against P.I. Han-yu was Park Jian-yi. How was Park Jian-yi the last fighter for Chingma School? What was going on? Meanwhile, everyone had been left completely stunned by Li Jiyu. No one expected this small-statured girl to be such a ferocious fighter. She drove her elbow hard into Gwon Ryul-gyeom's chest. Li Jiyu, still catching her breath, threw down a challenge. Even a big guy like you still feels it when you get hit somewhere it counts. She had eventually taken the advice from that waste of space and started going for vital spots. But this guy was on a whole other level. She had landed 5 or 6 solid hits on his vitals and he looked completely fine. Gwon Ryul-gyeom's expression darkened. He had been pulling his punches because she was a woman. That was over now. Before the words were even out of his mouth, he threw a heavy punch. Li Jiyu's reflexes kicked in and she twisted out of the way. The fist slammed into the table and left a dent. She quickly ran the numbers in her head. Gwon Ryul-gyeom was all raw power and no technique whatsoever. His reputation rested entirely on his sheer size. But if he ever landed a hit on her, it would be lights out. She had to stay sharp at every single moment. She couldn't help but wonder why the club owner would rent out the venue to people like this. As it turned out, the club had close ties with the Yeonbaek gang, and with that, Gwon Ryul-gyeom came barreling forward. He swung a left hook. Li Ziyu slipped it with ease. Using the momentum, she launched herself into the air and drove a strike straight at his face. What no one saw coming was that Gwon Ryul-gyeom deliberately didn't dodge. His nickname was Iron Face. Facial strikes meant nothing to him. He used that opening to grab Li Ziyu and throw her hard to the ground. Li Ziyu, still defiant as ever, said the type of person who thought everything could be solved with fists was exactly the kind that got on her nerves the most. Gwon Ryul-gyeom was nothing but a guy who got lucky being born big. The arrogance was off the charts. Before she could finish speaking, she was punched again. Gwon Ryul-gyeom followed it up by slapping her repeatedly. He had always believed that the law of the jungle was inescapable. The strong had no no reason to cater to the weak. If someone rubbed him the wrong way, punishing them was simply the privilege of being stronger. And Li Jiu was nothing but a loudmouth with no real substance. Guanryul Guillaume reared back and went for Li Jiu's face again. But Li Jiu seized that exact moment. She caught his arm and locked it in. She used his own force against him and took him down with a body slam. She wrapped her legs around his neck in a chokehold. She squeezed tight and pinned him to the ground. Guanryul Guillaume lost his balance and his head slammed hard into the floor, knocking all resistance out of him. Li Jiu was still breathing hard. In a world ruled by the strong, Guanryul Guillaume was at the very bottom. Because if he were actually strong, he wouldn't have gone down this easily. Not far away, Pyo Min Song stared at the sight of both Guanryul Guillaume and Wu Changsong defeated. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Choi Mu-gi was furious and shaken in equal measure. He had to beat Pyo Min Song before Pi Han-yu got to him. He hadn't made any kind of impression today yet. He wasn't about to walk away empty-handed. Pyo Min Song, fuming, hurled a right hook at Choi Mu-gi. Choi Mu-gi smirked. Pyo Min Song was hitting noticeably harder. The news must have sent him into a rage. He deliberately twisted the knife. Is this because your hired muscle just got dropped? Don't take it so hard. Those people from Rocheng School might spend most of their time buried in their studies, but every one of them is a force to be reckoned with. Li Jiu had already pushed past the limits of what anyone expected from a woman. She was the truly top-tier elite. Li Jun had completely unlocked his potential ever since he started training under Zai Min and shot straight to the top of Rocheng's first-year rankings. More than anything, they were nothing like the thugs at Qingma. They always went after opponents stronger than themselves. To beat those stronger opponents, they kept pushing themselves past their limits, over and over. Even when they got off to a rough start and fell behind early, quitting and backing down was never even a thought. In the end, they always found a way to gut it out and win on pure ability. And once a fight started, whoever wanted it more was the one who was going to walk out on top. Pyo Min Song was done listening to the speech. He snapped and asked what his point was. Then he sprang into the air, bringing a flying kick crashing down onto the top of Choi Mu-gai's head. Before Pyo Min Song had even fully touched down, he immediately snapped his right knee up hard into Choi Mu-gai's gut. He then whipped out a sharp spinning kick, looking to put Choi Mu-gai on the floor. Choi Mu-gai wasn't about to get reckless. It took 3 consecutive jumps just to barely slip out of the relentless assault. Pyo Min Song was a completely different person from who he used to be. That spinning kick looked familiar, but there was a different kind of edge behind it now. Turns out Pyo Min Song had woven in techniques from his hometown, and with that, he was ready to bring out his unique skill. On the other side, Pai Han-yu was gradually losing ground, struggling more and more to hold his own. Even Park Jian-yi couldn't resist taunting him, asking if he was running out of steam. Pai Han-yu had been fighting too long that day, and the toll was showing. Park Jian-yi took a jab at him. Now you understand that advice you gave me earlier was completely unnecessary. Back on the other side, as Pyo Min Song rolled out his unique skill, Choi Mu-gi teased that he should have read the room sooner. Then he wouldn't have taken such a bad beating from Pi Han-yu. But he had no idea that Pyo Min Song's unique skill could work in reverse, using the opponent's own weight against them. It struck at the heart with a force hitting at 32 kilometers per second. The first blow landed. Before Choi Mu-gai had a single second to recover, a follow-up strike came down on the exact same spot. The accumulated force of those consecutive strikes was comparable to a bowling ball dropped from 10 feet up. Choi Mu-gi took the hit right on target and cried out in pain. Pyo Min Song zeroed in on the old wounds. Choi Mu-gi was shaken to his core. Pyo Min Song was like a different person entirely. He had clearly come here ready, with everything he had left. Choi Mu-gai locked his legs around Pyo Min Song and barely managed to claw back a threat of control. Pyo Min Song gritted his teeth, refusing to believe he couldn't break free. Choi Mu-gai was certain Pyo Min Song wasn't getting out of this one. Finally, a chance to hit back. He was ready to go all in. Then a sharp, urgent shout tore through the venue. Choi Mu-gai heard it and felt a chill run through him. He spun his head toward the sound. What he saw was Shu Guangju with a chokehold around Kim Si-hyun's throat. Shu Guangju's voice roared through the hall as he ordered everyone to stop, or Si-hyun would thrown down. There was Kim Si-hyun, dangling outside the second-floor railing at Shu Guangju's mercy. A beer bottle had already been thrown to the floor below and shattered into a carpet of glass. Shu Guangju made it clear, if anyone continued to attack, Kim Si-hyun would be in danger. Nearby, one of the thugs barked at the audience to shut off their cameras and put every device on silent. But the live stream had already broadcast everything that just happened. Li Ziyu screamed at Xu Guangju that he was out of his mind. She wanted to go up, but held herself back. Kim Si-yoon shouted for everyone to ignore him. He screamed with everything he had, urging them to keep fighting. Can't let his own action cause everyone to lose all their previous efforts. Everyone had wanted this win so badly. Pyeonmin Song spotted the opening and immediately blindsided the distracted Choi Moo-gi. He had been about to use his unique skill to break free anyway. Unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. Choi Moo-gi cursed him for being a dirty, shameless coward. Pyeonmin Song admitted it freely, but Talon didn't have rules, so it didn't matter. The thug guarding Mingxi watched the live stream and let out a gleeful laugh. The Rochang people were getting destroyed. Even Choi Moo-gi was getting his teeth knocked out. Yaxing heard that, and her blood boiled. She questioned the thug in disbelief. The thug nudged Mingxi with his foot and asked what she was thinking. The little spy, selling out Chingma's intel like that. He was going to make sure she paid for betraying them. But then Yaxing spoke up and stopped him. Even tied up, she stared him down and threatened him. He was a dead man. The thug's expression curdled instantly. Looked like this woman had no idea what kind of situation she was actually in. What did she want to end up with her teeth knocked out just like her boyfriend? The thug sized Yaxing up with contempt. He had no intention of going easy on her. Mingxi saw what was about to happen and screamed for him to stop. She was eaten up with guilt. If only she hadn't let her guard down, her sister would never be in this mess. She completely fell apart, crying out over and over, begging for someone to come and help them. Suddenly, the warehouse door was kicked clean off its hinges. It flew straight into the thug who had been about to throw his first punch, sending him sprawling. The thug hit the floor hard and, clutching himself in pain, screamed to know who the hell had the nerve to do that. The newcomer's eyes landed on Mingxi. In a low, quiet voice, he asked how she had gotten that injury on her face. The protagonist Zai Min arrived just in time. An announcement kept repeating over the intercom, urging Yoon Jong-ho and Zai Min to make their way to Gate 23. There were only 5 minutes left before the doors closed. Dad was still standing there. He hadn't moved. With her wrists freed, Yaxing let out a breath of relief. Mingxi asked how he had come here. Zai Min explained that when he couldn't reach Mingxi, he followed the shared location on an app and tracked her here. Mingxi was puzzled. That app didn't show a specific address. The truth was, when Zai Min had gotten there, he didn't actually know where Mingxi was. As luck would have it, he happened to run straight into the security guard who had grabbed her. Zai Min stopped him and desperately asked if he had seen Mingxi. The guard recognized her as the girl they had brought in a moment ago. Zai Min pressed him urgently for her whereabouts. The guard's whole demeanor shifted. He refused to say a word and instead demanded to know where Zai Min had come from. Zai Min had no patience for it. He launched straight into a flurry of punches and backed the man right into a wall. Then he grabbed him by the throat and applied pressure until the man gave up Mingxi's location. When Zai Min turned to tell Mingxi the story, he played it down and said the man had just told him on his own. Mingxi wasn't entirely convinced, but she was more concerned about him and Uncle, and about leaving the country. Zai Min brushed that aside with a vague excuse and steered the conversation away. He asked whether anyone had tracked down the person who had taken teacher Han Kyung's phone. Yaxing said the person who sold the phone was Liu Honggen, a former teacher at Ro Cheng School. Zai Min's eyes sharpened immediately. He asked urgently where that bastard was right now. Mingxi figured he was still most likely somewhere in the building, but right now his study group teammates were in danger. They had to go help. She grabbed Zai Min to leave, then turned back and called to Yaxing, asking why she wasn't coming. Yaxing told them to go ahead, although she was worried about Choi Moo-gi. Right now, she had a score to settle with this thug first. On the other side, Xu Guangju was pleased with the reaction he was getting. He hadn't actually expected this tactic to work. He had no idea the Ro Cheng School crowd would care this much about the deadweight he had in his grip. As Choi Moo-gi went down, Pyeonmin Song figured it was about time to wrap things up, but Choi Moo-gi said that taking a hostage was cheap and pathetic, a complete disgrace. Pyeonmin Song was completely unbothered. What's embarrassing about making money? Besides, compared to me, Pyonyu's the one who should be ashamed of himself. He thought back to how Pyonyu had used his brotherhood against him, lured him alone into a corner with some excuse, then showed up with a whole group of people and boxed him in against the wall, deliberately waited until he was alone, and then they all jumped him. By now, Choi Moo-gi didn't dare fight back. He just let Pyeonmin Song keep coming at him, but he felt a pang of guilt over his girlfriend Yaxing. He knew she liked guys who were strong, but he wasn't capable of being that cold. He couldn't look away while knowing a junior was in danger. In the end, he was taken down. The scoreboard updated with the current tally. Ro Cheng School versus Chingma School, 2-1. But Min Song still couldn't understand why the situation was still so tense, even though Pai Hanyu had already entered the battle. He had expected Zai Min to go soft on Park Jianye, but Ma Mingwan had told him Pai Hanyu would go even softer on Park Jianye. With Pi Hanyu in the ring, he decided to go handle him personally. He was pretty sure Pi Hanyu would go easier on Park Jianye than anyone else. The rest was up to him to figure out. Pi Hanyu would never let a hostage situation shake him, but he did look like he was genuinely holding back against Park Jianye. That aside, money came first right now. He'd deal with Pi Hanyu at his leisure once the match was over. In the end, Pi Hanyu went down as well. The scoreboard updated once more. Rocheng and Chingma were tied at 2-2. Park Jianye shouted up at the second floor, "It's over." He told Zhu Guanju that was far enough. Don't let it escalate to the point of causing a death. Looking at the hand wrapped around Kim Si-hyun's neck, even he felt a chill run through him. He had been following Min Song's orders for all of this, but if someone actually died, he would be the one left taking the blame. He called out in a rush, looking for the moderator, telling him to announce the score as 3-2 and call the match. Once the match was over, he would get Si-hyun pulled back up immediately. Kim Si-hyun had already worked out his move. He waited for exactly the right moment, then kicked back hard off the railing with both feet. Using the momentum, he pulled Zhu Guangju with him, dragging him toward the fall. Li Ziyu screamed Si-hyun's name. Kim Si-hyun was seething inside. If they had to lose, it should at least be a draw. He would rather die than lose to a lowlife like this. The others watched in horror, frantically trying to push through to get to him. Everyone was thrown into chaos by the sudden turn. Even the moderator lost his composure. The moderator steadied himself and made the announcement. Though the Talon final had an unexpected development, the final score had been decided. Final score, 3-2. Rocheng School had won. Some in the crowd were stunned that Kim Si-hyun was unharmed. It turned out that Zai Min had arrived just in time and caught Si-hyun as he fell. Zai Min turned a cold, unamused stare on Min Song and asked whether he was the one behind all of this. When the final score locked in at 3-2, Min Song just kept saying the same words over and over. "How is this possible?" He screamed at his people to cut the stream, but the moderator's voice had already gone out live. There was no taking it back. Min Song was cursing up a storm. He knew everything today had fallen apart. He barked for Zhu Guangju to get over to him, demanding to know how he was the only one who had gone down. Then, Zai Min grabbed him. His stomach dropped. What was Zai Min even doing here? Zai Min had long since lost his patience. Then it clicked. Zai Min was the one who had caught Si-hyun. Min Song thought, if he could use that angle, he might be able to get the official result overturned. He wheeled on the moderator and accused him of being blind. Having a non-competitor interfere was a violation. The moderator threw back that they were the ones who had taken a hostage. Min Song said, "You want to get paid? You do it my way. You're just a money-hungry parasite putting on a show of having principles." He had made a promise to Li Jun. He had even sworn it. If Rocheng won, he would stop going after the other schools. So he absolutely could not let this victory be taken away. He pushed the moderator to change the result. He didn't even finish the sentence before a punch landed. The force of it sent Min Song flying a considerable distance. He landed and coughed up blood, but still screamed for everyone to get out of the way. Zai Min's expression was ice cold. He told Min Song he was nothing like Li Jun. He had no intention of playing by their rules. He looked at Min Song livid and beside himself and said, "If you need money that badly, get an honest part-time job. Stop running these dirty schemes." That hit a nerve. Min Song screamed for Chingma's people to take him out. Finish Zai Min. Zai Min moved at a speed that was almost hard to follow. Everyone who rushed at him got dropped before they could land a single hit. One of them panicked and cried out, "Wait!" Zai Min hit him in the face without a second thought. Min Song was hiding behind that person at that very moment, waiting for Zai Min to be distracted so he could get a shot in. Min Song had a reputation for being calculating and underhanded. He thought he had spotted his opening. This time, he would definitely be able to get Jae Min under control. He launched his unique skill, but before the move was even halfway out, a fist crashed into him. He was sent flying. Every single person in the venue at the first Talon had their jaw hit the floor. He had been punched clean into the air by Zai Min. Min Song hit the ground hard, kicking up a cloud of dust. The sight of it made people's skin crawl. The entire arena went dead silent in an instant. Nobody dared say a single word. Once it sank in, everyone started pressing Zai Min in awe, asking what in the world that move was. People who had all been on different sides moments ago were now united behind Zai Min's sheer dominance. Some people's faces couldn't hide the disbelief. This was the quietest kid in class. How was he this terrifyingly good? Zai Min heard his name and instinctively turned around. and came face to face with Lu Hangen, who he had been looking for. But the man immediately spun on his heel and bolted. Out of nowhere, a bottle came hurtling straight at Zaimin. His reflexes were instant. He shifted out of the way and let it sail past without a scratch. Pyo Min-song refused to give up and charged at him again. He threw punch after punch without stopping. Not a single one touched Zaimin. Pyo Min-song was the only one getting beaten to a pulp. Zaimin threw his punch. This was the opening he had been waiting for. He dropped his weight low. He was dead certain no one could dodge what was coming. He thought the win was already his. His plan was to first disrupt Zaimin's footing, then follow up with the next move and put him away for good. What he never could have seen coming was Zaimin stepping down directly onto his shin. Pyo Min-song let out a blood-curdling shriek. The pain shooting from his leg was unbearable. He couldn't even stand. He knew there was no avoiding what came next, and Zaimin showed absolutely no mercy. He drove his fist straight into Pyo Min-song's face. Every spectator in the room, and the moderator too, was left in complete awe of Zaimin's ability. Zaimin's power was on another level. He was, without any exaggeration, a monster. Outside the club entrance at that moment, Chi Young-hyun stepped out of his car and ran right into Park Jian-yi. He smiled and asked, "So, was it a good fight in there?" Meanwhile, as the bodyguards watched Chon Si-hwan hold his own against so many of them at once, Ma Ming-hwan's men felt their courage waver. They finally understood why Ma Ming-hwan had warned them to be careful around Chon Si-hwan. But Ma Ming-hwan knew Chon Si-hwan well, knowing he couldn't hold on for long. Sure enough, a sharp, searing pain suddenly exploded in Chon Si-hwan's chest. Only then did he realize that his ribs had been broken during his earlier duel with Pi Han-yu. Seizing the moment, one of the bodyguards launched a vicious charge at him. Right then, Lee Jun arrived just in time. Chon Si-hwan was both startled and confused. What was Lee Jun doing here? Lee Jun said with unwavering resolve. The student council president was in danger, so of course he had to come help. But why was that scumbag Ma Ming-hwan here? Ma Ming-hwan looked at Lee Jun, and the memory of getting beaten down by him came rushing back. Irritation flared up instantly. This guy was here to cause trouble again. He snarled at everyone through gritted teeth. "What are you doing? Chon Si-hwan clearly comes here to take my life. So what are you waiting for? Finish Chon Si-hwan off now!" The bodyguards all drew an assortment of cleavers and blades. Lee Jun's heart clenched at the sight. These people were dead serious. Chon Si-hwan urgently urged Lee Jun to get out of there. He looked exhausted too. There was no point in risking getting slashed. But Lee Jun said firmly, "Once you made up your mind to help a friend, you saw it through to the end." He wasn't scared at all, and he would stand by Chon Si-hwan no matter what. Suddenly, a voice cut through the chaos and stopped everyone in their tracks just as they were about to rush forward. The man said he admired Lee Jun's backbone and asked whether his name was Lee Jun. Lee Jun turned around and saw Chi Young-hyun. The sight of him left Lee Jun genuinely stunned. On the other side, Minxie had finally caught up with her older sister Yaxing. With a hint of worry, she asked what happened to that bastard. Yaxing had already given him a thorough beating, but at the critical moment she went soft. Seeing that, Minxie didn't press further. She told her sister this was the only exit, and that she was certain Lu Hangun would come out from here. She wanted her sister to keep watch with her. The two sisters had barely settled on their plan when they both looked up and saw someone standing there. Their faces went pale with horror. They stumbled back in fear and sank to the ground, completely at a loss as to who this person was. Why did one look at him make them feel like they were already dead? Over at the ring, everyone was showering Zai Min with awe and admiration, while the Chingma students stood there looking utterly defeated. Pyo Min-song had been taken down, and neither Guan Ryul-gyom nor Yu Chang-song were in any shape to help. How could the rest of them possibly stand a chance? Ryu Jamin furiously berated everyone, "Idiots. Don't forget the purpose of Talon. Even if we can't take the championship, the organizers has already gotten everything they come for. We just needed to slip away while we have the chance." Ro Cheng's crew genuinely had no time to deal with them anyway. Zai Min was busy asking where Lee Jun was. It was only then that Kim Si-hyun remembered this wasn't the time to be celebrating. He was just about to say that Lee Jun had gone to find Ma Ming-hwan when a gust of wind suddenly swept past all three of them, and Ryu Jamin, the first one to try to run, was sent flying back without any warning. Zai Min looked over toward where the sound had come from, baffled. What was happening now? Jiak Rion grabbed onto Matsuyama Kenichi's pants leg, desperately trying to stop him, but Matsuyama Kenichi impatiently told Jiak Rion to let go. Pi Hanyu had humiliated his disciple like this in a public place. He simply couldn't stomach it. Everyone in the venue scattered in a panic, desperate to survive. Matsuyama Kenichi signaled his men to move immediately, and they obeyed at once, grabbing cans of gasoline and pouring it everywhere. Then they set it ablaze, forming a ring of fire that trapped everyone inside. He told them they now had two choices: either burn alive in the raging flames, or knock him down and fight their way out. Their lives were in their own hands. Ji Akryon couldn't stop Matsuyama anymore. He felt utterly helpless. Everyone was surely going to think he was the one who had tipped him off. He couldn't understand why that man had to go this far, setting him up like this. Kim Si-hyun quickly tried to calm those around him, urging them not to act rashly and to think of another way. But Zai-min wasn't listening at all. He charged straight ahead. Matsuyama Kenichi, far from troubled, only grew more excited at the sight. This was exactly the kind of fight he lived for. He just loved the feeling of bringing down someone strong. Kim Si-hyun was beside himself with worry. Everyone had already been pushed to their limits. Zai-min was the only one who can fight. Zai-min could clearly sense how formidable this opponent was. Stronger than anyone he had ever faced. This man's power felt roughly on par with Zai-min's uncle. The flames burned higher and higher, and the temperature inside the venue was rising fast. If this kept up, everyone would be consumed by the fire. His mind was in turmoil, the unease gnawing at him and making him more agitated by the second. Noticing the distraction, Matsuyama Kenichi immediately threw a punch. Suddenly, a voice behind him told Zai-min to squat down, and he dropped down instantly without hesitation. A flying kick swept in at just the right moment, and Pai Han-yu sent Matsuyama, who had been about to strike, crashing away. He had promised to help Zai-min, so he was going to follow through no matter what. Kim Si-hyun stared at Pai Han-yu, who had rushed over to help, utterly baffled. Hadn't he just been knocked unconscious? How did he look completely fine now? It turned out that earlier, when Kim Si-hyun was taken hostage, Bak Jeon-yop had seen how dire things were getting and quietly gestured for Pai Han-yu to ease up. But Pai Han-yu hadn't forgotten his promise. He had vowed to help them win this fight, and he hesitated for a moment. Still, he knew full well that if they kept pushing like this, Kim Si-hyun was going to end up badly hurt. Just a moment ago, Bak Jeon-yop had told him to hold nothing back. Yet here he was, clearly worried about Kim Si-hyun, getting pulled into an act out of nowhere like this. It was the first time Pai Han-yu had ever played a scene like that. What stuck with him most was Bak Jeon-yop's parting words. He had the nerve to call Pai Han-yu greedy. Pai Han-yu suggested he take on Matsuyama Kenichi himself and let Zai-min use the chance to get his friends out of there. Zai-min refused point blank. Every spectator and every Chingma student in that venue should leave safely. All of them. Even if some of them had acted terribly, he refused to leave anyone behind to die. They had to bring that man down before the fire spread any further. Pai Han-yu let out a helpless sigh. He hadn't expected Zai-min to be this stubborn, and their opponent was Matsuyama Kenichi of Fukak. Years ago, during the battle between Fukak and Yeonbaek, Matsuyama Kenichi had taken out 31 men on his own. That bloodbath had left 107 others seriously wounded. Even Ma Mingwan and Bak Jeon-yop had once been left utterly shaken by the sheer brutality of Matsuyama's power.
With this man here, someone in this place was not walking out alive today.
So in Pai Han-yu's mind, the only reasonable play was to give ground. Matsuyama would fixate on him, and the others could use that window to get out. But Zai-min wouldn't back down. Before he even finished speaking, Zai-min was already charging forward. He brought the edge of his hand down in a fierce chop aimed at the top of Matsuyama's head, and Pai Han-yu followed up immediately, driving a flying kick hard into Matsuyama Kenichi's stomach. Matsuyama Kenichi was seething. Neither of them dared to let their guard down for even a moment. They quickly spread apart and circled him in a rotating formation. Matsuyama Kenichi roared in fury, demanding to know how two little punks dared treat him like a wild boar to be hunted. Burning with rage, he zeroed in on Pai Han-yu first and slammed him straight into the wall behind with a single punch. Gyeok Ryon could see what Zai-min and Pai Han-yu were trying to do, win through sheer speed. But Matsuyama Kenichi didn't just hit with bone-shattering force. A single punch from him could fracture bones. His speed was also terrifying, completely unpredictable and impossible to defend against. Matsuyama Kenichi suddenly appeared behind Pai Han-yu, hoisting a heavy iron grate overhead, and brought it crashing down toward Pai Han-yu's skull. Gyeok Ryon felt a wave of quiet dread. His teacher was fighting for real now, but dragging YB into this was going to cause serious trouble. Everyone was sure Pai Han-yu was as good as dead, and then the whole scene flipped in a way no one saw coming. Zai-min had grabbed a chair and used it to block the killing blow for Pai Han-yu. Matsuyama Kenichi was taken aback for just a moment. Then he reached out and sent Zai-min flying with a casual flick. Zai-min gritted his teeth and raised the chair, pouring every ounce of his strength into slamming it into Matsuyama Kenichi's face, then pressed the advantage, pivoting to drive his attack hard into Matsuyama Kenichi's exposed midsection. That combination actually worked. It sent Matsuyama Kenichi crashing backward. Neither of them let up for a second. They seized the rare chance to turn the tide and rushed at Matsuyama Kenichi together, keeping the pressure relentless, giving him no room to breathe. But in the very next second, both of them froze. Matsuyama Kenichi had simply vanished from in front of them. His speed truly lived up to his reputation. Suddenly, Matsuyama Kenichi reappeared in an instant and launched a punch that sent Zaimin flying. Pai Hanyu's heart lurched at the sight. In that one split second of distraction, Matsuyama Kenichi's attack came crashing down one after another, flipping him clean off his feet. Matsuyama Kenichi laughed and said with a grin, "You two are both excellent. That is enough to brag about for the rest of your lives. Even getting a few exchanges in against me is an honor for you." However, with things turning out this way, he wasn't sure whether YB would still want to keep working with them. Matsuyama Kenichi let out a scornful laugh, figuring that man was ruthless enough that he probably didn't feel even a shred of regret. He swept his gaze arrogantly across the room and called out, "Who was next, and who dared step up?" Anyone who tried to run was going to regret it. Pai Hanyu coughed and spoke up, warning Matsuyama that he had done something he shouldn't have. He had provoked that man, so he had better brace himself for what was coming. L City. Chunmei Shan had just woken up when she received a call from her husband Yoon Jong-ho. As a board member of the Taekwondo Association, she had been on a long-term overseas business trip. She wondered what Yoon Jong-ho could possibly need at this hour. Yoon Jong-ho hesitated and said there was something he had been keeping from her. Hearing this, Chunmei Shan was taken aback. On the other side, Lee Ziyu was rattled by Matsuyama Kenichi's sheer power. This man was on a completely different level. The flames burned fiercer than ever, and everyone was trapped inside, unable to leave, all because they were afraid of one man. Lee Ziyu couldn't help but curse Matsuyama Kenichi for being an idiot. He didn't even realize that at this rate, he was going to burn to death right along with them. Nobody had expected Zaimin to be the wild card that broke the deadlock. No one had ever seen anyone stand up to Matsuyama Kenichi like that before. Matsuyama Kenichi felt deeply unsettled by the direct, unflinching way Zaimin stared him down. When their eyes met, he felt the immense force of Zaimin's presence wash over him, and he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This aura was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Even in a completely unguarded standoff, Matsuyama Kenichi simply couldn't bring himself to make the first move. Anyone who knew the game understood. Compared to the burning, desperate heat that ordinary men forced out of themselves, the cold stillness that radiated from a true master was far more terrifying. Anyone with even a little experience would have been crushed by Zaimin's icy presence and lost all will to fight. At that critical moment, Kim Si-hyun shouted now. He pointed everyone toward the gap that had been opened and told them to run. Matsuyama Kenichi exploded in rage at the sight. These people had lost their minds, trying to flee right under his nose. Before he could react, Zaimin's hand had already moved close to Matsuyama Kenichi's ear. Matsuyama Kenichi sensed the danger instantly and threw himself backward at full speed. Matsuyama Kenichi had only come to intimidate everyone and blow off steam, then slip away before the fire got too out of hand. He hadn't expected to run into Zaimin. If Zaimin and Pai Hanyu had managed to take Matsuyama Kenichi down together earlier, everyone could have escaped by now. But Matsuyama Kenichi was just too strong, and the fire was spreading far faster than any of them had imagined. Zaimin demanded to know whether Matsuyama Kenichi actually wanted someone to die here today. At those words, Matsuyama Kenichi couldn't be bothered to argue. He simply accepted that Zaimin intended to handle this alone. Kim Si-hyun knew Zaimin well enough. All he could do was shout back that they were going first, and that he was leaving everything else to him. Zaimin said simply, "Don't worry about it." Matsuyama Kenichi immediately fired back, threatening to smash out those arrogant eyes of his first. Matsuyama Kenichi's fist was already hurtling toward Zaimin's eyes, but Zaimin moved so fast it was impossible to follow. All anyone saw was a flash of white, and then Matsuyama Kenichi was sent hurtling through the air. Matsuyama Kenichi slammed hard into the wall on the other side, and the solid wall was punched clean through on impact. Zaimin was dazed. Even he hadn't processed what had just happened with that devastating strike. Before Matsuyama Kenichi had a chance to recover from the pain, Zaimin's second punch was already on its way. He suddenly remembered a time from his childhood when he and his uncle were at the hospital together. The doctor reassured Zaimin people didn't die that easily, but without proper treatment, that could change. Chunmei-jeon rushed to the hospital in a panic, saying she had heard he had been brought in as an emergency, and she was terrified. She demanded to know how her brother had gotten hurt, but Kwan Yong-shia fumbled for words, saying only that he had tripped and fallen by accident. Chunmei-jeon turned to Zaimin, and Zaimin admitted with guilt that he had accidentally hurt his uncle while they were sparring. He sobbed as he apologized to his mom, saying he had wanted so badly to win that he lost control for a moment and used too much force. Chunmei-jeon turned on Kwon Young-shia in fury, demanding to know just what he had been teaching Zai-min. Kwon Young-shia scrambled to explain himself, saying he hadn't been teaching him anything, and tried to make excuses. But Chun Mei-xian cut him off, a serious blunt force injury to the abdomen causing organ rupture. That was nothing. The hospital bill today was the last thing she was doing for him as his sister. After this, he was never to set foot near her family again. Zai-min apologized to his uncle with a face full of guilt. Kwon Young-ja looked at him seriously and told him he was permanently forbidden from using the final move he had used today. That made it the 10th banned technique. Zai-min muttered sulkily that it wasn't like he was going to be sparring with his uncle anytime soon anyway, so it didn't make much difference whether it was banned or not. Kwon Young-sia said, the first 9 were only banned during sparring, but the 10th was too lethal. It was forbidden to use against anyone, under any circumstances. Then he asked Zai-min why he hadn't fought the way he had been taught. Zai-min said that if he wanted to beat his uncle, he couldn't use the moves his uncle had taught him. Kwon Young-sia was filled with a complicated, awestruck feeling. Zai-min had abandoned the very foundation of Jeet Kune Do just to win. That kind of talent was genuinely terrifying. To win, Zai-min had shattered the so-called fence in a single instant. He surrendered his body to pure instinct and did whatever it took to dismantle every attacking pattern in front of him. Meeting the limitless with the highest realm of limit, that was the highest truth at the heart of Jeet Kune Do. Being able to flexibly apply techniques like the 1-inch punch or the dragon kick didn't make it Jeet Kune Do. Winning was the only thing that mattered. He let go of the rigid form of Jeet Kune Do and focused entirely, as the individual he was, on taking his opponent down. That day at the airport, Zai-min told his father with quiet resolve that he couldn't go with him. He couldn't accept his father's suggestion to leave the family behind. He couldn't give up on the entrance exam either. Of course, it would be wonderful for the whole family to live together. That was something he had always longed for. But his father was one of the best surgeons in the country, and yet he hadn't chosen someone his own equal as his partner. He had chosen his mother, a woman who hadn't even finished college, simply because he loved her. All those years spent drifting across the world with nothing, in defiance of a father who saw him as a failure and threw away everything he had achieved. Had that really been a happy life? Giving up might bring a person peace of mind, but it would never bring them true happiness. He told his father that someone had once told him to follow his heart, to try pushing back unreasonably. So today was the first time he was going to be unreasonable. He was staying, and he was going to take that entrance exam. He was going to make every single person in his family happy. He refused to give up, and he refused to give in. What mattered wasn't forcing a family to exist together, but choosing to work toward happiness together. Yoon Jong-ho had once thought Zai-min still had growing up to do, but perhaps he had already broken out of the fence that he and his wife had built around him. And now, Zai-min used the 10th forbidden technique his uncle had banned, and drove it into Matsuyama Kenichi's lower abdomen once more. The fire raged on. The move looked just like the ones he had thrown before, but the force behind it was multiplied several times over. Matsuyama Kenichi had absolutely no way to defend against it. He was sent crashing through the air. What Zai-min was doing now was completely different from the calculated rhythmic technique he had been using before. He had no use for any clever fighting technique anymore. It was pure, raw force, a relentless, unyielding barrage with the sole intention of beating Matsuyama into the ground. The unbroken storm of blows kept coming, and Matsuyama Kenichi was left with nothing left to fight back with. He was smashed into the wall again, his internal organs taking devastating damage, and he vomited up a mouthful of blood. No one could say how many bones were broken, or how much flesh had been torn. Every single strike Zai-min landed was precise and merciless. Matsuyama Kenichi told Jiekrion to leave. Even if he stayed, he was no match for Zai-min. But what was most chilling of all was the fact that Zai-min had no intention of killing Matsuyama. Not yet. Matsuyama Kenichi felt a shiver run through him. This feeling was exactly like what had been done to him back then. Even when he was already torn open and bleeding, the other person never stopped hitting him, driven purely by the need to unleash their hatred. Matsuyama thought to himself, he wasn't trying to kill him, just venting. And it had already come to this. The talent was terrifying. He had to admit that Pai Hanyu hadn't been exaggerating about how dangerous Zai-min was. But even if Zai-min was a monster, he was still alive right now. As long as Zai-min wasn't going for the kill, there was still a chance to end his life today. Matsuyama watched Zai-min's labored breathing and was certain that he was already running on empty. He, on the other hand, had long been used to this feeling. When he first started out, he was constantly covered in injuries just like this, and even badly hurt. He was still able to push through and finish his opponent off. Matsuyama Kenichi then threw a left hook, but Zai-min shifted his body and slipped aside with ease. Matsuyama had planned this from the start. That move was nothing more than a feint to draw his opponent in. He immediately switched techniques, pivoted on his foot, and quickly circled behind Zai-min to strike from behind. Matsuyama was certain no one would be able to dodge this move. No matter how exceptional the talent, it could never outweigh his years of hard-won experience. Matsuyama wanted a one-hit kill. He poured every ounce of his power into that fist. The angle of the punch was so perfectly calculated that there was no possible way anyone could dodge it. Then suddenly, Matsuyama's foot caught on something and twisted out from under him, sending him stumbling straight back. It was Pai Hanyu, a sweeping kick that knocked Matsuyama Kenichi flat on the ground. Pai Hanyu couldn't help but think to himself, with a hint of dark amusement, that losing too much blood had actually made him zone out for a moment. Good thing he had come back around in time. Jiak Ryon was seething with frustration. If that punch had landed, the consequences would have been unthinkable. And that arrogant Pai Hanyu had sabotaged him again. Not only had he hurt him, now he had gone after his teacher too. Then a sudden voice told everyone to stop. Jiak Ryon was burning with rage. What Pai Hanyu had done was simply unforgivable. Pai Hanyu looked at him with cool contempt and said mockingly, "Your hands are clumsy. Getting angry won't help at all. Perhaps you've been so enraged by the flames all around you that you've lost your mind. Maybe I should brand Matsuyama Kenichi's face with fire before you'll answer your question." Then a voice rang out, saying directly that Pai Hanyu had gone too far, demanding to know how he could treat his own ally this way. Jiak Ryon turned at the sound and recognized the person. It was Chi Young-hyun, heir to EB. Zaimin kept his eyes locked on Chi Young-hyun, and then noticed something. The person slung over his back looked strangely familiar. He looked closer and his breath caught. The person on Chi Young-hyun's shoulder was Lee Jun. Chi Young-hyun said he had only taught Lee Jun a lesson, but even completely spent, Lee Jun just wouldn't stop. He then turned to Zai Min and said that Lee Jun's efforts were enough to cancel out the debt for what they had done to Pyeon Min Song. Zai Min was furious. He couldn't understand why Lee Jun was with Chi Young-hyun. Pai Hanyu then remembered. Lee Jun must have gone looking for Chon Si-hwan. He asked Chi Young-hyun directly whether he was here for Ma Ming-hwan or to supervise. Chi Young-hyun laughed and said, "Even with all that blood loss, your mind is still sharp as ever." But before he even finished speaking, Zai Min was already surging forward in anger. He got right up in Chi Young-hyun's face, his eyes burning, and demanded to know, "Why is Lee Jun the only one here? And where is Chon Si-hwan?" Meanwhile, the Chingma students were fighting their way toward the exit with everything they had. They cursed under their breath as they ran. How Brother Min's song brought in a violent gang? "We have almost gotten killed out there." The gang had been introduced by Ma Ming-wan, and it was Ma Ming-wan who had suggested joining Rocheng in the first place, which meant he was the one behind all of it. Then suddenly, someone barked an order for everyone to stop, and they all froze in their tracks. That person counted the heads, voice trembling, and said everyone was here. And Du Jiamin had been certain he had brought all the injured out with him, but his heart suddenly dropped, and he let out a furious curse. Damn it, he had completely forgotten about Brother Min's song. Back inside the fire, Zai Min's eyes were red as he launched himself at Chi Young-hyun with full force. The two bodyguards beside Chi Young-hyun sprang up at once to block him, but Zai Min was too fast. He planted a foot on each of their shoulders and vaulted straight over them, keeping his eyes locked on his target. And the target wasn't Chi Young-hyun at all. It was Lee Jun right behind him. Saving the person in front of him was all that mattered right now. The flames were spreading fast. If they didn't get out soon, it would truly be too late. Chi Young-hyun turned and told his men to please help keep an eye on Matsuyama Kenichi over there. He then reassured Jiak Ryon that they would make sure Kenichi got proper treatment, and told him to get out now. Jiak Ryon was still burning with anger. His master's injuries were partly Chi Young-hyun's fault, and he wasn't going to let this slide. Chi Young-hyun said calmly, "Matsuyama Kenichi was well aware of how close this place was to EB. He had been here a few times before. Since both sides had done things to break the other's trust, the clean thing to do was to put it behind them and not let it blow up further." As Jiak Ryon looked at him, he inwardly cursed him for being a complete hypocrite. Chi Young-hyun said with a light smile, even if Pai Hanyu was the chairman's son, he had nothing to do with YB anymore. Jiak Ryon let out a cold snort and thought to himself that these people just love drawing lines in the sand and washing their hands of everything. Pai Hanyu then quickly urged Dai Min to move. The whole place was about to be filled with smoke, and the exit would be blocked. He also guessed that the organization was going to deal with Chon Si-hwan, because Chon Si-hwan had made himself a threat to Ma Ming-hwan. Instead of staying here any longer, they needed to go find him right now. If they waited much longer, Chon Si-hwan might not make it. Zai Min let out a furious curse under his breath, his mind a storm of urgency. He hoisted Lee Jun onto his back and immediately charged toward the exit. But Pai Hanyu suddenly called after him, saying he looked a lot better than the last time he had seen him at school. He told Zai Min to keep that up, and that he would be watching to make sure Zai Min kept the promise the two of them had made. Zai Min said nothing, and kept running toward the exit. Piayanyu couldn't help but think with a mix of awe and exasperation. After all that brutal fighting, the kid still had the strength to run with someone on his back. But Chi Young-hyun suddenly stopped and asked Piayanyu whether he was leaving, and whether he had somewhere to go. Piayanyu was full of resistance. The more Chi Young-hyun pressed for an answer, the less he felt like giving one. He had known exactly what kind of person Chi Young-hyun was for a long time. The man would have been thrilled to see him disappear, and now here he was, putting on a show of caring. If he hadn't been Pia Yeonbaek's son, he would have ended up just like Chon Si-won a long time ago. Chi Young-hyun didn't bother hiding it. He said directly that someone hell-bent on revenge was a liability, and keeping them around only created problems. He had made up his mind long ago to live only for his uncle Yeonbaek from now on. Any obstacle in the way he would remove. But Pai Han-yu was the exception, only because he was his uncle's son, and the first real friend he had ever had. And with that, he turned and left. The smoke was thickening fast. Pai Han-yu felt completely worn out. He had just gone through 11 men. How was he supposed to walk out of here on his own? Chi Young-hyun knew full well how badly he was hurt, and still chose to say something like that before leaving. Clearly, he had been abandoned. Then his vision started to blur. He made out the figure in front of him. He didn't want to get involved. This was entirely that person's own doing. But then he suddenly thought of that fire, and of his mother, burned beyond recognition, so badly that he hadn't even been allowed to attend her encoffining ceremony. Something in him gave way, and he picked that person up on his back and walked out. He let out a wry, bitter laugh to himself. Here he was, in the middle of a crisis, stopping to pick up this dead weight. He really must have caught whatever it was that Zai Min had. In the corner, a figure slowly rose to its feet, and Pai Han-yu's pupils shrank in shock. The Chingma underlings were still beating themselves up over forgetting Pyeon Min-song, not knowing that it had all been intentional, every bit of it, by Pyeon Min-song's own design. An opportunity like this to get revenge, there was no way he was going to let it pass. Pyeon Min-song's eyes were bloodshot with hate as he screamed, "Go to hell!" and went straight for Pai Han-yu with every intent to kill. All of it was for revenge. Pyeon Min-song was nothing more than a man who would do anything for money. Once he had wandered into Pai Han-yu's territory by mistake and walked straight into a trap. What happened that day was the most humiliating thing he had ever endured. He was completely degraded in front of his subordinates in a way that left a mark he could never erase. From that day on, Pyeon Min-song became a different person entirely, ice-cold, calculating, with no line he wouldn't cross. Pai Han-yu spoke through the pain, saying plainly that he had never wanted Min-song dead, and told him to stop, and just like that, everything fell into place. Bringing Pyeon Min-song into North Union, organizing the Talon tournament, only inviting up-and-coming members of the violent gang to compete. It was all for this moment of revenge, a trap laid far in advance. Too many variables, and the odds of it working were almost impossible. Chi Young-hyun must have had a backup plan. He had known something like this was coming for a long time, but he believed Chi Young-hyun would eventually pay the price for it, because the biggest wildcard in the room today hadn't been either of them. It had been Zai Min, and at that moment, Chi Young-hyun's bodyguards were moving Chon Si-hwan toward the dock. There were handlers waiting at the port who could get a good price for him. In the rearview mirror, a motorcycle was roaring forward with its light flashing. It was Zai Min and Kim Soon-chul. They had found the car. Just moments earlier, Zai Min had gotten Lee Jun out of the underground level. Still stunned and bewildered, how had Ma Mingwan gotten outside? How had he managed to get out? He had to find Chon Si-hwan right now. There couldn't be any more complications. Minxie had said there was only one exit, and that she would be waiting outside for Lu Hengen, which meant she might spot Chon Si-hwan if he came out. But the exit was completely empty. Not a single person in sight. Where had Minxie and Chon Si-hwan gone? Then a shout came from behind him. Zai Min spun around sharply. What was he one doing here? She had lost contact with Lee Ziyu and came rushing over out of worry, but she had just arrived and hadn't seen Chon Si-hwan either. At that moment, Lee Jun on his back finally started to come around a little. Weakly, he said that after he had been knocked down, he had heard the people talking. He had just been taken down by Chi Young-hyun and hadn't lost consciousness yet. He heard the bodyguard say that Ma Mingwan had already been safely escorted away, that Ma Mingwan had done this for the thrill of it, which was why he had taken such a reckless risk today. And Chi Young-hyun had said he would personally handle him and told his subordinates to take care of the other one. The men acknowledged the order and immediately gathered around Chon Si-hwan and started carrying him to the vehicle. But where they were taking him, he didn't know, because that was when he blacked out. Zai Min's heart sank. If they had left by car, they were probably long gone by now. Nothing could happen to Chon Si-hwan. Nothing. Just as he stood there, not knowing which way to turn, the sharp roar of a motorcycle engine broke through the noise. Zai Min's face lit up with shock and relief. It was Kim Soon-chul. Soon-chul didn't waste a second on words. He already knew the situation. He told Zaimin to get on the back, fast. Zaimin immediately asked whether Sun Chul knew where Chon Si-hwan had been taken. Sun Chul answered in a steady voice that Kim Si-hyun was currently tailing the men. Kim Si-hyun said over the phone to Sun Chul that they seemed to be heading for the port. He had come out with Lee Ziyu earlier, but turned back because he was worried about Lee Jun, and just happened to see those men taking Chun Si-hwan away. He immediately started following them without saying a word. At a critical moment, the light ahead turned yellow. Kim Si-hyun's side had to stop. He had lost the van in front of him. Right at that desperate moment, a motorcycle thundered past Kim Si-hyun. Kim Si-hyun was shocked and relieved at the same time. He couldn't believe they had gotten there so fast. Sun Chul asked right away whether it was the gray van. Kim Si-hyun nodded quickly and confirmed it was the gray van right in front of him. Sun Chul told him they would take it from here. He told Zai-min to hold on tightly. They were about to go full speed. Chon Si-hwan was connected to the inheritance of the Wing Chun branch. Nothing could happen to him. In no time at all, Zai-min and Sun Chul had caught up with the gray van. The people inside immediately went on alert. That person was wearing the same t-shirt as Cheon Si-hwan, most likely a friend of his. The driver hesitated over whether to try to shake them off. The other man said it wasn't a great time to do that. Easier to just deal with them directly. And with that, he yanked the van door open and drove a hard kick straight at Zai-min. Zai-min reacted in a flash, bending backward and barely clearing the blow. Before the man could pull his leg back, Zai-min shot forward and grabbed hold of it. Chon Si-hwan was in that van. He shouted to Sun Chul urgently, telling him to pull in closer. The driver swore at his partner for being useless, said he couldn't even handle something this simple. He stopped the man who tried to help and said to just throw him off. The van surged forward with a burst of speed, and the gap between the two vehicles snapped wide open in an instant. The bodyguard who had been grabbed was terrified. He screamed that he was going to die if this kept up. He completely panicked and pleaded desperately for his life. Zai-min clenched his teeth and held on to the bodyguard with everything he had, telling Sun Chul to close the gap. The two vehicles closed in on each other. Zai-min got ready to pull Chon Si-hwan out, and in the next second, he leapt straight into the back of the van. The people inside were stunned and furious, cursing that Zai-min was out of his mind. Sun Chul took the chance to pull the bodyguard who had been thrown free to safety. The van lurched and swerved violently from side to side. Screams rang out from inside. After a wild, brutal struggle, Zai-min finally forced the van to a stop and got Cheon Si-hwan out safely. Everyone had just barely let out a breath of relief when Kim Si-hyun came rushing over, asking frantically where Pai Han-yu was. Teacher Wu Jinghua's letter for Pai Han-yu was still with him, but he hadn't seen Pai Han-yu at all. What no one knew was that Pai Han-yu had already been beaten down and trapped in a fire. Chon Si-hwan suddenly woke up. As soon as he came to, he urgently searched for Chi Young-hyun. Chi Young-hyun had just been right in front of him moments ago. Kim Sun Chul said he had passed out earlier, and the Yanbei gang almost took him to some unknown location. Hearing this, Chon Si-hwan anxiously asked about Ma Minghuan's current situation. After learning that Ma Minghuan had slipped away from the car ahead of time, Chon Si-hwan cursed under his breath. He was extremely unwilling to accept it. Ma Minghuan had been right in front of him just moments ago. Kim Sun Chul quickly urged him to calm down, saying there was no point chasing after him now. It would be better to wait until he recovered and find another opportunity. Chon Si-hwan felt helpless. In the end, he owed them another favor. He solemnly promised that if they ever needed help finding teacher Lee Han-kyung, they could come to him anytime. Kim Sun Chul looked somewhat worried. Zai-min quietly reassured him it was fine. Chon Si-hwan's expression was quite calm when he left. At that moment, Kim Si-hyun finally arrived, excitedly calling out to Kim Sun Chul and Zai-min. His face was full of admiration. Zai-min had actually defeated that foreigner. It was absolutely incredible. Then he urgently asked about Pai Han-yu's whereabouts. Zai-min said Pai Han-yu had told them to find Cheon Si-hwan first, so they left ahead. He should have followed out afterward. Everyone quickly pulled out their phones to try contacting him, but Lee Ziyu suddenly called, asking where they were, and telling them to come to the police station immediately. At the R-City Central Police Station, Park Kwang-hyun stared at them, recognizing them at a glance as members of the Rocheng School study group. His face was stern as he scolded. "Why is it always you guys whenever there's a fight?" Taking advantage of Officer Luo's leniency, you've become increasingly audacious. And you even dared to use school funds to run a gambling den and pawn pawn shop. Can't you stop doing things that cross the line? It turned out Park Kwang-hyun accidentally came across documents about Tolan while investigating the Chingma gambling den. Sensing something was off, he immediately rushed to the stadium club where Tolan was being held. At that time, Zai Min and Pai Han-yu were underground fighting against Matsuyama Ken-ichi. Park Kwang-hyun happened to witness the scattered fleeing crowd. He simply arrested everyone involved. Park Kwang-hyun interrogated them one by one. Everyone watched the chaotic scene feeling utterly helpless. He would also summon everyone on the list who left early for investigation. Zai Min was called in because he was caught on camera. His face was full of amazement. Kids actually daring to organize large-scale gambling. This was already a serious crime. Changing his tone, his voice softened. He said he could tell their purpose wasn't money at all. Fortunately, he saw the video on the staff's phone and realized they weren't doing it for money. He finally relented, deciding to charge them with fighting and brawling instead of the serious crime of gambling. Everyone had just breathed a sigh of relief when they heard someone angrily calling out Kim Si-hyun. Kim Si-hyun's father furiously scolded him for not coming home and fighting outside instead. He scolded more and more harshly. Master quickly urged him not to blame the child too much. They were standing up for the weak. Kim Soon-chul was both surprised and delighted to see this. He had been expelled from the school, yet his master was still cleaning up his mess. Master shook his head with a smile, saying it didn't matter. As long as he could help, it was all worthwhile. He turned to look at Zai Min with a light sigh. This little guy is quite ruthless, though. Is teacher Lee Han-kyung still missing? Seeing everyone's silence, he chuckled and sighed. What a pity. She's an indispensable presence on everyone's journey through thorns and thistles. Seeing this, Kim Si-hyun's father immediately assumed Zai Min was someone who constantly caused trouble and loved fighting. Kim Si-hyun hastily explained that Zai Min was very serious about studying, but his father didn't believe it at all and asked what Zai Min's parents did for a living. At that moment, someone walked over. Someone suddenly recognized him, their face full of disbelief. It was actually Dr. Yoon Jong-ho, who had been on TV. Park Kwang-hyun couldn't believe he was seeing the hero from the ship hijacking incident. He excitedly approached, stating he was a fan of Yoon Jong-ho's and asking why he came to the police station. Everyone speculated. Yoon Jong-ho spoke gently, revealing he was Zai Min's father and had been called here. Kim Si-hyun's father was completely dumbfounded. He immediately changed his attitude, instructing Kim Si-hyun to get closer to Zai Min in the future. After the Guardians completed the relevant investigations, they were finally released to go home. The parents took the opportunity to exchange pleasantries with Yoon Jong-ho. Yoon Jong-ho responded warmly, praising the kids as all excellent and sensible good children. He took the opportunity to persuade them not to be too hard on the kids about this matter. Their starting point was to help others. Yoon Jong-ho looked at the children. He even envied the children's fearless courage. As parents, at this moment, rather than blame, they should learn to be flexible and accommodating. Just as Zai Min and Lee Ji-yu were chatting, Kim Si-hyun suddenly called out to Zai Min excitedly. He gestured for Zai Min to look over there. Zai Min looked up, his expression full of shock. He saw Pai Yanbak standing there. His heart skipped a beat. He never expected they would reunite this way. But Yoon Jong-ho suddenly stepped forward, saying to Pai Yanbak it had been a long time. After their last argument, the two had never met again. Zai Min called out in complete astonishment. Dad actually knew Pai Yanbak. Everyone was shocked. No one expected Yoon Jong-ho would know Pai Yanbak, and they were actually friends. Even Zai Min was completely stunned. Dad had rarely mentioned his past with friends to him. Yoon Jong-ho took the initiative to approach and make conversation, saying he often saw him on TV and jokingly commented his beard looked handsome. But he was stopped by Pai Yanbak's bodyguard, who questioned what he wanted. Pai Yanbak quickly smoothed things over, smiling as he introduced that Pai Yanbak was his old classmate. He changed the subject, curious why Dr. Yoon Jong-ho would appear at the police station. Yoon Jong-ho's tone was subtle. His purpose for being here should be the same as Chairman Pai Yanbak's. Pai Yanbak instantly understood, his eyes hiding depths others couldn't comprehend. His gaze fell on Zai Min. He casually asked Yoon Jong-ho if that was his son. Yoon Jong-ho looked utterly surprised, never expecting Pai Yanbak would know his son. Pai Yanbak smiled mysteriously, saying Zai Min attended a school he sponsored and was even a celebrity at Rocheng School, so he knew him. Looking at them this way, father and son did look quite alike, especially the way both father and son looked at him. Kim Si-hyun's heart tightened. Zai Min shouldn't rashly provoke Pai Yanbak like this. Pai Yanbak smiled and sighed that after not seeing each other for so long, he still looked at him the same way. He had already made improvements to what Zai Min was dissatisfied with before. What was he he dissatisfied with this time? He couldn't hold back anymore and angrily questioned what Pa Yanbaek had done to teacher Lee Han Kyung. Pa Yanbaek said dismissively that Lee Han Kyung was the teacher who expelled his son, and he only heard she had already resigned. He knew Min thought he was taking revenge on Lee Han Kyung, but revenge after the fact wasn't as convenient as prevention beforehand. He preferred to plan ahead and disdained closing the barn door after the horse had bolted. P.I. Yanbak even pretended to state he strongly supported teacher Lee Han Kyung's position. Kim Si-hyun could see he was deliberately avoiding the issue. What they wanted to ask wasn't about teacher Lee Han Kyung's resignation, but her whereabouts. Both teacher Lee Han Kyung and teacher Woo Jinghua mysteriously disappeared after learning his secret. P.I. Yanbaek was deliberately playing dumb. P.I. Yanbaek lost interest in the pleasantries. He said if there were no other questions, he would take his leave. Min gritted his teeth in anger, demanding to know what he was so afraid of that he would go after the teachers. Seeing this, Kim Si-hyun's heart tightened. He quickly rushed forward to interrupt Min, not letting him continue. He quickly smoothed things over, urging Min not to waste people's time. He pretended to sigh that they were overthinking it. The teacher must have resigned voluntarily. Kim Si-hyun lowered his voice to remind him that if P.I. Yanbak became aware, it wouldn't benefit them at all. Right now, they could only pretend to be students who knew nothing. With that, he forcibly dragged Min away. Yoon Jong-ho quietly approached, changing the subject, marveling that Pa Yanbaek actually knew his son. Pa Yanbaek unhappily instructed Yoon Jong-ho to make sure to teach his son proper etiquette. Yoon Jong-ho laughed awkwardly. This kid is usually more polite than anyone, except when dealing with bad people. Hearing this, P.I. Yanbaek left with his bodyguards looking unhappy. Yoon Jong-ho watched P.I. Yanbaek's retreating figure, his heart full of sighs. Was this the path he chose back then? Seeing him in person as a boss, Yoon Jong-ho felt deeply uncomfortable. They were destined to go separate ways. Everyone left the police station and went home. On the way home, Yoon Jong-ho asked his son when he became a celebrity at school. Min didn't answer, but instead asked about his father's relationship with Pa Yanbak. After thinking for a moment, Yoon Jong-ho said they used to be classmates, but now could only be considered passers-by in each other's lives. After saying this, he asked Min what grudge he had with P.I. Yanbaek and what had happened at school. Min no longer hid anything and told him everything that happened at school and about searching for teacher Hanjing. After listening, Yoon Jong-ho was deeply moved. As former classmates, some saved people while others harmed them. He immediately decided to stay in the country to help his child solve the trouble. Even if some things were inconvenient, he was still willing to stay for his child's sake. Yoon Jong-ho repeatedly made Min promise never to put himself in danger. He instructed Min to rest well at home tonight. Starting tomorrow, he would be very busy, then hurried off. Min pondered to himself. If P.I. Yanbaek went to the police station, then Pai Han-yu should also be under investigation. The weekend ended just like that. Everyone changed back into their school uniforms and returned to school. Wearing school uniforms still gave that campus feeling. Kim Si-hyun suddenly came running urgently, calling out Min's name over and over. Lee Ziyu frowned and scolded Kim Si-hyun for making a fuss, curious what he was up to now. Kim Si-hyun was so excited he could barely speak coherently. He quickly handed over his phone for Min to look at the news. The fire at Talon Club had actually made the news. The news clearly showed Pai Han-yu's whereabouts were unknown. Meanwhile, a blonde girl was at the Rocheng school gate. Pi Han-yu had told her she must find Min. Kim Si-hyun was full of anxiety, not knowing if the letter had reached Pi Han-yu. On the day of interrogation, he gave the letter to Officer Park, begging him to help deliver it to Pi Han-yu. Officer Park refused impatiently, saying this wasn't a storage facility and told him to take it away quickly. Kim Si-hyun was extremely anxious. He had to give the letter to Pi Han-yu today but couldn't find him anywhere. Officer Park saw through Kim Si-hyun's act of playing pitiful, but agreed to help deliver it to Pai Han-yu anyway. But Kim Si-hyun still quietly kept a backup plan. He kept the photo. Teacher Woo Jinghua didn't tell the police but secretly delivered it instead, so there must be some special reason. The back of the photo read, "Go there and you can uncover your father's secret." Kim Si-hyun felt it was safer to wait and deliver it to Pai Han-yu in person. Someone looked at their phone and cried out in shock, recognizing this as the fighting place that caught fire. Everyone crowded forward to look. Kim Si-hyun quickly told Min the news that Pai Han-yu's life or death was unknown. Min thought no matter how big the fire was, Pai Han-yu could escape smoothly, and his legs weren't injured either. Suddenly he thought of Chi Young-hyun, who was also at the scene. Min's heart sank heavily. Could it be that Chi Young-hyun did something? The atmosphere instantly fell silent, becoming somewhat heavy. Lee Ji-yu suddenly interrupted harshly, looking displeased as he stopped everyone from from continuing to worry about Pai Hanyu. Lee Jun said they only escaped danger this time thanks to Pai Hanyu's help, but Lee Jiyu said Pai Hanyu was just acting out of self-interest. She angrily scolded everyone. Had they forgotten that just months ago, Pai Hanyu was threatening teacher Hanjing, so whether he lived or died had nothing to do with them. Lee Jun felt this was too harsh. Lee Jiyu said Pai Hanyu had harmed many people. Instead of worrying about him, they should be more concerned about teacher Hanjing, who was in danger. Lee Jun took the initiative to admit his mistake. Pai Hanyu was indeed a bad person. After all, he had hurt Lee Jiyu's family. Zai Min stared at the news, firmly believing Pai Hanyu was fine. Pai Hanyu was definitely not a coward. Everyone discussed teacher Hanjing again. How exactly did Liu Hingen get her phone? Choi Mu-gai and Yaxing suddenly appeared and interrupted their conversation. Looking at the suitcase on their shoulders, Zai Min found it somewhat familiar. Choi Mu-gai immediately smiled and handed over the suitcase, saying Mingxi asked them to deliver it to Zai Min. Zai Min took the suitcase and thanked them. On the day he went home, he made many calls to find Mingxi, urgently asking if she had gotten home. Mingxi said she was still outside. She said to catch this vendor who stole the phone. They went through considerable trouble. Choi Mu-gai was covered in injuries, but his attitude remained tough, forcing him to explain where the phone came from. That day, the phone conversation ended when Mingxi's father called her away. He wanted to hear the rest from Yaxing and Choi Mu-gai. It turned out that under Choi Mu-gai's interrogation, the vendor finally revealed an unexpected answer. He insisted he didn't know Lee Han-kyung, saying he was just delivering goods for money. Someone else gave him the phone. Everyone demanded to know who gave him the phone. After hesitating for a long time, he finally said it was Ma Mingguan. That day, he was drinking himself into a stupor when Ma Mingguan suddenly approached him, saying he had a way for him to make money. Ma Mingguan gave him 2 large bags of phones and told him to take them all to Kingma Gambling Den to exchange for money. He specifically instructed him to do it in batches because the pawn shop was too small. Once inside, just find the guard and speak nicely to get into Kingma Gambling Den. But all this was contingent on doing something for Ma Mingguan first. Ma Mingguan handed him a red phone. This phone number had been canceled and reset, but would be activated in a month. On the day of activation, that person would go to Kingma Gambling Den, call the number on the sticky note, let it ring for a few seconds, then hang up. Seeing it was simple, he agreed. After learning this, everyone couldn't understand why Ma Mingguan would deliberately lure Zai Min there. Yaxing handed the phone to Zai Min. Everyone quickly thanked them. Yaxing said grabbing the phone took great effort. Fortunately, it wasn't sent to the pawn shop by the vendor. Everyone was full of emotion, never expecting they would now need these two to help find clues. Zai Min clutched teacher Hanjing's phone tightly. Everyone opened the phone to check, only to be disappointed to find it had already been wiped clean. However, though the hope was slim, this phone could still possibly be restored. Zai Min thought. Perhaps they were one step closer to finding teacher Hanjing. At that moment, someone outside the window kept waving at Zai Min. The guidance counselor waved, gesturing for Zai Min to come out quickly. Zai Min stood up and asked the teacher for leave, saying the guidance counselor was calling him outside. He went out to find the guidance counselor and asked what this was about. The guidance counselor sighed helplessly, saying a relative sister of Zai Min's had come looking for him. Zai Min followed to the consultation room, full of doubt, saying he had no relative sisters at all. She told Zai Min to sit down first. She introduced herself, saying she was Pai Hanyu's girlfriend, named Shin Nari. Zai Min looked completely shocked, repeatedly confirming her identity. Shin Nari produced evidence, saying on the day Pai Hanyu had the accident, he sent her a message to come find him. Pai Hanyu firmly believed Zai Min would help, so he entrusted her to convey his request for help. At this time at Lilac Academy, Pai Hanlu was being bullied by several classmates. 2 kids said viciously that Pai Hanyu's life or death being unknown meant he was dead. Pai Hanlu's eyes reddened as she refuted that her brother was definitely still alive. Hong Sankai looked disdainful, saying no one could withstand that fire. Pai Hanyu must have burned to ashes. Pai Hanyu was always annoying. Now that something happened to him, it was purely his own fault. At that moment, a hand grabbed Hong Sankai, preventing him from touching Pai Hanlu anymore. Zai Min comforted Pai Hanlu, saying Pai Hanyu would definitely be fine. Chandler International School in S District was a top-tier, fully comprehensive, ultra-luxurious, aristocratic educational institution. The tuition here was outrageously expensive. 40% of the domestic students on campus were children from wealthy and powerful families. Poor Pai Hanlu attended Lilac Academy at the school. Actually, Shin Nari was somewhat uneasy about entrusting Pai Hanlu to Zai Min. She said, "This guy should be reliable, right?" At this moment, Hong Sankai's tone was fierce, threatening Zai Min to let him go quickly. Pai Hanlu sized up Zai Min, curiously asking who he was. Zai Min said he was Pai Hanyu's friend and told Pai Hanlu to hide behind him. Hong Sankai looked mocking, not believing at all that someone like Pai Hanyu would have friends. He stared at Zai Min's school uniform, his expression instantly darkening. So it was a thug from Rochung School. He frowned in disgust, mocking that Zai Min reeked. Rochung School was a disgusting school that should be cleaned up. He secretly secretly observed the surroundings, confirming the dean wasn't there. He immediately grew bolder and wanted to beat up Zai Min. Zai Min was agile and easily dodged the punch. Hong Sang-kai looked surprised, muttering to himself that Zai Min's luck was so good. He threw several more punches in succession, all easily dodged by Zai Min. The last punch narrowly grazed past. The two kids were immediately full of admiration, praising Hong Sang-kai as amazing. Hong Sang-kai proudly provoked, asking if he was panicking, claiming he would let Zai Min see his extraordinary martial arts. Zai Min worried about accidentally hurting Pai Hanlu. He quickly hugged her to dodge, extended his foot backward, and tripped Hong Sang-kai. Zai Min feigned innocence and complained, "Who told you to suddenly start dancing? You deserve to fall." Pai Hanlu looked at the fallen Hong Sang-kai and broke into a smile. Hong Sang-kai glared at Zai Min, his whole body trembling with anger. He threatened to teach Zai Min a lesson. His brother hastily pulled him back, calling out brother repeatedly. He reminded Hong Sang-kai there was someone behind him. Hong Sang-kai turned around, and his arrogant aura instantly disappeared. Dean Jumak asked in a foreign language what had happened here. Hong Sang-kai said he hadn't been fighting. Jumak didn't ask further, just told Hong Sang-kai to go to the infirmary first to treat his bleeding nose. Before leaving, Hong Sang-kai threatened Zai Min to just wait and see. Jumak found Zai Min unfamiliar and asked in foreign language what he was doing here. No outsiders were allowed. Zai Min listened in confusion, saying awkwardly, "Yes, thank you." Pai Hanlu quickly spoke up, saying Zai Min was her brother's friend. Jumak repeated the word friend questioningly. Zai Min hastily said stiffly, "Yes, yes." After a moment of silence, he gestured for Zai Min to follow him to the office. Zai Min barely understood and quickly followed. Looking at the photos on the wall, Zai Min realized Jumak used to be a soldier. After sitting down, Jumak looked serious and asked if the news about Pai Hanyu's accident was true. Zai Min awkwardly indicated his foreign language wasn't good. Jumak immediately took out his phone for translation. He asked again whether the news about Pai Hanyu's accident was true or false. Zai Min didn't understand the specific reference. Jumak directly asked if Pai Hanyu's life or death was really unknown. Hearing this, Zai Min nodded heavily, confirming this news was true. Jumak sighed lightly. He had been unwilling to believe this was true. Although Pai Hanyu hadn't come recently, a few months ago he picked up and dropped off Pai Hanlu almost every day. One could see he had always been a brother who was extremely considerate and caring toward his sister. Pai Hanlu now must be especially heartbroken. After sighing, Jumak asked Zai Min's real purpose for coming to the school. Zai Min said this was Pai Hanyu's request. Pai Hanyu asked his girlfriend to persuade him to be Pai Hanlu's warrior in his place. Zai Min asked Jumak if he could really replace Pai Hanyu as Pai Hanlu's warrior. Jumak suddenly understood. This was a play script written by Pai Hanlu, titled The Returning Warrior, soon to be performed at the Lilac Talent Show. When the script was just selected, Pai Hanlu excitedly called Pai Hanyu to share the good news. Pai Hanyu was both surprised and delighted, quickly praising Pai Hanlu. Pai Hanlu begged her brother to play the warrior in the script. She had written this role based on Pai Hanyu. Seeing Pai Hanyu didn't respond, Pai Hanlu said disappointedly, "It's okay if you can't." Unexpectedly, Pai Hanyu agreed. He would go to our city in a while. The Lilac Talent Show was a large-scale annual event, grand in scale, not an ordinary children's performance. The show went through strict planning processes and was solemnly held in the school's Lotus Hall. They took pride in this performance every year. Pai Hanlu's script was even personally directed by world-class director Kevin, so he suggested canceling Pai Hanlu's program and using the second-place script instead, Hong Min-kai's script. Hong Sang-kai, eavesdropping outside, was secretly delighted. He even smugly imagined his script was so good it would move the children to tears. The office door opened. Zai Min and Jumak came out. Hong Sang-kai inwardly mocked that a Rocheng thug wasn't qualified to play the drama's protagonist. The opportunity to be directed by a famous director was rare. To his surprise, Zai Min actually thanked Jumak, thanking him for ultimately choosing Pai Hanlu's script. Hong Sang-kai was completely stunned. What trick did this guy pull? His brother asked Hong Sang-kai in panic. Were they going to lose to Pai Hanlu again? Hong Sang-kai's eyes were sinister as he comforted his brother, saying he had long planned to teach this arrogant guy a lesson. The school bell rang. Hong Sang-kai's bodyguard Zhang Gongxi suddenly appeared at school. Zai Min's heart was puzzled. This was the first time seeing someone like this at school, even wearing a black eye patch. Zhang Gongxi walked up to Hong Sang-kai and said, "Young master, let's go." But Hong Sang-kai gestured to Zhang Gongxi to get a good look at Zai Min. He meaningfully told Zhang Gongxi he wanted to give him an extra bonus. Meanwhile, Pyeong Min-song had just been released from prison. This time, he didn't have a penny in his pocket. He cursed inwardly about his rotten luck. Previously, Officer Park had told him all the income from this gambling competition had been confiscated into the national treasury. Park Kwang-yoon originally wanted him to sit down and have a good chat. But unexpectedly, Pyeong Min-song was tough in attitude, saying if there was something to discuss, bring out the evidence. Otherwise, he wouldn't admit to anything. Park Kwang-hyun sneered, saying today there was enough evidence. Pyeong Min-song could rest easy and wait and see. The more Pyeong Min-song thought about it, the angrier he got. Just thinking about that officer's face annoyed him terribly. He really couldn't understand why that officer was insisted on pursuing this matter. Illegal gambling dens, special violence, inciting assault, and running gambling operations on campus, not to mention bribing faculty and staff extensively. Every single charge was enough to send him to prison for several years. With so many charges against him, the principal was only sentenced to protective observation. This was too absurd. Did someone actually have to stab someone to be truly sent to prison? Given his current situation, he might as well spend a few quiet months in jail. When he beat up Pi Hanyu, he had used all his strength to beat him to death. He only left reassured after seeing Pi Hanyu engulfed in flames, barely alive. Pi Hanyu wasn't rescued by anyone, but instead his whereabouts were unknown, which made him even more panicked. What was the situation now? Was Pi Hanyu dead or alive? If he was alive, why was he hiding? Could he be planning to take revenge? Suddenly someone bumped into him. Pyeong Min-song was scared out of his wits, falling directly into the pool beside him. His desperate struggling in the pool made people look disgusted. Yu Zhendao was also startled, complaining that Pyeong Min-song's courage was smaller than a mouse's. He said, "Stop playing dead and get out quickly. Chi Young-hyun is looking for you everywhere right now." At this moment, Chi Young-hyun was busy reporting to Pi Yanbai. Matsuyama Kenichi had been arranged into a very important person word, and Fukak members were also being treated. He hadn't expected things to develop this way. Full of guilt, he apologized to Pi Yanbai. Pi Yanbai said it was fine. They and Fukak weren't that fragile. He would go to our country in the next couple of days. But what Chi Young-hyun meant wasn't this matter, but Pi Hanyu. The firefighters in charge of putting out the fire personally said they searched through all the debris at the scene, but couldn't find any trace of Pi Hanyu. Pi Yanbaek said Pi Hanyu was just missing and he wouldn't hold him accountable, so Chi Young-hyun needn't feel too guilty. Chi Young-hyun looked troubled. Saying it this way actually made him feel more guilty, because Pi Hanyu might still be alive. Chi Young-hyun told Pi Yanbaek to speak directly with him, no need to beat around the bush, because no matter what, he recognized Pi Yanbaek as his boss. Just then, a red-eyed man rushed in cursing at Pi Yanbaek. The man was emotionally agitated, picking up a crossbow and aiming it at Pi Yanbaek, angrily accusing Pi Yanbaek of causing his brothers and relatives to die. Today, he would avenge his dead relatives. Chi Young-hyun quickly stepped forward to stop him, trying to get the man to calm down. The man recognized Chi Young-hyun as Pi Yanbaek's subordinate. He raised his weapon, threatening Chi Young-hyun to step aside. Chi Young-hyun calmly reminded him that acting so impulsively would only be more disadvantageous to himself. The man was completely enraged, roaring at Chi Young-hyun to shut up. He had lost his brothers and relatives. He had nothing left. There was nothing worse than this. The man frantically pressed the switch. Chi Young-hyun reacted extremely fast, dodging easily with a flash. Seeing the man about to fire a second shot, Chi Young-hyun countered and fiercely pinned him to the ground to subdue him. Since moving to the office building, this man was the first to dare break in for revenge. Though he was stupid, he did have some skills, but encountering him, all his efforts were in vain. Chi Young-hyun immediately declared his loyalty, saying even if people called him Pi Yanbaek's lapdog, he didn't care at all. All the messy, dirty work could be handed to him. Pi Yanbaek didn't need to personally step in. He told Pi Yanbaek there was no need to pretend in front of him. He could let down his guard. Pi Yanbaek finally relented, snorting that both Pi Hanyu and his wife were equally unpredictable. These types of people could betray him at any time. It would be better if they died accidentally in an incident. That would be the best outcome. Hearing this, Chi Young-hyun smiled with satisfaction. He would go confirm again whether Pi Hanyu truly escaped the scene. If Pi Hanyu wasn't dead, then he would definitely become a huge problem. For this, Pi Yanbaek had already filed a missing person report. Both he and the police were making great efforts to find Pi Hanyu. Chi Young-hyun didn't agree with this approach, though. Fathers indeed didn't understand their sons. If Pi Hanyu really wanted to hide, this method couldn't possibly find him. Chi Young-hyun suggested keeping close watch watch on Pai Han Lu instead. Her school would hold a talent show in a while. There might be clues. Meanwhile, on campus, Zai Min was earnestly trying to earn the qualification to be the warrior for Pai Han Lu. Zai Min was full of anticipation for the result. He was completely unaware that his every move had already been secretly photographed. Zhang Gangxi immediately sent the secretly taken photos back to the company and ordered people to grab Zai Min and lock him up. The people at the company couldn't help complaining about doing this kind of dirty work of grabbing people again, not like proper people. Zhang Gangxi said if they didn't want to earn money, he'd give this job to others. This instantly shut up the person on the other end of the phone. That person immediately waved over newcomers, saying this kind of thing wasn't done every day. This time counted as an extra reward for the newcomer. He said today's task was very simple. He pointed at the person in the photo and told them to go teach him a simple lesson. Quan Yang Xia looked at the phone, somewhat puzzled for a moment. In others' eyes, Quan Yang Xia was just an inconspicuous, mediocre, unemployed drifter. But no one knew how glorious he was during his student days with many followers. He originally thought that after getting through school and entering society, he could live a glamorous life. But reality slapped him hard. Now he lived humbly and insignificantly. Job rejections were the norm. Quan Yang Xia pretended he didn't care, saying employment wasn't all of life. But actually, he cared very much. He really wanted to get a stable job. Finding employment was harder than anything he'd encountered in his life, suffocating him. With automation and AI running rampant, the value of physical labor decreased, making it even harder for young people to find jobs. Just when he was full of confusion and couldn't see hope, one phone call changed him. Quan Yang Xia initially thought high-paying jobs would never be his turn, but the voice on the phone came through with a hiring notice, telling him to come to work immediately. He immediately bought new clothes to wear for starting work. The hardship of job hunting was finally over. He thought he would start a happy working life from then on. He was finally going to become an adult wearing a suit and going to work respectably. But this joy didn't last long. Reality gave him a harsh blow. On his first day at work, a colleague told him to go teach a kid a lesson. Quan Yang Xia was full of resistance, but the colleague told him the client's son had his nose bloodied by this kid. They couldn't just stand by. Seeing him tremble, the colleague couldn't help mocking his small courage. Afraid of even a little brat, the colleague urged him to take action quickly. Quan Yang Xia was at a loss. How did Zai Min provoke a bodyguard company? They were going after his nephew. He couldn't just stand by, but he was also afraid of losing his hard-won job. Quan Yang Xia was caught in a dilemma, not knowing what to do. At this moment, Dean Jumak recalled what Zai Min had said to him. If it weren't for his persuasion, he wouldn't have agreed to use Hanlu's script. Zai Min believed canceling the use of Hanlu's script because of this matter would be too cruel to Pai Hanlu. Canceling the play would make her even more unfortunate. Pai Hanlu's whereabouts were still unknown. Whether he was dead or alive was uncertain. If they let Pai Hanlu grieve over this matter right now, then Pai Hanlu's last childhood memory here would only be sadness and despair. His uncle once taught him that once you believe something bad will happen, it will truly become a foregone conclusion. Scientists also said that human choices have the power to change the universe, so they absolutely couldn't let Pi Hanyu's death become an established fact. They had to leave Pi Hanlu a thread of hope. Let her firmly believe her brother Pai Hanyu would definitely return safely. Zai Min's pure and kind heart was precious and rare, and it made him determined to give Zai Min a chance. Just as Zai Min was explaining to Pai Hanlu and seeking recognition, director Kevin suddenly appeared, saying he could perform no problem, provided he was qualified to be the warrior. Pai Hanlu stepped forward first to greet him respectfully. Kevin introduced himself, saying he was the director guiding the play. After hearing about Pai Hanyu's situation, he rushed over and also heard Zai Min wanted to perform as the warrior in place of Hanyu. He looked Zai Min up and down, saying his height was acceptable, not refined enough, not beautiful enough, no personality, too mediocre, not even elegant, to sum it up in one sentence, so ordinary as to be completely unmemorable. Even if it was just a children's talent show, as long as it was directed by him, Kevin, it had to be done to ultimate perfection. The warrior in Pai Hanlu's writing naturally possessed an innate aloof aura, requiring someone with a special presence to master it. Pai Hanyu met all the conditions. He was the perfect choice to play the warrior. He asked Zai Min if he could speak foreign language. Zai Min instantly panicked. Could it be this play was performed in foreign language? An actor needed to have at least one special quality. Zai Min had no highlights whatsoever and was completely unqualified. If it weren't for Pi Hanyu, he wouldn't have come to provide guidance at all. Kevin said he would never settle for anything less than 100% match and proposed changing the performance piece. Zai Min could no longer hold back and said, "Constantly pursuing something special is just an excuse for cowards to escape." Kevin's eyes instantly turned cold as he asked, What did you say? Zai Min said. Being able to live an ordinary life is already difficult enough, yet you only pursue being different from others. I may not understand theater, but isn't the meaning of theater to let ordinary people shine on stage? Only looking for special people to ensure quality is just taking shortcuts and losing sight of a director's original intentions. Pi Hanlu helped by saying, "It was my brother who asked brother Zai Min to come. I don't mind at all." She firmly believed that her brother must be watching her performance from some corner. Kevin was left speechless by the confrontation. He said Zai Min had touched upon his dignity as a director. This strategy worked, but no meant no. Many work scores were already determined during the planning stage. Planning a work destined to not get a perfect score was simply a tragedy. Zai Min was so angry at his stubborn personality that his teeth itched. At that moment, the bodyguard from Pi Hanyu's family appeared to take Pi Hanlu home. Zai Min apologized to Pi Hanlu with a guilty heart. Pi Hanlu just shook her head and said it was okay. Kevin recalled what Zai Min had said, and his heart actually wavered a bit. These were just words spoken casually by a child, yet unexpectedly they hit his sore spot. Zai Min walked out the school gate, and Shin Nari hurriedly asked how it went. Suddenly, a group of men in black walked over, pointing at Zai Min, saying he was the guy they were looking for. Kevin's heart tightened as he watched the group surround Zai Min and Shin Nari. What was going on? A group of people forcibly dragging away a child was definitely abnormal. This was clearly a malicious incident. Upholding an adult's responsibility, he couldn't just stand by and watch. Just as he was debating whether to call the police, Zai Min moved with agility and with just a few moves knocked the men in black down completely. Kevin was utterly shocked. Looking at the person before him with explosive combat power, he wondered if he had mistaken him for someone else. The men in black, having been beaten, called for their companions to join in, while Kwanyong Xia debated whether he should join. Zai Min demanded loudly what they wanted. Watching Zai Min single-handedly subdue so many men in black, Shin Nari was stunned. He remained unfazed, even fighting against multiple opponents. The bodyguards who rushed forward were all taken down within minutes. Even when his glasses were knocked off by a sneak attack, his movements became even faster and fiercer, with everyone suffering at his hands. He even managed to catch his glasses mid-air and continued to put them back on. Behind him, someone saw this and immediately got up to launch a sneak attack. Zai Min, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, dodged precisely and even smoothly threw a reverse punch that completely knocked him down. Shin Nari now finally understood why Zai Min had followed those men in black with such a calm expression earlier. He could fight so well. Suddenly she remembered a time when Pi Hanyu had come to Shin Nari to vent. Pi Hanyu's expression was downcast at the time, saying someone made him want to run away. Shin Nari immediately retorted angrily, "Anyone who makes you leave is a bastard." Pi Hanyu laughed and said that person was super good at fighting. His name was Zai Min. Shin Nari was instantly shocked. So it was him that Hanyu was talking about. Kwanyong Xia watched from the side with interest. This kid's moves were even more agile. Looks like he had been training seriously. Shin Nari looked confusedly at Kwanyong Xia beside her, who was dressed the same as those men in black. Only then did Kwanyong Xia realize the fight was over, and he had just been watching the show. The lead man in black was devastated. This was so embarrassing. Nobody told him this kid could fight so well. He simply couldn't think of how to teach this guy a lesson. If he told Zhong Gongzi that so many of them couldn't beat a single kid, he definitely wouldn't believe it. He was extremely anxious and turned his head to look for anyone else who could fight, only to find they had all been taken down. Just then, Shin Nari suddenly called out to warn Zai Min to watch out beside him. The lead man in black finally noticed Kwanyong Xia was still standing and directly called him to go. Kwanyong Xia had no way to hide anymore and had to quickly make his move against Zai Min. The leader was stunned. He didn't expect this newcomer to be so capable. The two grappled together. Kwanyong Xia swung a powerful punch that pushed Zai Min back. Zai Min retreated several steps and barely managed to steady himself by supporting with one hand on the ground. Kwanyong Xia planned to fight seriously for a while first, then pretend to be knocked down, trying to get away with it this way. This was a job he had worked so hard to find. Even if he had to leave, he wanted to get his severance pay. Zai Min angrily threw down his backpack, his eyes sharp as he swung a punch with all his might. Kwanyong Xia barely dodged, but could see the punch was incredibly powerful. He was actually fighting for real. When their eyes met, Zai Min sensed something was wrong. Was this his uncle? Soon he denied this thought. His uncle couldn't possibly be working, so he used the forbidden forbidden move his uncle had banned again. Watching the opponent land and use his hand behind his head to defend, Zai Min froze again. The opponent seemed to know him very well. Quan Yongjia quickly kicked Zai Min away. The entire Cheng fell deathly silent. The two of them fought too spectacularly. Quan Yongjia discovered his vision went black. When he touched it, he realized his eyes were covered by his mask. He couldn't help but complain. Zai Min was too ruthless. Since Zai Min was fighting for real and he could only go all out too, this was a good opportunity to test his strength. He quickly stepped forward, striking fiercely, determined to have a decisive battle with Zai Min. Meanwhile, Hong San-kai was sitting at home arrogantly waiting. He thought Zai Min would be beaten to a pulp. This was all Zai Min's fault for being too arrogant. He wondered when Zhong Gangji would contact him. Hong Gyungae saw this and curiously asked what he was so happy about. Hong San-kai said there was a student from Rochang Academy who didn't know his place, so he planned to let that person experience the power of capital. After all, in this country, money was king. Hong Gyungae thought to himself upon hearing this. Rochang School was sponsored by YB. Did that guy know too? At that moment, Quan Yongjia no longer held back, gathering all his strength to deliver a left kick. He immediately followed up with consecutive flying kicks, his offense swift and fierce. But Zai Min didn't rashly make a move, silently observing as Quan Yongxia's moves gradually slowed down. Shinari was puzzled. Earlier Zai Min dodged quickly and nimbly, so why was he only defending now without attacking? Quan Yongjia gritted his teeth. Zai Min was tenacious enough. In that case, he would have to be the one to break the stalemate. He leaped up and struck Zai Min's chest hard with a punch. Zai Min was hit and staggered, his form unstable. Quan Yongjia immediately seized the opening. He decisively threw a punch that landed squarely on Zai Min's face. Seeing the next punch coming, Zai Min reacted quickly and raised his hand to block it in time. This crucial final move was successfully intercepted. It had been a long time since Quan Yongxia had seen him with such fighting spirit in his eyes. Initially, when he sparred with Zai Min, he just had a playful attitude. But every time Zai Min fell, he never complained. Instead, each time his eyes were determined, full of unyielding tenacity. Every time they met, Zai Min showed amazing progress. The techniques he had spent his youth perfecting, Zai Min mastered easily with talent, and could even perfectly absorb and transform them into his own moves. This often made him jealous. Zai Min's existence completely shattered his belief that hard work could earn him everything. He admitted that several times he had deliberately made things difficult during training out of resentment. He increasingly regretted not having a real showdown with Zai Min earlier. In this fight, he unconsciously treated Zai Min as a real martial artist, and Zai Min's strength also triggered his competitive spirit. This time, he wouldn't go easy on Zai Min anymore. He would give his all in this confrontation. With his mind made up, Quan Yongxia quickly threw a swift uppercut. Zai Min immediately countered with a right hook. The two exchanged punches and grappled for several rounds. Zai Min gradually fell into a disadvantage, his stamina and offense both struggling to keep up. The onlookers secretly exclaimed in surprise. They didn't expect coming to deal with a kid would result in witnessing such a spectacular showdown. Quan Yongjia calculated in his mind that Zai Min's forbidden moves were almost all used up. It seemed he hadn't lost his touch after all. Now only the last move he remained. Quan Yongxia was filled with anticipation. He was waiting for Zai Min to use this move. Come on, let me see your true strength. Quan Yongxia hesitated no more and charged towards Zai Min, but Zai Min suddenly changed his technique, executing a finishing move Quan Yongxia had never expected. He leaped into the air, completing a 360-degree rapid spinning motion, and while Quan Yongxia was unprepared, delivered a fierce flying kick downward. But just as the move was about to complete, both of them saw something at the same time and froze instantly. Both of them landed on the ground. Suddenly, a stern reprimand rang out. Zai Min looked toward the sound and discovered it was teacher Kevin who had arrived with the police. The people from the bodyguard company tried to explain to the police that they were the ones who got beaten, but the police didn't believe them at all. Quan Yongxia secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the police came at just the right time. He had originally thought the last move was all of Zai Min's trump cards, but the final move Zai Min didn't use just now. That move was clearly the same as his sister Chun Mai Xian's move. Zai Min walked in front of Kevin and sincerely thanked him. Shinari curiously asked about Kevin's identity. Zai Min said Kevin was the person who said he wasn't qualified to play the warrior. Kevin couldn't help but complain that he sure held a grudge. He said he just wanted to select the most suitable actor for the audience, but then he honestly admitted he had been blind and failed to discover Zai Min's strengths earlier. He saw in him what a warrior should look like. Kevin formally asked Zai Min if he was still willing to play the warrior in Pai Hanlu's script, but he had two conditions. As long as Zai Min could meet these two conditions, they would proceed as planned with Pai Hanlu's script. Zai Min nodded solemnly, indicating he was willing to accept. On the other end of the phone, Hong San-kai learned Zai-min hadn't been defeated and completely lost his composure. A group of bodyguards were actually defeated by a single kid. He couldn't help but curse loudly. Hong Youngjae grabbed the phone and said his brother was now furious. Simply teaching Zai-min a lesson wasn't satisfying enough. He was prepared to give this brat something even harsher. After returning home, Kwan Yong-shia saw his nephew remaining silent the whole time and tentatively asked what Zai-min was thinking about so intently. Zai-min hesitated before speaking, saying he was thinking about something. Kwan Yong-shia broke out in a cold sweat. Could this kid have figured out it was me just now? If my sister finds out, I'm dead. He forced himself to stay calm and asked if something happened today, whether he encountered a strong opponent. Zai-min was startled and instinctively asked how he knew. Kwan Yong-shia breathed a sigh of relief. Zai-min sighed that he had encountered many strong opponents before, but this was the first time he'd met such an aggressive opponent. It felt like sparring with his uncle. The world was truly vast. There was no way to predict who he would encounter in the process of finding teacher Han Kyung, or what kind of fights there would be. Zai-min's eyes became determined. He had to become stronger. Kwan Yong-shia felt a bit awkward. Stimulating his fighting spirit this way could be considered helping, right? He said, "The world is ever-changing. Only the adaptable survive. So, are all your worries resolved now?" But Zai-min shook his head. What he was thinking about was a different problem. Oral language ability and acting skills? These were the requirements teacher Kevin had given him. The Returning Warrior was a foreign language drama. These two aspects had to reach a certain level. Shin-nari consoled him on the side, saying there was no need to be afraid. He just needed to reach a certain level. Zai-min's mind was filled with what Hong Sang-kai had said before about Pai Hanyu having died in the fire long ago, and what the dean said about Pai Hanyu picking up and dropping off Pai Hanlu every day, being a considerate older brother. He could understand the feeling of suddenly losing someone to rely on. Zai-min bit his teeth and made up his mind to give it a try. Kevin breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this, but there wasn't much time. There would be an audition in a week. He just needed to perform one line well to pass. But this made Zai-min troubled. Never mind acting. He couldn't even read the lines. Fortunately, his uncle taught him he could find someone to teach him, so he found Kim Si-hyun. But Kim Si-hyun wasn't good at foreign languages at all. Unless one had lived abroad, no student was good at spoken foreign languages. Zai-min instantly thought of Pai Han-yu speaking a foreign language last time, feeling resent. However, he suddenly realized someone who had lived abroad, that would be Park Ji-on-yi. He found the homeroom teacher, but unexpectedly the teacher asked him if he could contact Park Ji-on-yi. Zai-min couldn't contact him either. Park Ji-on-yi seemed to have even changed his phone number. The homeroom teacher couldn't help but complain. Skipping class like this, he'll be expelled sooner or later. If you contact Park Ji-on-yi, be sure to remind him that if he continues like this, his life will be ruined. Where on earth had Park Ji-on-yi gone? Lee Jun and Se-hyun said Park Ji-on-yi had also participated in the Taolan competition. He was fighting with Pai Han-yu at the time, but they thought Park Ji-on-yi probably wasn't voluntarily serving as a foreign aide for Kingma School. They should have grabbed Park Ji-on-yi then and asked clearly about teacher Han Kyung. Suddenly, someone shouted from upstairs. They called out to Lee Jun and Kim Si-hyun, urgently saying they had something urgent to discuss with them. Zai-min was puzzled when he suddenly caught sight of Young Do-hun. Zai-min quickly stopped him. Seeing his frightened expression, he wondered why he was making such a fuss. Young Do-hun quickly shushed him to keep his voice down. He said he was on a secret mission. Young Do-hun lowered his voice and said, "Teacher Lee Han Kyung's phone should be recoverable now." Upon hearing this, Zai-min instantly got excited and couldn't help but raise his voice to ask, "Really?" Young Do-hun quickly stopped him again, emphasizing once more to keep quiet. Yesterday, he had stayed up all night trying to restore it with no progress. This morning, he wanted to try one last time and unexpectedly discovered recoverable data. He was in a hurry to get to school, so after clicking execute, he went straight out. Young Do-hun heard from Lee Jun that teacher Han Kyung's disappearance might be related to YB. This was a huge matter that could make people vanish without a trace. He was now opening Pandora's box, which was very dangerous. Maybe YB was sending people to follow him right now. Young Do-hun suddenly became passionate. Ever since mastering C language, he had anticipated bearing this kind of responsibility, but few people knew about this. He vigilantly observed his surroundings, and only after confirming there were no suspicious people did he feel relieved and say he would bring good news. Zai-min quickly asked him to do his best. However, he then thought of Park Ji-on-yi. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted. Zai-min watched Young Do-hun's departing figure with mixed feelings. Thinking Thinking he really believed there was a life-threatening danger, yet he still worked so hard. Zaimin was instantly moved and sincerely hoped Yoon Do-hoon could find useful clues. He fell into worry again. Now that Park Ji-yeon couldn't be counted on, what should he do about oral language and acting skills? At that moment, a car slowly stopped. Jong Gungji pointed out in a low voice that Zaimin was their target and asked if they should follow. But Hong Young-ae pointed at the chubby guy not far away and told Jong Gungji to follow him instead, because those two seemed to be friends. However, Hong Young-ae's simple, malicious revenge was about to trigger a war-like uproar. The next day, Saturday, Kwon Young-shia's tone was complicated. He did tell Zaimin to find someone to teach him, but he didn't expect him to be so fortunate. He saw Min-hee and Jae-hee standing in front of Zaimin. It turned out that before this, in English class, the teacher was discussing the definition of love. Jae-hee, a top student, wasn't in the right state. She kept writing and drawing on paper, her mind full of Zai-min's image, unable to absorb the knowledge points at all. Seeing her distracted, the teacher specifically called on her to answer a question, asking her what she thought love was. Suddenly being called on, Jae-hee panicked. She looked at the simple drawing on the paper and said, "Glasses." Amid the class's laughter, she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. This was the first time she had answered so poorly in English class. Ever since she bumped into Zai-min last time, she had been acting abnormal. Looking at the sunset outside the window, she couldn't help but wonder how Zai-min was doing now. Coming to her senses, she quickly slapped herself awake. She couldn't have such thoughts. They weren't helpful for studying at all. Perhaps seeing him once would stop this, but unfortunately she hadn't asked for his contact information last time. Just as she was feeling down, Yoo Jun-soo suddenly appeared, saying Zai-min had a favor to ask of her. Seeing Jae-hee didn't react much, Yoo Jun-soo turned to leave. Jae-hee quickly called him back and agreed without thinking. She rushed to Zai-min's house eagerly. Zai-min was somewhat surprised. He said embarrassedly that he could go find her himself. Jae-hee made the excuse that practicing pronunciation together for acting would be more efficient. Then she curiously asked who the teaching performance was. The moment she saw Min-hee, Jae-hee's pupils dilated. Min-hee also said sarcastically, "So the English teacher is a girl." Sparks flew between the two instantly. After hearing Zai-min explain, Jae-hee couldn't help but exclaim it was actually the renowned director Kevin. He was quite an impressive person. She immediately became serious and urged Zai-min to start practicing quickly. Uncle was very pleased to see this, so Zai-min did have top students around him. He just didn't understand why Min-hee was here too. He asked Min-hee if she was just here to join the fun. Min-hee playfully refuted, saying she was invited by Zai-min to teach him acting. She boasted about being a former broadcasting club member, but Uncle said, "What does that have to do with acting?" Min-hee insisted Uncle believe her. Expressing emotions was more important than pronunciation. That's what would move the audience. Jae-hee understood she was talking about her. She said, "Even if the emotion is good, it's useless if the audience can't understand." The two girls' auras were fully on as they confronted each other, the tension almost overflowing. Only Zai-min didn't notice anything was wrong at all. He foolishly thought they might have had a conflict before. At the crucial moment, the doorbell rang, breaking the awkwardness. Kwon Young-sha thought it was the fried chicken delivery he ordered. Opening the door, he discovered it was a little girl. The cute kid sweetly called him Uncle. The bodyguard said he brought Miss P.I. Hanlu to help Zai-min rehearse. With that, he left P.I. Hanlu here and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he also put down a large pile of desserts. Jae-hee and Min-hee's eyes instantly turned into stars, directly exclaiming this was heaven. The two surrounded P.I. Hanlu asking this and that, completely forgetting their earlier confrontation. Kwon Young-ja saw through the truth. Sweets and a cute kid could make two girls turn from enemies into friends. He couldn't help but sigh that such a cute little girl was actually the daughter of City R's most vicious man. Suddenly he realized, how did they know this address? Meanwhile, Chi Young-hyun remarked to Park Ji-yeon about Pai Han-yu's little trick, having Zai-min attend the theater performance in his place. But fortunately, Pai Hanlu was in their hands. This wouldn't affect their plan. Chi Young-hyun suddenly remembered he had a meeting to attend upstairs. Before leaving, he told Park Ji-yeon to smile more, saying he didn't need to be so nervous in front of it, and suggested they have dinner together after it ended. Park Ji-yeon suppressed the surging emotions in his heart, breathing heavily. How could he possibly smile in front of his enemy? Just beyond this wall was the murderer who killed his mother, only a wall apart, yet so hard for him to reach. At the same time, Zai-min's practice was going extremely smoothly. His condition got better each time. Jae-hee and Min-hee were arguing about whether he looked better with or without glasses. Although there were a few minor conflicts in between, the overall progress exceeded expectations. Under their enthusiastic guidance, Zai-min gradually found his groove. After practice ended, Min-hee reminded him to continue practicing next Friday and must memorize the lines. Zai-min was confident, saying he would definitely memorize them smoothly. Pai Hanlu cheered him on in her sweet voice. Zai-min immediately agreed. Just as he finished speaking, Chi Young-hyun arrived. He gently called Pai Hanlu. Seeing Chi Young-hyun, Zai-min's expression paused. He recalled what Shin Nari had told him before. Chi Young-hyun was the last person to see Pai Hanyu, so Pai Hanyu's incident was most likely related to him because he and Pai Hanyu were sworn enemies, and the two of them were competing for the position of heir. Seeing Chi Young-hyun acting like he really cared about Pai Hanlu, Zai-min couldn't help but curse his shamelessness inwardly. His eyes serious, he said bluntly he wanted to talk to Chi Young-hyun alone. At that moment, Young Do-hun checked the restored contents of teacher Lee Han-kyung's phone and found the answer they had been searching for all along. Chi Young-hyun readily agreed to Zai-min's proposal to talk alone. He said with fake courtesy that last time the situation was special and he didn't have time to greet him. Min-hee and Jae-hee watched from the side in confusion. This atmosphere was too strange. Chi Young-hyun deliberately made things difficult for Zai-min, saying Pai Hanlu's curfew was approaching. Whatever he had to say it quickly. Fathers were very strict with their daughters. Pai Hanlu looked at the two of them innocently and asked if they knew each other. Zai-min immediately reassured Pai Hanlu, telling her to get in the car and wait a moment. Pai Hanlu obediently nodded and agreed. After saying goodbye to Zai-min, she obediently walked into the car. Chi Young-hyeon said with a cold laugh, Pai Hanyu asked you to keep Pai Hanlu company, right? You used to hate Pai Hanyu so much. Couldn't wait to drive him out of school. Why are you helping now? Zai-min said calmly, I can't just turn a blind eye to a sad child, especially since Pai Hanlu lost her brother. Although all this was the result of Chi Young-hyeon's schemes, he also bore part of the responsibility. Not only did Chi Young-hyeon not deny it, he actually laughed loudly. He praised Zai-min for being smart enough to guess the truth. He mentioned having said before at the construction site that he supported Zai-min. He thought driving Pai Hanyu out of school was very well done, helping him reduce a lot of trouble. Zai-min interrupted him, telling him to answer his question first. He asked Chi Young-hyun once again what they had done to teacher Lee Han-kyung. Chi Young-hyun had anticipated this, knowing Zai-min would inquire about this woman's whereabouts. He deliberately provoked, if I really did something to Lee Han-kyung, what can you do? Cut me into pieces or beat me into a cripple. Zai-min was shocked into a daze by his words. He had never thought of these things. Chi Young-hyun became even more pleased seeing this. He knew Zai-min couldn't do it, because that would ruin his own life. This approach only worked for people who wanted to perish together, or for people who didn't need to pay a price. However, this didn't mean he had actually done anything to Lee Han-kyung. At this moment, his subordinate reminded him time was up. He immediately cut to the chase and advised Zai-min to choose tolerance. Lee Han-kyung was just a contract teacher. There was no need to be too serious about it. They were all just passers-by anyway. But Zai-min firmly refuted that Lee Han-kyung could change people's lives. To him, she was an extremely important person. He made a harsh promise that if something really happened to Lee Han-kyung, he would definitely make the criminal pay the price. However, he wouldn't give up on his own life either. He would still be an ordinary student studying hard for exams. Chi Young-hyun looked impatient, saying they couldn't come to an agreement. Since that was the case, he didn't plan to continue supporting Zai-min either. Min-hee quickly stepped forward to show concern for Zai-min and asked what happened to homeroom teacher Lee Han-kyung. Zai-min suppressed the turmoil in his heart and said nothing was wrong. After thanking Min-hee and Jae-hee, Zai-min reminded them to be careful on their way. After returning home, Zai-min kept replaying his conversation with Chi Young-hyun. Chi Young-hyun not only knew Lee Han-kyung was his homeroom teacher, but also knew clearly she was a contract teacher. It seemed he had investigated Lee Han-kyung long ago, and from the conversation it was clear that teacher Lee Han-kyung had already met with disaster. Zai-min was filled with grief and anger, clearly knowing the murderer who killed Lee Han-kyung was right in front of him, yet he was helpless due to lack of evidence. Just as Zai-min fell into despair, his phone suddenly rang. It was a text message from Young Do-hun. The message said Young Do-hun had successfully restored the phone and knew Lee Han-kyung's whereabouts, but it wasn't convenient to explain in detail by text. He asked if Zai-min could come out to meet now. Young Young Do-hun at that moment was holding a USB drive, shocked and uncertain. Once the secret inside was exposed, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. YB would be finished. He began to hesitate, worried that Park Ji-on-yi would be implicated after Pi Yeon-baek was arrested. But as a close friend, he had to stop Park Ji-on-yi from going down a path of no return. He was doing this for Park Ji-on-yi too. Only by revealing the truth could his friend obtain true redemption. Young Do-hun was just about to go out when he heard a loud crash. An ominous premonition rose in his heart. Who could it be at this late hour? The next second, the door was violently broken open. They brought young Do-hun to a high-end hotel. On the sofa lay a man and a woman who had been drugged unconscious. Hong Kyung-gi kept slapping Young Do-hun's face, trying to make him wake up, asking if his friend would really come. But Young Do-hun had long lost consciousness. Just then, a clear doorbell suddenly rang from the entrance. Hong Kyung-jae and Jong Gang-si exchanged glances. Someone had come. Hong Kyung smiled triumphantly. He impatiently urged Jong Gang-si to quickly open the door. Outside the door was Zai Min. Just now, at the school gate, Zai Min looked at the empty school entrance. He had waited there for an hour. They had agreed to meet here, but Young Do-hun never showed up, and he couldn't reach him at all. His phone suddenly vibrated. It was a video call from Young Do-hun. He quickly answered, but the scene on the phone was very unfamiliar. What place was this? The next second, Young Do-hun's bruised and swollen face appeared on the screen. On the other end of the video, Hong Kyung-jae mockingly imitated Young Do-hun's tone to call Zai Min for help. Zai Min's pupils instantly dilated as he looked at the phone in shock. Hong Kyung-jae taunted with a smirking face that his expression was too serious. Now Jung Do-hun was in his hands. If he wanted to save him, he'd better come over quickly. Zai Min angrily clenched his teeth and rushed over without a word. After finally finding the location, Zai Min knocked on the door for a long time. Only then did Hong Kyung-ga impatiently tell Jong Gang-si to open the door. The moment the door opened, he was caught completely off guard by Zai Min's punch to the chest. The huge impact sent him flying far away, crashing heavily to the ground. Hong Kyung-jae let out an exaggerated exclamation of surprise. Worthy of being from a thug school. No different from a gang member. Zai Min paid no attention and quickly searched for Young Do-hun upon entering. Just as he spotted Young Do-hun curled up in the corner, Hong Kyung-jae leisurely blocked his path. His eyes were full of contempt. Zai Min suppressed his anger and demanded why he was doing this. He said that because Zai Min had offended his brother, it caught his attention. A figure flashed through Zai Min's mind instantly. Could it be him? Hong Kyung-ga let out a cold laugh, saying Zai Min was too unlucky, especially being someone from Ro Chang's school. Just as he was about to press further, Jong Gang-si keenly sensed the danger and immediately protected Hong Kyung-ga as they dodged. Right after, Jong Gang-si turned around and delivered a fierce kick at Zai Min. Caught off guard, Zai Min was kicked back repeatedly. The man beside them was startled awake and asked in confusion who this was. Just as he was about to step forward, Zai Min pushed him away. Zai Min suddenly remembered seeing Jong Gang-si before at Pai Hanlu's academy. Jong Gang-si also noticed his decent skills and understood in his heart that what his subordinate said earlier wasn't a lie. Hong Kyung-ja smiled mockingly, warning Zai Min that if he dared to fight back, he would have to face the consequences. That uncle was very formidable in fights. Jong Gang-si's attack speed was extremely fast. Zai Min was secretly alarmed, thankful that he could barely dodge. But his head suddenly became dizzy. Zai Min couldn't react in time and could only take the kick head on. He didn't understand why his head suddenly hurt. This made it impossible for him to dodge any of the opponent's attacks. He could only endure them. Then he realized his vision was getting blurrier. Hong Kyung-ja saw Zai Min's strange appearance and suddenly had an epiphany. He said, "You seem to have accidentally eaten that powder." Zai Min was confused, not yet clear about what he had ingested. Jong Gang-si's uppercut came again, hitting Zai Min in the face. Under the relentless attacks, Zai Min had no strength to fight back and could only barely defend. Jong Gang-si seized the opportunity and grabbed Zai Min by the collar, slamming him hard onto the ground. The loud noise triggered complaints from the residents downstairs. Hong Kyung-ga sneered disdainfully, saying, "Just accidentally inhaled a few grains of powder, not even ate a handful, and already unconscious? Not even this much tolerance. Looks like we can't count on you to give us any useful information." Then he told Jong Gang-si to finish the job. Jong Gang-si hesitated, worried that breaking a nasal bone would cost a lot of money to compensate. Hong Kyung-jae said they'd done done things even worse than this. No need to worry about it. Hong Gyungjae had also inhaled the white powder and wanted some excitement, so he urged Zhang Gangxi to stomp Zai Min to death. He even perversely hoped to see blood spray out. Zhang Gangxi stomped down hard towards Zai Min's face, but unexpectedly, Zhang Gangxi screamed in pain and fell down instead. He couldn't help but curse from the pain. A broken bottle was stuck in his foot, and blood kept gushing out. Zai Min's vision was still blurry, his head dizzy, and he felt like throwing up, but a strong impulse surged from the depths of his heart. Seeing Zai Min's eyes, Zhang Gangxi immediately sensed something was wrong and yelled for Hong Gyungjae to run. Zai Min used the second move of his forbidden techniques. He wanted to tear everyone in front of him to pieces. Zhang Gangxi's heart shook violently. He recognized that look in Zai Min's eyes. On battlefields filled with thick gunpowder smoke, splattered with blood, he had seen that kind of terrifying blood-stained eyes before. Zai Min had exactly that kind of look right now. Zhang Gangxi roared for Hong Gyungjae to run quickly, saying Zai Min's eyes were wrong. Hong Gyungjae hadn't reacted yet. What did eyes are wrong even mean? But at that moment, Zai Min had already struck out fiercely, flipping him onto the ground. Then he kicked hard at his face. The intense pain made him cry out. Hong Gyungjae cursed from the pain. Zai Min's fist was already swinging again. At the critical moment, Zhang Gangxi arrived and punched Zai Min in the stomach. Then, he urgently asked Hong Gyungjae if he was okay. Hong Gyungjae still smiled playfully, praising Zhang Gangxi's skills, completely unaware of the danger. But Zhang Gangxi's heart sank, urging him to leave quickly. Once the fight started, he wouldn't have time to look after him. Before he could finish speaking, Zai Min grabbed a lamp pole nearby and stabbed it toward Zhang Gangxi. Seeing his attack blocked by the watch, Zai Min's fury intensified. He grabbed a table nearby and smashed it hard toward Zhang Gangxi. Zhang Gangxi barely dodged it with all his strength. Looking at the big crater smashed into the floor, Zhang Gangxi's heart trembled. That speed was terrifying. Before he could catch his breath, Zai Min executed a fierce flying kick, kicking Zhang Gangxi away hard. Zhang Gangxi's back leg was already injured, his movements became increasingly sluggish, and he had no way to dodge the attacks. Zai Min seized the opening and followed up with a heavy punch. Zhang Gangxi was hit so hard he coughed up blood. Zai Min pressed his advantage and used his uncle's forbidden technique, zero-distance attack. This punch hit Zhang Gangxi directly on the jaw. The force was so great he felt like his skull was about to dislocate. Zhang Gangxi was full of doubt. He was clearly dealing with a kid, but why was he experiencing the suffocating terror that only existed on battlefields? He staggered back against the wall behind him, but Zai Min had no intention of letting him go. He aimed at his vital points again and executed another zero-distance punch, giving the opponent no chance to breathe at all. Completely ignoring Zhang Gangxi's calls to stop, Zai Min had gone into a killing frenzy. He grabbed Zhang Gangxi's upper palate and flipped him over hard. Zai Min said coldly, "Go to hell!" Just as his fatal strike was about to land, Yung Do-hun shouted urgently, telling Zai Min to wake up. If he kept fighting, someone would really die. Zai Min let out a painful groan, staggered to his feet, and walked toward Yung Do-hun. Yung Do-hun retreated in fear, afraid that the out-of-control Zai Min would hit him too, and urgently urged Zai Min to wake up, saying they still had to find teacher Lee Han-kyun together. But Zai Min, who had long lost his reason, couldn't listen at all. Fortunately, someone took the opportunity to knock him unconscious. The person breathed a sigh of relief and praised Yung Do-hun for saving both Zhang Gangxi and Zai Min. Then, in his daze, Zai Min heard someone keep calling him warrior, telling him to wake up. Only then did he suddenly open his eyes. He looked at the messy room with a blank expression. Several police officers were investigating the room. The person looked at Zai Min's confused appearance and found it amusing. One of the officers said, "Wasn't it you who called me to come? Were you scared silly by my taser gun?" Only then did Zai Min react, exclaiming, "Officer Luo!" Officer Luo directly asked if their study group had recently encountered difficulties.
Did they need teacher Lee Han-kyun's help?
It turned out that not long ago, Zai Min had sent Officer Luo an address and asked him to come over. Officer Luo immediately brought police officers there. He thought it was another fight with thugs, but when he arrived at the scene, he discovered a group of drug addicts. Yung Do-hun hurriedly explained on Zai Min's behalf that they weren't messing around. Zai Min came to save him. Zai Min accidentally inhaled some white powder while fighting. Officer Luo understood. Yung Do-hun worriedly asked if Zai Min would be punished for this situation. Officer Luo said no. A small amount of inhalation usually wouldn't cause symptoms, but because Zai Min's body was too clean and his spirit pure, he was affected. He emphasized heavily that this stuff shouldn't be touched. don't have any curiosity about it. It purely ruins lives. Young Do-hun said aggrievedly that he never had any thoughts of touching that stuff. He was about to explain in detail when he suddenly realized something was wrong. The instigator Hong Young-ye was gone. His bag was gone too. Officer Luo hadn't reacted yet. Young Do-hun had already panicked. Without explaining, he rushed out the door to chase that guy. At this time, Hong Young-ye had already run far away, muttering that Zai Min was simply a monster, and the police suddenly showed up, almost preventing his escape. He was secretly pleased that he didn't forget to bring his white powder. It would have been such a pity to lose it. However, he ran too fast and didn't notice the stones under his feet falling hard. Everything in the bag fell out. He couldn't help but complain about the bag's quality. It opened just from one fall. While picking things up, he suddenly felt a USB drive. Hong Young-je looked confused. Could this USB drive be hiding some secret? Officer Luo was asking Zai Min if he needed teacher Lee Han-kyun's help. Zai Min said decisively yes, but at this point he suddenly realized something was wrong. He stood up excitedly and asked Officer Luo if teacher Lee Han-kyun was still alive. Hearing this, Officer Luo's eyes sharpened. Zai Min anxiously pressed on, asking if Lee Han-kyun was still alive. Officer Luo nodded in confirmation. What Zai Min worried about hadn't happened. During summer vacation, teacher Lee Han-kyun found Officer Luo saying she wanted to reveal a secret about YB, but the next day she disappeared. When she made the call, she might not have known her safety was threatened. After that, Officer Luo had been looking for Lee Han-kyun's whereabouts, but couldn't find any clues for a long time. But yesterday, the Central Police Station received a petition letter. The letter said that teacher Lee Han-kyun's mother wanted to ask the police to find her daughter, but teacher Lee Han-kyun's mother had long passed away. Sensing something was wrong, he checked the handwriting and found it matched Lee Han-kyun's writing. So he deduced that teacher Lee Han-kyun was using this method to tell them she was still alive. This meant she had been threatened by YB before, and was now in a state of escape. The weight on Zai Min's heart finally lifted. He knelt on the ground crying bitterly. Fortunately, the teacher was still alive. Officer Luo went on to say that YB hadn't given up the search, so now wasn't the time to let down their guard. Zai Min was anxious to find teacher Lee Han-kyun and wanted to protect her, but Officer Luo wouldn't let him interfere. He was afraid the letter would fall into YB's hands, so there was no specific address in it. But what they did know was that the letter was sent from abroad, and he would go abroad to search as soon as possible. He comforted Zai Min, telling him to stay in the country and attend class as well. He knew that teacher Lee Han-kyun was a very important person to them, and he knew how determined they were in their studies. They even formed a study group at a delinquent school, so he promised to help them bring the teacher back so she could help them study properly again. Zai Min was full of gratitude. Officer Luo told him to contact Young Do-hun, who ran out, as he also needed to cooperate with the investigation. Zai Min said Young Do-hun had clues about the teacher. It was Young Do-hun who helped restore teacher Lee Han-kyun's phone. Hearing this, Officer Luo became anxious, pulled Zai Min up, and rushed out. Just as they reached the door, they saw Young Do-hun had actually fainted at the door. Officer Luo quickly called for someone to get an ambulance. At the club fire scene, everything inside had been burned to ashes. Ma Mingwan couldn't help but wonder where Pai Hanyu had hidden himself. Shi Young-hyun knew Pai Hanyu's character well. He wouldn't leave any clues. He turned to ask Park Ji-on-yi behind him. With his friendship with Pai Hanyu, could he think of any place? Park Ji-on-yi shook his head, saying he only came to compete and didn't know anything else. Noticing Park Ji-on-yi's expression, Ma Mingwan signaled with his eyes that he wouldn't expose him, teasing that he beat Pai Hanyu. Park Ji-on-yi only said Pai Hanyu's stamina wasn't good at the time. Chi Young-hyun smiled and praised Park Ji-on-yi as a tough character. Chi Young-hyun wanted to say more about Park Ji-on-yi joining YB because of a woman. Before he could finish, someone behind him interrupted. People from Fukak barged in, murderously saying they wanted to avenge Matsuyama Kenichi. Chi Young-hyun instantly understood. Fukak people believed Matsuyama Kenichi's incident was YB's responsibility. His eyes turned cold. It was time to teach them a good lesson. A long sword slashed toward Chi Young-hyun, but he caught it barehanded, his eyes full of disdain. The opponent was thoroughly enraged, shouting that they would tear them to pieces. At this time, Mayor Choi frantically pushed open Pi Yeonbak's office door, his tone extremely urgent. Pi Yeonbak looked up at him with displeasure. He immediately stammered an apology, saying the matter was urgent and must be reported immediately. 3 hardline members of Fukak had already entered the country through the international airport. They were using Matsuyama Kenichi's injury as an excuse to provoke conflict with YB, and were currently looking for Chi Young-hyun, afraid something big would happen. Little did they know they had already started fighting. Seeing Chi Young-hyun treat his words as background noise, the man was furious. He roared that he would dismember him, wielding the long sword swiftly, but Chi Young-hyun dodged them all. The crew-cut fat man had already raised a sickle and slashed toward Ma Mingwan. Ma Mingwan dodged sideways and mocked, still using sickles in this day and age. Are you here to farm? The sickle man was so mocked he became furious and swung even harder. Park Ji-yeon easily blocked the dagger with just his knuckle dusters. His expressionless face drove the opponent crazy. Seeing him completely unresponsive, the dagger man cursed inwardly, vowing to make him cry and beg for mercy. Takahashi Tomoya, hiding on the side, let out a sinister laugh, confident that these guys were dead today. Goto Kazuhiro reminded him, saying he understood why Takahashi Tomoya leaked the location, but constantly causing trouble would get him scolded. Takahashi Tomoya knew all this, so he deliberately instigated those old diehards to take the lead. Fuse Kyoto knew he wanted the hardliners to take responsibility, but what if these old diehards lost? Takahashi Tomoya looked confident. They were the core of Fugak's action group back in the day, active on the front lines during their peak, although not as good as before now. Dealing with a few rookies was more than enough. After all, they were a genuine violent gang with rich experience in group fights. The dagger man stabbed straight at Park Ji-yeon's chest, his face sinister. On the other side, a strand of Chi Young-hyun's hair was cut off by the opponent's long sword. Fortunately, his reaction was quick. Seeing him dodge, the man threatened that they had no way out. Better to just die obediently. Chi Young-hyun pondered that this group's skills were extraordinary, unlike domestic thugs. Somewhat like samurai, the man executed an assassination move, roaring as he rushed toward Chi Young-hyun. Mayor Choi was also anxious, suggesting immediate reinforcement, but Pa Yanbae calmly asked if he had eaten. If not, they could just have a meal together. Mayor Choi looked confused. In such an urgent situation, how could they have the mood to eat? On the other side, Ma Mingwan looked at the guy swinging the sickle in front of him, cursing inwardly that it was infuriating. This sickle man was probably a complete idiot, he sneered inwardly. Using a sickle against a gun, his brain must be waterlogged. Ma Mingwan directly pulled out his gun and aimed it at the sickle man. The gun barrel instantly broke the man's defense. He stammered, asking if there were real bullets in the gun. He had heard rumors about people carrying guns in our city. This wasn't something to joke about with one's life. He immediately dropped his weapon and begged for mercy, raising both hands above his head, afraid Ma Mingwan would pull the trigger. Seeing his cowardly appearance, Ma Mingwan couldn't help but laugh out loud and smashed out several of his teeth with the gun handle. Park Ji-yeon's side was still locked in combat. The opponent's knife was about to pierce his throat. The dagger man advised him to give up struggling. Seeing Park Ji-yeon still unmoved, the dagger man increased the force in his hand. Park Ji-yeon suddenly exerted force and pulled the dagger man's wrist, jamming it directly into the iron mesh behind. The dagger man's wrist was stuck, and he screamed in pain. Park Ji-yeon seized the opportunity and broke free immediately. Then he punched toward his face. At this time, Chi Young-hyun arrogantly stepped on the long sword man's blade. The long sword man cursed furiously that Chi Young-hyun dared to step on his ancestral sword. Chi Young-hyun sneered mockingly. Those who rely on weapons are ultimately fragile. Then, he suddenly exerted force with his foot. His ancestral sword was directly stomped and broken. The long sword man screamed heartbrokenly and swung his sword toward Chi Young-hyun. Chi Young-hyun easily dodged and backhanded a punch, knocking him to the ground with clean, efficient movements. Seeing Mayor Choi anxious, Pa Yanbaek turned to comfort him, saying YB's secretarial office were all pillars of the organization. A few violent gang action group members were nothing to worry about. No need to make a fuss. At this time, Chi Young-hyun signaled Park Ji-yeon to finish up while he turned to leave the scene. Ma Mingwan had just put away his gun when his phone suddenly rang. A strange voice directly called out his name. The other party said they had no personal grudge, but he might have to start getting nervous from now on. Before this, after Hong Kyung-gae brought the drug powder home, he rolled on the ground in pain. He didn't expect it to hurt this much after the drug wore off. Could it be a fracture? He cursed Ro Cheng's school internally, but was afraid of being discovered by police if he went back. But fortunately, the drug powder wasn't discovered. It was good he didn't say his name, but even if they knew his name, his dad would back him up. He racked his brain thinking of how to get revenge on those two, but could only remember Zai Min. He couldn't remember the other person no matter what. Suddenly, he remembered he had a USB drive. He immediately took out the USB drive, preparing to find clues from it. As soon as he opened the USB drive, he was shocked by the contents. He couldn't help but curse. What was all this stuff? Then Hong Kyung-gae was overjoyed, and Ma Mingwan, receiving Hong Kyung-gae's call, looked confused, not knowing who was on the other end. Hearing what the other party said, he immediately became serious. Chi Young-hyun, seeing this, found it strange and curiously stepped forward to ask what was wrong. Ma Mingwan said nothing, only telling them he might have to go meet someone. At this time, Young Do-hoon finally woke up. He looked confused. How did he get home? He clearly remembered going to chase someone. Officer Luo, seeing he finally woke up, excitedly pushed open his room room door. Yoon Do-hoon was startled, wondering why Officer Luo was here. He didn't remember at all that it was Officer Luo who sent him home and even bandaged his wounds. Yoon Do-hoon hurriedly thanked him and curiously asked why he hadn't gone home yet. It turned out Officer Luo couldn't get the computer password, so he never left. Hearing this, Yoon Do-hoon froze but still said nothing. Officer Luo asked Yoon Do-hoon to open the computer. He heard he restored Lee Han-kyun's phone, so he wanted to take a look. He told Yoon Do-hoon not to be wary. He was a kind detective. At this time, Hong Kyung-jae found Ma Ming-wan. Moments later, the computer was finally opened with Yoon Do-hoon's help. He showed Officer Luo everything he had found. YB Group was a criminal enterprise founded by the Yeonbaek gang, which later controlled our city's business world and transformed into a legitimate enterprise. Chairman P.I. Yeonbaek whitewashed himself through charity work, gradually consolidating his position. Now he was a business tycoon, even preparing to enter politics. And what supported him to get to today was that addictive drug powder. The Red X district was their den for illegal transactions. All drugs smuggled from our country were hidden there. They even produced locally. Because high-ranking officials' children also bought this drug powder, they could always remain at large. After all, if things were exposed, those high-ranking officials would also be implicated. P. Yeonbaek also used these people as hostage, paving his way into politics. But P.I. Yeonbaek dealing and producing drugs wasn't even the worst part. The most excessive thing was, the drug powder circulation relied entirely on teenage students. Exploiting students' obedient and compliant nature, the powder infiltrated campuses. Those students who should have been striving for their futures became slaves to dopamine because of this stuff. For his own selfish gain, P.I. Yeonbaek was tainting the entire campus atmosphere of our city. This was the key point Lee Han-kyun wanted to convey. Everything else was secondary, and the person in charge of distribution was Ma Ming-wan. But fortunately, Yoon Do-hoon hadn't told anyone else about this, and the person who took his bag had no connection with YB. The other party just wanted to torment Zai-min. Hearing this, Officer Luo had a bad feeling. In the tunnel, Hong Kyung-jae threatened Ma Ming-hwan not to try anything, or he would expose everything immediately. Ma Ming-hwan smiled obsequiously. He knew chaebols were scarier than gangs. Seeing him compliant, Hong Kyung-jae didn't waste words, telling him to hand over the stuff and get lost. After getting the drug powder, he immediately lowered his head to inspect the goods. Seeing it was indeed what he wanted, he turned to leave, asking for his continued help later. He emphasized he had no grudge with YB. As long as he supplied the drug powder on time, he would keep the secret. Ma Ming-wan agreed pretentiously. Hong Kyung-jae turned to leave triumphantly, but only dead men's mouths could truly keep secrets. Having gotten the drug powder, Hong Kyung-jae was in great spirits. Seeing the driver, he offered to buy him something. The driver was about to thank him when a car from the side crashed directly toward them. Ma Ming-wan cursed on the side. Hong Kyung-jae's car lost control and fell from the overpass. Fortunately, Hong Kyung-jae didn't die. He struggled to crawl out of the car. Thankful his car was good, he didn't lose his life. Suddenly, a foot stepped on his hand. Although chaebols were scarier than criminal forces, no matter how scary, they couldn't match the knife dangling before his eyes. Ma Ming-wan's mocking voice sounded again. Such a stupid rich drug addict. L City. Lee Han-kyun was browsing the news about Hong Kyung-jae's car accident on her way home from the supermarket. Her heart inexplicably tightened. Why was it all this kind of bad news lately? As soon as she got home, her grandfather scolded her. Why did you go to the supermarket alone? Dark forces are lurking everywhere now. As a redeemer, how can you disregard your own safety? Han Kyung thought quickly and immediately brought up his grandson's birthday, instantly diverting grandfather's attention. Only then did grandfather suddenly realize he had almost forgotten his grandson's birthday. Han Kyung smiled and took out a bag of pasta, saying, "Let me redeem you." This made the old man turn from anger to joy. Although grandfather's loud voice made Han Kyung wince, her heart felt warm. She had been with this family for 3 months now. Han Kyung was always grateful for their kindness in taking her in. They had accepted her when she was in dire straits. But all she could do was cook for them to show her thanks. Even if it was a small effort, she wanted to repay them fully. Looking at the bubbling pot, she couldn't help but think of the kids at Ro Chen's school. Lee Han-kyun's heart was full of concern. She wondered how they were doing now. The kids must have been terribly frightened. Han Kyung clenched her fists and silently vowed she would return to the kids' side as soon as possible. She loudly encouraged herself, "I can do this!" This startled the grandfather in the living room, making him shudder. Han Kyung quickly apologized, asking if grandfather was okay. What they didn't know was that at this moment, A dark shadow was standing outside the door. On the other side, Kevin announced expressionlessly that Zaimin's audition passed. Seeing Kevin's serious expression, Zaimin thought the assessment didn't pass. After confirming it passed, he was instantly overjoyed, asking in disbelief if this was real. Kevin praised that his pronunciation and emotion were both excellent, good enough to be Pai Hanlu's warrior. Just like that, Zaimin successfully passed Kevin's audition with Minhee and Jaihee's help. After returning to school, he couldn't wait to tell the study group members the news that teacher Lee Han-kyun was still alive. Lee Ji-woo, hearing this, was somewhat incredulous, questioning if it was hearsay. Learning it was Officer Luo who said it, which was highly credible. Everyone felt relieved. Everyone couldn't hide their happiness. Zaimin informed everyone that Officer Luo would help find teacher Lee Han-kyun, and they just needed to wait for news. He couldn't help but sigh that Uncle was right. If you don't give up, there really will be hope. In Kevin's office, Zaimin asked in confusion what he should do now. Kevin said bluntly he couldn't do anything right now. There were only half a month left until the performance. Kevin boldly declared he would mold him. He was preparing to make Zaimin into a top-tier artist. Lee Jun and Kim Si-hyun, hearing that Zaimin actually went for an audition, looked completely incredulous. They even speculated if he would become an overnight sensation and become a big star. But Kim Si-hyun suddenly asked Lee Jun what he thought. Would he accept those two's proposal? Lee Jun groaned in annoyance, almost forgetting about this. And now he was reminded again. Kim Si-hyun didn't expect he was still considering it. That day, those two suddenly pulled them away, saying there was something urgent to discuss. Lee Jun was completely confused, not understanding why they brought him along. They excitedly said they received letters from the bosses of schools like Chongma. Lee Jun was shocked that this organization was becoming increasingly systematized.
How did these two become the communication bridge? They said they wanted to form a new alliance to counter Chi Yong-hyun's North Alliance.
Even more explosive was, everyone was preparing to nominate Lee Jun from Rochen School as the boss. Kim Si-hyun was somewhat surprised. Lee Jun was only a first year, but the Rochen team's captain was also Lee Jun. And when Lee Jun said he wanted to build a true R-City alliance, everyone was moved. Although Lee Jun had fantasized about this, the day suddenly arriving still left him somewhat at a loss. He waved his hand irritably, saying he'd think about it for another day. The two turned the topic to Park Ji-onya. Se-yeon was very confused why he said teacher Lee Han-kyun was gone. Lee Jun analyzed two possibilities. Either he really thought teacher Han-kyun was gone, or he deliberately lied. But no matter which possibility, teacher Lee Han-kyun being alive was the greatest fortune. Then he looked up and suddenly saw Young Do-hoon. The two were both shocked and suspicious. Young Do-hoon spoke first, saying he was looking for them to talk about Park Ji-onya. At the dock, Hong Kyung-ae was kidnapped by An Tai-hwan and trembled in fear. An Tai-hwan looked at him, feeling extremely unbalanced inside. Some people lived worse than pigs and dogs. Some people, relying on wealthy parents, became directors of big companies at a young age. But fortunately, heaven was fair. Sooner or later, everyone would die. And Hong Kyung-ae would die today because he accidentally discovered a certain secret. The reason he didn't act these past few days was because he was waiting for human traffickers. Although Hong Kyung-ae was a drug addict, at least his body was still relatively healthy. Just as An Tai-hwan was about to act, Kwan Yong-shia suddenly pushed open the door and said, "That's enough." An Tai-hwan was both shocked and panicked, wondering how he found this place. Then he quickly called for Park Ji-onya to come help. Kwan Yong-shia recognized Park Ji-onya as Zai-min's friend and angrily rebuked him for not only loan sharking but also kidnapping. He said disdainfully he'd let him have 5 moves first to teach him a good lesson. It turned out that before this, when Hong Sang-kai learned his brother was missing, he beat and scolded the bodyguards. He angrily rebuked the bodyguards for being idiots, taking their family's money yet not knowing where their master was. Seeing Kwan Yong-shia not moving, he angrily pointed and told him to come over. A subordinate reminded this was a new hire. Hong Sang-kai said if you take money you should do the work. Hong Sang-kai wanted to kick Kwan Yong-shia but found his foot couldn't move. Looking down, his ankle was firmly gripped in Kwan Yong-shia's hand. The next second, Kwan Yong-shia exerted force and actually lifted Hong Sang-kai directly up. His first job, and he encountered a scam company. His life really wouldn't go smoothly. The other colleagues were all quite frightened, thinking Kwan Yong-shia had gone crazy. But Kwan Yong-shia wasn't afraid at all, questioning how old Hong Sang-kai was to dare talk to him like this. Hong Sang-kai roared that he would fire him, but Kwan Yong-shia actually wanted to quit long ago. It's just that before leaving, he still wanted to teach this unreasonable boss a good lesson. At this time, someone rushed in anxiously, saying Hong Kyung-ae was kidnapped at the port. Seeing Kwan Yong-shia's actions, he was so scared his eyeballs were about to pop out. He came forward trying to persuade Kwan Yong-shia, but Kwan Yong-shia said coldly he had already resigned. Hong Sang-kai wanted to call for people to subdue Kwan Yong-shia, but no one paid attention. That person continued persuading persuading Kwan Yongxia, the driver said YB took Hong Yongge to the port. He might be sold. Just consider it saving a life. If something happens to Hong Yongge, no one will survive. Kwan Yongxia finally let go, throwing Hong Senkai on the ground. He said this time he'd act to repay the favor for that meal treat. Then everyone dispersed to search the port. People kept reporting they hadn't found him. The team leader ordered Group 2 to go to the other side, deciding to split up. One person objected, saying they couldn't split up. Everyone was confused, looking around to find where the voice came from. Only then did they discover someone was actually standing on top of the warehouse. Chi Young Hyun said coldly that to stay alive, they must act as a group.